In the eastern domain, at the Yin Tian sect, lies the rippling peak. Within the long pavilion of the rear mountain, a youth sits, clad in a flowing white robe, possessing an extraordinary handsomeness. This young man is named Lin Ping'an, hailing from the Lin family of Danyang City. He is indeed a celebrity within the Yin Tian sect, known to all and sundry within the sect. At the tender age of 15, he entered the Yin Tian sect under the tutelage of the Peak Master at Rippling Peak, having achieved the realm of Spirit Pool. It is worth noting that in this realm, levels ascend from low to high, categorized as Spirit Communication, Spirit Origin, Spirit Pool, Spirit Sea, Spirit Abyss. Ascending Pinnacle, Great Void, 10,000 Laws, Saint, and Emperor, making a total of 10 realms. To have stepped into the Spirit Pool at such a young age is sufficient to be deemed a prodigious genius. Yet, for reasons unknown, by the age of 16, the spiritual energy within him dissipated entirely, resulting in a drastic decline in his cultivation, plummeting from Spirit Pool to the third level of Spirit Communication. Once a paragon of the Lin family, he has now become a mere waste, a target of ridicule. In his grasp, he tightly clutches a letter, his brow furrowed, and his expression gravely somber. At that moment, a group of disciples approaches from behind, pointing and mocking Lin Ping'an. "Look, isn't that the useless Lin Ping'an? What brings him here? Encountering him is truly bad luck. What's the point of arguing with a waste? If it weren't for our Peak Master's leniency, this guy would have been long gone. A personal disciple, yet he does nothing but occupy space. Comparing him to his fiancée, Lin Ping'an, is laughable. She has reportedly already entered the third level of Spirit Pool, and even the young master of the 10,000 Swords sect has taken a liking to her." Flowers placed on dung such scornful remarks. Lin Ping'an has long since grown accustomed to he pays them no mind. Once the group departs, Lin Ping'an slowly raises his head, contemplating the scenery to alleviate his woes. Suddenly, a flash of white catches his eye. "This mountain is so white. Xiao Ping'an, what are you thinking about?" Hearing that familiar voice, Lin Ping'an slowly looks up to find a woman in a flowing white dress standing before him. Her features are exquisite, her demeanor extraordinary, and her figure enchanting, a true beauty, akin to a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. She is none other than Lin Ping'an's master, the Peak Master of Rippling Peak, Yunmingyu. The flash of white he had just observed was, in fact, the long legs of his esteemed master. Upon realizing this, Lin Ping'an's body jolts, and he hastily rises to bow. "Greetings, master." Yunmingyu gently assists him up, offering a soft smile. "There are no outsiders here, there is no need for such formality." "Xiao Ping'an, what troubles you? Why have you come here alone?" Yunmingyu inquires softly. "It's nothing." Lin Ping'an's face is clouded with sorrow as he shakes his head. Having been his master for many years, Yunmingyu is quick to discern that something is amiss. She sits beside Lin Ping'an, smiling as she asks, "What is it that burdens our Xiao Ping'an?" "A letter has arrived from home." Yunmingyu responds with a gentle "oh" and asks, "What does it say?" "The news of my fall from grace has spread far and wide, causing a significant stir within the Lin family. The elders wish to strip me of my position as young master. The Lin family seeks to annul our engagement." Lin Ping'an sighs deeply. Yunmingyu nods, continuing, "The individuals who just mocked you have already been dealt with. They confessed that their slanderous proclamations within the sect were instigated by your fiancée," as she speaks. Yunmingyu grits her teeth in fury, her anger igniting. "That Lin Ping'an has gone too far. How dare she treat you this way?" Yunmingyu ponders, stroking her chin, murmuring, rather than waiting for her to come and annul the engagement. "Why not, why not what? Let us take the initiative and annul the engagement ourselves. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Lin Ping'an responds hesitantly. "What's inappropriate about it?" "That Lin Ping'an has gone too far, bullying my disciple." With a gentle tug on Lin Ping'an's hand, Yunmingyu smiles. "Come, master will take you to annul the engagement." In the eastern domain, at the Lin family estate. Not long ago, Lin Ping'an returned with Murong, the young master of the 10,000 Swords sect. The entire Lin family was adorned in festive decorations, bustling with excitement. In Lin Ping'an's chamber, she lies nestled in Murong's embrace, feeling at ease. "Ping'an, is this in accordance with propriety? You do have a fiancé. After all," Murong teases with a smile. Lin Ping'an giggles in response. "Young master, You jest. What is Lin Ping'an but a mere trifle? According to our plan, his disgrace is imminent soon. I will go to the Lin family and dissolve this wretched engagement. I, Nalen Rian, will marry no one but you. Young master, are you speaking the truth? Absolutely. Nalen Rian nods emphatically. Murong Jean's lips curl into a sly grin. Truth or falsehood? Let us extinguish the lights and explore further, then we shall know. Young master, how shameless. Just as the two indulge in their flirtations, a thunderous explosion reverberates. Boom! The sound echoes over the Nalen estate, shaking the very ground. What is happening? The pair hastily don their clothes and venture outside, only to find the entire Nalen family in disarray. Suddenly, a guard rushes forward, urgency palpable in his voice. Miss, the head of the family requests your presence in the hall. What has occurred? You will know once you arrive. Murong Jean remains composed, speaking softly. Let us go see. As the two approach the hall, what they witness leaves them utterly astounded. What was once a splendid hall now lies in ruins, bodies strewn across the floor in disarray. Amidst the swirling dust, there stand two figures that it is none other than Yun Mingyu and her disciple, Lin Ping'an. Yun Mingyu, as the master, wastes no words, leading Lin Ping'an into the Nalen estate, her imposing presence overwhelming all. Lin Ping'an at him. Upon seeing Lin Ping'an, Nalen Rian's fury erupts. Yun Mingyu scans the surroundings, coldly demanding, where is the head of the Nalen family? Where has he gone? From a corner, a middle-aged man, stooped in posture, slowly emerges. He is Nalen Xiong, the head of the Nalen family and Nalen Rian's father. Upon witnessing Yun Mingyi's formidable presence, Nalen Xiong visibly shrinks back, rubbing his hands nervously, and inquires with forced joviality. Esteemed elder, what brings you to our humble abode? My disciple has been wronged, and as his master, I have come to seek justice. Yun Mingyu replies with a cold snort. Nalen Xiong turns his gaze to Lin Ping'an, managing a strained smile that oozes insincerity. Ping'an, what brings you here? You are my Nalen family's future son-in-law. Quickly explain to your master that there must be some misunderstanding. His words, though sweet, fail to mask the hypocrisy. Nalen Rian's disdain for Lin Ping'an is undoubtedly rooted in her father's influence. In the past, when Lin Ping'an was still a genius, he would have eagerly claimed him as his own son. Now that Lin Ping'an has fallen, he is desperate to distance himself. Lin Ping'an, with a stern expression, retrieves a marriage certificate from his pocket. No need for explanations today. I have come to annul the engagement. Chapter 2. Thank you. Aphrodisiac. Annulment. Upon hearing these two phrases, everyone was left dumbfounded. Beside them, Nalen Rian could no longer contain her indignation. She rushed forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Ping'an, and shouted, Lin Ping'an, you scoundrel! I have yet to approach you about the annulment, yet you dare to come to my door. Do you have no shame? Had you truly regarded me as your fiancée, you would not have gone to such extravagant lengths to publicize this matter. Lin Ping'an retorted, What? Are you so eager to see me disgraced, and then you can conveniently annul our engagement? Since you are in such a hurry, I shall oblige. With that, Lin Ping'an exerted his strength and tore the marriage certificate in two. Nalen Xiong watched the confetti-like remnants rain down and immediately erupted in fury, bellowing, Lin Ping'an, you little bastard! How dare you destroy the marriage certificate? I shall have your head. Before Nalen Xiong could charge forward, Yun Mingyu raised a hand, a cold glint of energy suspended in the air before him. Who do you intend to kill? Yun Mingyu's gaze fell upon Nalen Xiong, her expression darkened, exuding an aura of deadly intent. Nalen Xiong fell silent, his earlier rage dissipating rapidly. In nothing, Nalen Rian, who was always concerned about her image, could hardly bear the humiliation of having her marriage certificate destroyed. How would others perceive her now? Lin Ping'an, you worthless fool! Yun Mingyu did not respond. She stepped forward, playfully lifted Lin Ping'an's chin, and with a mischievous grin said, Little Ping'an, you look so handsome. I adore you. Master, what on earth are you saying? Lin Ping'an replied, utterly perplexed. Hey, little Ping'an, don't run away. Let master give you a hug. Yun Mingyu opened her arms wide, revealing her ample bosom, and dashed towards Lin Ping'an. Master, have you had too much to drink? No. Wait. You've only had a sip. That shouldn't be the case. Just as Lin Ping'an finished speaking, Yun Mingyu lunged forward and wrapped her arms around him, but a rosy blush adorned her cheeks as she giggled foolishly. Little Ping'an, I've caught you. Master, surely you must be mistaken. Lin Ping'an gazed at Yun Mingyu's frenzied demeanor, managing a bitter smile. Indeed, Lin Ping'an had guessed correctly. She had indeed taken the wrong medicine, an enhanced aphrodisiac. To be precise, Master, please let go. Lin Ping'an attempted to resist, but Yun Mingyu's strength was far too overwhelming for him to contend with. After a futile struggle, he found himself entirely at her mercy. Little Ping'an, let Master hold you. Yun Mingyu cradled Lin Ping'an in her arms and began to walk towards her boudoir. Upon entering the room, she playfully tossed him onto the bed. Master, you've had too much to drink. Yun Mingyu intertwined her fingers, invoking a barrier that ensnared Lin Ping'an within. You cannot leave. Come play with me. She pouted, her expression one of feigned arrogance. Lin Ping'an stared at Yun Mingyu, questioning whether he had mistaken her identity. The once icy demeanor of his master now seemed transformed. This was no mere liberation, it was a complete abandonment of restraint, as Yun Mingyu began to shed her garments. She advanced towards Lin Ping'an, exclaiming, Little Ping'an, I feel so hot. Will you help your master? Please, master, there are boundaries between men and women. I am your disciple, and such transgressions cannot be permitted. At that moment, Lin Ping'an's voice trembled with apprehension. Yun Mingyu was now consumed by desire, her rationality utterly forsaken, rendering her incapable of comprehending Lin Ping'an's protests. Come, let me help you take off your clothes. With a flourish of her hand, Yun Mingyu tore Lin Ping'an's garments to shreds, leaving him completely exposed. Master, please don't come any closer. Yun Mingyu pounced with the ferocity of a tiger, effortlessly pushing Lin Ping'an onto the bed. Master, be gentle, it hurts. This was Lin Ping'an's first experience, and with Yun Mingyu's formidable strength and profound cultivation, he was hardly able to withstand such tumult. Time slipped away, and soon Lin Ping'an began to lose consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself in a peculiar, dimly lit realm. Gazing around, he saw nothing but darkness. He could not even see his own hands before him. What is this place? Wasn't I just on Master's bed? How did I end up here? A sudden thought struck him. Could it be that he had perished? Lin Ping'an scratched his head in bewilderment. No way. Am I really gone? That would be an undignified end, especially dying on Master's bed. You're not dead. With me around, you won't find death so easily. A mysterious voice echoed from the shadows. What is that voice? Lin Ping'an turned sharply towards the source of the sound. Not far away, he noticed a massive egg, towering 2 meters high. It was pitch black, adorned with crimson veins that resembled blood vessels coursing across its surface. Is that an egg? Could it have just spoken? No sooner had he pondered this than the dark egg replied, Smart boy, you guessed correctly. No way, is that egg really capable of speech? What is your name? I didn't say anything. The egg retorted, clearly exasperated that I'm asking you for your name. I'm Lin Ping'an, and you? Lin Ping'an answered candidly that I have no name. You can call me Egg. Egg? Lin Ping'an regained his composure, curiosity piqued. Egg, what is this place? This is your Sea of Consciousness. My Sea of Consciousness. He was bewildered. The Sea of Consciousness is an independent realm cultivated within a practitioner's body, typically accessible only upon reaching the Spirit Sea realm. How did I end up here? No, I don't even possess a Sea of Consciousness. Lin Ping'an was utterly confused. Egg chuckled. Naturally, something wonderful is about to occur. Wonderful? What kind of wonderful? Just wait and see. At that moment, the surrounding void began to twist and contort violently, the fabric of space folding as if akin to the wrinkles of an aged visage. Witnessing this, Lin Ping'an felt an ominous premonition. No sooner had he voiced his concern than chains shot forth like lightning, ensnaring his limbs with unyielding force. What is this? Are we engaging in some form of bondage? Lin Ping'an thought to struggle, but after some futile attempts, he resigned himself and surveyed the peculiar chains. For some reason, they appeared rather odd. Just as this thought crossed his mind, flames erupted, spreading along the chains. Wait, I admit I spoke a bit too loudly earlier. The flames surged, unleashing menacing fire serpents that coiled around him. Hot, hot, hot. Lin Ping'an cried out in agony, his entire body engulfed in searing pain. Stop, stop, don't rush. We've only just begun. Egg laughed. In a flurry, sharp blades flew towards Lin Ping'an, leaving behind a myriad of deep cuts on his skin. Waves of pain washed over him, and hot blood gushed forth, transforming into glimmering droplets suspended around him. What is happening now? Suddenly, a torrent of spiritual energy converged like a tempest, swirling around him. The energy surged into his body like a river, igniting a powerful flow of spiritual force throughout his being. At that moment, Lin Ping'an's body shimmered with radiant light, ancient patterns gradually manifesting upon his skin. What is this? The patterns glowed brightly, and the surrounding blood transformed into a divine golden hue. With a whoosh, the golden divine blood swiftly flowed into Lin Ping'an's body. A roar reverberated through the cosmos. In the next instant, the chains binding Lin Ping'an shattered into fragments. Thud! Lin Ping'an collapsed, breathless and pale, gasping for air like a rag doll. He slowly raised his head to glance at Egg in the distance. Am I about to die? Egg chuckled. Fear not. You want to die. Rather, you'll find fortune in misfortune. Fortune in misfortune. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Ping'an felt an overwhelming force surge within him, filling every fiber of his being. He gasped in astonishment as his cultivation level skyrocketed, instantaneously elevating to the first level of the spirit origin realm. What is happening? How did my cultivation rise so dramatically? What? Are you not pleased with your newfound strength? I am pleased, but where did this power come from? Lin Ping'an was utterly bewildered. Rest assured, this power is entirely yours. It is neither stolen nor taken. Egg clarified. Mine. Indeed. After years of arduous training without a breakthrough, all the accumulated spiritual energy has finally erupted in one grand release. Lin Ping'an furrowed his brows, pressing, but what about my previous cultivation? Why did I experience a drop in my realm? Egg chuckled. It seems you are still unaware of your current state. You, my friend, are a once-in-a-millennium pure young sacred body. Lin Ping'an pointed at himself, utterly astonished. Egg, you're not jesting, are you? I'm a pure young sacred body. It is well known that throughout history, the sacred body is the most extraordinary constitution, and its emergence can cause a sensation across realms. Appearing only once in a millennium, Egg smiled. There is no need to be so amazed. It's perfectly normal. Otherwise, why do you think your talent was so exceptional? But the decline in your realm and cultivation was entirely due to the excess accumulation of yang energy within you, which had not been released, causing the spiritual energy to be expelled from your body. Lin Ping'an began to comprehend. So you're saying I released some yang energy this time? How did I manage that? Do you not recall what happened last night? Between you and your master, Lin Ping'an's mind flooded with memories of the previous night, where he had been pinned to the bed by Yunmingyu. At her mercy, the scene was both tantalizing and unbearable to contemplate. He quickly interjected, let us skip that part. In summary, your master took your virginity and inadvertently helped you release some yang energy. Lin Ping'an scratched his head, murmuring, could it be that what master referred to as releasing yang energy was actually dual cultivation? Does it mean that I must engage in discussions of the Tao with master in bed to continue advancing? Lin Ping'an speculated. What are you talking about? Egg responded, somewhat speechless. What you possess is the genuine sacred body, not some lecherous demon constitution. Though you have lost your virginity, you may still practice normally. Indeed, engaging in mutual cultivation from time to time might yield unexpected delights, so it seems. Lin Ping'an nodded thoughtfully to by the way, Dandan, do you have any insight into why my master would engage in such actions with me? Dandan softly responded, this relates to your master's constitution. Her body is rather unique, similar to yours, and has accumulated a considerable amount of cold poison, reaching a life-threatening level. Having been in your company for so many years, she likely sensed the abundant yang energy within you, which is perfectly capable of dispelling the cold poison in her body. In essence, it's a mutually beneficial collaboration. Her well-being is intertwined with yours. Upon hearing this, Lin Ping'an's face flushed a deep crimson. Dandan, is this appropriate to say? Well, it's your body. What is there to hide? No one else can hear. Dandan chuckled, just as the words left his mouth. Lin Ping'an felt a weight upon his head, and ancient characters began to materialize in his mind. What is this? The characters shimmered, transforming before Lin Ping'an's eyes into a martial arts manual. The Nine Heavens Profound Yang Technique? Dandan continued. This technique originates from the lineage of the pure yang sacred body. Practicing it will significantly enhance your combat prowess. Naturally, the stronger your power, the greater the technique's efficacy. Your limits will be defined by this very technique. Since you have nothing else to do here, why not take the time to comprehend it thoroughly? Very well. Without further ado, Lin Ping'an seated himself and began to meditate on the path. Chapter 5. I shall take responsibility for you. Wife, master, the promised enlightenment turned into a moment of awakening for Lin Ping'an. Nine Heavens Profound Yang Technique. First form, all spirits breathing technique. Ping'an, you've awakened? Or are you still dreaming? The voice of Yunmingyu rang out. Master, Lin Ping'an jolted awake and swiftly turned to see Yunmingyu seated at the bedside, fastening her clothing. It appeared she had just finished dressing, her long, fair legs still tantalizingly exposed. How did I return here? Dandan's voice echoed in his ear. This is your consciousness. How should I know? Hearing Lin Ping'an's voice, Yunmingyu slowly turned her head. Ping'an, you are awake. Lin Ping'an felt a sudden chill beneath him and glanced down to find himself completely unclothed, exposed to the elements. Realizing this, he hastily grabbed the blanket and wrapped it around himself, curling up in the corner. Yunmingyu offered an awkward smile. I truly apologize. I had intended to dress you after finishing with my own clothes. Master, do you recall what transpired last night? Lin Ping'an stammered. After a brief silence, Yunmingyu nodded. I do. Well, before Lin Ping'an could speak, Yunmingyu interjected, Little Ping'an, rest assured. Your master is not the kind to abandon someone after an encounter. I had a bit too much to drink last night, and I will take responsibility for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Ping'an was taken aback. Responsible for me? Yunmingyu nodded earnestly and continued, Indeed, if my guess is correct. I may have taken your first time. Lin Ping'an scratched his head, offering a wry smile. Master, you knew about that. After all, you were rather inexperienced last night. Master, could it be that you possess such knowledge? At this juncture, Yunmingyu shivered slightly, her complexion changing as a blush crept onto her cheeks. Well, outside, you may still call me master, but when it's just us, you may refer to me as your wife. I promise, once I've settled everything, I will bestow upon you a proper title. Lin Ping'an's mouth twitched slightly, reflecting, Isn't this supposed to be my line? How has it all been seized by my master? Little Ping'an, what say you? If you're unwilling, observing her anxious demeanor, Lin Ping'an quickly replied, I am willing. That is good. Yunmingyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Ping'an, supporting his lower back, remarked, Master, you were quite vigorous last night. My waist is a bit sore. I shall take my leave to rest. Very well. Yunmingyu nodded. The moment Lin Ping'an stepped outside, his discomfort vanished, and without a second thought, he took off running, despite it being his first experience. His body could still withstand it. He merely found the atmosphere somewhat awkward and sought an excuse to depart. After Lin Ping'an left, Yunmingyu was utterly beside herself. Oh my heavens, that was my first time too. She lay on the bed, covering her face in utter shame. Yunmingyu, what were you thinking last night to have consumed that potion? After pondering for a moment, she even felt a twinge of relief. But it's for the best. If little Ping'an had done such a thing, I wonder how he would have felt. After much contemplation, Yunmingyu came to terms with it. She sat up, her expression serious. Well, it's merely an additional partner on this path. Having been single for so many years, I have felt some loneliness. Who cares about societal norms? They are merely tales for fools. Yunmingyu dismissed her worries. After all, what is done is done, and regret was no longer an option. Furthermore, life can be likened to last night's encounter. Rather than resist fiercely, it is far better to enjoy the experience. Yunmingyu stepped outside and sat on a swing. Suddenly, she recalled something and extended her delicate hand. No longer did the cold energy surge forth from her palm, and she smiled faintly, for some reason. The abundant yang energy within little Ping'an managed to suppress the cold poison in me after just a single encounter. As she swayed, she began to reminisce about all that had transpired the previous night. To be honest, the experience of mutual cultivation was rather delightful. Upon returning to his quarters, Lin Ping'an, like his master, collapsed onto his bed. This is disastrous. Everything is ruined. Lin Ping'an, what are you lamenting about? Dandan retorted impatiently. I've lost my virginity. My innocence is gone. Boo-hoo. Lin Ping'an's expression was one of bitter distress. Yet your cultivation has ascended to the spirit origin realm, and you have awakened the pure yang sacred body. Isn't this a fair trade? A 2-for-1 bargain, that is not even comparable. Dandan, somewhat exasperated, inquired, Tell me, how does your master compare in beauty? Beautiful. Without a doubt, Yunmingyu is as stunning as a celestial being. Her looks unparalleled. She is not only the most beautiful woman in Yuntian sect, but also ranks among the top 10 beauties of the northern region, though she may be a bit older. Her grace has only deepened, possessing an allure that surpasses that of mere young maidens. Do you have feelings for your master? The final word almost escaped his lips before Lin Ping'an hastily shut his mouth. What? Were you about to reveal your true feelings? She is my master. There must never be such a relationship between master and disciple. Besides, if your master is unconcerned, why should you worry? She has already allowed you to call her wife. What is there to hesitate about? This. Lin Ping'an found himself in a quandary. As a man, it is often better to comply than to resist. Just yield to her. Dandan chuckled. At that moment, Lin Ping'an's head throbbed, and he clutched his temples, rolling on the bed in distress. This is truly vexing. Consider what actions might help you find some calm. Suddenly sitting upright, Lin Ping'an exclaimed, Cultivation, you are quite a peculiar one. Without hesitation, Lin Ping'an donned his clothing and made his way outside. As he walked along the path, he suddenly spoke up. Dandan, I've made up my mind. Big brother, I was just dozing off. Dandin grumbled. Irritated. If I had to rely on you for sustenance, I would genuinely want to strangle you. Speak your mind. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older is worth a gold brick. Since my master is significantly older than me, isn't that akin to embracing a colossal gold brick? Lin Ping'an rubbed his chin thoughtfully, analyzing the situation. Moreover, my master has been single for years, without a partner. I've just recently called off my engagement. I might as well just accept her, after all. In those tales, characters often marry their aunts or cousins. What's the harm in a disciple marrying his master? Lin Ping'an declared earnestly. That is the right way to think. Chapter 6. The All-Spirits Breathing Technique. Did you absorb it all? Lin Ping'an landed atop a mountain peak, where a first-tier spirit gathering array was situated. The moment he stepped within, he was recognized. Look, isn't that Lin Ping'an, the direct disciple from the Misty Peak? What brings him here? Indeed. This waste. Isn't he supposed to be regressing in his cultivation? I haven't seen him here in ages. Is this a sign of the sun rising from the west? Faced with their mockery, Lin Ping'an chose to ignore them, continuing on his path. Dandin curiously asked, are they insulting you? Yes. Why don't you retort? Lin Ping'an chuckled lightly, responding, if a dog bites you, do you bite back? With so many mouths, it would just waste time to respond to each one. Instead of squandering time, I'd rather cultivate more. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Once my fists grow strong, they will naturally quiet down. Dandin chuckled. I didn't expect you to have such awareness at such a young age. Now, it's time to test that technique from the inheritance. Lin Ping'an sat cross-legged on the ground, gradually closing his eyes as he channeled the energy within his body. His aura was calm and steady, and with each inhale and exhale, he seemed to merge with the very essence of the universe. In an instant, outside the gathering spirit formation, the once tranquil forest stirred. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, as if singing a melody in his honor, while the brook babbled softly, its waters rippling gracefully. At that moment, it felt as though all of nature was resonating with him, echoing his presence. Suddenly, the purest spiritual energy from the heavens and earth appeared to be summoned, rushing towards him from all directions. The energy manifested as tangible strands of light, flowing in from every corner. This influx of energy swirled around him, forming a massive vortex that enveloped him completely. The rich spiritual energy surged and circled around him incessantly, gathering and intensifying. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ping'an absorbed all the energy within the formation. At this moment, the disciples within the array sensed something amiss, hastily opening their eyes and rising to their feet. What is happening? Why has the spiritual energy suddenly vanished? If you ask me, whom should I inquire? I was so close to breaking through. Isn't this a cruel joke? Could it be that the gathering spirit formation has malfunctioned? Look over there. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Lin Ping'an. The sight took them aback. They were startled to see the swirling energy around him, finally understanding why the spiritual energy had dissipated so abruptly. You little rascal, you consumed it all in one breath. What are we supposed to absorb now? Damn it. This is unbearable. A few brash youths stepped forward, led by a burly man who strode aggressively towards Lin Ping'an. Deal with him. Just as they intended to approach, they were instantly obstructed by the spiraling energy, unable to step forward even an inch. The burly man snorted coldly. Forget it. Once this guy is finished, we can deal with him then. Lin Ping'an remained oblivious to the commotion outside, fully focused on his cultivation. With a powerful inhale, the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards his body. In mere moments, it flowed into him like a multitude of rivers, rushing through his limbs and bones with a force akin to a torrent. Lin Ping'an felt his body brimming with spiritual power, an unprecedented sensation, though his eyes were closed as that punch descended. Zhang Wankai found himself with a pair of panda eyes. He let out a wretched cry and retreated violently. Covering his eyes, he pointed at Lin Ping'an and shouted, Lin Ping'an, you little bastard, how dare you strike me? Brothers, charge! At Zhang Wankai's command, a throng of underlings surged forward from all directions, aiming to pounce upon Lin Ping'an. Lin Ping'an shook his body slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. I just broke through. What better way to practice than with you lot? No sooner had he spoken than a fist hurtled toward his face. Unperturbed, he raised his own fist to meet it in a fierce collision. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed, and the assailant's fist was obliterated. Lin Ping'an remained unfazed, continuing to unleash a flurry of punches and sweeping kicks. The air was filled with anguished cries, and within moments, those ruffians lay sprawled on the ground in disarray. The onlookers were utterly dumbfounded, questioning whether it was truly Lin Ping'an who had unleashed such fury. What had he consumed today to become so formidable? Wasn't this fellow's cultivation supposed to have fallen to the third level of the spirit connection realm? How had he suddenly transformed into such a powerhouse? If you ask me, who am I to inquire? Could it be that the prodigy from years past was making a return, not far away? Leng Qing felt a stir within him, unable to remain still. What was happening? Wasn't Lin Ping'an supposed to be a waste? How had he suddenly become so powerful? A disciple beside him hastily interjected, Lin Xixiang, fear not. Zhang Wankai is a formidable spirit origin realm expert. He hasn't even made his move yet, just as the words left his mouth. Zhang Wankai stepped forward and bellowed, Lin Ping'an, you scoundrel, here's a punch for you. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a mighty blow. Lin Ping'an sidestepped effortlessly, landing lightly on the ground and shaking his fist. Coldly retorting, Lin Ping'an, I underestimated you. However, with me, Zhang Wankai, here today, you can only leave lying down. Lin Ping'an scoffed, do you enjoy barking like a dog so much? Have I given you too much face over the years? Zhang Wankai's expression twisted with rage as he shouted, Lin Ping'an, you brought this upon yourself. With that, he stomped down with a fierce step, igniting a surge of energy behind him that bore down with immense pressure. Lin Ping'an stood still, utterly unfazed. He slowly raised one hand, fingers together, transforming it into a palm, mountain-crushing palm. Chapter 8, Suppress him. Zhang Wankai roared, unleashing his palm. As it struck, the space before him trembled slightly, manifesting a colossal mountain that surged toward Lin Ping'an with lethal intent. In the face of that immense mountain, Lin Ping'an appeared as insignificant as an ant. He remained rooted, slowly lifting his head, exuding calmness. Let us see how you resist this. Zhang Wankai smirked. Resist? Do you think I need to? Arrogant. This was a third-tier technique, one that ordinary individuals could not hope to master. Zhang Wankai placed his hands on his hips, already celebrating his forthcoming victory. As his words hung in the air, Lin Ping'an charged straight toward the enormous mountain. Kid, not only are you not running, but you're also charging in. I see you've truly lost your mind. Before Zhang Wankai could finish, the mountain exploded, countless fragments scattering in all directions. Lin Ping'an had done nothing but casually throw a punch, effortlessly dismantling the looming threat. Witnessing this, Zhang Wankai's smile instantly froze, his expression contorting into one of utter despair. How is this possible? Why is it impossible? Zhang Wankai stammered, pointing at Lin Ping'an in disbelief. Aren't you at the third level of the spirit connection realm? Lin Ping'an smiled slightly. I'm afraid not. In both strength and talent, I surpass you. With that, Lin Ping'an deliberately revealed his cultivation level, a heavy aura crashing down upon Zhang Wankai. Trembling, Zhang Wankai's face filled with terror as he stuttered. Spirit origin realm third level. At that moment, he was gripped by sheer dread. Zhang Wankai, lacking any real prowess, was merely a bully who preyed on the weak. He had thought Lin Ping'an to be an easy target, only to encounter an unyielding wall. Unable to budge him, he now faced inevitable downfall. No matter. It's fortuitous you arrived that I shall use you to hone my skills today. Lin Ping'an swept his sleeve, lifting one hand slowly. 9 Heaven's mysterious sun technique. Second form, sacred sun palm. As the words fell, the sky above transformed rapidly, torrents of spiritual energy converging upon the area. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as a wave of intense heat surged forth like a flood, creating visible ripples in the air. In an instant, the clouds were painted crimson, as if set ablaze. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A resonant sound emerged, and a massive sun appeared in the heavens, accompanied by a colossal golden hand. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone stood in a daze. Could such an aura and celestial phenomenon truly be summoned by an ordinary disciple? Not only them, even the masters within the Yuntian sect were stirred by this extraordinary display. At the summit of the Yuntian sect, an elder clad in black and white robes stepped out from the grand hall, gazing into the distance. It seems that today, the Ripple Peak is quite lively. With Lin Ping'an unleashing his full power, Zhang Wankai faltered. Thud. He lost all courage, his legs buckling as he fell to his knees. Lin Ping'an, no. Ping'an Xixiang, Ping'an Di, I was wrong. I beg you, spare me. I was coerced into this. All of this is Lin Qing's doing. You should seek him for justice. Zhang Wankai, in a frenzy, pleaded for mercy. Lin Ping'an chuckled softly, responding, Fear not. I shall deal with you first, and then I will seek him out. Zhang Wankai was utterly at a loss, reduced to a pitiful state as he wept inconsolably. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. You don't merely know you were wrong. You know you are on the brink of death. Lin Ping'an raised one hand, slapping downwards. Be suppressed. As that voice reverberated through the heavens, the colossal sun descended, crashing heavily onto Zhang Wankai's body. A scream erupted, and the explosive sound resonated throughout the realm. A single palm strike created a massive crater beneath him, dust and debris scattering everywhere. Once the dust settled, Zhang Wankai lay in the pit, gazing up at Lin Ping'an with a face of despair. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his visage smeared with dirt, utterly disheveled, his body trembling violently as he convulsed. I was wrong. Don't worry. Just have a good sleep. Lin Ping'an raised his fist and struck Zhang Wankai squarely in the face. His vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Bang! At that moment, Leng Qing, who had been watching from the side, could no longer contain himself, delivering a heavy punch filled with rage, his teeth clenched in fury. Is this your plan? Zhang Wankai has been reduced to this state. Are you truly suppressing Lin Ping'an or assisting him? A subordinate lowered his head, stammering, Lin Xixiao, you can't blame me. I had no idea Lin Ping'an would become so powerful, so suddenly Leng Qing sighed deeply. Enough. I knew this bunch of useless fools would bungle things up. Thankfully, I left a contingency plan. Lin Xixiao, what contingency plan did you leave? If I cannot deal with him myself, then let the sect's people handle it. Lin Ping'an dusted off his hands and turned to face the crowd, who were all left slack-jawed, transformed into mere wooden puppets. Did they think these individuals had gathered out of boredom to watch a spectacle? They had been summoned specifically by Zhang Wankai to humiliate Lin Ping'an. And what was the result? Their schemes had backfired. All right, everyone, they have already been subdued by me. There is nothing more to see. You may disperse. The crowd, having no lingering attachments, quickly departed. Lin Ping'an hummed a tune as he turned to walk towards his cave dwelling. Just as he pushed open the door, a cold voice rang out behind him. Lin Ping'an, halt. Upon hearing that voice, he stopped and slowly turned to look. Who was it this time, so eager to seek recognition from him? Upon turning, he discovered a group of individuals standing behind him. Fully armed and exuding a menacing aura, clad in identical black training garb, their expressions were grave. Observing their attire, Lin Ping'an squinted slightly. People from the law enforcement hall, Lin Ping'an speculated. I've just dealt with Zhang Wankai, and they've arrived. It appears Leng Qing has set a trap for me. May I inquire, dear disciples, what brings you to seek me? Though Lin Ping'an's strength was lacking, he had entered the sect early and referred to nearly everyone as junior disciples. From within the crowd, a man in white stepped forward, his face stern and unyielding. Lin Ping'an, come with me. Chapter 9. Law Enforcement Hall, more like a pack of vicious dogs. The speaker was named Leng Qing, a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall and a peak spirit origin realm expert, holding a significant position. Leng Qing observed the scene from a distance, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Lin Ping'an, I am eager to witness how you shall withstand this time. I refuse to believe you dare to strike again. Even if you do strike, it would be futile. Beside him, a subordinate raised his thumb towards Lin Qing, incessantly boasting and praising. Lin, your move is truly exceptional. Lin Ping'an cast a cold glance at Leng Qing and inquired, return with you. What crime have I committed? Leng Qing produced a piece of paper from his pocket, densely filled with evidence of Lin Ping'an's alleged transgressions. Lin Ping'an of Liani Peak has attacked his fellow disciples, severely injuring Zhang Wankai and others. According to the sect's laws, we are to escort you back to the law enforcement hall. Lin Ping'an scoffed. Leng Qing, your voice is too soft. I cannot hear you. You are too far away. Why not let me see that evidence? Here you go. Leng Qing waved his hand, tossing the evidence to Lin Ping'an. Upon catching the white paper, Lin Ping'an merely glanced at it. Leng Qing, your skill in framing others is truly remarkable. You shoot the arrow first and draw the target later, waiting for me to fall into your trap. I presume. Leng Qing chuckled lightly, feigning seriousness. Brother Ping'an, you jest. This is merely the rule of our Ution sect. As a member of the law enforcement hall, I am merely following protocol. Now you understand the rules? When Zhang Wankai blocked my path earlier, where was your law enforcement hall? Leng Qing asserted. I did not witness what you described. All I know is that you attacked and injured them. The 4 characters impartial and selfless are inscribed at the entrance of your law enforcement hall. Is this how you uphold it? Not a shred of impartiality. All is personal. If I may say, what kind of law enforcement hall are you? It would be more fittingly named the Hounds of Malice Hall. Each one of you shirks your duties, becoming the lapdogs of others, biting anyone you deem unsatisfactory. Lin Ping'an laid bare the grievances he had witnessed over the years. The onlookers, hearing his heartfelt words, felt a pang of resonance. Although Lin Ping'an may be somewhat inept, his words rang true. Is Lin Ping'an really inept? Did you not just see? He could probably press us all to the ground. I used to look down on him, but this time I stand with Lin Ping'an. He is in the right. The members of the law enforcement hall are truly despicable. I was imprisoned by them once, deprived of sleep for over 10 days, tormented daily, faced with the crowd's sentiments. Leng Qing felt the pressure mounting. Lin Ping'an, what nonsense are you spouting here? Your misleading words only add to your crimes. Yang Jin bellowed. I intend not only to speak but also to act. Unperturbed, Lin Ping'an raised the evidence before the crowd and tore it to shreds. You dare to tear the evidence? Are you truly lawless? The law is dead. The people live. The law is the weapon of the disciples. Not a tool for your indulgence. What I, Lin Ping'an, proclaim today is justified. Lin Ping'an's voice resonated throughout the area, prompting applause from the crowd. Yang Jin, taken aback by the turn of events, wore a grim expression. This Lin Ping'an is certainly not a figure to be underestimated. I must resolve this matter quickly, or it will lead to endless troubles. Yang Jin glared at Lin Ping'an and shouted, Lin Ping'an, you brought this upon yourself. Today, the law enforcement hall shall enact justice upon you here. What are you waiting for? Charge. At Yang Jin's command, the disciples of the law enforcement hall surged forward, markedly different from the previous group. The weakest among them was at the first level of Ling Yuan. Yet, in the face of their assault, Lin Ping'an appeared remarkably at ease. Like a dragon gliding through water, he evaded their attacks effortlessly. They struggled to even approach him. Are you planning to keep dodging indefinitely? Dan asked with a grin. Lin Ping'an chuckled wryly. I cannot be blamed. Their speed is simply too slow. I barely move. And they cannot keep up. Of course. You are a sacred body. Even those a level above you cannot compare. Lin Ping'an smiled slightly. In that case, I shall cease my retreat and engage directly. As his words fell, Lin Ping'an stood firm. Meanwhile, the disciples of the law enforcement hall behind him were panting and shouting. Aren't you supposed to be good at running? Why have you stopped? Can't you run anymore? He slowly lifted his head. Sneering, are you not exhausted from running? Allow me to liberate you. Get lost. Lin Ping'an swung his fist forward with tremendous force. The powerful gust of wind from his punch struck the crowd with a heavy impact. Seeing this, the disciples hastily attempted to defend themselves. Unfortunately, their resistance was in vain. With one punch, they were sent sprawling, collapsing to the ground in utter disarray. What a bunch of useless fools, unable to catch even one of me. They can only watch. Yang Jin swiftly appeared before Lin Ping'an. What? Do you wish to join the fray as well? Lin Ping'an, I have no time to play with you. Let us conclude this swiftly. With that, Yang Jin pointed both fingers towards the sky. Thunderstrike. Instantly, a silver-white streak of light shot forth from his fingertips, soaring into the heavens. The clouds roiled, the winds howled, and a menacing silver lightning bolt cleaved through the sky. Descending fiercely towards Lin Ping'an. Crash, the lightning struck with blinding speed, leaving no opportunity for Lin Ping'an to evade. A formidable force erupted from the strike, unleashing a terrifying thunderous power. Boom. The rolling thunder swept across the surroundings like a raging tide, wreaking havoc in all directions. At that moment, the dazzling silver lightning completely engulfed Lin Ping'an's form. Yang Jin, with one hand behind his back, wore a smug smile. Kid, do you truly believe yourself to be remarkable? Do you dare to cause trouble before my law enforcement hall? As the lightning dissipated, a large crater was left in its wake, blackened and emitting wisps of smoke. Yang Jin turned to his disciples beside him with a cold snort. That guy is likely done for. You two, go over and bring him out. Yes, the two disciples, believing Yang Jin's words, approached the crater. Two screams pierced the air as they were hurled back from the pit, landing heavily on the ground. Their injuries were severe, resembling battered pigs, tears and blood streaming down their faces. In Lin Ping'an, do you acknowledge your crimes? What crimes have I committed? I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. Today, I shall execute justice before all. With that, Yang Wanli raised his hand, producing a long whip that crackled with thunderous energy. Yang Jin stood nearby, arms crossed, sneering. Lin Ping'an, what of your abilities, with my second granduncle present? What waves can you possibly stir? Yang Wanli pointed at him, demanding, Lin Ping'an, I shall grant you one more chance. Will you confess, or will you face punishment? Lin Ping'an clenched his teeth, retorting angrily, Old Wang Ba. You lack the qualifications to impose punishment upon me. Nonsense. I am an elder of the law enforcement hall. Why should I not have the authority to punish you? Yang Wanli asserted with conviction. I am the direct disciple of the Peak Master. Apart from my master, no one else has the right to lay a hand on me. Over the years, people have come to regard Lin Ping'an as a worthless individual. Yet they have overlooked his esteemed status. Ultimately, Lin Ping'an still holds the title of the Peak Master's personal disciple. With the words now spoken, Yang Wanli had no choice but to proceed. Yang Wanli chuckled lightly. And what of it? The law applies equally to the emperor and the commoner. Do you not think that the Peak Master himself could intervene today? With that, Yang Wanli raised the whip high and swung it fiercely toward Lin Ping'an. Just as the whip was about to strike, a delicate hand reached out and grasped it firmly. Who dares to interrupt my enforcement of justice? The whip was forcibly halted, and Yang Wanli erupted in fury, shouting, "Who is it?" Upon looking up, he beheld the peak master of Liani Peak, Yun Mingyu. As Yun Mingyu appeared, the crowd bowed in respect. "Greetings, esteemed peak master." Seeing this, Yang Wanli quickly lowered his head. "Peak master Yun, what brings you here?" Yun Mingyu shook her arm, causing the whip to explode into vapor. "Did you not summon me here just moments ago?" Turning her gaze toward Lin Ping'an, she inquired, "Little Ping'an, what did this old fellow just say?" "I did not catch it. Please repeat." Lin Ping'an nodded, glancing at Yang Wanli with a cold smile. "Old Wang Ba, it is now your turn." Affecting an innocent demeanor, Lin Ping'an replied, "Master, Elder Yang just said that not only I, but even you, master, would be powerless here. If you were present, he would strike at you as well. This old fellow had been so arrogant moments ago, and now that he was in Lin Ping'an's hands, it was only fitting to add fuel to the fire and thoroughly humiliate him." "Brat, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever say such things?" Yun Mingyu shot a glance at Yang Wanli, speaking softly. "If my disciple says you said it, then that is the truth. Or do you, Yang Wanli, have any objections?" "I have no objections." Yang Wanli's voice trailed off, for he dared not voice any dissent. Even if the head of the law enforcement hall were to arrive, he would still be required to kneel. No rush. Let us take our time discussing this. Lin Ping'an brought over a chair and smiled gently. "Master, please have a seat." Yun Mingyu sat down, crossing her legs, revealing her long, fair limbs, which were quite captivating. Lin Ping'an obediently stood behind her, his gaze fixed on her back, a smile gracing his features. His eyes did not merely regard her as a master, but rather akin to a beloved spouse. "Yang Wanli, you and your law enforcement hall have always insisted on guilt and punishment. Pray tell, what crime has my disciple committed today?" Yang Wanli paused for a moment before replying, in response to Peak Master Yun. "Lin Ping'an is innocent. Since my disciple is innocent, I must now reckon with your transgressions." Upon hearing this, both Yang Wanli and his grandson trembled, their faces etched with fear. "Little Ping'an, what did they do to you when I was away?" Lin Ping'an covered his face, pointing at them with a look of grievance. "Master, they struck me." "What? They dared to strike you?" "Peak Master, it was a misunderstanding." Yang Wanli attempted to explain but was abruptly interrupted by Yun Mingyu. "Silence. I do not wish to hear your barking." With that, Yun Mingyu raised her jade hand and delivered a resounding slap to Yang Wanli's face. Smack. The sound resonated clearly, causing Yang Wanli's face to cave in as blood gushed forth. Though he had been struck, Yang Wanli could only remain silent, not daring to utter a word of protest. Yun Mingyu turned to Lin Ping'an and gently said, "Little Ping'an, the remaining fellow is yours to deal with." "Yes, master." Lin Ping'an slowly approached, a wicked smile creeping onto his face. "Yang Jin, I'm coming over." Seeing Lin Ping'an approach, Yang Jin immediately panicked, his voice trembling. "Lin Ping'an, I advise you to be merciful." "Merciful? Do you think that is possible?" Lin Ping'an advanced and began to pummel Yang Jin. The primary reason he could do so was that with Yun Mingyu present, Yang Jin was unable to retaliate and could only stand there and endure the blows. In a display of stubborn resilience, Yang Jin remained silent, enduring the punishment with sheer physical fortitude. "This is exhausting." After thoroughly beating Yang Jin, Lin Ping'an, satisfied, stepped aside. At that moment, Yang Jin lay on the ground, bruised and battered, resembling a pig's head. The most humiliating part was that he could only accept the beating from Lin Ping'an if they were to learn that Yun Mingyu has become half of Lin Ping'an's partner. They would likely be enraged to the point of spitting blood. Of course, the eyes of the public are sharp, and some have already sensed the peculiarities. I wonder if you've noticed how unnaturally close Lin Ping'an and the master of Yunfeng appear. One cannot help but think that their relationship resembles that of a romantic couple rather than a master and disciple. You all ought to silence yourselves. If Lin Ping'an were to accompany Yun Mingyu back to her abode, it would be a lavish palace, resplendent in its ancient elegance, far surpassing the humble cave dwelling of Lin Ping'an. In the future, you shall reside here with me, alleviating numerous troubles. "Thank you, master." Upon saying this, Lin Ping'an instinctively clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. Observing this, Yun Mingyu extended a hand to stop him. "No need for such formalities. It is just the two of us here. And if you do not mind, you may call me wife here." As she spoke, a blush crept across Yun Mingyu's face. Witnessing his master's flustered demeanor, Lin Ping'an felt a twinge of embarrassment as well. He scratched his head, his expression awkward. Is it too soon to call her wife? Indeed, we are not yet wed, so such an address may not be appropriate. Yun Mingyu nodded in agreement and continued, "How about calling me Xiao Yuyan?" "Xiao Meng Meng." Xiao. The more she spoke, the more Lin Ping'an's expression soured. "Let's just go with Mingyu, shall we?" Yun Mingyu leaned closer, entwining her arm with Lin Ping'an's, and giggled playfully. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. In that moment, Yun Mingyu seemed less like the venerable peak master and more akin to a lively, charming young girl. Chapter 12. Should anyone bully you in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. Come with me. Let us inspect your quarters. All right. Lin Ping'an followed Yun Mingyu to her room, which was separated from her private chamber by merely a wall, with a simple push of the door. He found himself in her spacious quarters, which were even grander than his previous cave dwelling. The room was vast, furnished with a bed, and the surrounding space was so ample that one could roll on the floor for quite some time without obstruction. Lin Ping'an had never resided in such opulence. Even his own home could not compare. He stood rooted in place, resembling a wooden statue. What is the matter? Are you silent? Do you dislike it? Yun Mingyu inquired with curiosity. Lin Ping'an was still in a daze, frozen in place. If it is too much, would you consider sharing a room with me? Lin Ping'an gasped in surprise, his face a picture of astonishment. He quickly waved his hands, saying, perhaps that is unnecessary. I shall remain here. Yun Mingyu pouted, her expression growing considerably serious. What is it, Xiao Ping'an? Are you rejecting my company? Observing the change in Yun Mingyu's demeanor, Lin Ping'an felt a pang of anxiety and hurried to clarify. Master, that was not my intention. Call me Mingyu. All right, Mingyu. Lin Ping'an scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. Yun Mingyu stepped closer, a worried look on her face, and asked, are you hurt anywhere? No, I feel quite well. In excellent health? Is that so? Then shall we test it again tonight? At this, Lin Ping'an felt himself weaken. Well, Mingyu, my waist is still a bit sore. It is not that Lin Ping'an was evading. Rather, Yun Mingyu was simply too vigorous, and he could hardly keep up. All right, I was merely jesting. Yun Mingyu examined Lin Ping'an's physique closely, murmuring, it seems you have gained quite a bit after our dual cultivation. Your cultivation level has significantly increased. It appears that our little genius from Liani Peak is making a comeback. I wonder what kind of stir he will cause within the Yun Tian sect. Yun Mingyu teased with a smile. Lin Ping'an chuckled sheepishly. It was merely luck. You should know, this world respects strength above all. There is little room for luck in such matters. After saying this, she stepped forward, rose on her toes, and gently ruffled Lin Ping'an's hair. Xiao Ping'an, you are my disciple, and also my man. That we are family now. Should anyone dare to bully you in the Yun Tian sect, let me know. That I will see to it that they are dealt with. Lin Ping'an smiled faintly and nodded slightly. All right, I have matters to attend to. You stay here and do not wander. Yun Mingyu turned to leave, her smile vanishing in an instant. Her fingers clenched into a fist, a flicker of anger in her eyes as she soared into the distance. It was time to settle accounts with them. Yun Tian sect, Wanlei Peak. Yang Wanli knelt in the main hall, his head bowed, trembling uncontrollably. Although the law enforcement hall oversees the disciples of Yun Tian sect, it is subordinate to Wanlei Peak. With trouble brewing, it was only natural that someone would seek retribution from him. Atop the main seat sat a middle-aged man with graying temples, a serious expression, and an aura of menace about him. This man was none other than the master of Wanlei Peak. Lei Haotian, young Wanli, since you are here, why not recount the events of today? Young Wanli knew he could not escape retribution, and he knelt, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Peak Master, I was wrong. I had no prior knowledge. Had I known that Lin Ping'an was the direct disciple of the master of Yufeng, even with 10 times the courage, I would not dare. Lei Haotian snorted coldly. Young Wanli, do you take me for a fool? Lin Ping'an's status within the Yun Tian sect is known to all. He has been a member of our sect for quite some time. Do you truly believe me to be naive? Upon hearing this, Yang Wanli collapsed to the ground, murmuring, Peak Master, I was wrong. I beg you spare me. I have made no contributions to Wanlei Peak, but I have endured hardships. Lei Haotian remained silent, gesturing to Yang Wanli's injuries and asking, by the way, how did you sustain those wounds? The master of Yunfeng did it. Lei Haotian chuckled lightly. You ought to thank the master of Yunfeng. She merely struck you and did not cleave you in two. At these words, Yang Wanli trembled violently, filled with dread. Suddenly, the doors of the hall swung open, a cold wind sweeping in. Yang Wanli felt a chill run down his spine and turned abruptly to look behind him. Yet, after scanning for a while, he found nothing but emptiness. Lei Haotian seemed to sense something, waving his hand at Yang Wanli. Enough. You have no business here. Leave at once. Yes. Yang Wanli had barely taken a few steps when Lei Haotian added, remember, do not provoke those you cannot afford to anger. For the time being, keep your grandson in line and refrain from causing any trouble. Understood. Yang Wanli left in a dejected manner, and as he stepped out of the grand hall, the doors slammed shut with a resounding thud. Bang! The sound of the door echoed ominously throughout the hall. At this moment, Lei Haotian's expression grew more serious. He raised a hand and cleared his throat. Little junior sister, since you are here, do not hide. Come out and chat with me. As his words fell, a gust of wind swept through, and Yun Mingyu appeared in a nearby seat. She seemed as if she were a specter, appearing and disappearing silently. She casually picked up a cup of tea and took a delicate sip. This tea was gifted by a friend of mine. It is quite fine. Give it a try. No wonder. It tastes so dreadful. Brother Lei, you remain as lacking in taste as you were in the past. Lei Haotian was not angered. Instead, he managed a begrudging smile. I am no connoisseur of tea. I simply drink it for amusement. By the way, little junior sister, the last time you visited Wanlei Peak was decades ago. What brings you here today? Lei Haotian feigned ignorance, asking a question he already knew the answer to. Why am I here? Surely you must know, brother. I have come to seek an explanation. Little junior sister, what explanation do you seek? Yun Mingyu's expression turned serious as she coldly stated, brother. The law enforcement hall ultimately falls under the purview of Wanlei Peak. Does it not? It does. The personnel of the law enforcement hall bullied my disciple. Do you not think I should come to you for an explanation? Lei Haotian, lacking a solid defense, could only force a smile. I have heard of this matter. It was merely a misunderstanding. It is quite normal for disciples to playfully spar. Yun Mingyu chuckled lightly and continued, Brother Lei, you should know that Lin Ping'an is my only disciple after all these years. How you treat him reflects upon me, Yun Mingyu. In that moment, Yun Mingyu's demeanor shifted. A palpable aura of menace emanated from her, despite being the youngest among the peak masters. Her profound cultivation meant that few within the Yun Tian sect could stand against her should she choose to engage in conflict. Under pressure, Lei Haotian retreated. So, are you here to demand an apology? An apology can be set aside. Let us proceed directly to the next step, compensation. Yun Mingyu wasted no time, getting straight to the point. Little junior sister, how much do you seek? Everything you have. I want. Chapter 13. Asking is merely a matter of picking up. The enforcement of heavenly thunder. After negotiating for a time, Yun Mingyu emerged from the hall of the master of Wanlei Peak. With Lei Haotian trailing behind, all smiles. Little junior sister, take care. Do visit often. He spoke those words, yet his heart harbored a different sentiment, for after all, Yun Mingyu had extracted a considerable amount from him this time. Despite the smile still plastered on his face, his heart had long begun to bleed. Yun Mingyu turned to glance at Lei Haotian, her voice icy as she remarked, Senior Brother Lei, remember to keep a tight rein on your subordinates. Next time, things may not be so amicable. Understood. Understood. As her words fell, Yun Mingyu transformed into a streak of silvery light, soaring into the distance. Upon witnessing her departure, Lei Haotian finally exhaled, relieved to see this formidable figure leave. He then turned to the elder behind him and coldly commanded, send word down to ensure those fellows in the law enforcement hall behave themselves and refrain from causing trouble. Yes, at that moment, Lin Ping'an was seated cross-legged in his room, cultivating his spiritual energy. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door, prompting Lin Ping'an to slowly open his eyes. Who is it? No one replied, and the door swung open. In the next instant, Yun Mingyu poked her head in, offering him a faint smile. Little Ping'an, who else could it be apart from me? Mingyu, you're back. Where did you just go? Oh, nothing much. Just felt a bit bored and went out for a stroll. By the way, here is something for you. With that, Yun Mingyu gracefully flicked her wrist, tossing a Qianquan bag to Lin Ping'an. Mingyu, what is this? Yun Mingyu responded, open it and see for yourself. Lin Ping'an stepped forward and opened it with a flourish. To his astonishment, the bag was filled to the brim with rare treasures and resources. Mingyu, didn't you just go for a walk? Where did all this come from? Yun Mingyu lightly exclaimed, these are all things I picked up while out. Picked up? Who would believe that? This Qianquan bag is brimming with treasures, not trash. Well, how these things came to be is of no concern to you. Just accept them. They are all for you. Before Lin Ping'an could respond, Dandan grew anxious. You better speak up quickly. Such treasures should not be left unclaimed. All right then. Thank you. Yun Mingyu smiled gently. Between us, there is no need for such formalities. After their exchange, Yun Mingyu departed. Lin Ping'an closed the door and sat down, gazing at the trove of treasures scattered around him, murmuring, what on earth am I to do with all this? If you don't know how to handle it, I shall assist you. As the words fell, Lin Ping'an's brow lit up, a swirl of black mist erupting from his forehead, enveloping everything in its grasp. In the blink of an eye, all the treasures had vanished. Lin Ping'an rubbed his eyes, bewildered. Where did everything go? Dandan, What did you do with my treasures? Burp. Dandan, what was that sound? Dandan chuckled. That was just me burping. Burping. Lin Ping'an suddenly felt a sense of foreboding and quickly questioned, You didn't eat my treasures. Did you? You guessed it right. I devoured them all. After all these years living within you, I've endured nothing but hardship. Now that you've struck it rich, I must indulge myself. Dandan chuckled that at least leave me some. No worries, by consuming these treasures, you will also reap the benefits. Benefits? What benefits? Lin Ping'an asked, perplexed. Take a closer look. Lin Ping'an closed his eyes to meditate, and in their dialogue, he felt his cultivation level surge once more. Now reaching the 7th level of the spirit origin realm, did I just break through 4 levels at once? Lin Ping'an exclaimed in astonishment. How about that? I told you there are benefits, after all. I haven't forgotten about you. Lin Ping'an's expression shifted, a wry smile gracing his lips. Dandan, if I had refined those treasures, the increase in my power would likely have exceeded just 4 levels, right? Dandan awkwardly laughed. Well, at least I helped you save the trouble of refining them. Besides, I'm in the midst of growing. Once I hatch, I'll support you. Hatch, by the way, what exactly are you? You're the one who has something. Lin Ping'an chuckled. Are you not something yourself? I am Dandan stuttered, becoming dizzy from the roundabout conversation. Never mind. My head is spinning. Lin Ping'an, curious, asked, Dandan, where do you come from? Why are you inside me? Truth be told, I've forgotten the past. I just woke up inside your body. I see. Observing Dandan's reaction, Lin Ping'an believed he was not lying and nodded without further inquiry. Suddenly, Dandan recalled something, saying, Oh, I left something for you. Check the ground. What is it? Lin Ping'an looked down to see a scroll in the corner. And no wonder you left it. It seems you couldn't eat it. Leaving it for you is a good deed. So stop being picky and open it to see what's inside. Lin Ping'an unrolled the scroll, revealing 4 large characters. GT lay FA. Upon seeing the title, Lin Ping'an's body jolted, his expression turning serious. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the scroll, if it comes to it? I can eat it. Hearing this, Lin Ping'an quickly responded, You must not eat this scroll. Then why did you react so strongly just now? Dandan inquired, intrigued. The Jian Lei Fa is the peak treasure technique of the Wan Lei Peak in the Yuntian sect. Having spent considerable time in the Yuntian sect, Lin Ping'an understood these matters well. There were 7 major peaks in the Yuntian sect, each possessing a unique peak treasure technique, typically accessible only to the chief disciple. Furthermore, these techniques were profoundly complex. Merely having the opportunity to practice did not guarantee one could master them. Your master treats you quite well. Not only did she give you so many treasures, but she also provided you with a treasure technique. Lin Ping'an scratched his head, a smug smile appearing. After all, I am her man. Dandan burst into laughter. I thought you were going to say something profound. Turns out you're just showing off, but I wonder what her intentions are in giving me this Jian Lei Fa. Lin Ping'an furrowed his brows, lost in thought. Dandan chuckled. Why worry so much? After all, your master has given it to you. If anything goes wrong, she'll take responsibility. The treasure technique handed to you should be practiced without hesitation. Dandan, you speak wisely. Let us proceed, as you suggest. Chapter 14. Has it succeeded? Is this what talent looks like? Lin Ping'an cradled the scroll in his hands, his gaze scanning its contents rapidly. After a thorough reading, he promptly closed it. What's wrong? Is it too difficult? You read it once and want to read it again. Lin Ping'an shook his head with a smile, replying, I've already memorized everything written on this scroll. Dandan looked astonished. You have such a good memory. I suppose it's talent. Indeed. As long as one is a sacred body, they are all extraordinary. Lin Ping'an rose and stepped out into the backyard, a spacious area perfect for cultivation. He swiftly formed a hand seal, reciting the incantation aloud. Thunder God, assist me. Does this scroll contain such an incantation? Lin Ping'an grinned. That was a spontaneous addition. As the incantation resonated, lightning surged in Lin Ping'an's palm, coalescing into a silvery lightning pattern that hovered in the air. The terrifying pressure emanating from that lightning caused the surrounding void to tremble, the very fabric of space twisting violently. Has it succeeded? Lin Ping'an gazed at the lightning pattern in his hand, his heart racing. Lin Ping'an, you are truly a genius. Dandan couldn't help but exclaim, knowing this was a peak treasure technique, achieving it on the first attempt. Even Dandan was unable to contain his exclamation. It was known that even the current chief disciple of Wan Lei Peak had yet to master this technique, yet Lin Ping'an, a mere novice, had succeeded. If they found out, they would surely be furious enough to spit blood. Quickly, let us test its power. All right, Lin Ping'an raised one hand and struck forward. Jian Lei Fa, fall, with Lin Ping'an's command. A thunderous roar erupted from the heavens, akin to the furious roar of an ancient beast. The thunder rolled like war drums, resounding across the sky. The dense thunderclouds churned, and a bolt of lightning streaked down from the sky. Like a fearsome lightning dragon pouncing down, crashing heavily onto the ground. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed, and dazzling lightning instantly filled the entire backyard. As this strike descended, the ground trembled violently, shaking the earth and mountains, showcasing its extraordinary power. Seeing this, Lin Ping'an quickly retreated, barely avoiding the aftermath of his own attack. As the lightning faded, he slowly looked up to find a massive pit where he had struck. Interlaced with arcs of lightning, the pit charred black. Lin Ping'an approached the pit, his lips twitching slightly. Wow, that strike was far too powerful. After all, it was a peak treasure technique. Could it be anything less? That makes sense. Lin Ping'an scratched his head, a bitter smile crossing his face. Just as he finished speaking, a gust of wind swept in, and Yunming appeared beside him like a wraith. Little Ping'an, are you all right? That thunder didn't hurt you, did it? Yunming wore an anxious expression. Fear not. I am unharmed, Lin Ping'an replied with a faint smile. Yunming gazed at the sky and murmured. I distinctly remember setting up a barrier here. How could it suddenly thunder? Lin Ping'an chuckled softly and explained. Actually, the thunder was summoned by me. You summoned it? Yunming's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Indeed. I called it forth. Have you mastered the technique I bestowed upon you? Yes, indeed. Lin Ping'an nodded with a smile. Yunming beamed, as expected of my man. Lin Ping'an, your learning is remarkably swift. It is a necessity, Lin Ping'an replied, pride evident on his face. Yunming slowly lifted her gaze towards the direction of Wanlei Peak. If that old coot, Lei Haotian, were to find out, he would likely be infuriated to the point of spewing blood. At that moment, in the grand hall of Wanlei Peak, Lei Haotian and a group of elders sat, the atmosphere heavy, their expression serious. Peak Master, what did you just say? You have handed over the Jitian Thunder technique. That is our Wanlei Peak's treasure. You simply gave it to an outsider. Lei Haotian maintained a stern demeanor and coughed lightly. Let me reiterate, what I provided was merely a copy. As soon as he finished speaking, another voice chimed in, but the original and the copy may differ in name, yet their contents are identical. What if it leaks out? Lei Haotian's brow furrowed slightly, his patience evidently wearing thin. All right, calm down. There is nothing to worry about. The Cloud Peak Master is my junior sister. I know her well. What purpose would she have for this technique? At most, it would be for her disciple, Lin Ping'an. Lin Ping'an? Upon hearing that name, the crowd exchanged glances, their expressions varying. Oh, it's him. Then there's no issue. He was a genius once, but alas, he has wasted away. Lei Haotian waved his hand, clearly impatient. Does anyone have further objections? If not, you may disperse. Perhaps he had not anticipated that it would be Lin Ping'an who would assuage their concerns. Upon learning that the technique had been given to Lin Ping'an, their apprehensions faded, and they silently rose to leave the grand hall. Little did they know, this matter, which they believed could never transpire, had already concluded. Seeing this, Lei Haotian finally exhaled a sigh of relief and grumbled. A bunch of old stubborn fools, only now do they realize the urgency. Where were they when my junior sister arrived? They all turned into turtles withdrawing into their shells. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed from outside the hall. Startled, Lei Haotian sprang to his feet and peered outside. Thunder. That aura. Why does it feel so familiar? Jitian Thunder technique. Could it be? After contemplating for a moment, Lei Haotian shook his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just as they said. Lin Ping'an has been rendered useless. How could he possibly master it so quickly? A young attendant hurriedly entered, speaking softly. Peak Master, the matter you asked me to investigate has yielded results. Speak. What have you found? It appears that Lin Ping'an is not the same as before. Reports indicate that he has restored his cultivation to the Spirit Sea realm and single-handedly defeated over 100 disciples. Do not say any more. Cease your words, Lei Haotian thought to himself. Once, Lin Ping'an entered our Yuntian sect as a young genius. Could it be that the prodigy of yesteryears has returned, with a furrowed brow? Lei Haotian pressed on. From which direction did that thunder sound? It seemed to originate from Liani Peak. It is likely someone is practicing the thunder technique there. This revelation, Lei Haotian's heart sank, nearly causing him to stumble. Could it be that the Jitian Thunder technique has truly been mastered by that boy? This is disastrous. All is lost. Chapter 15. Calling her wife? Revenge must be swift. after mastering the Zhitian thunder technique. Lin Ping'an did not rush to seek immediate results. Instead, he entered a secluded cultivation for 3 days. Bang! Lin Ping'an kicked open the door, his demeanor striking and his spirit noticeably uplifted. I have succeeded, he exclaimed, laughing heartily. Just then, Yun Mingyu's voice rang out from nearby. Little Ping'an, you have emerged from seclusion? Lin Ping'an looked up to find Yun Mingyu watching him from a distance. Yes, I have completed my cultivation. He nodded. Suddenly, an unpleasant odor wafted towards him. What is that smell? Oh, I was cooking. At this, Lin Ping'an's heart skipped a beat, astonished. Mingyu, you can cook. It was not that Lin Ping'an was being peculiar. After so many years under Yun Mingyu's tutelage, he had never witnessed her in the kitchen. Moreover, given her exalted status, she likely only needed to absorb spiritual energy daily, rendering food unnecessary. Just because I am at this level does not mean I cannot learn. Yun Mingyu pouted, a hint of pride on her face. Mingyu, let me handle the cooking from now on. You need not trouble yourself. What are you saying? I will be marrying you in the future. So naturally, I must learn to cook as a wife. Yun Mingyu declared, hands on her hips, speaking earnestly. Very well. Shall we take a look? Yes, Lin Ping'an replied as he pushed open the kitchen door, observing the setup. It was clear that the kitchen had rarely been used. Following the scent, he peered into a large pot, only to discover a heap of black, unidentifiable substances. Ugh, the smell of this thing is simply unbearable. I nearly retched. Holding his nose, Lin Ping'an pointed to the contents of the pot and inquired, Master, what is this? I heard it's good for the body to drink old hen soup. Last time you mentioned your back hurt. So I added a lot of goji berries. Upon hearing this, Lin Ping'an turned back, taking a closer look. Is this old hen soup? Indeed, this is my carefully crafted. Lin Ping'an gazed at the chaotic scene in the pot. Almost losing his stomach, this was hardly old hen soup. If one claimed it was poison, he would readily believe it. Here, taste it and see how it is. At this, Lin Ping'an panicked, hastily searching for an excuse to escape. Master, I suddenly remembered that I have some matters to attend to, so I won't be eating. With that, Lin Ping'an swiftly turned to leave. Just as he took a few steps, Yun Mingyu's voice rang out sharply. Stop! Hearing her command, Lin Ping'an froze in place. Internally, he lamented, Oh no, my master surely intends to drag me back to drink that concoction. If I consume that, I might just die on the spot. The mere thought sent chills down his spine. Dandan, the mischievous spirit, chuckled. Some people, this time, cannot escape. Lin Ping'an slowly turned to face Yun Mingyu, hesitantly asking, Mingyu, what do you need from me? Before she could respond, Lin Ping'an quickly added, Actually, I just snuck a bite in my room. So I'm not hungry right now. Perhaps next time? Yun Mingyu smiled silently and stepped closer, pinching Lin Ping'an's cheek with a gentle smile. Little Ping'an, if you do not wish to drink, then we won't. I will not force you. At that moment, Dandan in the sea of consciousness fell silent. Damn it, I thought I would see some good entertainment, but instead, it's just dog food. How boring, Dandan muttered. Mingyu, you are truly wonderful. Lin Ping'an expressed, his heart filled with gratitude. Call me wife and let me hear it. Wife. Yun Mingyu clearly was unprepared. As soon as Lin Ping'an's words fell, her body shivered, a flush blooming on her cheeks. All right, you may go now. Yes. After Lin Ping'an departed, Yun Mingyu turned her gaze back to the pot. This old hen soup truly so unpalatable. I shall give it a taste. Yun Mingyu picked up a spoon, opened her mouth, and took a sip. Ugh, the moment it touched her tongue, she spit it out. No wonder little Ping'an refused to eat. This is hardly fit for human consumption. It seems my culinary skills need much more practice. Lin Ping'an strolled along the path, humming a cheerful tune, visibly content. Dandan curiously inquired, Where are you off to, so cheerful? Naturally, I am seeking revenge. Seeking revenge. That fellow Yang Jin attacked me previously. I do not like to owe debts. Any grievances must be avenged immediately, Lin Ping'an replied with a calm smile. Indeed, that guy also practices the thunder technique. It is only fitting to compare strengths. Need it be said, I must crush him. Lin Ping'an soared from Liani Peak, heading towards the law enforcement hall. He landed before the hall, its grand doors firmly shut. Following recent events, Lei Haoqian had issued a strict order to avoid trouble. Thus, the entire law enforcement hall was now closed. What? Do they think closing the doors will resolve this matter? Not a chance. Lin Ping'an struck the door with fervor, the sound echoing throughout the mountain. After a while, a crowd began to gather before the law enforcement hall. Who was beating the drum for justice? Did they not say the law enforcement hall is temporarily closed for a month? Wait a moment. Why does this guy look so familiar? Isn't this Lin Ping'an, the one who previously thrashed the disciples of the law enforcement hall at Liani Peak? It is him. I heard that the Cloud Peak Master intervened back then. What is he doing here today? Could it be he seeks to settle the score with the law enforcement hall? As time passed, even the personnel of the law enforcement hall could no longer endure the commotion. The door creaked open, and a disciple lazily emerged from within. Who the hell are you? Are you out of your mind? I told you that the door would remain shut for the next few days. Before he could finish his words, Lin Ping'an surged forward and delivered a swift kick. Bang! The man was propelled like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. One moment, he was shouting, and the next, he lay sprawled on the floor, clutching his chest. Ouch! That hurts. How dare you hit me? Lin Ping'an regarded him coldly and said, if you're not dead, get up and relay a message to those inside. Tell that bastard Yang Jin to come out. I, Lin Ping'an, am here waiting for him. The mere mention of that name made the disciple shrink back in fear. All right, Lin Shixiang, I'll go inform them right away. At that moment, Yang and his grandson were seated inside, sipping tea and chatting. Second uncle, what should we do about Lin Ping'an? Yang Wanli shook his head and replied gravely, I went to see the Peak Master, and he advised us not to provoke Lin Ping'an anymore. As long as you stay put, I don't believe he dares to come here and cause trouble. Just as he finished speaking, the disciple rushed in, panic written all over his face. Elder Yang, Lin Ping'an is here. Yang Wanli's mouth twitched in disbelief at the rapid turn of events. Chapter 16. I apologize, but now I am stronger than you. Yang Wanli sighed heavily and asked solemnly, did Lin Ping'an mention his purpose for coming? He did. He specifically requested to see brother Yang Jin. Yang Jin furrowed his brow and murmured, Lin Ping'an truly overestimates himself that I didn't seek him out, yet he dares to come here. As he prepared to rise, Yang Wanli admonished him, what do you think you're doing? Have you forgotten the dire consequences of your previous actions? Of course I remember, but hiding here, what does that make us? Isn't it just inviting ridicule upon the law enforcement hall? You should be aware that had you not agreed to that deal with the Nayland family brat, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Yang Wanli shook his head helplessly and turned to the disciple. Have the elite disciples of the law enforcement hall check it out. If they can send him away, that would be ideal. Yes, I will arrange it right away in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The disciple returned. Yang Wanli, his expression heavy as water, asked in confusion, didn't I tell you to call for help? Why are you back already? Elder Yang, all the elite disciples of the law enforcement hall have been defeated by Lin Ping'an. He took them down one by one. None stood a chance against him. Yang Wanli was at his wit's end, unsure of how to resolve this mess. Just then, Lin Ping'an's voice echoed from outside. Yang Jin, are you hiding like a turtle? How long do you plan to cower in there? You can cause trouble for me, but now that I am here looking for you, what are you afraid of? Stop pretending. If you're a man, come out quickly. If not, throw away your useless little stick and hurry into the palace. Yang Jin, do you enjoy acting like a beast? Did your floating would disappear? Or are you the only one at home? Just a bowl is enough for a reunion meal. Lin Ping'an stood outside the law enforcement hall, chastising him with a makeshift horn. His mouth never ceased, spewing insults like a machine gun, leaving everyone in stitches. Not even someone as hot-tempered as Yang Jin could remain unfazed. His fury reached a boiling point, his fists clenched tightly. Bang! Yang Jin slammed his fist down, shattering the nearby table. He could tolerate a lot, but this was beyond even his grandfather's patience. With that, Yang Jin charged out. Yang Jin, come back! Yang Wanli called out, but to no avail. Frustrated, he stomped his foot in place. This Yang Jin is truly foolish. What if something goes wrong? How will I explain this? The disciple looked at Yang Wanli, stammering, Elder Yang, why don't you go take a look? Look at what? This is his mess. I don't want to get beaten for it. Each matter should be dealt with separately. No one wants to get involved in a beating. Yang Jin had endured long enough and was determined to vent his frustrations. He burst out, shouting, Lin Ping'an, why are you barking outside? I'm not barking. It's you who came out and started yapping. Lin Ping'an retorted with a cold laugh. At his words, the crowd erupted in laughter. Yang Jin had never faced such humiliation before. His anger eclipsed all rational thought. Lin Ping'an, you're courting death. With a furious roar, he lunged at Lin Ping'an. Unfazed, Lin Ping'an stood his ground, watching him approach calmly. What is this? You just finished barking and now you want to bite. Shut up. Yang Jin bellowed, throwing a powerful punch. Lin Ping'an could have dodged, but he chose to meet the attack head. So eager. Let us see whose fist is stronger. Without hesitation, Lin Ping'an raised his fist, and the two collided. Boom! The sound of their fists meeting was deafening, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The two stood firm, fists locked in a stalemate. Yang Jin slowly lifted his head, sweat trickling down his forehead. He anticipated that, in just a few days, Lin Ping'an would become so formidable, capable of matching him blow for blow. Hearing this, Lin Ping'an couldn't help but chuckle. Match you blow for blow? Brother, are you joking with me? Lin Ping'an, don't think that a few compliments will elevate you. Tell me, is there a chance? Lin Ping'an smirked, revealing a set of sharp, white teeth, resembling a hunting wolf, that I only used 10% of my strength. What? 10%? Yang Jin gasped, his expression darkening as he realized that to stand toe-to-toe with Lin Ping'an, he had exerted all his strength. And now to hear that Lin Ping'an hadn't even used a fraction of his power was disheartening. Next, it's 30%. As those words left his lips, Yang Jin's fist trembled violently, his body quaking as if caught in a tempest. He clenched his fist tightly, attempting to strike again. I told you. You're too weak. You can't win. Get lost. With Lin Ping'an's command, Yang Jin's body flew backward like a cannonball. Boom! In the blink of an eye, he crashed into a wall, which couldn't withstand the sheer force, and shattered, leaving a human-shaped void. Yang Jin landed hard, creating a deep crater, dust swirling around him. Witnessing this, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. What did I tell you? Lin Ping'an is no longer the useless person he once was. He has flipped the script. No, the prodigy has returned. Wow, Lin Ping'an's rate of improvement is astonishing. The last time I saw him, he was at the 3rd level of the spirit origin realm, and now he is at the 7th level in just a few days. Lin Ping'an listened to the praises, maintaining a calm demeanor. Though inwardly he was elated. After being berated for so many years, suddenly receiving compliments felt wonderfully satisfying. Ahem. Suddenly, a coughing sound broke the moment, and Yang Jin emerged from the rubble, disheveled and looking quite pitiful. He raised a hand to wipe the blood from his mouth. Kid, I underestimated you. Lin Ping'an, with one hand casually tucked behind his back, wore a cheerful smile. And no matter how you slice it, I am stronger than you now. Chapter 17. Brother, you lack power. After a bout of bravado, Yang Jin slowly lowered his head, sizing up Lin Ping'an from head to toe. Lin Ping'an's cultivation had nearly caught up to his own. He wondered how strong Lin Ping'an was now. I cannot afford to delay. I must end this swiftly and not give him an inch of opportunity. Yang Jin's brow furrowed, and a resolution formed in his heart. He brought his fingers together, and his aura surged dramatically, the spiritual energy around him roiling violently. The force unleashed caused the clouds above to churn wildly, like a stampede of horses or turbulent waves crashing against the shore. His eyes widened fiercely, glinting with menace as he shouted, lightning summoning technique. Upon hearing this, Lin Ping'an couldn't help but chuckled. Is that all you know how to do? You used this last time, and now you're using it again. You haven't grown tired of it, but I have. Yang Jin shot Lin Ping'an a glare, retorting defiantly, so what? Using this technique is enough to defeat you. Lin Ping'an nodded with a grin. All right, let us see how you plan to win against me. In an instant, the heavens shifted, as if Yang Jin's roar had shaken the very foundations of the earth. Whoosh! A streak of silver lightning flashed from the turbulent clouds, accompanied by a fierce momentum, slicing through the sky. The silver lightning moved with such speed, resembling a sharp spear forged by the heavens, its tip glimmering with a chilling radiance as it hurtled toward Lin Ping'an. Is this the lightning summoning technique of the Wanlei Peak? The technique of thunder strike appears rather ordinary, yet it possesses such formidable power. One wonders to what level Brother Yang Jin has cultivated it. Look over there. What is Lin Ping'an doing? In the eyes of these onlookers, Yang Jin's move may seem somewhat impressive, but to Lin Ping'an, it is simply utterly feeble. At this moment, Lin Ping'an stands quietly, his garments fluttering in the breeze. His expression is tranquil as water, devoid of any hint of panic. The impending violent thunderstorm above him feels to him like a gentle breeze, bearing no threat whatsoever. Yang Jin gazes at Lin Ping'an and snorts coldly. Lin Ping'an, you are being excessively arrogant, are you not? This time, you won't even attempt to evade it. What power does this thing possess that I should fear? Lin Ping'an, hands on his hips, shouts back at Yang Jin. This is entirely of your own making. As his words fall, the ferocious thunder crashes down, wreaking havoc around, filling the air with the acrid smell of burnt residue. Just as the thunder is about to strike Lin Ping'an, it suddenly halts mid-air, As if blocked by an invisible wall, an intangible barrier rises around Lin Ping'an, encasing him within. Regardless of how violently the thunder rages, it cannot inflict the slightest harm upon him. How is this even possible? Leng Qing, in disbelief, grits his teeth and channels all his strength, pushing the power of the lightning to its utmost limit. The bolt of lightning before him visibly intensifies. Its might multiplied several times compared to before, yet it still fails to breach Lin Ping'an's defense. Yawn. Lin Ping'an stretches lazily, a nonchalant expression on his face. Leng Qing, have you not eaten? Or are you simply incapable? After all this time, when will you manage to break through? Lin Ping'an, do not be so smug. Faced with such a situation, Leng Qing finds himself at a loss for words, merely resorting to bravado. Lin Ping'an smiles slightly. I shall be smug. If you are unconvinced, come and strike me. Upon hearing this, Leng Qing falls silent, for Lin Ping'an revels in seeing him vexed yet powerless to retaliate. You, enough? Enough? I have no time to play with you any longer. Lin Ping'an raises a hand, unleashing a surge of invisible power. Whoosh! A tempest roars forth, swiftly distorting the violent thunder in mere moments. The menacing lightning conjured by Leng Qing is compressed into a silvery orb of light. Grasping the orb, Lin Ping'an holds it aloft in his palm. He clenches his fist and shatters it. Boom! The orb explodes, releasing torrents of lightning that ripple through the air, akin to stone striking a river. Brother, your attempt is futile. Leng Qing's brow furrows, his expression darkening. Impossible, this cannot be. Your lightning technique is lacking. Allow me to demonstrate mine. Lin Ping'an's lips curl into a smirk as he unleashes a glimmer of cold light from his eyes. His aura radiating outward. With a single hand, he weaves a spell with fluid grace. As the hand sign is completed, faint rumbles of thunder resonate around him. He abruptly raises his hand, palm facing upward, and an ancient lightning sigil materializes. In an instant, dazzling lightning erupts from his palm, as radiant as a newly born star. Thunder God, aid me. Lin Ping'an opens his mouth wide, his voice booming like thunder, as if it could pierce the heavens and reach the skies above. Whoosh! In that moment, the winds shift dramatically. Above, the once azure sky is rapidly engulfed by dark clouds, as if an army were descending. The weighty clouds pressing down oppressively. Thunder rumbles ominously, as if countless colossal beasts lurk within the clouds, roaring with abandon, their cacophony deafening. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure descends, causing the hearts of those present to tremble violently, as if a massive stone were crushing their chests, making breathing an arduous task. What sort of technique is this? How utterly bizarre. This power is astonishing. I can scarcely breathe. Leng Qing glares at Lin Ping'an, a flicker of terror crossing his face. What kind of lightning technique is this? Why have I never encountered it before? At your level, you cannot possibly reach such heights. At this moment, Lin Ping'an's eyes flicker with lightning as he slams his hand downward. Bellowing, strike, with his command, bolts of thunder intertwine in the sky, spreading out like an immense spider. In the blink of an eye, the heavens are filled with lightning. Subsequently, these bolts coalesce, forming a massive pillar of thunder that hurtles toward Leng Qing. This strike is terrifyingly potent, twisting the void as it passes, resembling a piece of clay being carelessly kneaded. Across the sky, the thunder traces a long silver arc, appearing as a ferocious dragon descending from the heavens, bearing its fangs and claws toward Leng Qing. Upon witnessing this, Leng Qing's complexion pales, his eyes wide with fear. Faced with such a blow, his body involuntarily quakes, his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. If he remains dazed, he will surely perish. At this thought, Leng Qing snaps back to reality, hastily raising his hand to conjure a protective barrier. This barrier rises from the ground, encasing him within. However, before the terrifying thunder, the barrier proves as fragile as parchment. It holds for but a moment before exploding with a resounding crack, disintegrating into countless fragments that scatter into the air. Leng Qing feels a wave of tingling numbness course through his body, then is violently thrown backward. Lin Ping'an glances over, a cold smirk upon his lips. Brother, you lack strength. Chapter 18. Instant defeat. I shall settle the score with him later. Thunder descends heavily, the lightning surging forth like a gushing spring, instantly inundating the realm with its might, engulfing everyone present. That moment, the earth trembles, and the terrifying power of thunder radiates outward from the point of impact, rapidly spreading in all directions. Boom! The ground beneath quakes violently, shaking the very mountains. The lightning begins to dissipate. Many lie sprawled upon the ground, Goodness, that strike was extraordinarily fearsome. Even as mere spectators, the onlookers are left in awe, and they cannot help but wonder what might have transpired had they been struck directly. The consequences are too dreadful to contemplate. After some discussion, everyone lifts their heads, gazing toward Yang Jin's position. After all, if those of them watching are thus affected, it is only natural to be curious about the fate of the principal actor. At this moment, a massive charred pit has formed where the ground once lay flat. The edges of the pit are lined with cracks, resembling menacing scars. Lin Ping'an calls out into the abyss. Yang Jin, how do you find my lightning technique? Why so silent? If you're not dead, come out quickly. Lying on the ground is quite unbecoming. Just as his words fall, Yang Jin slowly crawls out of the pit. At this moment, he is covered in dirt, his clothing in tatters, his skin charred, and wounds marred with blood, exuding a faint odor of burnt flesh. Just moments ago, he was boasting, yet now he appears utterly disheveled, as if he had just emerged from a coal mine. Seeing his predicament, the crowd shakes their heads in disbelief. Goodness, look at brother Yang Jin. What a state he is in. How could he be so severely injured? It is worth noting that Yang Jin is a disciple of the Thunder Peak, yet he has been bested by Lin Ping'an's lightning technique. This is simply inconceivable. In truth, what they do not understand is that for Lin Ping'an, killing Yang Jin would merely require a slight increase in force. However, in order to avoid trouble and spare his wife from worry, he likely refrained from using his full strength. Cough, cough. Yang Jin coughs heavily. Expelling 2 clouds of black mist, Lin Ping'an swiftly flashes to his side. While he cannot kill him, delivering a sound humiliation should pose no issue, right? Junior brother Yang Jin, shall we continue? Yang Jin, thoroughly intimidated, waves his hands in haste. No, no, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Senior brother Ping'an, I beg you to spare me. I never intended to make things difficult for you. It was all that scoundrel Leng Qing who forced me into this. Lin Ping'an remains silent, simply observing him with a smile. The result? Yang Jin cracks under the pressure, confessing everything. Lin Ping'an steps forward and pats Yang Jin's shoulder, smiling gently. It's all right. It's over now. While he speaks reassuringly, his hand is quite earnest. With a swift motion, Lin Ping'an strikes Yang Jin's face. The punch leaves Yang Jin dazed, his gaze vacant, resembling a wooden puppet as he stands there. Blood streaming from his nose. Thud. The next moment, Yang Jin's world goes dark as he collapses to the ground, unconscious. Our debts are settled. As for the score between me and Leng Qing, I shall certainly address that in due time. Just as these words leave his lips, Yang Wanli strides swiftly from the law enforcement hall. Lin Ping'an turns to Yang Wanli, smiling as he inquires, "What brings you here? Elder Yang, are you intending to intervene once more? Shouldn't your previous injuries still be healing?" Yang Wanli scratches his head, offering an awkward smile. "Young friend Ping'an, you misunderstand. I have no ulterior motives. I merely came to take him back, as he is lying here obstructing the way and causing quite a nuisance." "I see. Then I apologize for the trouble, Elder Yang." Yang Wanli chuckles, waving his hand. "Not at all, not at all." He approaches, hoisting Yang Jin over his shoulder, muttering under his breath, "You rascal, being young is such a blessing." With a weary sigh, he succumbed to slumber. Done. It's time to head home. Lin Ping'an casually strolled towards Liani Peak, one hand clasped behind his back, humming a cheerful tune. On the way back, Dan, perplexed, inquired, "Now that you know who is behind this mischief, why not confront him?" No rush, Lin Ping'an replied. "Let him stew in anxiety for a few days. When the time is right, I shall settle the score." Dan chuckled. "I never imagined that beneath your seemingly foolish exterior, you possess such shrewdness." "Absolutely," Lin Ping'an affirmed. Indeed, as he had predicted, Leng Qing could no longer remain calm. He paced anxiously in his courtyard, his brow furrowed in distress. This Lin Ping'an is truly insufferable. Barely a few days have passed, and he is already seeking out Yang Jin for a reckoning. If this fellow spills the beans on me, it will be disastrous. At this moment, he could only pin his hopes on Yang Jin. As long as Yang Jin emerged victorious, many troubles would be averted. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a disciple rushed in, his expression grim. "Have you received any news from Yang Jin?" Leng Qing asked urgently. The disciple shook his head, letting out a deep sigh. "Leng Xixiang, Yang Jin lost. He was defeated in a single move, utterly vanquished by Lin Ping'an." Upon hearing this, Leng Qing's body shook violently, his legs weakening as he collapsed into a chair. His body trembled, fists clenched in fury. Damn it. I thought Lin Ping'an would remain a useless fool for life. Yet now he has become a genius after breaking off his engagement, and he has even bested Yang Jing. This situation is dire, the disciple, bewildered, asked Nalin Shixiao. What shall we do next? While the enemy remains still, so shall I. I will publicly declare that I am in seclusion, meeting no one. In essence, Nalin Kada was merely seeking an excuse to retreat into his shell. Meanwhile, at Wanlei Peak, in the Grand Hall, Lei Haoyan leisurely sipped tea after dismissing a group of elders. Appearing remarkably at ease, he took a gentle sip, murmuring to himself, "This tea is quite decent. Why did my junior sister say it was terrible?" At that moment, a young man clad in a black robe hurriedly entered. With striking features and an extraordinary presence, this individual was none other than the esteemed chief of Wanlei Peak, Li Fengyun. "Greetings, master." Lei Haoyan turned slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Fengyun, it has been quite some time since you last visited. What brings you here today?" "It concerns the Zhitian Lei Fa. The Zhitian Lei Fa. Have you mastered it?" Li Fengyun shook his head, replying honestly, "It's still the same, with no progress whatsoever." "Then why bring it up? Today, while at Wanlei Peak, I sensed the presence of the Zhitian Lei Fa. After my investigation, it appears that Lin Ping'an from Liani Peak has employed these words. Lei Haoyan could no longer sit still, spitting out his tea in shock. "What did you say?" His initial speculation had now been confirmed as reality. "Fengyun, do not act impulsively. Master, do not worry. I am no longer a mere child. I know how to exercise restraint." Chapter 19. Returning to the genius list, a night in the void, Lin Ping'an returned to Liani Peak. Bursting through the door and calling out, "Mengyu, I'm back." In the past, Yun Mengyu would have rushed to greet him immediately. However, after a considerable time had passed, she was still nowhere to be seen. Could it be that she was not home? Just as Lin Ping'an finished his thought, Yun Mengyu appeared before him as if summoned. The suddenness of her arrival startled him. "Wow!" he exclaimed, instinctively retreating a step. "Mengyu, you startled me. Where have you been?" "I just stepped out for a moment." "Where did you go?" Lin Ping'an asked, curiosity piqued. "I went to check the genius list." "Why would you go to see that?" Lin Ping'an questioned, utterly perplexed. "Because you made the list." Yun Mengyu replied with a grin. "I made the list?" Lin Ping'an echoed in disbelief. "Yes, you are currently ranked 999. That number, though it placed him at the very bottom, was still a return to the genius list, which Lin Ping'an self-deprecatingly acknowledged with a wry smile. Yun Mengyu leaned closer, pointing at Lin Ping'an. "Did you not tell me you were merely out for a walk? How did you end up on the genius list while strolling? Tell me, what did you do?" Faced with Yun Mengyu's interrogation, Lin Ping'an had no choice but to confess the truth after recounting the recent events. Yun Mengyu nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, very impressive. Just as expected from my Lin Ping'an." With a playful smile, she gave him a thumbs up. Suddenly recalling something, she added, "By the way, Xiao Ping'an, I have created a unique martial art for you to examine." Saying this, Yun Mengyu produced a scroll from her pocket. Lin Ping'an took it, and upon reading the name of the technique, he was rendered speechless, dreaming of a gentle home. He looked up at Yun Mengyu. Confusion etched on his face. "Mengyu, what kind of name is this for a martial art? It sounds rather peculiar." Yun Mengyu chuckled awkwardly. "It's nothing, just a quirky name. These details are inconsequential." Lin Ping'an dismissed any further thoughts and continued to peruse the scroll. "Dual cultivation is good. Dual cultivation is marvelous. Dual cultivation is a treasure." He suddenly shot his head up, his expression darkening. "Mengyu, is this technique serious?" After examining the scroll for a while, he realized he hadn't seen anything substantial. Rather, it was filled with nonsensical phrases. He could only summarize it in a few words. "Dual cultivation leads to strength." Yun Mengyu pouted slightly, her gaze lowered as she fidgeted with her fingers. Reminiscent of a child caught in wrongdoing. "This technique is perfectly fine. In fact, your Master-S technique may be quite beneficial for you. After all, you possess the pure yang sacred body. Engaging in dual cultivation would only serve to enhance your abilities. Who knows, it might even boost your cultivation level." Lin Ping'an felt a sense of helplessness, conceding, "That does seem somewhat reasonable. Then why not give it a try?" Lin Ping'an cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. "This matter is one thing, but dual cultivation cannot be rushed." Though Yun Mengyu was beautiful, she was not an ordinary woman. Her combat prowess was truly intimidating. At this point, Lin Ping'an felt a twinge of discomfort in his waist. "Forget it. If you don't like this technique, we shall not pursue it further. Come, let us go drink. Drink. At this, painful memories resurfaced in his mind. Mingyu, why would we drink? What's the point? For some reason. Lin Ping'an felt an ominous premonition, as if he were being watched by some unseen force, leaving him uneasy. What's wrong with celebrating? You've returned to the genius list, which is cause for joy. We must drink to commemorate this occasion. Let us not. Lin Ping'an smiled wryly. Given your drinking capacity, I fear. After all, the last time had ended in chaos, and he wished to avoid a repeat if we're not drinking. Let us have some tea instead. Tea will suffice. Very well. Lin Ping'an nodded. The two settled in the courtyard, where Yun Mingyu poured a cup of tea for him. Quickly, taste it and tell me how it is. Yun Mingyu gazed at Lin Ping'an expectantly that he lifted the cup, eyeing the slightly murky tea within. Why does this feel off? Is there something in this tea? Dan, seemingly aware of something, grinned mischievously and encouraged. Drink up. She is not only your master, but also your future fiancée. How could she possibly harm you? If you refuse, you'll be wasting her good intentions. Well, under Dan's subtle persuasion. Lin Ping'an wavered. All right, I'll drink that. He raised the cup and downed it in one go. Yun Mingyu leaned in, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. So, how does it taste? What flavor do you detect? It's quite good. Just tea flavor. Lin Ping'an looked at Yun Mingyu, somewhat bewildered. Do you feel anything different in your body? Lin Ping'an thought to himself, why does this question sound so familiar? Before he could respond, he suddenly felt an intense heat coursing through him, as if he were ablaze. Mingyu, my face feels so hot. What did you put in the medicine? Nothing much, just a little something special. Yun Mingyu rested her chin on one hand, grinning at Lin Ping'an. Last time, she had mistakenly administered the wrong medicine. This time, she had meticulously checked to ensure there were no errors. Lin Ping'an had intended to say something, but the effects of the medicine surged forth, igniting a fire within him that he could no longer suppress. I feel so hot. After a series of tumultuous events, Lin Ping'an's gaze fell upon Yun Mingyu, his eyes filled with fervor. Xiao Ping'an, why are you staring at me? Without uttering a single word, Lin Ping'an surged forward, wrapping his arms around Yun Mingyu's delicate form. Mingyu, you smell so good. Together, they made their way to the room, shedding garments with each step until they were left with nothing. Another night of tempestuous passion ensued. When the sun rose the following morning, its rays streamed through the window, casting light upon the room. The effects of the medicine had dissipated, and Lin Ping'an lay in bed with Yun Mingyu nestled in his embrace. Mingyu, what transpired last night? Lin Ping'an strained to recall the events of the previous evenings. Yet his mind remained shrouded in obscurity, utterly blank. Little Ping'an, what are you pondering? Yun Mingyu inquired with a faint smile. Look at us. Does it not appear as though we engaged in some activity? Little Ping'an, you spent the entire night in the realm of the void. I entered the void realm. Lin Ping'an turned inward, discovering that indeed, his cultivation had progressed in the span of a single night. He had ascended to the 9th level of the spiritual origin realm, an impressive leap of 2 tiers, though the distance to the void realm was still staggering. No, I did not enter the void. Yun Mingyu replied with a playful grin. I am the void. After all. I see. So this entering the void refers to the act from below, does it? Chapter 20. The sect master wishes to see us. Greetings, Master Uncle. After hearing Yun Mingyu's explanation, Lin Ping'an stood there, utterly bewildered, his face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe red apple. What? Am I not capable? He pondered. Or do you, little Ping'an, find me unworthy? As Yun Mingyu spoke, her voice held a hint of a whimper. Egg, why are you just standing there? Your wife is on the verge of tears. Shouldn't you comfort her? Lin Ping'an could only manage a wry smile. Well, if dual cultivation leads to strength, perhaps it is not such a bad thing after all. Life is akin to an unyielding force. If one cannot resist it, one might as well savor the experience. Mingyu, how could you say that? You are to be my future bride. How could I ever find you unworthy? Lin Ping'an leaned closer, tightly embracing Yun Mingyu's delicate form. She giggled softly, content to lie in his arms. Just as they basked in their intimacy, a commotion erupted outside their door. Master Yun. Upon hearing this, Yun Mingyu abruptly sat upright, annoyance evident in her tone. Who is it? Do they not see that I am comfortably resting? Without the inclination to step outside, she inquired telepathically, what is it you seek? The sect master requests your presence along with Lin Ping'an at the main peak. This. Both turned in unison, exclaiming, the sect master. Could it be that he knows something? Senior brother, could it be that he knows something? They fell into a brief silence before reaching a consensus. Rather than indulging in wild speculation, it would be more prudent to venture forth and discover the truth. The master and disciple donned their garments and stepped outside, where an elder awaited them at the door. I pay my respects to Master Yun. The elder's gaze fell upon Lin Ping'an, his expression shifting. Young friend Ping'an, you are also here. Lin Ping'an offered an awkward smile, explaining, I was engaged in discourse with my master last night and lost track of time. I see. The elder did not dwell on it further, nodding lightly. What business does my senior brother have with me? Yun Mingyu, radiating warmth towards Lin Ping'an yet icy towards outsiders, inquired coldly, Do not jest, master. How could I possibly know the sect master's intentions? You shall find out upon your visit. Very well, I understand, with a wave of her delicate hand. Yun Mingyu summoned Lin Ping'an and soared towards the main peak. Her cultivation method was exceedingly profound, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived before the grand hall of the main peak. The suddenness of their arrival caught the gatekeeper off guard. Master Yun, no need to announce it. I shall enter directly. With that, Yun Mingyu flung open the heavy doors with a resounding crash. Lin Ping'an glanced up to see an elder with white hair seated upon the main throne, casually crossing his legs while perusing a book of intriguing hues, a smile gracing his lips. Unquestionably, something of great value. This elder was none other than the current sect master of the Yuntian sect, Yun Mingyu's senior brother, the esteemed Zhenren Yunxiao. Despite his seemingly frivolous demeanor, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the myriad laws, making him one of the most formidable figures in the northern domain. Upon noticing the arrival of the master and disciple, Zhenren Yunxiao's body jolted, hastily concealing his book. Little junior sister, why do you remain unchanged? At least knock before entering. Zhenren Yunxiao glanced at the now damaged door and chuckled wryly. Well, it appears the door is beyond repair. Yun Mingyu strode into the grand hall and took a seat, while Lin Ping'an stood dutifully behind her. Zhenren Yunxiao gestured towards an empty spot, smiling warmly. Young nephew Ping'an, do not stand on ceremony. There are no outsiders here. Let us sit and converse leisurely. Lin Ping'an, feeling at ease, took a seat beside Yun Mingyu. As soon as he settled, Yun Mingyu cut to the chase. Senior brother, what prompted your summons today? If it is not of great importance, I shall take my leave. Zhenren Yunxiao chuckled. What is this, little junior sister? Is it not permissible to invite you both for a cup of tea without any pressing matter? Senior brother, you know me all too well. You would not summon us without cause. Yun Mingyu bluntly stated. Little Ping'an, when was the last time you visited? It must have been 5 years ago, if I recall correctly. Zhenren Yunxiao fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. I have been rather busy of late, and now that I have a moment, I thought it prudent to catch up with you. I heard, little junior sister, that you recently visited the Thunder Peak and had some discussions with your senior brother Lei. What transpired? Zhenren Yunxiao asked, his curiosity piqued. We did not discuss much. I sought him out for compensation after the law enforcement hall mistreated my disciple. Upon hearing this, Zhenren Yunxiao's expression shifted, revealing a sense of urgency. What? Young nephew Ping'an has been wronged. Come, let me assess your injuries. Zhenren Yunxiao's actions were akin to a hidden agenda. His true motive for summoning them was to ascertain Lin Ping'an's condition. After all, Lin Ping'an had stirred quite a commotion within the Yuntian sect of late, and Zhenren Yunxiao sought to understand the situation thoroughly. Moreover, had it not been for Yun Mingyu's unexpected emergence, he would have likely taken Lin Ping'an under his wing as a direct disciple. Yet, Lin Ping'an bore no regrets, for had it been anyone else, he would have surely been cast aside during these 5 years of perceived ineptitude. Zhenren Yunxiao, as he spoke, approached Lin Ping'an. Young nephew Ping'an, you would not mind if your master uncle assisted in your healing, would you? Lin Ping'an hesitated, aware of the adage that often, the innocent suffer due to the envy of others. Though the pure Yang's sacred body was a remarkable gift, it also attracted covetous eyes, potentially leading to perilous consequences. Just as Lin Ping'an wrestled with his decision, Egg interjected, do not worry. Let him proceed. I will handle it. Egg, he is my master uncle. When the time comes, please, show some restraint out of respect for me. Lin Ping'an cautioned, understanding that Zhenren Yunxiao was still the sect master, and he would need to navigate his future within the Yuntian sect carefully. Fear not. I shall exercise discretion. Egg chuckled. Lin Ping'an could not shake the feeling that this laughter foreshadowed uncertain outcomes. Chapter 21. Depths unfathomable. Where's my gift? Very well, sect master, master uncle, proceed. Lin Ping'an nodded and took a step forward. Jinren Yunxiao pressed 2 fingers to Lin Ping'an's forehead, abruptly shutting his eyes. While he feigned inspecting Lin Ping'an's injuries, he was, in truth, diving straight into his sea of consciousness. This young man had once been a prodigy, only to become a wastrel overnight. After years of obscurity, he had suddenly resurfaced. Jinren Yunxiao was eager to uncover the mysteries hidden within him as he traversed Lin Ping'an's sea of consciousness. Jinren Yunxiao expanded his spiritual awareness, surveying the surroundings. Despite Lin Ping'an's low cultivation level, why was the sea of consciousness so expansive? Suddenly, a rumbling thunder echoed. Startling Jinren Yunxiao, he looked up and beheld a streak of lightning suspended above the sea of consciousness. As a seasoned sect master, he immediately recognized the lightning pattern. Is that the execution of heavenly thunder? This young man has truly mastered it. No wonder Lin Ping'an had avoided playing chess with Lei Haoyan lately. He must have been secretly learning this peak treasure technique, suffering in solitude. Jinren Yunxiao chuckled, impressed by Lin Ping'an's astonishing talent. He continued to delve deeper, seeking some insight. After some searching, he spotted a large black egg. Approaching it, he muttered to himself, "What kind of egg is this? A chicken, a duck, or an ostrich? It's enormous. You insolent fool." Egg erupted in fury, a colossal hand materializing from the void. In that moment, a terrifying pressure surged forth, bearing down upon Jinren Yunxiao's spiritual form as if a mountain were crushing him, rendering him immobile. This is not good. I cannot move. Jinren Yunxiao panicked. While he could still refine his physical body, the destruction of his spiritual essence would mean total annihilation. Old fellow, perk up your ears and listen closely. Yunxiao Jinren found himself at a loss and could only nod, obediently listening. Dandan let out a cold snort. This is not a place for you to meddle. Do not ask questions that do not concern you. Beware, or you may endanger your own life. Regarding matters of this seat, it would be prudent for you to feign ignorance. Otherwise, I shall emerge and obliterate your Yuntian sect. Senior, please, do not be angry. I shall never dare to do so again. Yunxiao Jinren hastily admitted defeat, for judging by Dandan's mental pressure, it was evident that annihilating the Yuntian sect would be a trivial task if she wished it. In that case, be gone. With a slight bend of that ethereal hand, Dandan flicked Yunxiao Jinren away, hurling him out of this expanse of consciousness. After Yunxiao Jinren departed, Lin Ping'an transmitted a message, inquiring, "Dandan, he is after all my master's senior. Is this truly acceptable? If I do not establish authority, he will remain ever curious. As the saying goes, ignorance breeds fear. Unless he sees the true power of this egg, he will never know my might. Speaking of which, Dandan, how is it that you can subdue my master? What level of existence are you?" Dandan maintained an air of mystery, chuckling. "This, you will come to know in due time. In any case, this seat is quite formidable." Outside, Yunxiao Jinren suddenly snapped back to reality, retreating in alarm, nearly stumbling to the ground. Observing this, Lin Ping'an hurriedly stepped forward to assist. "Master, are you all right?" Upon seeing Lin Ping'an approach, he wore an expression of sheer terror and hurriedly retreated several steps, maintaining a safe distance. "Ping'an, my disciple, please hold." Lin Ping'an inwardly chuckled. "It seems I have frightened my master quite thoroughly. That was indeed the intention. The fact that he was not scared to death is already a great achievement. Senior brother, have you discerned anything?" Yun Mingyu inquired with keen curiosity, and no sensing something amiss, Yunxiao Jinren quickly altered his response. "Ping'an, my disciple, is just as his name suggests, peaceful and safe. His body is free of any major issues. Senior brother, why do I sense that you are troubled? It is merely a routine health check. Why do you appear so drenched in sweat?" Yunxiao Jinren was sweating profusely, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. "It is nothing. Just a bit warmed." He fanned himself, while awkwardly smiling. Lin Ping'an, not one to be overly polite, stepped forward, extending a hand and calling out loudly, "Sect master, where is my gift?" "Gift? What gift?" Lin Ping'an had entered Yunxiao Jinren's body and observed the spiritual sea. Naturally, he intended to thoroughly rummage through him. "Did I not present you with a meeting gift back then?" Yunxiao Jinren expressed confusion. Lin Ping'an clarified, "Master, it has been 5 years since we last met. Do you not miss me? Mississippi, then what do you call this gift?" "This is a return grand package." "Ah, there is such a notion." Lin Ping'an smiled and nodded, replying, Indeed, indeed." Just as Yunxiao Jinren hesitated, He heard Danden's voice in his ear. Not giving him anything is tantamount to not giving me face. Upon hearing this, Yun Shaojinren resolved firmly, I shall give it. I must give it. Do not rush. Let me search. Yun Shaojinren rummaged through his Qingquan bag for quite a while before producing a long sword. Found it. Lin Ping'an gazed at the sword, its blade elongated, adorned with countless ancient patterns, exuding an aura of profundity. This is indeed a fine item. Danden transmitted a reminder. Thank you, master, for bestowing this sword. Lin Ping'an accepted it without hesitation. Yun Shaojinren felt a twinge of pain but, compelled by circumstances, could only part with it. He stroked his beard and began to elaborate. This sword is named Ling Yun's sword, a gift from your ancestral master. Now, it gathers dust in my possession. It is better to present it to you. Though Yun Shaojinren spoke thus, his heart did not align with his words. The Ling Yun sword held profound significance for him, and its power was immense. He had cherished it as a treasure, polishing it daily. Now, giving it to Lin Ping'an, he felt as though his heart was bleeding. Many thanks, sect master. No need for thanks, no need. The more Yun Shaojinren spoke, the more strained his smile became. Yun Mingyu turned to Yun Shaojinren and asked, Sect master, do you have any other matters? If not, we shall take our leave. None at all. Could Yun Shaojinren dare to have any? The longer Lin Ping'an lingered, the more treasures he would lose from his Qingquan bag. After sending the master and disciple away, Yun Shaojinren slumped into his seat. Gasping heavily, as he wiped his sweat, he mumbled to himself that I never anticipated that this Lin Ping'an harbored such a terrifying existence within him. It seems I must keep my distance from him in the future. Chapter 22. Has this rascal fled, traitor? After exiting the main hall, the master and disciple walked side by side. Lin Ping'an had held it in for quite some time, finally unable to suppress himself. Master, perhaps you should return first? Yun Mingyu turned to Lin Ping'an, puzzled, and asked, What is the matter? Do you have something to discuss? I suddenly recalled a matter that remains unresolved. Very well. Take care. Lin Ping'an smiled and nodded. Just as he prepared to leave, Yun Mingyu called out to him once more. Little Ping'an, wait a moment. Master, did you call me? Is there something else? Yun Mingyu raised her delicate hand, producing a translucent white jade pendant. Here, take this. Lin Ping'an accepted it, looking down in confusion. Master, what is this? This item will ensure your safety. Should you find yourself in danger, I will arrive at the first opportunity. Thank you, master. Lin Ping'an smiled slightly. Yun Mingyu surveyed their surroundings, playfully teasing. It is just the two of us here. Why not call out to the others? Thank you, my lady. Upon hearing this, Yun Mingyu nodded in satisfaction. All right, you may go about your business. After bidding farewell to Yun Mingyu, Lin Ping'an hummed a little tune as he soared into the distance. By the way, where do you intend to go? What business do you have? Danden inquired curiously. I have a grudge to settle, one that remains unavenged. So, you have indeed been harboring this thought. Lin Ping'an smiled and nodded, replying, Naturally, a gentleman does not let a grievance go unpunished. The time is ripe. And it is time to settle the score. With that, Lin Ping'an quickened his pace, arriving at Leng Qing's cave dwelling at this moment. The cave's entrance was tightly shut. Why is this door closed? Could this fellow be deliberately avoiding me? He slowly approached, noticing a piece of paper affixed to the door. I am currently in seclusion. Do not disturb unless it is urgent. Seeing the notice, Lin Ping'an could not help but chuckle. This Leng Qing is indeed cowardly. So fearful of me settling the score, is he? If you will not come out, then I shall enter to find you. Lin Ping'an, feeling no need for further conversation, strode forward. Buzz! A humming sound resonated as an invisible barrier slowly emerged, isolating Lin Ping'an from entry. Oh dear, has he even set up a barrier? Leng Qing's cultivation level is akin to Yang Jin's, albeit slightly stronger. Lin Ping'an slowly raised his fist, striking the barrier with tremendous force. Boom! The fist descended, producing a thunderous explosion, and the terrifying power erupted, tearing the barrier apart. Crash! In an instant, countless shards flew in all directions. Lin Ping'an remained unfazed, advancing to kick open the door. Whoosh! The door flew off, crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. At that moment, a disciple stood behind the door, looking utterly bewildered at Lin Ping'an. Who are you? Senior brother? What? Did your master not inform you? No. I do not know you. Lin Ping'an scanned his surroundings and spotted his portrait on a wooden figure in the courtyard. It seems that Leng Qing harbors quite a grudge against me. He raised his hand, seizing the portrait. Lin Ping'an held it up with a slight smile. Oh, you see clearly now? I am the one in the portrait, the one your master despises the most. Upon hearing this, the disciple stood frozen. You are Lin Ping'an? No. Wait, Senior Brother Ping'an. Now you know. The disciple hesitated for a moment before continuing. Senior Brother Lin, what you are doing is trespassing. It is against the rules. Are you jesting? I have such a deep-seated feud with Leng Qing. Do you think the rules mean anything to me? Lin Ping'an looked around, smiling as he asked, where is Leng Qing? That fellow plotted against me recently. I come to have a good chat with him. Senior Brother Lin is currently in seclusion. Senior Brother Lin, it would be best if you do not disturb him. What if he falls into a frenzy? Lin Ping'an chuckled. What you say is amusing. If he were to fall into a frenzy, would that not be beneficial for me? In that case, I must enter. He stepped forward, waving his hand, and Leng Qing's door was flung open. At this moment, a figure sat upon the bed. Leng Qing, I have arrived. Lin Ping'an entered and soon discerned the situation. The person's aura was weak, far inferior to Leng Qing's. A trap. In an instant, Lin Ping'an flashed forward like a specter, directly confronting the figure, his hand rising swiftly to seize its throat. Senior Brother, please show some mercy. Lin Ping'an turned to look at the source of the voice, only to find that the person was not Leng Qing. He raised his hands against the wall, his body trembling uncontrollably. Senior Brother Lin, slap. He could not be bothered to engage in conversation, lifting his hand to deliver a resounding slap. The force of the blow left the man dazed, covering his face with a look of grievance. Senior Brother Lin, I was also compelled by circumstances. Just as Lin Ping'an was about to act again, a wave of foul stench assaulted his senses. He slowly looked down, noticing that the man had soiled himself, a horrid smell emanating from him. It was unbearable. Lin Ping'an delivered a punch to the man's face, knocking him unconscious. Seething with anger, he strode out of the room. As soon as he stepped outside, a disciple in the courtyard instinctively knelt before him. Lin Ping'an turned and coldly inquired, where is Leng Qing? Where has he gone? Senior Brother Lin has already departed. Departed? Where did he run off to? I do not know. The disciple pondered for a moment and shook his head slightly. You do not know? I truly do not. The disciple nodded emphatically. Lin Ping'an realized that such a gentle demeanor would yield him no answers. He lunged forward, kicking the man to the ground. Before the disciple could rise, the Lingyun sword shot forth, pressing against his neck. Senior Brother Lin, please show mercy. Lin Ping'an looked at him. A crisp and resonant shatter echoed through the air. Cracks swiftly unfurling like a flash of lightning, spreading rapidly across the blade. Bang! In the next moment, the long sword exploded, shards flying in all directions, embedding themselves into his flesh. The fragments pierced his body. Blood gushed forth, wounds appearing in a chaotic array, leaving him a grotesque figure, drenched in crimson. Roll! With that command, Leng Qing was violently propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground, a cloud of dust rising around him. Uft! Leng Qing spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire being in a state of utter disarray. Brother, I thought you possessed greater capabilities. Is this all you're capable of? Lin Ping'an mocked. Observing Leng Qing, clutching his chest, he endured the agonizing pain coursing through him and slowly rose from the ground. Lin Ping'an, today you shall not take my life. Oh, really? I am quite eager to test that. Lin Ping'an declared, moving without hesitation to strike. With a sweeping arc of his sword, he aimed a fierce slash at Leng Qing's head, just as that sword was about to descend. The jade pendant on his chest detonated. Buzzing, a brilliant light blazed forth, and a protective barrier descended, enveloping him within. Clang! The sword struck down, producing a sharp, piercing sound that reverberated through the heavens. Now, Leng Qing dared not hesitate for a moment. He crushed the vial of medicine in his hand and opened his mouth wide, a pill soaring into his mouth. Lin Ping'an, that pill in his hand can temporarily enhance his cultivation. You must not allow him to consume it. Dan exclaimed urgently. Fear not, I have it well in hand. Lin Ping'an replied with a calm smile. Boom! The barrier shattered, yet Leng Qing remained unfazed. Instead, he laughed triumphantly. What a pity, it's too late to break it now. In just a moment, you shall die. Lin Ping'an smiled faintly. Who says it's too late? The timing is just perfect. as his words fell. Lin Ping'an was already before him. Do you truly believe I would allow you to ingest it? In the next instant, Lin Ping'an struck fiercely, landing a heavy blow to Leng Qing's abdomen. The impact caused his body to convulse violently, and he opened his mouth wide. Spit it all out. He was not the kind of fool who would wait for his opponent to consume the pill and fully digest it before striking. It was not that he couldn't fight back when the winds were against him. Rather, it was far more advantageous to strike when the winds were at his back. Leng Qing screamed in agony as the pill, along with blood, erupted from his mouth. Thud! He fell to the ground once more, landing in a most undignified manner. Leng Qing had never anticipated that just as the medicinal power was about to be released, Lin Ping'an would strike it from him to my pill. His eyes turned crimson as he glared intently at the pill on the ground. Just as he prepared to advance, Lin Ping'an's foot came down, crushing it underfoot. Oh dear, my apologies. I didn't see it there, and now it's gone. Leng Qing's expression darkened, as if a torrent of resentment was about to erupt in the next moment. He straightened his back and, without uttering a word, knelt before Lin Ping'an. Brother Ping'an, I was wrong. This act nearly left Lin Ping'an in shock. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? What happened to your bravado? Lin Ping'an inquired with a smile. That I was merely momentarily confused. Please do not take it to heart. Leng Qing forced a smile. That I'm afraid I'm a bit petty. I remember everything you've done. Lin Ping'an, wielding the Ling Yun sword, hummed a tune as he approached Leng Qing slowly. Upon seeing this, Leng Qing collapsed to the ground, panic-stricken. Brother Ping'an, please don't kill me. If you spare my life, I will return and persuade my sister to remarry you. No need for that. Being engaged to such a vile woman is truly ill-fated. Upon hearing this, Leng Qing's expression shifted, and he bowed repeatedly in apology. That I was wrong. I will never dare again. In the future, I'm afraid you have no future left. As the words left Lin Ping'an's mouth, he raised his hand. A streak of silvery sword light shooting forth, transforming into a flash of blood. A scream pierced the air as Leng Qing fell into a pool of blood, his severed arm landing at Lin Ping'an's feet. My hand, my hand. With this, Leng Qing realized that begging for mercy was futile, and he simply resigned himself to his fate. Lin Ping'an, if you have the ability, kill me. Lin Ping'an, observing Leng Qing's desperate demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. To kill you so easily would be too kind. That we share quite a history. We must sit down and reminisce. Leng Qing gritted his teeth and shouted, Lin Ping'an, there's nothing for us to reminisce about. If you have the guts, grant me a swift end. Very well. With a command, the Ling Yun sword soared forth once more. Another agonized scream erupted as Leng Qing's body convulsed violently. He looked up to see the sword embedded in his groin, hitting the mark perfectly. Leng Qing stared in horror as the ground beneath him was stained red with blood, the excruciating pain overwhelming him. He opened his mouth wide and screamed furiously. This was, after all, his lifeline. Without it, everything would be over. My apologies. I intended to sever your head, but it seems I have struck at the wrong target. Lin Ping'an feigned innocence. Though he had long aimed precisely, he approached Leng Qing leisurely. Leng Qing, you were the one who sought my favor, and you were also the one who despised me. In the past, I sheltered you. Yet now you send people to kill me and target me. As he spoke, he swung his sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword's energy sliced through the air, blood splattering. Lin Ping'an had harbored this anger for many years and would not allow Leng Qing to die so easily. He struck again and again, deliberately avoiding vital points. In mere moments, Leng Qing was covered in countless sword marks, resembling a grotesque figure drenched in blood. Each passing second was torment for him. At this point, the arrogance he once displayed had vanished. He lay on the ground, pale and utterly weakened. Lin Ping'an, I was wrong. Spare my miserable life. I will serve you like a dog. Lin Ping'an slowly lowered his gaze, looking down upon him as though he were an ant. His eyes filled with indifference. In your next life, be more mindful. As the words fell, Lin Ping'an's sword descended. Gulp. In the next instant, blood gushed forth like a broken dam. Leng Qing's head rolling away like a ball, leaving a long trail of crimson behind it. Lin Ping'an gazed at the decapitated head on the ground and smiled faintly. Good night. Chapter 25. A Grand Gift. A letter from home. After slaying Leng Qing, Lin Ping'an felt an overwhelming sense of joy. At last, he could take a moment to rest. Lin Ping'an sat down on the ground and exhaled deeply. In his pursuit of nailing Keida, he had not paused for a moment, and exhaustion had long since set in. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as he settled, a cold wind swept through, and a familiar aura descended upon the area. Sensing something amiss, Lin Ping'an quickly turned to look at that moment. Yun Mingyu had arrived. Yun Mingyu turned slightly, glancing at the lifeless body of Nailan Keida that he is dead. Upon seeing this, Lin Ping'an hurried forward. Master, please allow me to explain. Yun Mingyu smiled gently and asked, what did you just call me? Master. Mingyu. Realizing his error, Lin Ping'an quickly corrected himself. Yun Mingyu approached, playfully pinching Lin Ping'an's cheek with a beaming smile. Little Ping'an, if this fellow is dead, then he is dead. There is no need for concern, regardless of what you have done, even if you stand against the world. I will always stand by your side. By the way, how does it feel to have killed him? Yun Mingyu inquired curiously. Naturally, it feels great. Nailan Keida and I have harbored grievances for a long time. And now he has betrayed our sect, joining the 10,000 Sword sect. Yun Mingyu cast a glance at Nailan Keida, snorting disdainfully at a traitor. Then he deserves to die. Fear not, I will take full responsibility for this matter. You need only focus on your tasks. By the way, how do you plan to handle his corpse? Lin Ping'an looked at Nailan Keida's body and scoffed. At this point, he looked so ghastly that anyone would think he was dragged here. Out of respect for our past, I shall see him off one last time. Respect? There is none, but there is plenty of hatred. Lin Ping'an stepped forward, lifted Nailan Keida's head, and placed it into a box. A gust of wind blew by, and the master and disciple vanished, leaving only a puddle of flesh behind. In the sky above, crows descended, pecking at the remains. After years of living freely, who would have thought that Nailan Keida would end up as a headless ghost in the wild? At this moment, in the Nailan household, Nailan Xiong paced back and forth in the hall, one hand clasped behind his back, his brow furrowed, and his expression grim. What is going on? It's south already close to dark. Why hasn't Keida returned yet? Could something have happened to him? Nailan Ru Yin sat nearby, sipping tea with an air of nonchalance. Father, worry not. Keida, after all, is at the 9th level of Ling Yuan realm. He possesses some ability to protect himself. Besides, he is your son. He has always been playful. Perhaps he has encountered some beautiful woman along the way and is preoccupied. Nailan Xiong nodded, reassuring himself. You're right. That boy must be off playing somewhere, but as long as he is safe, everything is fine. Suddenly, he recalled something and continued. Ru Yin, your brother has already left Yin Tian sect. You must take good care of him in the 10,000 Sword sect. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I am merely a step away from securing a marriage contract with Murong Jin. Once that is accomplished, we shall be intertwined as family, and the Wan Jin sect will become our own household. Nailan Keida nodded thoughtfully, murmuring, that would be the best outcome. No sooner had the words left his lips than a guard rushed into the hall with great urgency. Head of the family. Something has transpired. Upon hearing this, Nailan Xiong's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly inquired, what has happened? Why such alarm? While I am here, the sky shall not fall upon the Nailan family. Head of the family. The young master has returned with a gift. I was expecting something significant. A gift from the young master is surely a good omen. Nailan Xiong chuckled. This lad is truly something. He hasn't even returned. Yet his gift has arrived. This might be Keida's surprise for you. Nailan Ru Yin smiled. Quickly, let me take a good look. Nailan Xiong stepped forward and received the box as he held it. A strong stench of blood assailed his nostrils. What an overwhelming scent of blood. Could it be that Keida has sent me some game? Unable to quell his curiosity, Nailan Xiong hastily opened the box. As it came undone, the foul odor of blood surged forth, making him feel nauseated. Inside the box was not game, but a bloody severed head. Whose head is this? Nailan Xiong's expression turned grave, and he waved his hand to push aside the hair that obscured the face. Beneath the hair lay the visage of Nailan Keida. At this sight, Nailan Xiong's legs weakened, and he collapsed to the floor, clutching Nailan Keida's head tightly. He wept inconsolably, his sorrow palpable. Keida, my son, sobbed he. Nailan Ru Yin, witnessing this scene, trembled, her fists clenched tightly. How could this happen? We awaited Nailan Keida's return, and instead, we received his severed head. Nailan Xiong's grief surpassed even that of Nailan Ru Yin, for he cherished this son dearly, now that he was gone. Nailan Xiong felt as though his heart was shattering. Turning to the guard, Na Lan Xiong bellowed. Who sent this head? Just outside the door, 2 foreign visitors, a man and a woman, brought this box. They are still waiting outside. Pursue them. The father and daughter sprang into action, hastening towards the entrance. Yet, upon their arrival, they found the area deserted. Where are they? Where are the 2 who delivered the box? Seeing Na Lan Xiong's fury, the steward at the door quickly replied, Head of the family, they have already departed. Departed? Na Lan Xiong was taken aback. The steward continued, However, before they left a letter for you. Quickly, let me see it. The father and daughter leaned in to read the contents of the letter. You have waited long. This grand gift is for you. The letter bore no signature, and upon finishing it, Na Lan Xiong's body convulsed with rage. Who dares to murder my son? Na Lan Xiong. I shall ensure they meet a fate most gruesome. Na Lan Ru Yin furrowed her brows and spoke softly. Previously, Keita wrote to me, mentioning that Lin Ping'an was regaining his strength. He has already set his sights on him. Hearing this, Na Lan Xiong asserted vehemently, It must be Lin Ping'an's doing. Come, let us go to the Lin family and demand retribution. Those who dare slay my son shall pay in blood. After concluding this matter, Lin Ping'an and Yun Mingyu walked along the road. Suddenly, Lin Ping'an recalled something and curiously asked, Mingyu, how is it that you came along? Not long after you left, someone delivered a letter to you. A letter? Yun Mingyu nodded and continued. It seems to be from your father. Mingyu, let me see it. Lin Ping'an exclaimed anxiously. Receiving the envelope, he tore it open hastily, his gaze scanning the letter swiftly. The clan wishes to strip you of your position as young master. Return at once. Chapter 26. I have returned. Who dares to strip me of my title? Upon reading this, Lin Ping'an's expression grew considerably somber. Noticing this, Yun Mingyu quickly inquired, Little Ping'an, what troubles you? Is something amiss? Lin Ping'an nodded, his voice heavy with concern. The clan wishes to revoke my title as young master. Upon hearing this, Yun Mingyu was immediately incensed. What? They dare to strip you of your title? No one shall lay a hand on my man. Taking Lin Ping'an's hand, she declared, Come, I will take you back. I wish to see who dares to challenge you. In the eastern domain, at the Lin family estate. The grand hall was bustling with activity early in the morning, with numerous clan elders gathered within. Seated at the head of the hall was a middle-aged man clad in a black robe. His demeanor stern. This man was Lin Lai, the head of the Lin family and Lin Ping'an's father. At this moment, the hall was enveloped in a profound silence, with no one daring to speak. Suddenly, a middle-aged man on Lin Lai's left stood up abruptly. His name was Lin Hu, Lin Lai's younger brother and the second in command of the Lin family. Elder brother, now that everyone is present, shall we commence the Lin family meeting? Lin Lai shook his head, his voice grave. Ping'an has yet to return. We must wait a while longer. Lin Hu chuckled lightly. Elder brother, we have been waiting for quite some time. Must we continue to do so? If Lin Ping'an truly had the intention to return, he would have done so by now. If he does not, then waiting here is futile. My Ping'an is the young master of the Lin family. His absence means this meeting cannot commence. Lin Lai bellowed in anger. The second elder cleared his throat lightly, sneering, The head of the family is mistaken. Lin Ping'an is merely a young master. Does his absence mean the Lin family cannot function? In the past, Lin Ping'an may have had some influence, but now he is but a useless waste. What significance does it hold to await him? It was evident that the Lin family was woefully uninformed, as the gathered members were oblivious to Lin Ping'an's current circumstances. Lin Lai glared at the second elder, demanding, What do you mean by that? Head of the family, my meaning is simple. Although Lin Ping'an is your son, his current abilities render him ineffective. Rather than allowing him to linger, it would be better to strip him of his title and install someone more capable. In truth, the purpose of convening this Lin family meeting was to revoke Lin Ping'an's status. Lin Lai's expression hardened as he surveyed the room, asking, What do you all think? Lin Hu smiled and responded, Elder brother, I believe the second elder speaks wisely. Ping'an is indeed too inept. The position of young master should rightfully belong to one who is capable. Upon hearing this, the hall was filled with nods of agreement. As many had been bribed, their intentions to strip the young master were clear. Lin Ping'an suddenly turned to the white-haired elder beside him. Elder, what is your opinion? The elder squinted his eyes and stroked his beard thoughtfully. Since everyone believes it necessary to replace the young master, why not proceed as they suggest? Lin Lai's fists clenched tightly, his expression darkening. In that case, Who among you believes they can surpass my little Ping'an and assume the position of young master? The second elder smiled faintly and replied, I believe the second elder's son, Lin Yin, is a worthy candidate. Although he has joined the Tianhua sect, which may not be as renowned as the Yuntian sect, he has already become a core disciple. Recently, he even entered the spirit pool realm, and his future is bound to be remarkable. Lin Hu burst into laughter, shamelessly praising his own son before the assembled crowd. Afterward, he shot a glance at Lin Lai. Elder brother, what do you think? Although Lin Lai and Lin Hu were brothers, Lin Hu harbored ambitions of usurping power. However, Lin Lai's strength made it difficult to act against him. Thus, Lin Hu was left with no choice but to seek a peaceful transition to achieve his goals, with the elevation of his son Lin Yin as part of the plan. Lin Hu's words were indeed persuasive. Lin Lai lowered his head, remaining silent. Elder brother, as the head of the family, you must not let personal desires cloud your judgment. Lin Hu pressed on. Lin Yin is certainly no match for my Ping'an. Lin Lai clenched his fists tightly, adamantly refusing to acknowledge that his son was inferior. I am sorry, but I am stronger than he is. Suddenly, a furious shout echoed from outside the hall. Hearing this, Lin Hu turned sharply, shouting, we are discussing significant matters of the clan. Who dares to make a ruckus outside? Bang! An explosive sound erupted, and in the next moment, the door to the courtyard was kicked open. Whoosh! The door hurtled directly towards Lin Hu. Observing this, he quickly raised his hand, shattering it into splinters. Dare to attack? The one attacking is you, not I. With that, Lin Ping'an sauntered in, humming a tune. Upon seeing Lin Ping'an, Lin Lai's face lit up with joy. Ping'an, you have returned? Indeed. Lin Ping'an smiled and nodded at his father. Lin Lai suddenly noticed something. Lin Ping'an had someone in tow. Ping'an, who is this? Do not fret. Allow everyone to see. With a wave of his hand, Lin Ping'an unceremoniously tossed the person onto the ground. Lin Ping'an, this is the hall. What are you doing? Do you not care about the elders present? Lin Hu seized the opportunity to attack. Lin Ping'an slowly raised his gaze to meet Lin Hu's second uncle. Do you have eyes? Perhaps you should take a look at whose body lies on the ground. Lin Hu glanced down, and there, sprawled on the floor, was the assassin he had dispatched to intercept Lin Ping'an. My dear relatives, at this moment, Lin Hu's voice weakened slightly. Uncle, are your people blind, or has your head been caught in a door? None of them are willing to yield. There's no choice. I must take matters into my own hands and deal with them for you. Just as Lin Hu muttered, Lin Ping'an stepped forward with a cold smile. Uncle, do you believe they are confused on their own, or is it you, the master, who is acting intentionally? Lin Hu quickly began to explain. It may be that you have been away for too long, and they no longer recognize you. It's all a misunderstanding. But how could your uncle ever intend to harm you? These are mere empty words. Among the Lin family, the one who most desires Lin Ping'an's demise is undoubtedly Lin Hu himself. It's quite a spectacle to see so many people gathered in this hall today. Lin Ping'an, not wishing to beat around the bush, got straight to the point. I just heard that you all intend to strip me of my position as the young master. I wonder who has given the second elder the audacity to respond. Lin Ping'an, the position of young master should belong to the capable. You, quite evidently, do not qualify, Lin Ping'an lightly exclaimed, stepping upon the individual's foot. Glaring fiercely at the second elder, and shouted, Today, I, Lin Ping'an, have returned. I wish to see who dares to strip me of my title. Chapter 27. Raise your hands if you agree, roll out if you disagree. The second elder pointed at Lin Ping'an and shouted angrily, Lin Ping'an, you are being excessively domineering, aren't you? It could have been overlooked in the past, but now you dare to act thus. Before speaking, shouldn't you weigh your own worth? What do you mean by in the past and now? Could it be that you, old man, only dare to bully the weak and fear the strong? Lin Ping'an chuckled lightly. Hearing this, the second elder erupted in fury, shouting, Lin Ping'an, you are outrageous. Lin Lai abruptly slammed his hand upon the table, coldly snorting, Second elder, are you not showing enough respect to me as your father? The second elder, emboldened by his supporters, crossed his arms and coldly inquired, What? Does the family master intend to use father-son sentiment to protect Lin Ping'an's position as young master? What I do is not for you to dictate. Get lost. As that voice rang out, the second elder's body trembled violently. Then he retreated in haste. Observing this, the first elder slowly rose. Family master, your actions may be excessive, The position of young master should be determined by the clan members. What you are doing could damage your own reputation. Although Lin Ping'an seldom resided in the family, he had heard of certain matters. Clearly, the first elder was aligned with Lin Hu's faction. Otherwise, even if they had 10 times the courage, they would not dare to act so recklessly. Lin Ping'an nodded, chuckling coldly. Very well. Let us proceed as the first elder suggests. Old Deng, prepare to lose convincingly. Lin Ping'an surveyed the room, smiling as he asked, as I take on the role of family master, who agrees and who disagrees? Upon his words, aside from Lin Lai's confidants, the rest fell into silence. Looking around, only about a 10th or 12th raised their hands. Seeing this, Lin Hu's lips curled upward slightly, a triumphant smile forming. Lin Ping'an, today, even if the King of Heaven were to intervene, you cannot retain your position as young master. The first elder shot a glance at Lin Ping'an and solemnly announced, in that case, let us proceed as per the collective will, to strip. Before the first elder could finish, a foul shoe was thrust into his mouth. Old man, shut your stinking mouth, as those words fell. Yun Mingyu gracefully entered the hall, resembling a celestial maiden, exuding an extraordinary aura. Upon seeing her, Lin Lai quickly rose to pay his respects. I pay my respects to Master Yun. No need for such excessive formalities. You may call me Mingyu. Yun Mingyu smiled slightly. After all, Lin Ping'an was her future husband, and Lin Lai, though not publicly acknowledged, was to be her father-in-law. Thus a modicum of decorum was still necessary. Upon hearing this, Lin Lai was taken aback that it was well known that Yun Mingyu was a renowned figure. How could he dare to address her so casually? What brings you here? Having said this, Lin Lai turned to Lin Ping'an and remarked with annoyance, You rascal, why didn't you inform me that your master was coming? I could have prepared. Lin Ping'an chuckled. I just returned, and had not the chance to mention it. Lin Lai leaned in closer, whispering, My precious son, tell me, what is your master here for? It was known that Lin Ping'an had been under Yun Mingyu's tutelage for many years, but Lin Lai had only met her once. Now, with such a significant figure visiting, it surely indicated something of great importance. Father, to be honest, my master is here to support me. Upon hearing this, Lin Lai finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. Seeing this, the first elder changed his usual demeanor, removing the foul shoe from his mouth and forcing a smile. It is indeed a pleasure to welcome you, Taoist Mingyu. This fellow had initially hoped to salvage the situation. Yet he found that she was far from appreciative. Yun Mingyu snorted coldly. Put that shoe back in your mouth. I did not permit you to speak, so keep your mouth shut. Furthermore, you, an old fool, are hardly worthy to call me your friend. You are but an ant. There was no choice. In this world, strength held sway. The harder one's fist, the more weight their words carried. After being reprimanded by Yun Mingyu, the first elder found himself unable to refute, not daring to utter even a sound, and simply complied, shoving the shoe back into his mouth and choosing silence. Then, Yun Mingyu drew her sword, pointing it at Lin Hu's faction, and commanded, Everyone, raise your hands. Today, anyone who does not raise their hand, I shall strike down. There was no denying it. Having power made one audacious. This was not a request, but an order. Even the first elder was rendered speechless. And the other clan elders could hardly voice their opinions. They could only raise their hands in agreement. Just moments ago, those who supported Lin Ping'an were few, yet now, at Yun Mingyu's behest, every hand in the hall was raised. No one left idle. Clearly, Yun Mingyu was still unsatisfied and continued. Is that all? Are you all mute? Upon hearing this, the group of clan elders hurried to flatter. I knew young Master Ping'an was exceptional. Who could compare? Indeed, indeed. Young Master Ping'an is not only handsome, but possesses formidable strength. Young Master Ping'an is wonderful. Young Master Ping'an is remarkable. Those individuals had no choice. Even if they were reluctant, they had to muster the courage to flatter. Witnessing this scene, Lin Ping'an couldn't help but smile. I never expected my Mingyu to have such a side. It's truly amusing to this moment. The voice of Dan Dan echoed in Lin Ping'an's mind. Oh, my Mingyu, how quickly you flaunt your affection. Lin Ping'an teased. If you truly perished, you wouldn't be happy, would you? Go away, go away. Unable to retort, Dan Dan could only concede. Now, seeing the expressions of those in the hall, Lin Hu's smile instantly froze, his expression turning unsightly. Of course, Lin Hu was also a coward who feared the strong. He did not dare to confront Yun Mingyu. and could only hurl insults at Lin Ping'an. Rising to his feet, he pointed at Lin Ping'an and shouted, "Lin Ping'an, what you are doing is excessively domineering. Don't think that just because you have a master, you can act recklessly. I have my master backing me. You do not. Hence, I shall act recklessly." "What of it, second uncle? Are you not satisfied?" Lin Ping'an sneered. "I am not satisfied. What if you are secured in the position of young master through your master? A useless person is still a useless person." Upon hearing this, Yun Mingyu's figure flickered, and she appeared directly before Lin Hu. Lin Hu felt a chill at his jaw, and in the next moment, Yun Mingyu's sword was already poised at his neck. "That it seems your words have become rather excessive." Chapter 28. Trick to kill. My hands are itching. Just as Yun Mingyu was about to strike Lin Hu down, Lin Ping'an intervened. "Master, hold on." Upon hearing this, Yun Mingyu halted her sword, not questioning further, simply complying. It was not that Lin Ping'an was soft-hearted. Rather, he did not wish to be overtaken by impulse. He understood that killing Lin Hu would not resolve the issue but only exacerbate the internal strife within the clan. The Lin family would become nothing more than a scattered mess, making it impossible to unite again. Even if he were to retain the position of young master, the foundation of the Lin family would be destroyed, and he would rather not have the title. Furthermore, compared to killing Lin Hu, Lin Ping'an had a method that would inflict even greater suffering upon him. Lin Hu's legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Lin Ping'an approached him, smiling lightly. "Second uncle, I understand your intentions. You go through all this trouble merely to push me off the position of young master and elevate Lin Yan instead. What of it? My Lin Yan is just stronger than you," Lin Hu asserted defiantly. "Good, since you say so. I, your nephew, shall grant you an opportunity. Call Lin Yan back and let him compete with me in a match. If he wins, I shall gladly hand over the position of young master." Upon hearing this, Lin Lai sharply turned to Lin Ping'an, questioning him with concern. "Ping'an, what are you doing?" "Father, do not worry. I have everything under control." Upon hearing this, Lin Hu's lips curled into a sneer. "Very well, Lin Ping'an, this is what you said. Should you lose, do not come crying to me." Lin Ping'an smiled calmly. "I will not. And I extend this same sentiment to you. Second uncle, do not be saddened when the time comes. Crying, it is also a measure of time." Lin Lai surveyed the surroundings and shouted, "All right, let today's matters come to an end. You may all leave now." As soon as these words were uttered, everyone rose swiftly and departed from the scene. Once the crowd had dispersed, Lin Lai hurriedly approached, anxious as he spoke. "Ping'an, are you aware that Lin Yan has been thriving at the Tianhua sect?" Having already stepped into the spirit pool realm, Lin Ping'an, seated comfortably, sipped his tea. "You little rascal, I am speaking to you," he retorted. Lin Ping'an took a gentle sip and smiled, replying, "And what of the spirit pool realm? Is it truly that formidable?" As his words fell, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted around Lin Ping'an, enveloping him in a magnificent aura. Lin Lai, not a fool, immediately discerned the clues about his son's prowess. "Ninth level of the Lingyuan realm? Ping'an, have you restored your cultivation?" "Sort of," Lin Ping'an nodded. Hearing this, Lin Lai rushed forward, gripping his son's arms tightly, his expression brimming with excitement. "When did this happen? Why did you not inform me sooner? Had I known, today would not have been so vexing." Lin Ping'an offered a bittersweet smile. "Father, I was just about to come and tell you when I stumbled upon this situation." After a moment of laughter, Lin Lai's smile abruptly froze. "But your cultivation has only just recovered. Do you have confidence in dealing with Lin Yan?" Lin Lai's face was etched with concern. "Father, do not worry. Summon him back. It is not merely a jest. Isn't my second uncle quite fond of Lin Yan, his precious son? The more he values him, the more I intend to ruin him." Upon hearing this, Lin Lai seemed to grasp something, quickly interjecting, "You little rascal, you aren't contemplating luring Lin Yan back to eliminate him, are you?" "That is indeed my intention," Lin Ping'an nodded with a smile. "You imp." Lin Lai chuckled helplessly. "Truly, you are just like I was in my youth." Suddenly recalling something, Lin Lai continued, "By the way, I heard recently that you went to the Nailan family to withdraw from your engagement." Lin Ping'an nodded in affirmation, responding, "Yes, I went with my master. I have already torn up the marriage contract. That Nailan Ru Yin is indeed excessive, causing trouble even before entering our Yi family. If she truly married into our family, it would surely bring misfortune." Lin Lai sighed. As a father, he bore no resentment, stepping forward to pat Lin Ping'an's shoulder, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Silly boy, you are my Lin Lai's son. No matter what you do, your father will unconditionally support you. Lin Ping'an nodded earnestly. After this exchange, Lin Lai set off to handle family affairs. Lin Ping'an and Yun Mingyu found a secluded spot to sit down. Little Ping'an, how do you plan to proceed with this matter? What else can be done? Life and death are but trifles. If they refuse to yield, then we shall fight. Yun Mingyu leaned against Lin Ping'an's shoulder, smiling brightly. Truly worthy of being my man. I admire your spirit. Do as you wish. As for the rest, leave it to me. All right. Lin Ping'an gazed into the distance, murmuring softly, "At this moment, everything was in place. Save for one person." Meanwhile, in Lin Hu's courtyard, a group of individuals sat in a circle. The second elder, indulging in drink, appeared exceedingly merry. Come, let us raise a toast. Let us celebrate in advance for Lin Yan ascending to the position of young master. Look at you. Lin Yan has yet to return, and you're already celebrating? The second elder chuckled. Is it even necessary to ask? That good-for-nothing Lin Ping'an cannot possibly be a match for Lin Yan. He isn't even worthy to hold his shoes. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Lin Hu. By the way, second master, have you notified Lin Yan? Tell him to return early, so I may enjoy his celebratory feast. Rest assured, I have already sent a letter. He will arrive tomorrow. The following day, at noon, the scorching sun cast its rays, illuminating the ground at the entrance of the Lin family. An old man and a youth appeared. The young one was none other than Lin Yan. Dressed in a crimson training outfit and adorned with a jade crown, he swaggered towards the place with arms crossed. Beside him, an elderly man sat atop a colossal flaming beast. Clad in a black robe, with fiery red hair and half-closed eyes, exuding a profound aura. This individual was Lin Yan's newly recognized master, the red-haired elder of the Tianhua sect. Master, we shall arrive shortly. The red-haired elder slowly opened his eyes and chuckled wryly. It seems someone has been waiting for us for quite some time. As the words fell, Lin Ping'an flashed into view atop the roof. Gazing down at the master and disciple, the red-haired elder regarded Lin Ping'an, silently reflecting. Is this the young genius of the Lin family from years past? It appears he has indeed fallen quite far. Alas, no matter how extraordinary you are, you shall only serve as a stepping stone for my disciple. Lin Ping'an, you actually came here to welcome me personally. Lin Yan scoffed. Welcome. You are far too conceited. Lin Ping'an replied disdainfully. I have come here merely because I could no longer contain myself. My hands are itching to give you a sound thrashing. Chapter 29. Allow me to treat you to tea. Little dog, come here. You. Lin Yan gritted his teeth, filled with fury. Enough. Lin Yan, must you bark like a dog here? Lin Ping'an beckoned with a finger, wearing a derisive smile. The arena is already prepared. If you have the capability, then come along. If not, hurry back to your master. With that, Lin Ping'an vanished in an instant. Master, I thought the red-haired elder had yet to realize the gravity of the situation, chuckling as he nodded. Go ahead. With that, Lin Yan stomped down fiercely, bellowing, Lin Ping'an, you wait for me. Today, I shall ensure you are utterly humiliated. Fueled by rage, he sped towards the arena. At that moment, just as the red-haired elder was about to enter, he was abruptly called out. Old turtle, stop right there. Who calls me? The red-haired elder turned slowly, adopting a languid demeanor. Behind him stood a captivating figure, Yun Mingyu. No matter how powerful the red-haired elder was, he could not match Yun Mingyu. They were simply not of the same caliber. He looked at her, but failed to recognize her. This woman has called out to me. Could it be that she is infatuated? The red-haired elder mused. This old man, full of self-importance, stroked his beard, a smug smile creeping onto his face. Indeed, I am so remarkable that wherever I go, I attract admirers. The red-haired elder slowly turned to face Yun Mingyu, coldly stating, I am a core elder of the Tianhua sect, a practitioner of the way. It is understandable that a young lady might hold affection for me. Given your sincerity, I shall consider the matter of us becoming partners. Yun Mingyu, utterly speechless, had no words to express her thoughts. The red-haired elder was lost in his own delusions. Unwilling to entertain such shamelessness, she raised two fingers. Whoosh, 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 a silver-white streak of light shot forth, heading straight for the red-haired elder. Seeing this, he dared not hesitate for a moment and quickly dodged. The attack struck the ground, creating a massive crater. Upon witnessing this, the red-haired elder trembled, frowning as he looked at Yun Mingyu. You are also a practitioner? Observing her immense aura, the red-haired elder could sense her strength, but could not discern her exact cultivation level. I am the red-haired elder of the Tianhua sect, he declared, cupping his fists in respect. Might I inquire as to which sect you hail from, fellow practitioner? Yun Mingyu's lips curled upward slightly as she let out a cold laugh. Hasn't the last encounter with your Tianhua sect left a lasting impression? How quickly you forget. At these words, the red-haired elder suddenly recalled something. It is you, the female demon of the Yuntian sect. How dare you insult me, you old turtle. Without further ado, Yun Mingyu slapped the red-haired elder across the face. The old man fell to the ground, clutching his face, a look of grievance on his features. But you insulted me as well. My Ping'an said that if I insult you, it is because you are sick. If you insult me, you are also sick. Hearing this, the red-haired elder was left utterly bewildered. Is it truly possible to frame it this way? Yun Mingyu, stretching her limbs, approached the red-haired elder. Come now. Old turtle, allow me to treat you to tea. Upon hearing this, the red-haired elder felt a sense of foreboding and hastily waved his hands in refusal. I am allergic to tea. Did you not express a desire for a partner? I can introduce you to some elderly ladies that I no longer desire that. As practitioners, I care not for your ramblings. Come along. Yun Mingyu kicked the red-haired elder over and began dragging him away. Help! Help! The old man is being killed. Lin Yin followed Lin Ping into the martial arts arena, unaware that his master had already fallen into Yun Mingyu's clutches. Upon seeing Lin Yin arrive, Lin Hu and the others quickly surrounded him. Yin, you have finally returned. Your father has missed you dearly. Lin Hu embraced Lin Yin tightly, laughing heartily. This fool remained blissfully unaware that he had already walked into a trap. The more he laughed now, the more he would weep later. By the way, where is your master? Did he not return with you? Father, do not worry. My esteemed master knows how to handle things. Lin Hu nodded earnestly. Indeed, your master is so formidable. I was merely overthinking. Now, back to the point. The opportunity has arrived. As long as you successfully defeat this fellow, you shall become the young master, and the position of family head will be yours. Lin Yin pounded his chest confidently, declaring, Father, rest assured, defeating Lin Ping'an will be as easy as flipping a hand. Lin Hu chuckled. I knew it. My son Lin Yin possesses the demeanor of a great emperor. At that moment, Lin Ping'an and his father, Lin Lai, stood at the foot of the martial stage. Ping'an, where is your master? Why hasn't she come to witness this important event? Lin Lai inquired, a look of curiosity on his face. Lin Ping'an responded softly. Father, you need not worry. My master is preoccupied with her own matters. I see. Lin Lai nodded without further questioning. Well then, the time has come. I must take my leave. Just as Lin Ping'an prepared to ascend, Lin Lai called out to him. Ping'an, wait a moment. Father, is there something else you wish to discuss? Lin Lai stepped closer, patting Lin Ping'an's shoulder gently, and said softly, Ping'an, I asked for nothing else, only your safety. When your mother and I named you, it was with the hope that you would be safe year after year. This position of young master holds little significance. If you lose, we will simply return to the countryside together. As long as you are happy and content, everything else is trivial to me. Listening to Lin Lai's words, Lin Ping'an's eyes glistened with emotion, and he nodded solemnly. I'll be careful. I look forward to coming home for dinner. With that, Lin Ping'an swiftly leaped onto the martial stage. As his foot struck the ground, the entire platform trembled. That moment, the spectators began to sense something amiss. What is happening? Were we not told Lin Ping'an was crippled? What about his cultivation? Although his cultivation had only returned to the spirit source realm, it was not to be underestimated. Initially, no one had anticipated Lin Ping'an's potential. They viewed him merely as a clown seeking attention. However, upon witnessing Lin Ping'an's renewed strength, a flicker of hope ignited among the crowd. What of his past brilliance? His era had passed. It was now Lin Yan's time to shine. In my opinion, regardless of Lin Ping'an's cultivation, the outcome remains unchanged. As murmurs of doubt and derision filled the air, Lin Ping'an refrained from retorting, too weary of such remarks after years of disdain. Rather than engage in empty words, he preferred to carve his path with his fists. He slowly turned to face Lin Yan, who stood with arms crossed, scoffing. Lin Ping'an, why are you staring at me? Do you have something to say? Or perhaps you wish to forfeit right here? At this, laughter erupted from the crowd behind him. Lin Yan, your thoughts are as fanciful as your appearance. Lin Ping'an's expression hardened, teeth clenched. You. Enough with the barking from the sidelines. Lin Ping'an beckoned Lin Yan with a finger, taunting, "Come on, little dog, come up here." Chapter 30. Equal standing. Do you deserve it? Lin Ping'an, you're courting death. With that, Lin Yan vanished from sight, landing on the stage. Little dog, you truly obey. I say jump, and you leap. Lin Ping'an smiled slightly, nodding in satisfaction. Lin Ping'an. Lin Yan's countenance turned grim, his fists clenched in fury. Suddenly, his aura surged, and with a powerful stomp, the ground beneath him cracked. Debris scattering, he lunged forward like a ravenous wolf. In an instant, Lin Yan raised his fist, enveloped in terrifying power, and unleashed a fierce blow towards Lin Ping'an. Even before the punch arrived, the rush of air sliced through the atmosphere. What's this? Are you just a little dog that can only bite? Or is your rage all bark and no bite? Undaunted, Lin Ping'an charged forward to meet the attack head-on. He did not hold back, throwing a punch of his own, its force surging like a mighty tide. Colliding directly with Lin Yan's fist, boom! In an instant, the two forces clashed violently, producing a resounding explosion. The surrounding winds roared, sand and stones flying, dust swirling in the air. The silhouettes of the two combatants flickered amidst the fierce gales and overwhelming power. Now that they were on the stage, neither was willing to yield, locked in a stalemate. Each collision of their fists was accompanied by powerful shockwaves, the cracks in the ground spreading further and further. After a prolonged standstill, neither could gain the upper hand, and both were equally matched. At that moment, Lin Yan gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of effort, wishing to pulverize Lin Ping'an. Meanwhile, Lin Ping'an remained calm and unperturbed. After some time, Lin Ping'an declared, "All right, I believe we've played long enough. Step back." With that command, both fighters were forced back. Whoosh! They crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a large crater beneath them. Lin Yan landed, cracks rapidly spreading beneath him as a powerful shockwave surged forth. He slowly rose, dust clinging to him, appearing somewhat disheveled. In contrast, Lin Ping'an fared much better. Though he had been pushed back, he gracefully dissipated the impact, leaving no crater beneath him, only a faint ripple. After their exchange, Lin Yan, unwilling to concede, shook his fists defiantly and shouted, "Lin Ping'an, I never expected that after so many years, your strength has returned significantly. You are actually able to stand on equal footing with me." It was important to note that Lin Yan was at the first level of the Spirit Pool realm, while Lin Ping'an was merely at the 7th level of the Spirit Source realm. A vast chasm separating their powers. Yet, the reality was that despite all his advantages, Lin Yan could not best Lin Ping'an. Equal standing. Lin Yan, are you joking? I barely exerted myself, and you look as if you're using every ounce of your strength. Lin Ping'an, I have regarded you with a measure of respect, but do not mistake this for weakness. Lin Yan shouted, pointing a finger at Lin Ping'an. Brother, stop barking here. If you have the ability, come and strike me. Lin Ping'an turned slightly, patting his backside, every motion dripping with provocation. Hey, who taught you those tricks? They seem rather pathetic. If they weren't so pathetic, how could Lin Yan fall for them? Lin Ping'an retorted, true to Lin Ping'an's words. Lin Yan's defenses crumbled in response. Lin Ping'an, I initially intended to show you some leniency, but you have brought this upon yourself. At that moment, fury coursed through Lin Yan, and he disregarded everything else. He opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Heavenly Fire Palm." As the words echoed, Lin Yan's aura transformed dramatically, flames erupting from within him. In the blink of an eye, the air around him heated up rapidly, igniting into a roaring blaze, the flames surging like a river in full flow. Seeing this, many in the crowd cheered with excitement. This time, Lin Yan was serious, unleashing techniques from the Heavenly Fire sect. Although Lin Ping'an hailed from the Cloud Sky sect, after so many years of being deemed useless, what could he possibly have learned? Merely serving as a foil for our young master Lin Yan. I'll wager that with this strike, the outcome will be decided. That moment, Lin Lai, watching from below, grew increasingly worried. It appeared that Lin Yan had indeed prepared thoroughly for this duel. One could only wonder if Ping'an would be able to withstand it. Lin Yan displayed his might, but he did not rush to attack. Instead, he glanced at Lin Ping'an with a derisive smile. Lin Ping'an, it is still not too late to concede, considering we are both from the Lin family. You could save yourself some embarrassment. Think carefully. After all, you were once the young master. It would be wise to lose gracefully, concede. Do you truly believe that is an option? Lin Ping'an chuckled lightly. Since you have said as much. When you lose, I assure you, I will not allow you to save face. Silence. Lin Yin gritted his teeth, his voice lowered. He then slowly raised one hand, as if carrying the weight of the world. With that gesture, torrents of flames surged forth, converging above his head. The flames shot skyward, intertwining into an intricate web, radiating dazzling light that was nearly blinding. Congeal. Upon Lin Yan's command, the flames above him rapidly coalesced, forming a massive fiery hand the size of 100 feet. This hand towered in the air, exuding immense pressure, each finger thick and surrounded by searing flames. The palm bore intricate patterns, each filled with fierce fire, akin to a myriad of rivers flowing together. Lin Yin cast a glance at Lin Ping'an, coldly stating, "Lin Ping'an, from the moment I unleash this move, your defeat is assured." "What kind of technique is that?" "A flaming hand. Are you trying to roast pig's trotters?" Lin Ping'an swung his hand fiercely, creating a gust that whistled through the air. "Now, open your eyes wide and behold. Saint Sun Palm." Chapter 31. Suppress it. At these words, Lin Yan's expression stiffened considerably. This technique Lin Ping'an unleashed was called the Saint Sun Palm. Listening to the name, it seems quite formidable. Regardless, I shall observe before forming any judgments that I see this moment. Lin Yan hesitated to act rashly, opting instead to patiently wait. However, after a considerable duration, the anticipated move still did not manifest. Lin Yan pondered. Could it be that I am overthinking? Is this fellow merely posturing, lacking any real substance? After waiting so long, he could no longer contain himself. Lin Yan raised a hand, pointing at Lin Ping'an, and demanded, "Lin Ping'an, are you here to amuse us? You claim my celestial fire palm is ineffective. Yet where is yours? Has it been consumed by you?" Lin Ping'an chuckled lightly, replying, "No worries. The ignorant bear no blame. Open your eyes wide and gaze at the heavens." The heavens. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. Before Lin Yin could lift his gaze to scrutinize, a deafening sound rent the air, as if to tear the vast sky asunder. The wind howled like a feral beast, rampaging wildly and engulfing everything around. Above, the once tranquil sea of clouds began to churn violently, waves of cloud rising in layers, transforming into a ferocious and immense vortex. Unbeknownst to Win, a crimson hue quietly seeped into the heart of the vortex, as if mercilessly scorched by raging flames, evoking a sense of dread and terror at this moment. Lin Ping'an slowly raised a hand, slightly parted his lips, and bellowed, "Suppress it for me." With his command, a blinding light erupted from the depths of the cloud vortex. The dazzling radiance burst forth, piercing through layers of mist. Immediately afterward, a colossal hand, obscuring the sun and the moon, descended thunderously from the vortex. Buzzing, this hand resembled a divine mountain from the heavens, carrying an overwhelming force as it bore down heavily upon Lin Yin. Wherever the hand passed, the void shattered like glass. The torrent of scorching waves erupted from its palm, surging forth with lethal intent, igniting the air into a vast sea of flames. Witnessing this scene, both supporters and opponents of Lin Ping'an stood frozen in place. Is this still the Lin Ping'an I know? The power of this strike is utterly terrifying. One could not help but wonder if young Master Lin Yin could withstand such an assault. Just a moment ago, they were concerned for Lin Ping'an, and in the next instant, the tables had dramatically turned, with their fates exchanged in an instant. Some even realized the gravity of the situation and promptly turned their allegiances. I seem to have chosen the wrong side. In truth, I have always supported young Master Ping'an. Long live Lin Ping'an. Lin Ping'an, I wish to bear your children. Not only them, but even Lin Lai, the father, was left utterly bewildered. He scratched his head, murmuring, "This lad has indeed hidden his prowess well. When did he become so formidable? Could he not have forewarned me, his father, to prepare myself?" Lin Yin, once brimming with confidence, now found himself under immense pressure upon witnessing the divine hand of the sun. Were this a typical contest, Lin Yin would have likely surrendered on the spot. Yet this time was different. It was not merely about the position of the young master, but thousands of clansmen were watching from below. Lin Yin was a man who valued his pride above all. How could he possibly concede? Impossible. "You, a mere waste. How dare you compete with me? Your move must surely be a ruse." Even at this juncture, Lin Yin stubbornly held on to his bravado, attempting to deceive himself. Lin Ping'an, however, would not indulge him, retorting, "If you believe this is a trick, then come and touch it. You will know the truth." Lin Ping'an smiled slightly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin fell silent. It was evident he dared not approach. After all, whether a horse or a donkey, one only needed to take it for a walk to discern its true nature. Lin Yin understood his own limitations. A direct confrontation would undoubtedly lead to his defeat. You refuse to choose, then allow me to assist you. As soon as the words left his mouth, the divine hand of the sun pressed downward toward Lin Yan's fiery palm. Boom! The moment the two met, an earth-shattering cacophony erupted. Under the terrifying might of the divine hand, Lin Yan's once aggressive fiery palm crumbled as if made of paper, instantly crushed. Countless sparks scattered like dazzling fireworks across the night sky, ultimately leaving behind only a faint shower of embers that slowly dissipated into the vastness of the world. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Yin could no longer maintain his composure. Lin Ping'an, his expression was one of sheer terror. Clearly on the verge of conceding, the position of young master was undeniably significant to Lin Yin, yet his life held even greater importance. After all, he had already become a disciple of the red-haired old man. Even without this title, his future achievements would surely be promising. As the saying goes, as long as the Green Mountain stands, one need not fear the lack of firewood. If the Green Mountain were to vanish, everything would be lost. I refuse to listen. I refuse to listen. I will endure this slap first. In the next moment, the divine hand of the sun descended heavily upon Lin Yan's form. A piercing scream echoed as Lin Yin was forcefully struck by the blow. In an instant, the ground trembled, and a thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, leaving behind a vast imprint on the earth. This imprint was riddled with deep, jagged cracks, while flames raged around it, utterly devastating the martial stage. The arena was left in disarray, and Lin Yin had vanished without a trace. Observing this scene, Lin Hu, as a father, could no longer remain calm. Yin Air, Lin Hu could no longer restrain himself, attempting to rush onto the stage. Seeing this, Lin Lai quickly stepped forward to intercept him. Elder brother, what do you mean by this? Lin Lai maintained a stern expression, responding coldly. Second brother, the duel is not yet concluded. It would be inappropriate for you to intervene at this moment. Lin Hu was certainly no fool. After having troubled Lin Lai on numerous occasions, even if this elder brother had a good temper, he could not endure any longer. Now, it was merely a case of using his own methods against him. Lin Hu was in a state of panic, turning to the Grand Elder. Grand Elder? After being reprimanded by Yuan Mengyu the previous day, the Grand Elder's stance had clearly wavered. He stroked his beard and feigned ignorance. In truth, I believe the head of the family is correct. This is a battle for the youth. They have not yet conceded, so it is best not to intervene. Lin Lai stepped forward, patting Lin Hu's shoulder, and sneered, Second brother, did you hear what the Grand Elder said? You should wait here obediently. Lin Ping'an remained suspended in the air, resembling a sovereign surveying his domain, gazing down at the massive pit. Lin Yin, if you are not dead, then hurry and crawl out. Everyone is waiting for you. In the next instant, a charred hand appeared at the edge of the pit. Chapter 32. Men crying is not a crime. Yin Air? Lin Yin appeared to see a glimmer of hope, his gaze ablaze as he fixated on that hand. Hurry up, do not dawdle. Lin Ping'an's impatience was palpable. Lin Yin slowly crawled out of the massive pit. His body battered and bruised, covered in countless wounds from which blood flowed freely, staining him crimson. Moreover, under the searing flames, his skin was charred black, emitting a faint burnt odor. Yin Air. Upon seeing this, Lin Hu felt his heart shatter. Lin Ping'an glanced at his distraught uncle, a smirk playing on his lips as he taunted. Oh, now you know what it feels like to care. Just yesterday, you were barking like a dog. Lin Ping'an, you scoundrel, how dare you speak to your second uncle in such a manner? You are utterly lacking in decorum. Lin Hu shouted angrily, attempting to assert his authority over Lin Ping'an. This tactic might work on others, but it was utterly ineffective against Lin Ping'an. You are aware, are you not? You are my second uncle. When you insisted on rendering me useless, did you ever consider that? Now your son is on the brink of death, and you speak of such things. What use is it? Thud. At this point, Lin Yin had long lost his earlier arrogance, reduced to utter weakness. He could barely take a few steps before collapsing to the ground. His face was contorted in pain as he covered it, lying on the ground. How could I lose to you? As he spoke, a pair of feet appeared before him. Lin Yin slowly lifted his gaze, finding Lin Ping'an standing before him, a smile gracing his face. Lin Ping'an approached, ruffling Lin Yan's hair, and scoffed, Little brother, I thought you possessed great skill. Yet here you are, still the same waste as before. In conclusion, I offer you 4 words. Practice more, you fool. Lin Yan clenched his fists tightly. Defeat was defeat, and no amount of resentment could change that. He had initially believed this was the end. Yet in the next moment, the Ling Yun's sword shot forth, resting against his neck. Seeing this, Lin Hu could no longer remain composed. Lin Ping'an, what do you intend to do? Lower your sword at once. The second elder pointed at Lin Ping'an, cursing loudly. Lin Ping'an, you wretched beast. How dare you lay hands on your own brother? Shut your mouth. Lin Lai was equally unyielding, delivering a punch that sent the second elder sprawling. The second elder lay on the ground, blood streaming from his nose, clutching his face in silence. Head of the family, you are his father. Perhaps you should say a word of advice. Although Lin Yan had lost, he was still a member of the Lin family. Lin Lai merely shot a glance, responding coldly. What my son does is his own affair. The choices he makes are his own decisions, and no one has the right to interfere. Upon hearing this, the grand elder merely nodded, not daring to speak further. Lin Hu realized that hard tactics were futile and could only resort to softer approaches. Peace, my dear nephew. Cease your actions at once. He is, after all, your brother. The sword in your hand must never be stained with the blood of kin. Lin Ping'an let out a light laugh. So now you acknowledge me as a good nephew and recognize me as his elder brother. Have you ever contemplated this matter over the past 5 years? Did you not all delight in calling me worthless? And now, when faced with death, you begin to regret and plead for mercy. This is not repentance. It is merely the fear of death. Lin Ping'an's words were as sharp as steel, leaving Lin Hu utterly speechless. After all, he was well aware of what he had done to Lin Ping'an in secret over the years. Not to mention other transgressions, the poisoning alone had occurred more than once. Lin Yan's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Lin Ping'an, threatening. Lin Ping'an, if you dare to kill me, my father and my master will not let you go. Not let me go? How thrilling that sounds. As his words fell, Lin Ping'an swiftly drew his sword. In an instant, blood gushed forth. Lin Yan's head fell, as if it were a bloody ball rolling down. Lin Ping'an raised it high and declared coldly, the struggle for the title of young master has always been thus. Only the victor has the right to survive. The defeated shall meet their demise. At this moment, the faction of Lin Hu fell into a stunned silence, utterly unprepared for Lin Ping'an's decisive action. Of course, this was precisely what distinguished Lin Ping'an from them. They were all talk and no action, while he was the complete opposite. Why waste words when one can act? Lin Hu stood frozen in disbelief, unable to fathom that the cherished son he had painstakingly nurtured had met such a grim fate. Only when Lin Yan's head rolled to his feet did he come to his senses. That he crouched down, cradling Lin Yan's head, overwhelmed with grief. Yener, my son, your death is so tragic. Lin Ping'an surveyed the scene with an expression of indifference. No, in fact, at this moment, he even felt like laughing. Lin Ping'an hummed a little tune, mockingly saying, Men, weep if you must. It is not a crime. Hearing that song, Lin Hu struggled to utter a single word, his cries growing louder. Doe, my son. Lin Ping'an covered his ears, chuckling helplessly. Second uncle, your weeping is truly unbearable, akin to the wails of a ghost. Lin Lai stepped forward, offering consolation. Second brother, the dead cannot return to life. Do not grieve. If it is too much to bear, I can accompany you to see him. Lin Lai wore a smile, his words laden with mercilessness. Lin Hu glanced at his elder brother, recognizing that this was no comfort. This was clearly a stab in the back. At his words, Lin Hu fell silent, his voice weakening. Above, a figure hovered in the air. No, it should be two. Upon closer inspection, it was Yun Mingyu, holding the red-haired elder. The elder was now battered and bruised, resembling a pig's head, looking utterly disheveled. Your disciple is dead. Will you not go down and check? Yun Mingyu inquired coldly. No. I have only just accepted Lin Yan as my disciple. I hold no deep feelings. If he is dead, then so be it. It is of no consequence. The red-haired elder forced a bitter smile. Were it not for Lin Yan, he would not have ended up in such a predicament. With Yun Mingyu present, he dared not voice any dissent. That I command you to go down, and you shall do as instructed. Yun Mingyu crossed her arms, her expression devoid of emotion, exuding an air of lethal intent. The red-haired elder managed a strained smile, nodding fervently. Understood. Rest assured, I will comply. Very well. Be gone. With that, Yun Mingyu kicked the red-haired elder down, Chapter 33. I am the young master. Do you have any objections? Bang! The red-haired elder crashed to the ground, landing in a most undignified manner that he looked up at the crowd, thinking, "This is intolerable. How embarrassing. I am a core elder of the Tianhuomen. My movements must be swift and my posture graceful." The red-haired elder raised a hand, donning a mask. Lin, who recognized him immediately. "Elder Qi, you must advocate for me." "Advocate for what? Do enlighten me." The red-haired elder feigned nonchalance, appearing quite pleased with himself. Lin, who pointed at Lin Yin in his arms, crying out, "Elder, your disciple Lin Yin has been slain." He exhibited little emotional fluctuation, merely expressing mild surprise, asking, "Who is responsible for this?" Lin, who spun around, pointing at Lin Ping'an, "It was he who killed Lin Yin. You must not let him go." Upon hearing this, the red-haired elder slightly turned, fixing his gaze on Lin Ping'an. Lin Lai, observing this, quickly moved to shield Lin Ping'an. "Esteemed elder, this is a matter of our Lin family. I kindly ask that you do not interfere." As soon as he finished speaking, the red-haired elder chuckled, clarifying, "Family head Lin, you seem to be misinterpreting my intentions that I do not mean to blame this young friend. On the contrary, I must express my gratitude." Gratitude. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. In the next moment, the red-haired elder flashed forward, standing before Lin Ping'an. He stepped closer, gripping Lin Ping'an's hand tightly, appearing exceedingly agitated. "Young friend, I truly must thank you." It was obvious to anyone that the red-haired elder could not possibly condemn Lin Ping'an, especially after being thoroughly beaten by Yunmingyu just moments prior. In truth, the red-haired elder felt sorrow for the loss of his disciple, but death is irreversible. He could only ensure his own safety and minimize his losses. "Why are you thanking me?" Lin Ping'an, understanding the implications, smiled slightly and feigned curiosity. "I thank you for helping me clear the way. That scoundrel Lin Yin was utterly detestable. I had long held disdain for him, and I owe you my gratitude." "Is that so, esteemed elder? As a long-standing elder of the Tianhuomen, is it truly so simple as merely expressing gratitude? I, for one, have no qualms. However, I do wonder about my master Dai Ti." These words, the red-haired elder's heart sank, his expression turning grim. This master-disciple duo is truly outrageous. One a bandit, the other a rogue. Lin Ping'an continued, observing the red-haired elder's silence. "What is it?" "Esteemed elder, if you are unwilling, I can summon my master to have a word with you." Upon hearing this, the red-haired elder immediately complied. "Your words are persuasive. I shall yield to you." As he spoke, he hastily produced a bag of holding and handed it to Lin Ping'an. "This is all I possess." "No worries, I do not mind." The red-haired elder stood frozen, speechless, gazing at his bag of holding with immense regret. Originally, he had descended the mountain intending to bolster his disciple's standing and to flaunt his own prowess. If all went well, he might even extort some valuables to take back. Now, however, his newly acquired disciple was dead, and all his treasures had been confiscated. Lin Ping'an accepted the bag, casting a glance at the red-haired elder, and smiled. "Esteemed elder, why do you linger? Are you planning to stay for dinner?" The red-haired elder forced an awkward smile. "Then I shall take my leave." This moment, he dared not contemplate anything else and sought only to exit the scene. Just a few steps away, he was seized by Lin, who, clinging to his leg, "Elder Qi, have you perhaps misunderstood something? My Yinner is your beloved disciple. You cannot treat me this way, nor can you treat my Yinner so." It is too late for further words. The red-haired elder only wished to distance himself. With a wave of his hand, he flung Lin Hu aside, causing Lin Yan's head to fly from his grasp. The red-haired elder shot a glare at Lin Hu, snorting, "Remember this well. I have no connection to you henceforth, nor shall I acknowledge you. Should you continue to be obstinate, do not blame me for severing ties and cleansing the Lin family." At these words, Lin Hu's face turned ashen. That he had initially believed the red-haired elder would be his pillar of support. Who would have thought that this very mountain would ultimately collapse upon him? With that, the red-haired elder hastily departed, fleeing the scene. There was no other option. With Yunmingyu watching from behind, he dared not linger, lest the consequences be dire. Bang! In the next moment, Lin Yan's head struck the ground. Blood and brain matter erupting in a grotesque display. A nauseating stench filled the air, causing many to recoil in disgust. Yet Lin Hu rushed forward, cradling the head as if it were a treasured possession. "My Yinner, dear Yinner." At this moment, Lin Ping'an stood still, surveying his surroundings. Ladies and gentlemen, do any of you have objections to my claim as young master? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Then, an elder with a cane slowly approached. He clasped his hands in reverence and bowed deeply to Lin Ping'an that I pay my respects to the young master. Seeing this, the crowd followed suit, bowing in deference, not daring to show any sign of disrespect. We pay our respects to the young master. Long live the young master. The voices echoed like thunder across the sky. With Lin Yin dead, Lin whose faction had lost its momentum, the second elder hurried forward. Kneeling before Lin Ping'an. Why he had come was obvious even to a fool. Lin Ping'an glanced at the second elder, a cold smile playing on his lips. Second elder, I am aware of your pride. What brings you to kneel here, young master? I was in the wrong. Lin Ping'an let out a soft "Oh." Is that so? Second elder, you are a clan elder of considerable standing. I fail to see where your error lies. The second elder was acutely aware that Lin Ping'an's words were an attempt to force him into a confession. With no alternative, he reluctantly steeled himself to speak that I am guilty. I should not have succumbed to the slanderous words of Lin Hu and Lin Yin, which led me to harbor treasonous thoughts against the young master. I beseech you, grant me a chance to assist you anew. Regrettably, Lin Ping'an was not so magnanimous. He would never be deceived by the second elder's mere utterances. I believe your choice is not without merit. Lin Yin is exceptionally talented. You should continue to support him. Lin Ping'an chuckled softly. Young master, you jest. Lin Yin is deceased. How can I assist him? The second elder forced a smile. Awkwardly. How you assist is your concern, not mine. In any case, I have no need of you, nor do you deserve to offer me assistance. These words severed the second elder's path to a future. He stood there, stunned, his face ashen. Enough. This farce is concluded. You may all disperse. With that, the crowd moved swiftly, leaving without pause, scattering in all directions. Now, as the dust settled, some rejoiced while others despaired. Chapter 34. Let me reward you heartily. After resolving this matter, Lin Ping'an and his father returned to their residence. As soon as they entered, Lin Lai waved his hand, firmly shutting the door, and he abruptly turned, fixing Lin Ping'an with a gaze full of astonishment. Noticing this, Lin Ping'an felt somewhat bewildered. Father, why do you look at me like that? Lin Lai approached, squinting as he scrutinized Lin Ping'an from head to toe. I have been pondering a question. What is it? Are you still my son? Lin Lai regarded Lin Ping'an thoughtfully. This. Lin Ping'an couldn't help but chuckle. Father, if I'm not your son, then who is? You've become remarkably powerful all of a sudden. I find it somewhat hard to adjust. Lin Lai scratched his head and chuckled. What? Do you not wish for it? Lin Lai shook his head with a smile, replying, Of course, I do. What father would not want his son to excel? Moreover, over these past 5 years, I have endured countless scorn and derision. Now that my talented son has returned, how could I not take pride in it? Father, it's all up to you. Lin Lai continued. You have no idea. During the duel earlier, my heart was in my throat that I never expected you to truly win, let alone decisively slay Lin Yin. Such decisiveness in battle. After all these years, I find it hard to believe I could achieve what you have. Lin Ping'an smiled faintly, explaining, keeping Lin Yin alive would only invite future troubles. Better to eliminate him early. Indeed, by the way. Father, there is something you must pay careful attention to. As he spoke, Lin Ping'an's expression turned serious. What is it? Lin Ping'an stepped forward, whispering his instructions. After listening, Lin Lai nodded gravely. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch on this matter. Now, you've worked hard today. Hurry back to rest. After bidding farewell, Lin Ping'an hummed a tune as he made his way to his room. As he pushed the door open, he found Yun Mingyu sitting on the edge of his bed, awaiting him. Mingyu, why are you in my room? What's wrong? Is it not permissible? Yun Mingyu pouted, playfully questioning. Lin Ping'an chuckled. That's not what I meant. I was just humming. How did today go? He approached, extending his hands to massage Yun Mingyu. It went splendidly. Especially thanks to you. If it weren't for your intervention in subduing that crimson-haired elder, today's events might have concluded far less favorably. Indeed, without your presence, that elder would have likely fled in disgrace. Or worse, Lin Yin could have perished along with him. As for that old man, I could easily handle him. With your word, I could have dispatched both him and his apprentice with a mere wave of my hand. Let us leave that be. My grudges with Lin Yin run deep, and I desire the satisfaction of defeating him myself. True. Yun Mingyu nodded. Then suddenly a peculiar thought crossed her mind. Since I've helped you so immensely, don't you plan on rewarding me appropriately? Reward? What reward? Lin Ping'an scratched his head. Mingyu, you are my master. Would you truly value what I can offer? Mingyu leaned closer, playfully pinching Lin Ping'an's cheek. Little Ping'an, you mustn't say that. Anything you give me is the best in my eyes. No one else can compare. Mingyu spoke earnestly. Dream of what you desire, and I shall grant it. Lin Ping'an replied candidly, leaving no room for ambiguity. Since you've said so, I shan't hold back. Mingyu's gaze fixated intensely on Lin Ping'an, akin to a hunter assessing its prey. Despite their long acquaintance, Lin Ping'an felt a chill travel down his spine under her scrutinizing gaze. An ominous premonition stirred within him. Something felt amiss. Dandan, sensing the change, smirked. What else could there be? Don't play the fool here. Lin Ping'an remained silent, unwilling to accept this outcome. Mingyu patted the bed beneath her, smiling. You know what I mean. Lin Ping'an did comprehend, yet he preferred to feign ignorance to escape this predicament. He began to act dense that I knew it. Mingyu, you care for me, wanting me to rest well. So, I shall comply. No sooner had Lin Ping'an reclined than Mingyu, with her long, snowy legs, pressed down upon him. Mingyu, what are you doing? I senti it rather dull to rest alone. Why not join me? Mingyu gazed at Lin Ping'an, a playful smirk gracing her lips. Naturally, we shall rest together. Besides, this was your promise. No refusing. Mingyu pouted, but, Lin Ping'an pointed outside. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? After all, this is my home. What if we get discovered? I have my methods. Just wait a moment. Mingyu rose from Lin Ping'an and walked towards the door. She affixed a notice on the courtyard gate. Engaged in closed-door cultivation, please do not disturb. Any disturbances will be at your own risk. They were indeed cultivating, albeit in a dual sense, commonly referred to as dual cultivation. In a certain light, this was a significant life event, certainly not to be interrupted by others. Returning to the courtyard, she summoned a barrier, enveloping the area. Unless a formidable presence arrived, none could breach it. Now, all was in readiness. Only the final touch was needed. With matters reaching this point, Lin Ping'an could no longer pretend. Come, I am prepared. Lin Ping'an opened his arms, closed his eyes, ready to face it all. The next moment, Mingyu shut the door, shedding her garments in preparation for slumber. The beast within awakened. I am here. My little treasure. Chapter 35. Alliance. An uninvited guest. Within Lin Ping'an's chamber, another stormy night unfolded. Having abandoned pretense, Lin Ping'an unleashed his full vigor. The two engaged in a fervent battle from midday until the late hours of the night. This time, Lin Ping'an not only rewarded his beloved master, but did so most thoroughly. As the night deepened, the sky outside was shrouded in darkness. Mingyu rose from the bed, lifting her hand as her garments wrapped around her delicate form. Dressed, she glanced back at Lin Ping'an, who lay soundly asleep, snoring thunderously. After all, he had just endured a fierce battle with Lin Yan during the day, followed by a rigorous session with her that night. Leaving him utterly exhausted, this foolish boy, Mingyu approached, tucking Lin Ping'an under the covers. Then, she slowly extended a hand, revealing a jagged, icy blue mark that appeared exceedingly ominous. Now, after multiple sessions of dual cultivation with Ping'an, her inner warmth had significantly replenished. She wondered if she could finally eradicate this lingering chill within her. This cold poison, a consequence of her unique constitution, had accompanied her for years without a remedy. Lin Ping'an's appearance had offered her newfound hope, and no time to hesitate. I must give it a try. She cast one last look at Lin Ping'an, filled with reluctance. Little Ping'an, wait for my return, leaving a note behind. Mingyu departed. Meanwhile, in the dead of night, at the other end of the Lin residence, sorrowful cries echoed from Lin, whose abode at that moment. A coffin lay in the hall, and Lin, who was sprawled on the ground, wailing inconsolably, "My son, what am I to do without you? After 30 years and a week, I finally learned how to love." Lin, who lamented. A chilling wind swept through, and a figure appeared at the entrance. Dressed in black, the newcomer sneered. Lin, the pain of losing a son must be unbearable, is it not? Indeed, it hurts terribly. Lin, who clutched his chest, overcome with grief, he suddenly snapped back to reality, gazing at the stranger. Who are you? What are you doing here? The Lin family killed your son. Do you not seek vengeance? Lin, who clenched his fists and slammed them into the ground, roaring, I do. I am exceedingly eager. I wish to dismember Lin Ping'an into 1,000 pieces. The man in black chuckled softly, saying, at present, there lies an opportunity, though it remains uncertain whether the second master Lin can seize it. On the morrow, the man in black meticulously divulged the plan to Lin Hu. Upon hearing it, Lin Hu slowly widened his mouth, a look of astonishment dawning upon his countenance. This endeavor could indeed succeed. The vendetta for my son's death must be avenged. The man in black nodded with a smile, stepping forward to pat Lin Hu's shoulder, and remarked with a faint smile, Second Master Lin, should this succeed, not only will you have avenged your grievance, but the position of family head shall also be yours. Understood. After toiling through the night, Lin Ping'an slumbered until noon the following day, the sun warming his backside. He gradually rose from his bed, stretching leisurely, a look of contentment adorning his face. Thought he had slept so soundly the previous night. Dream you. Lin Ping'an sat up, surveying his surroundings, only to find the room utterly vacant. He stepped outside, inquiring as he walked, have you seen my master? After a lengthy search, no one had any knowledge of her whereabouts. After searching futilely for quite some time, Lin Ping'an returned to his room. Puzzled, where could Dream You have gone? Why had she vanished without a word so early in the morning? Just as Lin Ping'an was at a loss, his gaze swept across the table, where he spotted an envelope. Could this possibly be a note left by Dream You? He approached and opened it. The handwriting on the envelope was unmistakably that of Yun Minyu. Little Ping'an, I have matters to attend to outside. Lin Ping'an examined the note, scratching his head in confusion. Wasn't Dream You perfectly fine last night? Where could she have gone? Oh well, with Dream You's capabilities, she should be unharmed. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside. Bang, bang, bang. Could it be that Dream You had returned? With that thought in mind, Lin Ping'an hurriedly approached and swung the door open to his dismay. Standing outside was not the longed-for Yun Minyu, but his own father. Father, what brings you here? Are you here to summon me for a meal? A meal? What nonsense! Something grave has occurred outside. Come with me at once. What has happened? Lin Ping'an followed Lin Lai, perplexed, before Lin Lai could respond. A cacophony arose outside the Lin family residence. Lin Ping'an, come out! Hearing the shout, Lin Ping'an turned slightly to glance. Who dares bark outside my door? The next moment, another voice rang out. Lin Ping'an, you have slain the young master of the Nailan family. Today, you shall be dismembered. The Nailan family had arrived. Lin Ping'an exhibited no surprise, as though he had anticipated this all along. Little Ping'an, tell me truthfully, did you kill the young master of the Nailan family? Nailan Keda? Lin Ping'an nodded with a smile and replied, indeed, he is the one I killed. No wonder these ruffians came to challenge me so early in the morning. Lin Lai did not inquire further. He had no interest in why Lin Ping'an had killed Nailan Keda. He only knew that his son would never mistakenly harm an innocent, nor would he let a villain escape. Moreover, ever since Lin Ping'an had been deemed useless, the Nailan family had sought various means to target him. Lin Lai had observed all of this. Lin Ping'an, if you do not come out, we shall enter. At this moment, the clamor outside the Lin family residence grew ever louder. Lin Lai turned to Lin Ping'an, speaking softly, Ping'an, find a place to hide. You must not come out. Leave those ruffians to me. Lin Ping'an shook his head with a smile and said, Father, they have come for me. If they do not see me, they will not relent. Furthermore, this matter was instigated by me. If I do not confront it, how can I be worthy of the title of young master? Lin Lai sighed. Very well, be cautious and do not act recklessly. The father and son then proceeded toward the great door of the Lin family residence. At this moment, the clan members of the Lin family had gathered, while the members of the Nailan family stood outside, weapons in hand, surrounding the Lin family, rendering escape impossible. Nailan Xiong sat at the entrance, sipping tea, his eyes fixed fiercely upon the Lin family, appearing immensely enraged. Where is Lin Ping'an? Why has he not yet made an appearance? Could it be that he is afraid? The members of the Lin family remained silent, offering no response. The grief of losing a son was a tremendous blow to Nailan Xiong, and he had now lost all rationality, consumed by thoughts of revenge, after sitting in silence for so long. The only response to Nailan Xiong was the wind whistling through the trees. Now, unable to remain seated any longer, he clenched his fists tightly, causing the teacup in his hand to shatter. If he will not come out, then I shall march in. Just as he prepared to advance, a cold laugh rang out from within. Whose dog is barking at my door without being leashed? Chapter 36. Internal turmoil and external threats. A reckoning, the voice echoed, though the speaker was yet unseen. Lin Ping'an? Nailan Ru Yin, being Lin Ping'an's fiancée, instantly recognized the voice. Whoosh! Just as Nailan Xiong was about to rise, a glimmering blade shot through the door, hurtling straight at him. Seeing this, Nailan Ru Yin quickly cried out, "Father, be careful." Upon hearing her, Nailan Xiong did not dare hesitate, swiftly evading the attack. The sword sliced through the air, narrowly missing him. Had he not moved quickly, it would have surely struck him. Boom! The powerful sword struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a large crater. Nailan Xiong collapsed to the ground, the Lingyun's sword embedded in the earth, mere inches from his groin. He felt a chilling sensation, nearly losing control of his bodily functions right then and there. Gradually standing, he looked ahead. Who strikes so ruthlessly? Lin Ping'an hummed a tune as he stepped out from the great door. Nailan Xiong, what in the world are you doing? Is it so comfortable here in my Lin family that you choose to lie on the ground? Or perhaps you could roll around like a dog? Nailan Xiong was furious, pointing at Lin Ping'an and shouting, "You insolent brat! How dare you show your face?" Lin Ping'an raised a hand, retrieving the Lingyun's sword from the ground. As he grasped the sword, it emitted a faint hum that he slowly lifted his head, casting a disdainful glance at Nailan Xiong, and retorted, "Nailan Xiong, you truly possess no shame. This is my home. I shall do as I please. You have no say in the matter. I come in, I go out, and I come in again." Lin Ping'an stepped forward and then backward, repeating this comical motion. Observing Lin Ping'an's cheeky demeanor, the expressions on the faces of the onlookers shifted. How come I never noticed before that our young master is so cheeky? As the saying goes, people can change. As long as the young master can provoke the opposition, that is all that matters. "You insolent brat, how dare you mock me? You seek death." Nailan Xiong swung his arm, launching a massive palm strike at Lin Ping'an. The colossal palm print surged forward like a mountain, preparing to crush Lin Ping'an. Just as the palm was about to descend, Lin Lai swiftly moved to shield Lin Ping'an. "You shall not lay a hand on my son." With that, Lin Lai raised his hand, producing a blazing long spear. "Attack!" He swung the spear fiercely, carving a long arc through the air as it collided with the palm print. At the moment of contact, a terrifying force erupted, shattering the palm print and sending shockwaves through the area. The two family heads hovered in midair, their formidable presence palpable, revealing their profound cultivation. "Nailan Xiong, do you truly believe my Lin family fears your Nailan family? You have members in the Nailan family. Does my Lin family not possess any?" Lin Lai roared, his voice echoing like thunder. Hearing this, a faint smile crept onto Nailan Xiong's lips as he coldly retorted, "Indeed, your Lin family has members, and there is even a traitor among you." As his words fell, Lin Hu drew a large blade from his waist, pointing it skyward and shouting, "For the sake of my Lin family's 1,000-year legacy, I shall not allow it to perish at the hands of your father and son. Today, I, Lin Hu, rebel." With his declaration, Lin Hu and his faction sprang into action. The situation had shifted dramatically. Just moments ago, it was a standoff, but in the blink of an eye, it had transformed into an internal crisis and external threat. Lin Hu bellowed, "Today, I shall make you pay with your life for my son." The second elder crossed his arms, a smug smile gracing his face. "Lin Ping'an was given an opportunity before, yet you proved to be useless. Now, let us see how you turn the tide." A grim smile appeared on Nailan Xiong's face as he sneered, "Today, your Lin family shall change masters." Lin Ping'an smiled faintly. "You think you can instigate a rebellion? Do you really think I cannot orchestrate a counter-rebellion?" With that, Lin Ping'an raised the token in his hand, shouting, "Those who conspire against us, surrender now, and there is still time. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless." The elder squinted his eyes, observing the token, and spoke solemnly, "Is that the ancestral token of the Lin family? Since the elder is aware, perhaps he should enlighten these traitors about the significance of this ancestral token." The elder furrowed his brow and began to explain, "The ancestral token of the Lin family can punish traitorous descendants, wielding immense power." Lin Ping'an was no fool. Having killed Lin Yan, Lin Hu, this father, was still alive. After failing to seize the position of young master and losing power, it was evident that Lin Hu would surely act out of desperation. Thus, Lin Ping'an had already sent Lin Lai to fetch the ancestral token from the ancestral hall. Lin Hu pointed at Lin Ping'an and shouted, "Lin Ping'an, do you truly take me for a fool? No matter how formidable you may be, you are but a mere 9th level of the spirit origin realm. How could you possibly expect to gain the recognition of the ancestral decree?" "A farce." Lin Ping'an smiled faintly and replied, If uncle is not afraid of death, he may attempt it this moment. Lin, who cast aside all hesitation, his fingers clenched into a fist as he growled. If that is the case, then let us see who perishes first, you or I. With that declaration, Lin, who lunged forward like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain. Claws bared in a murderous charge towards Lin Ping, and observing this, Lin Lai swiftly turned his head and shouted, Lin Hu, how dare you? My brother, my son has perished, and your son must accompany him to the grave. This is what you owe me. Just as Lin Lai prepared to intervene, Nalin Xiong swiftly stepped in to block him. Patriarch Lin, you surely underestimate me. Your opponent is I. Now, with Lin Lai obstructed, Lin Ping'an was left to confront Lin Hu alone. It was crucial to note that Lin Hu possessed remarkable cultivation, being a peak spirit pool powerhouse, far surpassing the previous Lin Yan that my dear nephew. Your brother has departed this world too lonely. I shall send you to join him. Lin Hu advanced menacingly. Lin Ping'an remained as tranquil as still water. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile as he calmly declared, internal strife and external threats, let us settle accounts directly. Ancestor's decree, unleash the thunder. With Lin Ping'an's command, the ancestral decree in his hand trembled violently, and an ancient incantation coalesced and embedded itself within. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling golden light erupted from the ancestral decree, akin to a breached dam, surging forth in a wild expansion that a pillar of light shot skyward, piercing the heavens. Thunderous roars echoed as dark clouds gathered, forming a colossal whirlpool resembling the gaping maw of an abyss. Within that vortex, countless bolts of lightning danced, heralding the arrival of a terrifying celestial wrath. Chapter 37. Thunderous Retribution, the conflict of two families. Witnessing the transformation of heaven and earth, Lin, whose brows knitted tightly, his expression dark and foreboding, he had not anticipated that with such limited abilities, Lin Ping'an could earn the acknowledgement of the ancestral decree. With a derisive snort, Lin Hu said, I am not like you. Lin Yin fell due to the competition for the title of young master. While you, driven by selfish desires, chose to betray us. How could I possibly recognize a traitor like you? And what if I do? Even if you possess the ancestral decree today, I shall still slay you to avenge my son. With a forceful stomp, Lin Hu kicked up a cloud of dust from the ground. His figure flickered and soared into the air, hurtling towards Lin Ping'an, his arms tensed, muscles bulging. He bellowed, kill, with a furious roar. He swung his great blade skyward. In an instant, a razor-sharp blade of light sliced through the air, causing the atmosphere to sizzle as it passed. Divine retribution. The ominous clouds roiled violently, resembling ferocious beasts in a frenzy. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning coalesced, akin to a silver spear, tearing through the sky with the force of a thunderous tempest, aimed directly at Lin Hu's blade of light. When the lightning met the blade in midair, a deafening explosion ensued, radiating blinding light that illuminated the entire realm. Bang! The sharp blade was instantly obliterated, and an overwhelming force descended upon Lin Hu. Swish! In the next moment, Lin Hu's body trembled violently. As if a kite with its string severed, he was sent hurtling backward. The might of the force was beyond his capacity to withstand that moment. Lin Hu exerted all his strength, carving a deep trench into the hard earth as dust and debris scattered. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Horrifying thunderbolts rained down, striking Lin Hu's body with relentless fury. The power of the thunder was like mountains pressing down upon him. His garments were torn to shreds, and blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, turning to mist in the gusting wind. Lin Hu gritted his teeth, enduring the pain that enveloped him. After holding on for a while, Lin Hu could no longer bear it and spat out a mouthful of blood. Roaring in agony, Lin Ping'an landed before Lin Hu, a faint smile gracing his lips. How does it feel, uncle? Is it painful? In this moment, with the murderer of his son standing right before him, Lin Hu was utterly immobilized beneath the weight of the thunder, forced to watch helplessly. After a long silence, Lin Hu felt himself on the brink of collapse. He slowly raised his head to gaze at Lin Ping'an and murmured, Ping'an, I was wrong. Please grant me a chance for redemption. What? Uncle, now you realize your mistakes. Did you not consider this when you allied with the Nalin family? Lin Hu, enduring excruciating pain, gritted his teeth. Continuing, I was merely misled by my own desires. I shall never dare to do so again. Were it anyone else, perhaps familial ties would have prompted mercy, sparing him a life. But Lin Ping'an was not just anyone. He was himself. With a swift motion, Lin Ping'an raised 2 fingers and pointed at Lin Hu, unleashing a rune that forcibly sealed Lin Hu's mouth. "Uncle, enough with the cries. Just hold on a bit longer before you meet your end." Lin Hu's face was a mask of despair as he could neither resist nor speak, watching helplessly as his own body was consumed and overwhelmed. That moment, Lin Hu's form began to grow ethereal. He attempted to break the seal, opening his mouth wide to unleash a furious shout. "Lin Ping'an, even in death, I shall haunt you as a vengeful spirit. Uncle, you worry too much. Under this thunderous tribulation, there is but one outcome. Your soul shall scatter, and you won't even have the chance to become a ghost." With that, Lin Ping'an formed a hand seal and slightly parted his lips. "Annihilate." With Lin Ping'an's command, Lin Hu's body erupted into a cloud of blood mist, his soul obliterated, never to reincarnate. Egg remarked with a laugh, "I must say, you're quite ruthless, even towards your own kinsfolk. From the moment they drew their swords against me, I severed all ties of blood. They are merely mine." A piercing sound sliced through the air, prompting Lin Ping'an to swiftly evade and avoid the incoming sword strike. He quickly distanced himself, lifting his gaze to find none other than his former fiancée before him. "Lin Ping'an, I had assumed you would remain hidden in the shadows, yet here you are in person." "Lin Ping'an, why should I not come? Today, I shall personally take your life," Lin Ping'an declared, her silver teeth clenched as she fiercely swung her sword. Lin Ping'an chose not to retaliate, focusing solely on evasion. At that moment, Lin Ping'an was seething with fury, her sword strikes accompanied by a barrage of furious shouts. "You came to annul our engagement and publicly humiliated me, and now you seek to kill my brother? We are sworn enemies. He seeks my death because he deserves it. As for your brother, his demise is equally justified. In any case, I shall see to it that he is killed," Lin Ping'an replied with a faint smile. "If that is the case, then today, I shall offer your severed head as a blood tribute." With a single hand forming a seal, Lin Ping'an's sword levitated in the air. 1,000 swords descend. At her command, the sword trembled slightly, unleashing a flurry of sharp sword shadows that encircled her. The brilliance of the sword flashed as myriad sword shadows intertwined, producing a symphony of slicing sounds. "Kill!" Lin Ping'an shouted, and the sword shadows surged forth like a torrential downpour, ruthlessly descending upon Lin Ping'an. The scene was grand and overwhelming, with swords cascading down in a heartbeat, yet despite Lin Ping'an's relentless assault, not a single blade found its mark on Lin Ping'an. His movements were exceedingly agile. Even in the face of this torrential onslaught, he remained untouched. Witnessing this, Lin Ping'an's expression grew grave. "What is this? Lin Ping'an, do you plan to flee forever? Stand your ground and face me in open combat." How could Lin Ping'an refuse her challenge? He raised a hand, grasping the Lingyun's sword. The two of them surged forward simultaneously, swords in hand, engaging in a fierce clash in midair. Once former betrothed, they now stood as adversaries, unleashing their full strength without a hint of restraint. Sparks flew as their swords clashed, the sound of their strikes resonating through the heavens. With another collision, the two swiftly separated. Lin Ping'an, being at the 3rd level of the spirit pool realm, was significantly more formidable than Lin Yin had been previously. With a cold snort, Lin Ping'an remarked, "Are you toying with me? After 5 years of being a waste, you've suddenly regained your strength after annulling our engagement. This is no jest. You were simply a step behind. Moreover, even if my powers had not been diminished, you might have chosen the young master of the 10,000 Swords sect instead." Lin Ping'an, devoid of shame, smirked triumphantly. "Of course, young Master Morong is far superior to you, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, even 10,000 times. You aren't even worthy to carry his shoes." Seeing her confidence, Lin Ping'an couldn't help but chuckle. "What does it matter how great he is? If I don't want him, he certainly won't want the rubbish I discard." Lin Ping'an gnashed her silver teeth and shouted angrily, "Lin Ping'an, who are you calling rubbish?" "Whoever I deem rubbish," he replied with nonchalance. Just as her words fell, Lin Ping'an lunged forward with her sword. The blade came rushing at him, but Lin Ping'an had no intention of retreating. He clamped the sword tightly between his fingers. With a swift motion, he forced the blade to shatter. As the sword exploded into fragments, Lin Ping'an's foot surged forward, landing a powerful kick squarely on Lin Ping'an's face. Bang! The impact contorted her once beautiful visage, sending her sprawling backward and crashing into the ground, creating a deep crater. Clutching her chest, she slowly rose to her feet. After enduring that blow, Nailan Ruyan felt the sting of pain and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, her complexion paler than before. Lin Ping'an, you truly are no man. What's this? Unable to fight back, you resort to words. He quipped with a light laugh. If I am not a man, then what am I? Your master? Nailan Ruyan raised a hand to wipe away the blood at her lips. Scoffing, a true man should never lay hands on a lady like me. What kind of man are you? Thank heavens I did not marry you, you domestic abuser, for reasons unknown. Despite her beauty, Lin Ping'an found her words utterly grotesque. As if she had transformed into a hideous figure in his eyes. Nailan Ruyan, you are truly laughable. Now you acknowledge yourself as a lady? One might mistake you for a shrew. Lin Ping'an burst into laughter. You dare call me a shrew? I was once your betrothed, Nailan Ruyan retorted indignantly. So what? You were my fiancée, but that was in the past. Do you wish to dwell in nostalgia? And what of it? A day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of kindness. Do you not understand this principle? Nailan Ruyan, realizing the conversation was turning against her, attempted to play the emotional card. However, Lin Ping'an was not swayed. Who was ever your husband? You are nothing but a pile of dung. Do not presume to associate with a flower like me. Nailan Ruyan pointed at herself, bewildered. What did you just call me? Dung? Over the years, everyone had referred to her as a flower or a swan. No one had ever insulted her. Yet, Lin Ping'an had boldly labeled her dung. You dare call me dung? You scoundrel, Lin Ping'an. Not dung. Then how about pig slop, dog waste, chicken droppings? Lin Ping'an, shut your mouth. Nailan Ruyan fumed, stamping her foot. This was no battle of skills. It had devolved into a war of words. Nailan Ruyan found herself utterly outmatched in this exchange. Enough. I tire of this banter. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the deeper the hate. Today, let me show you just how much I despise you. As Lin Ping'an spoke, he raised his sword. Chapter 39. The Hidden Card. A sudden breakthrough. Lin Ping'an's fingers glided over the Lingyun's sword, and a radiant sword light surged forth from its blade, enveloping him in a torrent of sword energy. Sword, rise. He brandished the sword skyward, opening his mouth wide to unleash a thunderous shout. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as countless sword energies converged above, coalescing into a massive spiritual sword. Observing this, Nailan Ruyan furrowed her brows, pondering. When did Lin Ping'an's swordsmanship reach this level? He is even stronger than before he was crippled. Lin Ping'an chuckled lightly. Nailan the shrew, today you shall witness just how much I love you. I am utterly infatuated with you. I wish you would perish right now. As he spoke, not only did his anger surge, but the spiritual energy infused into the giant sword also intensified. Slash, with a fierce shout, he raised his fingers. Upon uttering that word, the giant sword descended with a vengeance upon Nailan Ruyan. As the sword fell, a terrifying pressure enveloped her, weighing heavily on her body. It felt as though a towering mountain was bearing down upon her, leaving Nailan Ruyan trapped in a quagmire, unable to move. What is happening? Why can I not move? Before she could contemplate further, the giant sword loomed above her head. If she did not act quickly, she might lose her chance. Nailan Ruyan, refusing to hesitate, raised her hands and hastily summoned her inner strength. In an instant, a torrent of sword energy surged forth, coalescing before her. A pristine sword energy barrier swiftly formed, encasing her within its protective embrace. The barrier was in place, but whether it could withstand the impending strike was another matter entirely. Boom! The giant sword crashed down, and an explosion resounded as the barrier shattered, revealing a myriad of jagged cracks akin to a spider's web, spreading swiftly. Before it could hold, the barrier exploded, and Nailan Ruyan was sent flying. She skidded backward, carving 2 long trenches into the ground. Struggling to regain her footing, she finally stabilized herself, only to feel a sweet taste in her throat as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. What is this? You're already bleeding from the love I bear you. Lin Ping'an mocked that moment. Nailan Ruyan's clothing was tattered, revealing much of her fair skin as she gasped for breath while covering her chest. I underestimated you. Do not forget, ever since my powers fell, you, Nailan Ruyan, have never regarded me with a proper eye. All these years, your thoughts have solely revolved around annulling our engagement, escaping me, and seeking a new partner. Upon hearing this, instead of reflecting on her own faults, Nailan Ruyan launched into a retort. And what of it? This world fundamentally reveres the strong. What is often termed love is merely a tool for the pursuit of interests. Survival of the fittest dictates that I am not at fault. Rather, it is your inherent weakness that is to blame. Frankly, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Without you, this vile woman, I would not have arrived at my present juncture. This assertion holds merit, as without the dissolution of the engagement, Lin Ping'an and Yun Mingyu would not have shattered the veil of their master-disciple relationship, nor would his pure yang sacred body have awakened. Seemingly disconnected from Lin Ruyan, every aspect is intricately interwoven with her fate. The battle has escalated to a point where both sides are consumed by bloodlust. Lin Ruyan, despite her grievous injuries, refuses to yield. Lin Ping'an, if in the past I harbored any trepidation towards you, I now possess a formidable backing. Why should I fear you? Lin Ruyan no longer holds back. Revealing her trump card, a cacophony erupted. The might of 3 days was terrifying beyond measure. In the blink of an eye, a vast sea of flames erupted from the ground. What was once solid earth had now formed a colossal pit. Within that abyss lay a charred expanse, fissures resembling a spider's web sprawling across the surface. Lin Ping'an stood suspended in midair, his eyes ablaze as he gazed into the depths of the chasm. With a mere gesture, he dissipated the raging inferno. Lin Ruyan remained steadfast within the pit, a jade pendant hovering before her, emanating a soft glow, its barrier encasing her within its protective embrace. Lin Ruyan, your protective shell is impressively resilient. Though the barrier sheltered her, the 3 devastating impacts of the Kangri sun had undeniably struck her with force. Now, Lin Ruyan's complexion was ashen, her expression exceedingly grim, a trickle of blood staining her lips, her state utterly disheveled. Lin Ping'an, it appears I underestimated you, she remarked with a self-deprecating smile. If given another chance, I might genuinely regret my decision. Before Lin Ruyan could finish, Lin Ping'an interjected resolutely. Regret. The wisest decision of my life has been to call off our engagement. I shall never harbor regrets regarding this matter. His words were delivered with unwavering conviction. Suddenly, the heavens roiled, and fierce winds swept through the skies. In the distance, a dark mass approached, a throng of cultivators riding flying swords, hastening towards this location. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Lin Lai and Lin Xiong, who were engaged in aerial combat, ceased their hostilities. What is happening? Lin Lai queried, his brow furrowed in concern. From among the ranks of cultivators emerged a middle-aged man, wielding a sharp sword, his brows arched with an aura of lethal intent. With one hand clasped behind his back, he bellowed, Wanjian sect, Shangwan Shu, I have come to assist the Lin family. Dandan, observing the scene, cautioned, this man has reached the late stage of the Lingyuan realm. Late stage of Lingyuan? Lin Ping'an's brow creased slightly at the revelation that Lin Ruyan had summoned a figure from the Wanjian sect. A smirk crept across Lin Ruyan's lips as she retorted, Lin Ping'an, do not forget that after parting ways with you, my new partner is the young master of the Wanjian sect. With but a word, he could easily eradicate you. She slowly rose, laughing maniacally. What does your victory over me matter? Today, the Lin family shall not be spared. You and your kin shall serve as my brother's burial offerings. Lin Ping'an gazed into the distance. Silently contemplative, he understood that, with his current strength, he and the Lin family were no match for the Wanjian sect. He was gambling on whether his allies would arrive in time. Seeing the Wanjian sect's arrival, Lin Lai, as the host, hurried forward, clasping his fist in greeting, and inquired, I am Lin Lai, head of the Lin family. Might I ask what brings you esteemed friends from the Wanjian sect to this place? Shangwan Shu, who possessed greater cultivation than Lin Lai, dismissed him with a disdainful glance, coldly replying, Did you not hear what I just said? I have come to aid the Lin family, since they wish to annihilate your Lin family. We shall merely assist in your demise. Upon hearing this, Lin Lai's expression darkened. While the Lin family may be considered the foremost clan within a 100-mile radius, opposing one of the 5 great sects, the Wanjian sect was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Shangwan Daoyu, this matter concerns the Lin and Lin families exclusively. I hope you will refrain from intervening. Shangwan Shu, no longer pretending, scoffed, Lin Lai, let me be frank with you. We descended the mountain to obliterate your Lin family. Whatever you say is of no consequence. Please, Daoyu. Lin Lai, desperate to protect his kin, lowered his voice, his demeanor utterly submissive. Before he could finish, Lin Ping'an swiftly interjected, Father, these Wanjian sect individuals are merely bullies who prey on the weak. Why must you plead with them? At this, Shangwan Shu turned his gaze toward Lin Ping'an, his expression darkening. Who is this audacious brat that dares speak so of the Wanjian sect? Seeking death, are we? He bellowed angrily, causing the ground to tremble. Despite the overwhelming pressure from a Lingyuan realm expert, Lin Ping'an merely retreated a few steps, showing no intention of submission. Noticing this, Nalan Ruyan stepped forward, adding fuel to the fire. Elder Shangwan. This one is undoubtedly a thorn in the side of the young master. I need not elaborate on how to deal with him. Shangwan Shu cast a glance at Nalan Ruyan, realizing her newfound favor with the young master. Fear not, Miss Nalan. I shall ensure that justice is served for your family. He then turned his attention back to Lin Ping'an, contemplating how to eliminate this youth and present his head as a trophy to the young master. In the next moment, Shangwan Shu raised his sword, pointing it at Lin Ping'an with a chilling smile. Boy, will you sever your own head, or shall I retrieve it myself? Lin Ping'an remained unfazed, wearing a calm smile. That your intent. You wish for me to take action? He dismissed Shangwan Shu's threat with nonchalance, turning to Nalan Ruyan. Nalan Ruyan, I have the Wanjian sect as my backing. Challenging me is tantamount to seeking death. Nalan Ruyan crossed her arms, her confidence exuding as she boasted. Have you already forgotten our previous encounter when I came to annul our engagement? Your clan has allies. Does Lin Ping'an nod? At her words, Shangwan Shu felt a twinge of apprehension and glanced back at Nalan Ruyan. Miss Nalan, who is this fellow's backing? His tone revealed a hint of unease. To expedite her victory over Lin Ping'an, Nalan Ruyan chose to remain silent. Elder Shangwan, this person is merely blustering. She urged, eliminate him at once. Very well. Shangwan Shu wasted no more words, unleashing a swift strike aimed at Lin Ping'an's throat. Lin Ping'an stood his ground, as if awaiting an event. You were doomed. Shangwan Shu sneered as his sword approached, the pressure causing Lin Ping'an's skin to prickle with pain. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the air shimmered, and a tremendous force erupted, countering the lethal blow. Clang! The sword struck Lin Ping'an, igniting sparks as it clashed against an unseen barrier. In the next instant, the sword was deflected, embedding itself into the ground. Lin Ping'an, though he had maintained an air of composure, felt his heart race with anxiety. Having been rescued, he exhaled in relief. Yet he was unaware of the identity of his savior. Upon witnessing his attack thwarted, Shangwan Shu's fury erupted. Who dares? Which fool dares to interfere with my affairs? He had scarcely finished speaking when a thunderous roar echoed across the sky, a palpable aura of menace filling the air. And a shooting star streaked across the horizon, revealing a figure within its wake. That a moment of glory is shared by all. Do not mistake a fleeting instant for eternity. Lin Ping'an smirked at Shangwan Shu, taunting him. What a fool you are. I await someone. What are you waiting for? Death. Chapter 42. Chief Ling Dao-yi, begone. Shangwan Shu's plan was abruptly interrupted. Leaving him humiliated, he gazed upward, addressing the unseen ally. Since you have arrived, why hide in the shadows? Are you unwilling to show yourself? Or are you afraid? The response to Shangwan Shu came in the form of a gleaming silver spear. With a whoosh, the spear cut through the air like a falling star, crashing into the ground with tremendous force. Upon impact, the earth quaked violently, fissures tearing through its surface. As the spear collided, an overwhelming power surged forth, forcing Shangwan Shu to retreat. What incredible strength! Shangwan Shu's brow furrowed, his expression grave. Emerging from the clouds was a figure who descended gracefully, landing before the gathering. Clad in a flowing white robe and adorned with a jade crown, the man exuded an aura of exceptional nobility, far beyond that of an ordinary mortal. Lin Ping'an recognized him instantly. He actually came. The man turned to Lin Ping'an, offering a gentle smile. Ping'an, long time no see. Lin Ping'an returned the smile. Lin Ping'an pays his respects to senior brother. We are fellow disciples. There is no need for such formalities. You have just endured a fierce battle and must be weary. Rest for now. As for this situation, leave it to me. His voice was soothing, each word a gentle caress, like a warm spring breeze. Lin Lai turned to Lin Ping'an, inquiring urgently, Son, is this individual from your Yuntian sect? Indeed, Lin Ping'an nodded. Will he be able to defeat the Wanjian sect's expert? With ease, Lin Ping'an replied with a light smile, exhaling the words slowly. Shangwan Shu, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, pointed at the newcomer and shouted, Who are you, brat? How dare you interfere with my affairs? State your name at once. Yuntian sect, chief of the main peak, Ling Dao-yi. At this proclamation, Shangwan Shu's body trembled violently, and he stumbled back several steps. You are Ling Dao-yi, the super genius of the Yuntian sect? Indeed, the man confirmed, for he was none other than Ling Dao-yi, the chief of the main peak and the direct disciple of Yun Shaozhenren, the newest prodigy of the Yuntian sect. He has barely stepped into the realm of greatness for less than a century, yet his formidable strength is truly terrifying, far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. That he is universally acknowledged as the pinnacle prodigy within the northern region. It is worth noting that when Lin Ping'an initially joined the Yun Tian sect, everyone regarded him as the second coming of Ling Daoyi. This clearly illustrates the immense worth of this chief disciple. As for the position of the next generation saint son of the Yun Tian sect, it is perceived by all as merely a matter of his possession. Ling Daoyi, with a smile, remarked, "Thank you for your compliments. But alas, one matter must be separated from another. You praise me, yet I shall still berate you. By the way, what did you just call me? Tortoise bastard." Upon hearing this, Shang Wanshu quickly lowered his head. "Daoyi, my young friend, the previous matter was a misunderstanding. I was unaware. Young friend, you have yet to earn the right to address me as such." As his words fell, an overwhelming pressure erupted, crashing down upon Shang Wanshu's body. His knees trembled, and he fell to one knee on the ground. Ling Daoyi lightly exclaimed, "What does it matter whether you knew or not, as I passed through this place and witnessed you bullying my junior brother? It was only natural for me to come and lend a hand." Pass through? Who would believe such a claim? Shang Wanshu gritted his teeth under the pressure. "Dao friend, I was wrong. Had I known the identity of this young man, even if you had given me 10 times the courage, I would not have dared. Now you know. Unfortunately, it is a bit too late." In a flash, Ling Daoyi appeared before Shang Wanshu. "Dao friend, what do you intend to do? I have come on behalf of the Wanjian sect. I kindly ask you to consider my sect standing." Before Shang Wanshu could finish, Ling Daoyi interrupted him. "It is precisely because your Wanjian sect has bullied the weak and feared the strong over the years that I am here to punish you as a warning to others." With that, Ling Daoyi slowly extended a finger and flicked it towards Shang Wanshu's forehead. With a bang, in the next moment, Shang Wanshu's body trembled violently. A sharp pain surged through his mind, and he was sent flying like a cannonball. This single flick propelled Shang Wanshu over 100 miles away. He landed in a field, crashing down and creating a massive crater, slowly rising from the ground. He appeared utterly disheveled, his head swollen like a pig's, indicating he was severely injured. "You wretched scoundrel, you have ruined the crops," Ling Daoyi declared. "Leave some compensation and be gone." In the presence of this top-tier prodigy, Shang Wanshu could not stir even a ripple. He dared not retort, nor could he resist. He could only comply obediently. Subsequently, disregarding everything else, Shang Wanshu fled without a second thought, fearing that Ling Daoyi might change his mind and execute him on the spot. With Shang Wanshu's departure, the others were no longer a cause for concern. He slowly raised his head to gaze at the members of the Nailan family. "Shall we continue to fight, with Shang Wanshu gone?" There was no need for them to stay. Nailan Xiong quickly waved his hand, saying, "No more fighting, no more fighting. Since you no longer wish to fight, you may leave now. 3 breaths time to retreat, or face death." Upon hearing this, the members of the Nailan family hastily turned and departed, not daring to delay for even a moment. It was indeed a rare occurrence for Ling Daoyi to appear and save the day. He could not simply demand that he eliminate Nailan Rian, for such an act would not only fail to resolve Lin Ping'an's grievances, but also incite chaos between the two sections. Moreover, for Lin Ping'an, it was essential that he personally eliminate Nailan Rian. Lin Ping'an shouted towards Nailan Rian, "Nailan Rian, take better care of your dog-like head. I shall return for it next time." Nailan Rian merely glanced back, without saying much. She had already lost this battle. Words were of no use now. "Lin Ping'an, I shall remember this grudge. There will be ample time in the future." This fellow spoke fiercely, yet his feet moved swiftly, darting away in a flash. Chapter 43. Ordered to come. The Yun Tian banner. With matters here concluded, Lin Lai, as the head of the family, went to handle the aftermath. Meanwhile, Lin Ping'an and Ling Daoyi found a pavilion to sit down and engage in a heartfelt conversation. Lin Ping'an raised his wine cup, cupped his fist in salute towards Ling Daoyi, and bowed deeply. "Senior brother Ling, thank you for your assistance earlier. This cup of wine is my toast to you." With that, Lin Ping'an lifted his cup and downed it in one gulp. Ling Daoyi smiled and politely declined. "There is no need for such formalities. Junior brother Ping and Daoyi are of the same sect. What just transpired was merely a small act of help. Even if it was a small act, I still wish to express my gratitude." "Very well then, I shall join you for a drink." After sharing a drink, Ling Daoyi got straight to the point. "Junior brother Ping'an, you must have many questions you wish to ask me, correct?" Lin Ping'an did not conceal anything and nodded. "Indeed, I have quite a few questions." Ling Daoyi smiled. and said, "In that case, junior brother Ping'an, feel free to ask whatever you wish. By the way, senior brother Ling, what brings you back to my Lin family?" Lin Ping'an inquired directly. "As I mentioned earlier, I happened to pass through this place by chance. If it were someone else, that would be understandable. But why is it you, senior brother? Besides, we are both of the same sect. If there is something, do not hesitate to say it as expected." Of what master said, junior brother Ping'an is exceptionally astute. Ling Daoyi chuckled. "To be frank, I have come as a messenger of master to assist you." "Does the sect master know about the events in the Lin family?" Ling Daoyi shook his head and explained, "Actually, master was initially unaware. It was only through a message from Elder Mengyu that we learned of this matter. Master sent a message, although Elder Mengyu did not appear to save him this time. Had it not been for her message, the Lin family would likely have been reduced to ruins." "Do you know where my master has gone?" Lin Ping'an leaned forward, anxious. Ling Daoyi shook his head and replied, "I do not know. By the way, Elder Mengyu holds you in high regard." "Did she not mention this to you?" "No. She only left me a letter saying she would be away for a while." After speaking, Lin Ping'an's brows furrowed tighter, showing his growing concern. Ling Daoyi stepped forward, patting Lin Ping'an's shoulder with a reassuring smile. "Do not worry about this, junior brother Ping'an. With Elder Mengyu's strength, there are very few in the northern region capable of harming her. She might just be attending to some matters and will likely return soon." "Let us hope so." Though Lin Ping'an spoke thus, his tightly knit brows showed no signs of relaxing. "Well then, I have also brought a significant gift for your Lin family on this trip." "A significant gift? You will know once you see it." With that, Ling Daoyi raised a hand, revealing a banner in his grasp. The banner was adorned with the intricate patterns of the Yuntian sect, exuding an air of mystery. Is this the Yuntian banner? Indeed. Ling Daoyi nodded with a smile. Given that Lin Ping'an had spent many years within the Yuntian sect, he recognized this item at a glance. The Yuntian banner represented the Yuntian sect, and wherever it was planted, it symbolized the territory of the sect. Should anyone dare to infringe upon this land, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the Yuntian sect. It is worth noting that countless subordinate clans fall under the jurisdiction of the Yuntian sect, yet only a rare few possess this Yuntian banner, underscoring its immense value. Senior brother, this Yuntian banner is too precious, isn't it? Ling Daoyi chuckled. "Do not say such things to me. Although I am the chief of the main peak, I do not possess the authority to decide the fate of this Yuntian banner. That is solely the decision of the sect master. All right then, this Yuntian banner is quite heavy, and I do not wish to carry it back. You should take it." "Understood." Lin Ping'an nodded earnestly. He took hold of the Yuntian banner, stepped forward, and leaped into the air. With the banner raised high, Lin Ping'an hurled it downwards with great force. Whoosh! A series of sounds of breaking air echoed as the Yuntian banner descended heavily to the ground. When it landed, the earth trembled violently, and a thunderous roar resonated through the heavens. Upon landing, a beam of light shot straight into the sky. Following that, countless streams of light burst forth, weaving into a net in the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A resonating sound emerged as a barrier rose from the ground, enveloping the entire Lin family within it. "Very well. I have completed what I needed to do and must take my leave." With that, Ling Daoyi stood up and prepared to depart. Seeing this, Lin Ping'an quickly called out to retain him. "Senior brother Ling, why not stay a few more days at the Lin family? We can return together then." "That works." Ling Daoyi halted, smiling and nodding. In truth, he had only been saying those words out of courtesy. This time down the mountain, his master had issued a strict order to ensure Lin Ping'an's safety. While Ling Daoyi verbally expressed his intent to leave, he was actually planning to stay hidden and protect Lin Ping'an. Thus, there was no need to conceal himself any longer. Lin Ping'an and Lin Lai spent 3 days organizing the Lin family. After all, the Lin Hu faction had entrenched itself deeply within the family over many years. For the sake of the Lin family's future peace, they spared no effort. Reunions are always brief, and the day of parting arrived in the blink of an eye. On the day of his return to the sect, Lin Ping'an rose early. He packed his belongings and made his way to the outskirts of the Lin family, initially expecting fewer people to see him off due to his early departure. He was taken aback to find a large crowd gathered at the entrance, a dark mass of figures. As Lin Ping'an approached, Lin Lai quickly stepped forward from the crowd. "My dear son, you have finally arrived." "Father, what brings you here?" Lin Ping'an asked, his curiosity piqued. Lin Lai approached, patting Lin Ping'an's shoulder with a chuckle. "Look at you, my dear son. If you are leaving, how could your father not come to see you off? Or are you deliberately avoiding me?" Lin Lai teased with a smile. Father, how could you say such a thing? I wouldn't dare. Lin Ping'an scratched his head sheepishly. All right, since you are eager to depart, I, as your father, shall not delay you any further. Lin Lai's expression turned serious as he said, Ping'an, your mother left us too soon, and I raised you by myself. Your stubbornness resembles hers, unyielding and resolute. I shan't say more. But remember, as you venture out alone, take good care of yourself. I ask for nothing more than your safety and health. Rest assured, Father, I am old enough to look after myself. You, on the other hand, should drink less. Take care of your health. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Lin Lai nodded with a heavy heart. Suddenly, a gust of wind howled as Ling Daoyi leaped into the air, casting a glance at Lin Ping'an with a slight smile. Ping'an, the time has come for us to return. Lin Lai released his grip and smiled faintly. Go ahead. Lin Ping'an nodded, swiftly appearing beside Ling Daoyi. Everyone, I am leaving. At this statement, the crowd knelt in unison. Bowing deeply, we bid farewell to the young master. Lin Ping'an and Ling Daoyi walked side by side, soaring into the distance. After flying for a considerable time, Lin Ping'an refrained from looking back, knowing that the moment he did, he would struggle to part. Lin Lai stood rooted to the spot, hesitating to depart, watching Lin Ping'an fade away. Master, the young master has been gone for quite some time. Perhaps we should return indoors. You all go ahead. I shall linger a while longer. Lin Lai turned, his eyes already reddening. Master, are you crying? Lin Lai rubbed his eyes, forcing a smile. Nonsense. The wind was merely too strong, causing sand to enter my eyes. Turning his gaze back, Lin Lai's eyes were filled with reluctance. He understood that his child's journey was just beginning, and as a father, he must not become a stumbling block along the path of his growth. Chapter 44, just returned, only to be blocked by the chief. The two of them raced through the air, entering the Lin Ping'an sect. As soon as they stepped within the sect's boundaries, a disciple swiftly approached. Greetings, senior brother Ling. What brings you to me? The sect master requests your presence, saying there are matters to discuss. Understood. Ling Daoyi turned to Lin Ping'an and said softly, Ping'an, I shall go ahead. Lin Ping'an nodded, replying, Safe travels, senior brother. After being out for so long, I too shall take some time to rest. After bidding farewell to Ling Daoyi, Lin Ping'an headed straight for the Liani Peak. Upon arriving at the peak, he searched the entire palace but found no trace of Yun Mingyu. Lin Ping'an stepped out, scratching his head in utter confusion. Where could Mingyu have gone? The palace was vast, and staying there alone was inevitably lonely. Unable to endure the solitude, he walked towards the palace's exit. As he stepped outside, he noticed a group of disciples rushing past him. Seeing this, Lin Ping'an stepped forward to stop one. What are you all in such a hurry for? Senior brother Ping'an, you are unaware. The chief of Wanlei Peak has come to our Liani Peak to block the entrance, and we are all going to witness the spectacle. Lin Ping'an furrowed his brow, murmuring, the chief of Wanlei Peak, Li Fengyun? Why is he at Liani Peak? Among the 7 peaks of the Yun Tian sect, only Liani Peak currently lacked a chief, while the other 6 peaks were home to formidable figures. Although Li Fengyun may not be on par with Ling Daoyi, he was undoubtedly a prodigious talent. Who could he be confronting? Apparently, he is blocking your door, senior brother Ping'an. The disciple slowly raised his head, glancing at Lin Ping'an. Why are you here? Realizing he had to intervene, Lin Ping'an swiftly made his way to his former residence. At that moment, Li Fengyun and a group of disciples from Wanlei Peak surrounded Lin Ping'an's cave abode, leaving no room for escape. Little did they know, Lin Ping'an had long since moved into Yun Mingyu's palace. Among the crowd stood a man in black, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of arrogance. Clearly not a simple character. His body was adorned with lightning patterns, and he bore an imposing presence. This man was none other than Li Fengyun, the chief of Wanlei Peak. Lin Ping'an, come out. The disciples of Wanlei Peak shouted for quite some time. Yet no response came from within. They were unaware that there was no one in the cave. The person they sought was right behind them. Senior brother, it is outrageous that Lin Ping'an has gone too far. We've been here long enough. Shall we simply barge in? Absolutely not. Li Fengyun shot them an irritated glance. I asked this how you invite someone. If someone didn't know better, they might think you were here to brawl. Upon hearing this, Lin Ping'an contemplated. Could it be that this fellow isn't here to cause me trouble? With that, Li Fengyun stepped forward, clasping his hands in a bow, and called out loudly, Li Fengyun, disciple of Wanlei Peak, seeks an audience with junior brother Ping'an. At that moment, whispers erupted among the crowd. What is going on? Why has Li Fengyun been here for so long? Where is senior brother Ping'an? Could he be hiding from Li Fengyun in fear? Indeed, although Lin Ping'an had regained some of his strength, He was still worlds apart from Li Fengyan. Hearing these remarks, Lin Ping'an felt uncomfortable, taking a step forward. He shouted, "I am here?" At that, the crowd instantly parted, leaving only Lin Ping'an standing alone. Li Fengyan slowly turned to face Lin Ping'an. "You are Lin Ping'an." Li Fengyan found him somewhat familiar, as many had spoken of Lin Ping'an. Yet few had seen him. "Indeed, it is I." Hearing this, Li Fengyan turned to a few disciples beside him and scolded, "Did you not say that junior brother Ping'an resides here? A bunch of useless fools." Lin Ping'an regarded Li Fengyan, silently acknowledging that he might not be an amiable character. At that moment, an ominous premonition settled in Lin Ping'an's heart. However, since he was already here, he decided not to waste words. "I wonder what brings you here today, senior brother. There is a matter of great importance that I wish to confirm with you." Li Fengyan narrowed his eyes, speaking coldly. Upon hearing this, Lin Ping'an's expression grew serious. "What is it that you wish to discuss, senior brother?" Without uttering a word, Li Fengyan acted. He raised one hand, striking fiercely towards Lin Ping'an. "Senior brother, why do you attack without a word? What is your intention?" "You will find out shortly. First, evade my strike." Lin Ping'an leaned to the side, dodging the blow. Boom! The strike landed heavily on a nearby tree, causing it to tremble violently, splintering into countless wooden shards. He holding back. Dan murmured, "I am not a fool. Li Fengyan is not merely holding back. He is showing restraint." Although Lin Ping'an possessed considerable skills, he was still far from Li Fengyan's level. If Li Fengyan truly wanted to strike, a single blow could easily end him. Why does he attack without intent to harm? Is he simply bored? Dan questioned, puzzled. "Perhaps he is testing me." "And how do you plan to respond?" Lin Ping'an smiled slightly. "Since he wishes to observe, I shall give him a show." Li Fengyan eyed Lin Ping'an, sneering. "Junior brother, hiding like this is not a solution. How about I let you show a move?" "Very well. I shall comply with your request." Lin Ping'an brought his fingers together, summoning a surge of lightning that coiled around them like a serpent. First move of the Heavenly Thunder technique, Thunder Strike. A single finger shot forward, unleashing a torrent of raging lightning that surged towards Li Fengyan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The lightning strike was exceptionally fierce, racing towards Li Fengyan. Li Fengyan did not evade but raised one hand, clutching at the incoming thunder. Boom! His fingers clenched into a fist, and the furious lightning erupted in his palm. In an instant, tumultuous thunder snakes cascaded, wildly fleeing in all directions. Li Fengyan felt a sharp pain within his palm and slowly looked down, seeing his hand scorched black. Indeed, this moved. He shook his hand, the charred surface fading, and the flesh rapidly healing. I wonder to what level Lin Ping'an's cultivation has progressed. It seems I need to exert a little more effort. Li Fengyan gradually lifted his gaze, a hint of a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Junior brother, now it is my turn." Chapter 45, Senior Brother, Instant Fanboy. Li Fengyan slowly raised one hand, a silvery orb of light forming in his palm. Though this strike was not his full strength, it would be enough to give Lin Ping'an a challenge to go. With a command from Li Fengyan, the orb shot forth, hurtling towards Lin Ping'an with incredible speed, akin to a bolt of lightning. Seeing this, Lin Ping'an did not hesitate for an instant, swiftly dodging. Second move of the Heavenly Thunder technique, Thunder Shadow Step. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of piercing sounds echoed as Lin Ping'an's figure flickered, narrowly avoiding the attack. In that moment, flashes of lightning illuminated the air as he moved like a phantom, almost impossible to track with the naked eye. Boom! The strike landed heavily on the ground, creating a tremendous impact. In the next moment, the earth trembled violently, and a colossal, charred pit was blasted open in the ground. Lin Ping'an landed nearby, his garments billowing in the wind, untouched by the chaos around him. Observing this scene, Li Fengyan showed no sign of anger. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he erupted into hearty laughter. "Li Shixiao, what are you laughing at?" Lin Ping'an inquired. Li Fengyan clapped his hands together and chuckled. "All right, the fight is over. You have already provided me with the answer you sought." "What do you mean, Shixiang?" Lin Ping'an asked. Puzzled. Li Fengyan did not respond, merely smiling faintly. "Come, let us find a secluded spot and have a proper discussion." With that, Li Fengyan grasped Lin Ping'an's shoulder and led him to the summit of a solitary peak. This desolate mountain was devoid of any inhabitants, leaving only the two of them. As Lin Ping'an touched down, he regarded Li Fengyan with a sense of unease. In a place so devoid of women, could it be that Li Fengyan intended to do something untoward? Suddenly, Li Fengyan halted and turned to face Lin Ping'an, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Ping'an Shitty, have you mastered the Zhitian Lei Fa?" Upon hearing this, Lin Ping'an instinctively took a few steps back. Oh no. How could I have forgotten about this? He thought. As the chief of Wanlei Peak, Li Fengyun was bound to seek retribution for the Zhitianlei Fa, the peak's treasured technique. This is bad. I cannot possibly contend with him. What should I do? Thinking quickly, Lin Ping'an began to explain, the Shixiang. I never intended to learn the Zhitianlei Fa. It was given to me by my master. If you have any grievances, you should take them up with her. He added hastily, as long as you can defeat her. In a moment of desperation, Lin Ping'an invoked Yunmingyu's name as a shield. Ping'an shitty. You misunderstand. I did not come here to trouble you today. Not to trouble me? Then what is it? Li Fengman sat beside Lin Ping'an, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. It is quite ludicrous. Really? You, an outsider, mastered the Zhitianlei Fa in just a few days. While I, Li Fengyun, have been training for years without making any progress. Taken aback, Lin Ping'an stammered, Shixiang, you did not summon me here for. Before he could finish, Li Fengyun leaned in closer, grasping his hand with palpable excitement. Ping'an shitty, it has been 10 years, 10 whole years. Do you know how I have spent this time? I do not know. Lin Ping'an shook his head. I have practiced for so long that if this continues, I fear I shall be ousted from my position as chief. It was indeed the case. As the chief of a peak, one must represent the entire sect, if one could not even master the most fundamental of techniques. What hope was there for other endeavors? Lin Ping'an looked at Li Fengyun, hesitating. So, Shixiang, you wish for me to assist you in mastering the Zhitianlei Fa? Li Fengyun gazed at Lin Ping'an with sincerity, nodding emphatically. Indeed, as long as you are willing to help me, I, Li Fengyun, will do anything for you. This. Lin Ping'an narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Li Fengyun, a smile creeping onto his lips. Shixiang, are you serious? Do not go back on your word later. Rest assured, I, Li Fengyun, am not that sort of petty individual. Should I fail to comply, may the heavens strike me down. But as he spoke, Li Fengyun's gaze faltered, his voice dropping to a whisper as he covered his lower half with one hand and his backside with the other. Of course, that does not apply to certain matters. Lin Ping'an understood Li Fengyun's jest and could not help but laugh heartily. Fear not, Shixiang. I am not that kind of pervert. After all, with the enchanting Yunmingyu by his side, why would he seek to engage in such unseemly pursuits? I accept your request. In truth, Lin Ping'an's motives were not entirely altruistic. Despite their shared affiliation, disciples often engaged in a web of intrigue. Having Li Fengyun as a supporter was undoubtedly preferable to being alone. Shixiang, pay close attention. Li Fengyun sat attentively, resembling an earnest student. Yes, I am watching, he affirmed. Lin Ping'an demonstrated the first two forms of the Zhitianlei Fa, showcasing them for Li Fengyun. As he observed, Li Fengyun clapped in approval. Wow, Ping'an shitty is truly impressive. Ping'an shitty, you are astonishing. Who would have thought that the usually serious Li Fengyun would become Lin Ping'an's ardent admirer at this moment? The dynamic between them shifted from that of brothers to a student-teacher relationship. Whenever Li Fengyun encountered difficulties, Lin Ping'an would patiently clarify them. If he failed to grasp something, Lin Ping'an would demonstrate again. They practiced for what felt like an eternity, until the sun began to set, casting a warm glow upon them. All right, it is nearly time. Shixiang, you should assess your progress today. Li Fengyun nodded earnestly, saying, indeed, with his energy focused. Li Fengyun raised his sleeves and extended his fingers, thunderous fingers. Suddenly, a resounding clap of thunder erupted, reverberating like a dragon's roar throughout the heavens. In that instant, blinding lightning flashed, surging forth toward the forest ahead. Upon impact, trees collapsed in a cacophony, their trunks splintering violently as the force of the strike was merciless. Moreover, the ground was cleaved by the lightning, creating a long, jagged fissure that appeared as if it had been rent by divine wrath. Li Fengyun stared at his fingers in disbelief. Is this truly the Zhitianlei Fa? Lin Ping'an smiled faintly and stepped forward to congratulate him. Congratulations, Shixiang. You have successfully mastered it. Li Fengyun approached, clapping Lin Ping'an on the shoulder, his laughter echoing with joy. Ping'an shitty, I must express my deepest gratitude. There is no need for such formality, Shixiang. It was merely a small effort on my part. Lin Ping'an replied humbly. Li Fengyun shook his head, insisting, though you say that, I must show my appreciation properly. From this day forth, you shall be my dear brother. Anyone who dares to bully you will have to contend with me. Agreed. Lin Ping'an accepted without hesitation, for he had been waiting for such a declaration for quite some time. Chapter 46. Are they all here to challenge me? Clinging to a benefactor. After parting with Li Fengyun, Lin Ping'an returned home directly. Upon entering, he noticed a figure appear at his doorstep. It was Ling Daoi. Fortunately, Ping'an Shitty is unharmed. I should return to report. With a swift motion, he arrived at the main hall of the peak. Ling Daoi hurried inside, where the esteemed Yun Xiaozhenren awaited him at the head of the table. You have returned? Yes, Ling Daoi nodded. How is Ping'an Shitty? Li Fengyun did not trouble him, did he? Not at all. Li Shitty merely sought his guidance on the Zhitian Lei Fa, with no undue hardship. Ling Daoi reassured him. Yun Xiaozhenren nodded, exhaling a sigh of relief. That is good. As your Shirbois, it is my duty to look after Lin Ping'an. Especially since he is the sole disciple of your little Shishu. In truth, Yun Xiaozhenren was concerned that, should Yun Mingyu return and discover Lin Ping'an had been mistreated, she would undoubtedly seek out the offenders, resulting in a fierce reprimand or worse. Given his age, neither scenario would bode well for him. I see. Yun Xiaozhenren smiled at Ling Daoi, asking, Daoi, what is your opinion of Ping'an Shitty? Though Ping'an Shitty has languished for 5 years, his innate talent remains exceptional. Not only has he effortlessly mastered the Zhitian Lei Fa, but his own techniques are also remarkably intricate. His progress is swift, and if given time, he may surpass even his peers. Yun Xiaozhenren nodded, solemnly stating, if even you say so, it seems our Yutian sect is about to gain another genius. If Lin Ping'an is indeed such a valuable asset, he must be carefully nurtured. Ling Daoi, curious, inquired, Master, what do you mean? Gather a few individuals to trouble Lin Ping'an. If a confrontation arises, that would be ideal. Ling Daoi was taken aback, scratching his head in confusion. Master, did you not just say to protect Ping'an Shitty? Why are you now asking me to find people to fight him? Yun Xiaozhenren felt somewhat awkward, clearing his throat. This is entirely different. My intentions are to aid Ping'an Shitty in becoming a formidable talent sooner rather than later. What about our little Shu? I have my methods. Simply follow my instructions. Understood. Being a teacher to others proved far more exhausting than focusing solely on one's own cultivation. After instructing Li Fengyun, Lin Ping'an fell into a deep slumber, only to awaken the next day as he finished washing up. A venerable elder appeared at his door, young friend Ping'an present. Upon hearing the call, Lin Ping'an stepped outside. Elder, what brings you here? Young friend Ping'an. Please accompany me. Where to? Lin Ping'an asked, intrigued, to the martial arena. Someone wishes to challenge your position on the genius list, in Yuntian sect. There exists a rule. Once a disciple ascends the genius list, they must unconditionally accept challenges from other disciples. If challenged, they must engage. Failure to do so is considered forfeiture, resulting in the automatic relinquishment of their position. Who dares to challenge me? The elder paused for a moment, and then managed to muster a smile. You will find out once you go. Lin Ping'an immediately sensed something amiss and thought to himself, there must be a problem here. What is there to fear? After being a waste for 5 years, I have finally gained some strength. How could I possibly shy away from a fight? With that, Lin Ping'an set off, following the elder to the arena as he ascended the stage. He gazed down at the throng of people, their heads bobbing in a sea of faces. Most importantly, each of them appeared to possess considerable strength. Could it be that so many have come as my admirers? Admirers? Clearly, Lin Ping'an was mistaken. He scanned the surroundings and cheerfully inquired, who among you wishes to challenge me? As soon as his words fell, a chorus of hands shot up from the crowd. I'm here. Please, Senior Brother Ping'an, enlighten me. Senior Brother Ping'an, choose me. Indeed, they were all henchmen summoned by Ling Daoi. At that moment, Ling Daoi was lurking in the shadows, observing everything unfold. He stroked his chin, murmuring, I wonder if these individuals are enough for Junior Brother Ping'an to handle. If not, I shall call for more. It must be said that this senior brother has truly overestimated Lin Ping'an. There were well over 100 people gathered below, each of them at a higher realm than he. Not to mention a group fight. Even a wheel battle would be beyond his capacity. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Ping'an was utterly stunned. In no way. So many people have come to challenge me, with a look of disbelief. He turned slightly to the elder. Elder, is this some kind of joke? It's no joke. It's serious. Each one of them is signed up and specifically requested to challenge you. The elder's words extinguished Lin Ping'an's hopes entirely. Just as he was bracing himself to accept reality, suddenly, the crowd surged, and shouts erupted. Make way! Make way! Everyone, clear the path! The crowd parted, revealing a new group of individuals. Those ruffians were the very same who had appeared before Lin Ping'an the day prior. And at the forefront stood his dear senior brother Li Fengyun. Upon seeing Li Fengyun, Lin Ping'an felt a glimmer of hope. Observing this, Ling Daoi scratched his head. How could I have forgotten about this variable? Li Fengyun swiftly descended beside Lin Ping'an. Junior brother Ping'an, are you all right? In the next moment, Lin Ping'an's expression shifted, and he began to act. Senior brother, you've finally arrived. If you hadn't come, I would have been bullied to death. Lin Ping'an resolutely clung to Li Fengyun's leg. Hearing this, Li Fengyun's expression changed as he looked down at the crowd. These ruffians had come with a mission, believing Lin Ping'an to be an easy target. However, standing before this easy target was a formidable presence in the form of Li Fengyun, leaving many in a quandary. Of course, some stubborn ones still clung to their mission. Senior brotherly, the rules for challenging the genius ranking have always been upheld in our Yuntian sect. Surely you wouldn't want to break this precedent? Li Fengyun let out a cold laugh and replied, I understand the rules. I will not interfere with the challenges. However, should any of you dare to lay a hand on junior brother Ping'an, I assure you, after the challenge, I will personally invite each one of you for a cup of tea. Tea is out of the question. A thorough beating is what awaits. Witnessing Li Fengyun's unyielding stance, the ruffians dared not continue their hardline approach and could only obediently vacate the area. In the blink of an eye, the stage was deserted. Lin Ping'an smiled contentedly, feeling significantly relieved. Chapter 47. For a dish of vinegar. He wrapped a plate of dumplings. Naturally, Lin Ping'an did not forget to express his gratitude to Li Fengyun, bowing in respect. Thank you, senior brotherly, for your assistance. This matter is rather strange. Do exercise caution. Li Fengyun advised. Lin Ping'an nodded in agreement. Indeed, I have noticed as much. There must be some scoundrel pulling the strings behind the scenes. Achoo. Ling Dao sneezed heavily. He wore a helpless expression, chuckling ruefully. I am merely following orders. Why am I being scolded? Moreover, this was no mere scolding. It was a direct confrontation. All right, junior brother, this matter has been resolved. Let us be off to practice. Li Fengyun turned to cast a glance at Ling Dao, hidden in the shadows. Though he said nothing, his eyes spoke volumes. Ling Dao, dared not linger and promptly returned to the main peak hall at tea this moment. Master Yunxiao had long been waiting within the hall. Dao, you've returned? How did you fare with the task I entrusted to you? Sigh. Ling Dao fell silent, stepping inside with a long exhale. What on earth happened? Why the sigh? Ling Dao recounted all that had transpired to Master Yunxiao. Upon hearing the account, Master Yunxiao's brow furrowed deeply, his expression grave. That it seems I have miscalculated. I did not foresee that Li Fengyun would intervene. Ling Dao proposed, Master, shall I go and detain senior brotherly? Master Yunxiao shook his head. No. No. Such deliberate action would surely raise suspicion towards Lin Ping'an. If he were to report me to my little disciple, it would spell disaster. Ling Dao scratched his head and asked, Master, do you have any good plans? Master Yunxiao rose, gazing at the sky outside the hall, and let out a cold chuckle. Indeed, I do. The second form of the Zhitian thunder law proved considerably more challenging than the previous technique. After practicing all day, while Li Fengyun had not fully mastered it, he had gained much from the experience. Sweaty and exhausted, he approached Lin Ping'an and clapped him on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. Junior brother Ping'an, I must sincerely thank you today. It turns out this thunder shadow step is so wondrous. I previously thought it was merely an ordinary movement technique. To traverse the void with thunder and dance alongside the wind. It is truly remarkable. Lin Ping'an scratched his head. Senior brother need not be so courteous. This technique is a part of the Wanlei Peak's teachings. Assisting you is only fitting. Just as the two conversed, a flurry of figures passed by them. Hurry, hurry. We've heard that a new announcement has been posted. It seems the competition for new inner disciples is about to commence. Is that so? I've been waiting for this for a whole year. Finally, something exciting is on the horizon. Lin Ping'an turned to Li Fengyun and asked, the inner disciple competition, senior brother, as the chief disciple, why aren't you managing this event? Li Fengyun shrugged and replied, I know nothing of it. No one has mentioned it before. Why is it suddenly happening? Let us go see. Lin Ping'an followed the group of disciples to a mountain peak designated for announcing sect affairs. A gathering place for gossip enthusiasts. That moment, a crowd had gathered around the announcement, buzzing with excitement. This disciple competition seems to have come about rather unexpectedly. Indeed, I thought we still had some time left. What is going on? It appears to be the sect leader's directive, intending to catch everyone off guard and see who hasn't been training diligently. Li Fengyun squinted his eyes and murmured, this matter seems a bit suspicious. However, the inner disciple competition had nothing to do with him. Senior brother, let us leave. Lin Ping'an, being a direct disciple, had no real stakes in this competition aimed at inner disciples. He had already turned to depart. Suddenly, Lin Ping'an called out to him, "Junior brother Ping'an, hold on. Take a look at that line behind." Lin Ping'an pointed to the announcement. What does it say? He did not believe that an inner disciple competition could possibly involve him. Lin Ping'an, while speaking, turned his gaze to the indicated spot. With an indifferent expression, he began to read aloud from the announcement. This time, the competition rules have changed, in addition to defeating demon beasts to earn points. A direct disciple will be included. Defeating them will yield substantial points. At that moment, Lin Ping'an had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, chuckling softly. This inner disciple competition seems rather intriguing. It is surprising to see a direct disciple involved. I wonder which senior brother is fortunate enough to engage in some easy victories. Junior brother, continue reading. Keep looking. He continued to read. And the smile on his face gradually faded. The direct disciple has already been selected. Piao sect, Lin Ping'an. Upon finishing, Lin Ping'an stood there in a daze, utterly flabbergasted to me. Lin Ping'an and Lin Ping'an slowly raised their heads, exchanging a glance, and spoke in unison. Senior brother, junior brother, you have been targeted. Hearing the commotion, the crowd turned to look at Lin Ping'an in unison. Why does this person look so familiar? How could he not be familiar? Isn't this guy Lin Ping'an, the senior brother? As soon as these words were uttered, the gazes of everyone shifted, especially those inner disciples who were set to participate in the competition. They wasted no time crowding around, asking quite directly, "Senior brother, what are your weaknesses? Senior brother, when the time comes, don't run away. I'm quite weak. Senior brother, I'm just a fragile girl. Please do go easy on me." Each of these individuals merely spoke casually. Yet in truth, they all desired to take a jab at Lin Ping'an, whom they perceived as an easy target. If it were any other direct disciple, they wouldn't have dared to approach, let alone provoke. Alas, such was the nature of Lin Ping'an's high status paired with his low strength. Lin Ping'an slowly turned to face Lin Ping'an. "Senior brother, what is going on here?" Lin Ping'an recalled Lin Ping'an's earlier words and let out a bitter smile. "Perhaps it is because you, Ping'an junior brother, are simply out of luck." At this moment, Lin Ping'an fell into a profound silence. Lin Ping'an reminded him, "Junior brother, now is not the time to be dazed. Look at them," slowly raising his head. Lin Ping'an saw those individuals approaching with mischievous smiles. "Senior brother, we're coming over. You mustn't run away. Please don't come any closer." Faced with the impending assault from that group, Lin Ping'an dared not hesitate for a moment. He took a step forward and transformed into a bolt of lightning, swiftly darting into the distance. "Junior brother, where are you going?" To settle the score, Lin Ping'an stared in the direction Lin Ping'an had taken. Momentarily stunned, "Ping'an junior brother, are you heading to the main peak?" As Lin Ping'an flew, thoughts raced through his mind. What kind of intersect competition is this? This is simply a hunt for me. Truly, for a mere dish of vinegar, they have wrapped themselves in a whole platter of dumplings. Chapter 48. What a display of coercion and seduction! At this moment, Lin Ping'an landed directly on the main peak's plaza, striding towards the main hall with great vigor. Just then, Ling Daoyi emerged from within the hall and immediately spotted Lin Ping'an. "Ping'an junior brother, what brings you here?" Seeing this, Ling Daoyi hurried forward. "What wind has blown you here today?" "A demonic wind." Ling Daoyi chuckled awkwardly. "Junior brother, you seem a bit upset. What has happened?" "I am not upset. I am quite pleased." Noticing Lin Ping'an's demeanor, Ling Daoyi couldn't contain himself and spoke candidly. "Junior brother, please do not mention this to our little master uncle. I am also innocent in this matter. There was no escaping it." Even Ling Daoyi, the foremost disciple of the new generation, feared Yun Mingyu. After all, she dared to strike the sect leader, let alone him, a mere disciple of the sect leader. "Senior brother, what do you mean by that?" Lin Ping'an said nothing, yet Ling Daoyi unwittingly revealed everything. "This is all my master's arrangement. It has nothing to do with me. If you have any issues, please speak to my master." Before Ling Daoyi could finish his sentence, a resounding slap landed on his head, forcing him to the ground, unable to move. "Master, spare me." The voice of Jinren Yunxiao echoed from within the hall. "You little rascal, now you know to plead for mercy, when you were selling me out earlier. Did you think of that?" "Master, I was wrong." Ling Daoyi mumbled under his breath. "Next time I won't dare." Witnessing this scene, Lin Ping'an couldn't help but chuckle. What a display of paternal love and filial piety. Jinren Yunxiao released Ling Daoyi and continued. "All right, Ping'an nephew, you may enter." Ling Daoyi stepped forward, patted Lin Ping'an on the shoulder, and said nothing more. Lin Ping'an quickened his pace and walked forward. Thud. Lin Ping'an wasted no time, entering the hall and directly kneeling on the ground. Upon entering, he said nothing and simply knelt. Jinren Yuxiao was somewhat bewildered. Ping'an nephew, what are you doing? Why kneel as soon as you enter? Lin Ping'an remained silent, drawing out the Lingyun sword and planting it into the ground. Sect leader master uncle, if you wish for my demise, I willingly submit. Use this sword to cleave me. Lin Ping'an shouted, his voice resonating throughout the palace. What on earth are you doing? Even Dandan was puzzled. You mustn't be so reckless. I do not wish to wait any longer. It appeared quite anxious, fearing Lin Ping'an might come to harm. Lin Ping'an smiled gently, reassuring Dandan. Rest easy. Dandan, I am not foolish enough to despair. I merely wish to frighten my master uncle a little. Dandan chuckled. Indeed, the hearts of men are quite cunning. This remark startled Jinren Yunxiao. Oh my, what is my dear nephew doing? Jinren Yunxiao had initially planned to maintain an air of authority, but in the next moment, he found himself before Lin Ping'an. After all, having known Yun Mingyu for so many years, he was well aware of his little junior sister's temperament. If he truly drove Lin Ping'an to despair, it was likely that upon Yun Mingyu's return, the Yun Tian sect would need a new leader. Nephew, quickly rise. What nonsense are you saying? Jinren Yunxiao approached and helped Lin Ping'an up. However, Lin Ping'an resolutely refused to stand. What must I do for you to rise? Jinren Yunxiao, unable to withstand the persistence, spoke plainly. I beseech you, master uncle, to retract the announcement for the competition. I am truly unfit to participate. Jinren Yunxiao put on a troubled expression and sighed. The announcement has already been made. How could I possibly retract it? Moreover, even if I were to retract it, everyone would still know if they say I am untrustworthy. What then? Jinren Yunxiao shook his head helplessly, looking quite aggrieved. Master uncle, I wonder how my master would regard this matter if she were to find out. This was all your idea. I have not fabricated anything. Jinren Yunxiao could no longer hold back and expressed his thoughts candidly. Ping'an nephew, I only thought that since you have recently re-established your cultivation, regaining some of your former prowess, it would be beneficial to temper your will. I appreciate your good intentions, master uncle. However, you are aware of my current strength. Asking me to risk so much to participate has to come with some reward. As the saying goes, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. As Lin Ping'an spoke, he exchanged knowing glances with Jinren Yunxiao. Having lived for so many years, Jinren Yunxiao was no fool. He immediately understood Lin Ping'an's intentions. Speak. What is it that you desire? As long as I possess it, it is yours. Before Jinren Yunxiao could finish speaking, Lin Ping'an interrupted. Master uncle, I desire the treasure technique of the main peak. Upon hearing this, Jinren Yunxiao's expression changed drastically. What did you say? Repeat that. The treasure technique of the main peak. Lin Ping'an boldly reiterated. You little rascal, you truly are asking for the moon, daring to make such demands. Lin Ping'an lowered his head, feigning a look of grievance. Master uncle, did you not just say that anything within your possession is fair game? Why then does it suddenly seem impossible now, master uncle? You are the sect leader. Surely you cannot go back on your word. If my master were to find out how you have bullied me, I shudder to think what she would say. Lin Ping'an kept his head down, pretending to be pitiful. Jinren Yunxiao, looking helpless, finally nodded. Very well, I agree. As long as you can secure the top position among the disciples this time, I shall grant you the treasure technique of the main peak. Excellent. Thank you, master uncle. I shall prepare immediately. Farewell. As he just left the hall, Dandan immediately questioned, weren't you saying you wouldn't go? How come you agreed now? Who said I wouldn't go? Now that my cultivation has been restored. Participating in this competition is an opportunity for me to refine myself. I came here to see if I could see some benefits. Lin Ping'an explained with a smile that I thought you were stubbornly refusing to go. Turns out you were just angling for some profit. Indeed, indeed. I am quite the catch, aren't I? Lin Ping'an beamed with pride. After Lin Ping'an departed, Ling Daoyi entered. Master, what did Ping'an Jr. brother say to you? Jinren Yunxiao recounted the events that had just transpired, feeling increasingly uneasy as he spoke. What a display of coercion and seduction. This boy is playing quite dirty. Having tasted sweet rewards at Wanlei Peak, he is now setting his sights on our main peak. Ling Daoyi let out a wry smile and inquired, what if Lin Ping'an? As long as he is a talented individual, I would gladly relinquish my position as sect leader. Master, you truly are generous. Ling Daoyi looked at his master, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, Jinren Yunxiao remembered something and scratched his head. Continuing, my little junior sister has always been indifferent to others. How did she end up with such an eccentric disciple? I don't know. Chapter 49. The fourth level of the spirit pool. Here I come. There is still a full half-month until the competition. Although the time is short, it must be utilized wisely. After all, this intersect competition is of great significance, and for the sake of the main peak's treasure technique, Lin Ping'an must put in considerable effort. Seize the day and transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Strive hard and live ever younger. Since Yun Mingyu is not around, Lin Ping'an, unburdened, immediately began to enter seclusion for cultivation, having slain numerous foes and amassed considerable spoils during his descent. He now needed to refine and absorb them thoroughly. After half a month's time, Lin Ping'an's cultivation soared to the fourth level of the spirit pool. Having exhausted all his resources, he slowly opened his eyes. A glint of cold light flashing within, as spiritual energy surged around him. Kid, not bad. To elevate 3 levels in half a month, such a pace of cultivation is truly enviable. Lin Ping'an sighed deeply. Enviable? I have exhausted all my resources to achieve this little gain. Indeed, diligent cultivation cannot compare to dual cultivation for speed. Dandan chuckled and began to explain. Well, of course, what realm is your wife in? Engaging in dual cultivation with her is undeniably beneficial, enhancing one's progress at an accelerated pace. Moreover, this is inherently a characteristic of the pure yang sacred body, which has a significant demand for spiritual energy. Until you possess sufficient strength and acquire abundant resources, dual cultivation remains your paramount pathway to advancement. Lin Ping'an let out a wry smile, his expression one of helplessness. Don't mention it. How can I engage in dual cultivation alone? He slowly lowered his gaze to his hands. Does this count? Count as what? You big-headed fool. Dandan expressed disdain. Lin Ping'an stared at his palms, murmuring to himself, with a cultivation level at the 4th stage of the spirit pool realm. It still feels insufficient. Although Lin Ping'an was facing newly initiated inner disciples, among them were not without their own prodigies and geniuses. There were even formidable warriors from the spirit sea realm. Lin Ping'an, being a direct disciple, felt the vast disparity in realms. At this moment, he began to reminisce about the days when Yun Mingyu was present, sitting at the entrance, resting his chin on one hand. He pondered, Mingyu, where have you gone? Just as he finished speaking, a figure appeared before him. Without waiting for the other to speak, Lin Ping'an stood up. Mingyu Ping'an Jr. brother, what nonsense are you spouting here? What Mingyu? Hearing that familiar voice, Lin Ping'an abruptly lifted his head. Mingyu, it was a startling sight. The person before him was none other than Li Fengyun. Senior brotherly, what brings you here? I feared you might lose track of time. So I came to check on you. Li Fengyun, with a curious expression, inquired. By the way, Ping'an Jr. brother, what was that about Mingyu? Oh, it's nothing. Mingyu is just someone I talk to in dreams. Lin Ping'an scratched his head. Chuckling awkwardly. You little rascal, how peculiar you are. Let us go. If we don't hurry, the grand competition will commence. At this moment, the main peak square was a sea of people, gathered for the competition among new inner disciples. This grand event was presided over by Lei Haotian, the master of Wanlei Peak. Everyone had been waiting for quite some time, yet the competition had yet to commence, leading to murmurs of discontent from the crowd. Master Lei, when will the competition begin? We've been waiting down here for so long. Indeed, we've been standing here for ages. Our feet are nearly ruined. With one hand resting behind his back, Lei Haotian slowly spoke. No need to rush. Not everyone has arrived yet. Not everyone has arrived. There are so many of us already. Who hasn't shown up? The crowd glanced around, attempting to discern the absent individual. Suddenly, someone shouted, I know. Senior brother Lin Ping'an hasn't come. Right? He was added as an honorary disciple this time. How could I forget him? What honorary disciple? Although Lin Ping'an has improved somewhat, he is still merely at the early stage of the spirit pool realm. What level are we? Would he dare to show up? True. After being a waste for so many years, even a genius has fallen. Just as the crowd voiced their grievances, a thunderous roar echoed through the heavens. Everyone looked up to see dark clouds swirling ominously above. What is happening in the sky? Why has it suddenly turned so dark? Lei Haotian cast a glance at the sky and immediately grasped the situation. Those two brats are up to their antics again. Are they planning to showcase their skills in front of everyone? In the next moment, a silver lightning bolt streaked across the sky, crashing down to the ground. Boom! As the lightning struck, The earth trembled violently, revealing gaping fissures that spread outwards, forming a charred crater beneath. From within the pit, ominous lightning snakes erupted, resembling a surging fountain, a sight both magnificent and awe-inspiring. What powerful thunder techniques! Could it be that senior brotherly Ping'an from Wanlei Peak has arrived? Lei Haoyan observed the figure amidst the lightning with a faint smile. Is it really him? Under the gaze of the crowd, the lightning dissipated, revealing Lin Ping'an emerging from within. Gazing at Lin Ping'an, the crowd was filled with expressions of fear. What? This is Lin Ping'an. Isn't he the direct disciple of the Miao Miao sect? How come his thunder techniques are so formidable? Could it be that the rumors are true, and Lin Ping'an has indeed mastered the thunder techniques of Wanlei Peak? As Lin Ping'an approached amidst the murmurs of the crowd, he bowed deeply to Lei Haoyan. Disciple Lin Ping'an pays respects to Master Lei. Lei Haoyan smiled and nodded, waving his hand at Lin Ping'an. All right, you may rise. Lin Ping'an stood up, slowly turning to face the crowd. Thank you, fellow disciples, for your patience. During the upcoming competition, I hope everyone will show me kindness. The crowd regarded Lin Ping'an with intense hostility, as previous competitions had been about who could slay the most beasts. With him now as a variable, he had become the target of their collective ire. However, Lin Ping'an was not intimidated by their piercing gazes. Having arrived, he was well prepared, exuding calmness. Li Ping'an did not descend but remained above the clouds. Observing Lin Ping'an. Ping'an Jr. brother, you must put forth your best effort. Chapter 50. The Secret Realm Within the Painting. Stealthy Development. Now that Lin Ping'an had arrived, Lei Haoyan surveyed the surroundings and lightly cleared his throat. Since everyone is present, let us prepare to commence the competition for new inner disciples. Before we begin, allow me to explain the rules of this competition. Rankings will be determined based on a point system. Slaying beasts will earn points, with stronger beasts yielding greater scores. Lei Haoyan pointed at Lin Ping'an, continuing, of course, if anyone has the capability to defeat the direct disciple Lin Ping'an, they will earn 10,000 points. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted like ants on a hot stove, buzzing with excitement and chatter. What? I heard that the strongest fourth-tier beasts in the secret realm only yield 1,000 points. Senior brother Ping'an is worth 10,000 points. By this reckoning, senior brother Ping'an alone is equivalent to 10 fourth-tier beasts. This is utterly outrageous. If that's the case, defeating Lin Ping'an is far more rewarding than slaying beasts. At this moment, all eyes were fixated on Lin Ping'an. Just as stated, 10 fourth-tier beasts are not easy prey for everyone, but Lin Ping'an. Given his current strength, they might as well give it a try. Lin Ping'an glanced at the crowd's malicious expressions and let out a bitter laugh. I can't shake this ominous premonition. Lei Haoyan turned to Lin Ping'an, chuckling. Ping'an Jr. nephew, have you seen everyone's expressions? As your senior brother, you must exert yourself. Don't tarnish your master's reputation. Lin Ping'an smiled. Master, you seem to have forgotten that I possess the thunder techniques. If I lose, not only will my master lose face, but you will as well. Upon hearing this, Lei Haoyan burst into hearty laughter. Just know that, if you embarrass me, I will hold you accountable later. Rest assured, master, that won't happen. After chatting for a moment, Lei Haoyan raised his hand, producing a scroll. With a grand gesture, he unfurled it, revealing a magnificent landscape within. He swiftly formed seals with both hands, causing the scroll to expand rapidly, with a vortex forming at its center. All right, everyone, time is of the essence. We should enter now at as he spoke. Everyone moved, rushing towards the vortex. Each person was eager to be the first, as entering early meant the opportunity to slay a beast first, thus earning higher points and better rankings. Yet Lin Ping'an remained rooted in place, not rushing to depart, merely observing quietly. Suddenly, a young man clad in a black robe approached, patting Lin Ping'an's shoulder with a sneer. Senior brother Ping'an, you better run quickly. If I catch you, the consequences will be dire. Lin Ping'an showed no signs of fear, smiling in response. Junior brother, the same goes for you. With that, the young man transformed into a streak of light and flew into the scroll. After hearing the young man's remarks, Dandan seethed with anger. Who does this guy think he is? What a show-off. His name is Meng Jiang, a first-stage Spirit Sea Realm practitioner, the top contender among this batch of newly initiated inner disciples. On the way here, Lin Ping'an made an effort to inquire about the talented disciples participating in the competition. After all, knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Ming Jiang was one of them. Lei Haoyan looked at Lin Ping'an, puzzled. The Ping'an Jr. nephew. Why haven't you entered yet? Don't let time slip away. Lin Ping'an replied with a calm smile. Rest assured, Master, I'm aware. It's just that everyone is rushing in right now. And I prefer not to join the fray, that it's better to wait until they've all gone in before entering myself. However, it isn't as simple as he made it sound. Lin Ping'an wasn't too foolish. Rushing in would certainly draw attention and provoke attacks. Once they all entered, his movements would become a mystery. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Lin Ping'an took a step forward, transforming into a streak of light and flying into the scroll. Upon touching the scroll, Lin Ping'an felt a momentary darkness envelop him as he entered that painted world. With his arrival, the competition officially began. When he regained his senses, a dazzling light swiftly enveloped him. Forcefully awakening him, Lin Ping'an abruptly opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. His luck seemed to have faltered. While others were transported to the ground or trees, he found himself suspended in the air. Lin Ping'an descended from the heavens with great haste, akin to a shooting star streaking across the vast sky. You young rascal, your journey has not started well. If you continue like this, you're bound to suffer greatly. Dandan jested. It's fine. Standing tall offers a broader perspective, allowing one to observe, replied Lin Ping'an. Your mindset is truly commendable. Lin Ping'an surveyed his surroundings. He had familiarized himself with the terrain of this place. The world depicted in the painting was predominantly composed of primordial forests, interspersed with cliffs and lakes. Whoosh! He swiftly descended and landed on the ground to avoid drawing attention. Lin Ping'an made every effort to minimize noise. As he lightly touched the ground with his toes, ripples stirred, dissipating the immense impact. Just as he landed, a massive leaderboard emerged amidst the rolling clouds above. The board displayed the scores and rankings of the participating disciples. Dandan, could you count how many disciples are participating in this grand competition? You really think of me as just a tool, don't you? Dandan grumbled, albeit reluctantly complying. 1,000 participants. I must say, that's just perfect. 1,000 individuals pursuing me. The pressure is indeed immense. Lin Ping'an chuckled at his own predicament. So, have you devised any strategies to cope? Lin Ping'an smiled. Of course I have. Do share, Dandan urged. Cautious development. Avoid recklessness. Lin Ping'an chuckled. Indeed, with so many eyes upon you, it is wiser to gradually slay the beasts and accumulate points while simultaneously honing your own skills. Dandan concurred. Right now, the priority is to remain undetected. As soon as he spoke, an odd sound echoed. Eek! What's that noise? Lin Ping'an slowly turned to the source of the sound, only to find a disciple standing before him, looking bewildered. Ping'an, is that you? In that moment. Lin Ping'an fell silent. Chapter 51. Guerrilla Warfare. Are they all chasing just me? Lin Ping'an, your journey has once again commenced poorly. Dandan chuckled, teasing him. No worries. Just wait a moment. It will work out. Lin Ping'an began to stretch his limbs as he walked toward the disciple. Brother, please don't come any closer. If you do, I will scream. Oh, now you're threatening me, are you? I'll scream at you, you big-headed ghost. Lin Ping'an swiftly delivered a flying kick, knocking the disciple to the ground. One hand covered the disciple's mouth, while the other rose, ready to strike. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Ping'an's punches landed with force, leaving the disciple pinned to the ground, unable to resist. After a brutal beating, the disciple was left in tears, bloodied, and bound by Lin Ping'an, hanging from a tree. Like to scream? Huh. Let's see if you can still do that. Lin Ping'an dusted off his hands, exuding an intimidating presence. Help! Lin Ping'an is here. No way, my friend. You're really going to call for help. Lin Ping'an hurriedly fled without a second thought. Halfway through, an idea struck him, and he rushed back, delivering another flying kick. This powerful strike knocked the disciple unconscious. By the time the other disciples arrived, Lin Ping'an had vanished without a trace. Lin Ping'an realized he had exposed his location right at the start. Now he could only engage in a guerrilla strategy. Armed with his Lingyun sword, he fled while simultaneously hunting down beasts to avoid making a racket. He struck swiftly, ensuring a quick kill without allowing the beasts any chance to struggle. It must be said, Lin Ping'an's luck was dismal. He had barely ventured far when he encountered a pack of wolves. These were no ordinary creatures. Each was a gale wolf, a second-tier beast. Individually, they lacked strength. But together, they were devastating. Lin Ping'an was speechless. Upon arriving, he had stumbled upon them. The pack immediately encircled him. With no retreat possible, he had no choice but to fight. A woo, with a howl from the lead wolf. The pack lunged at Lin Ping'an, baring their fangs. Come on, who's afraid of whom? Lin Ping'an raised one hand and struck the ground forcefully, his palm connected. Fierce lightning erupted like a fountain. Crash, the lightning struck, unleashing tremendous power that repelled the entire pack. Seizing the moment while the wolves were momentarily paralyzed, Lin Ping'an charged forward with his Lingyun sword. Whoosh! With a single sweep, he carved a long silver arc through the air. The sharp blade sliced through the Gale wolves, cleaving them in two upon contact. With one strike, a significant number of Gale wolves fell. Just as he dealt with the front line, several more charged at him. As a practitioner of the spirit pool realm, Lin Ping'an was no pushover. His combat style was straightforward. With left and right punches, he struck down the wolves, transforming their heads into a mash, causing them to collapse lifelessly. In that moment, the wolf pack was in disarray, leaving only the lone wolf king standing defiantly, its blood-red eyes fixated on Lin Ping'an, a mix of fury and fear evident in its gaze. The blood of the fallen wolves stained Lin Ping'an's body as he leaned on his Lingyun sword, gradually rising, hands on his hips, breathing heavily. What a workout! Lin Ping'an slowly lifted his head, looking at the Wolf King. What are you staring at? The Wolf King remained silent, merely observing. Take a good look, you big fool. Lin Ping'an wasted no time, drawing his Lingyun sword and hurling it towards the Wolf King. By the time it reacted, it was far too late. The sword whistled through the air, glinting coldly, and pierced the Gale Wolf King's throat. Thud! It collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Done. Lin Ping'an dusted his hands, exhaling a long breath, feeling considerably lighter. Looking around, he beheld the scattered corpses, blood soaking the earth, creating a gruesome scene. The pervasive stench of blood would inevitably attract other beasts. Unfortunately for Lin Ping'an, he had miscalculated. Instead of drawing beasts, he attracted a group of disciples. Everyone, hurry up! Lin Ping'an is just ahead. We must not let him escape. Brothers, follow me. Lin Ping'an covered his head, chuckling bitterly. These fellows just won't quit chasing me. Of course, before taking his leave, Lin Ping'an didn't forget to clean up the battlefield. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the Gale Wolf spirit nuclei. These nuclei contained immense spiritual energy, representing the entirety of a beast's cultivation. To a cultivator, they were treasures that, if absorbed and refined, could significantly enhance one's abilities. The best plan is to flee. Without a second thought, Lin Ping'an took off, disappearing in an instant. Throughout his escape, he continued to slay beasts. Although ostensibly fleeing, he was indeed racking up kills. As time passed, Lin Ping'an's points steadily increased, and his ranking rose correspondingly, his pockets brimming with spirit nuclei. After all, Lin Ping'an was but one person, while the others numbered in the thousands. Seeing Lin Ping'an was more delightful to them than encountering beasts. One might mistakenly think he was an alluring beauty. These individuals were relentless, pursuing him from day into night. With the competition lasting 2 days and nights, Lin Ping'an had to conserve his strength. To avoid drawing attention, he crouched in a tree, resting while quietly observing everything below. Many individuals passed beneath him, all hurriedly rushing towards Lin Ping'an. Unfortunately, as darkness fell, visibility dropped significantly, and lurking beasts lay in ambush. The participants were focused on defense, completely unaware of the person lying above them. Given the overwhelming numbers against him, Lin Ping'an refrained from acting hastily. After all, revealing himself and inviting the pursuit of so many would be a tremendous disadvantage. Lin Ping'an was nearly asleep when the great tree beneath him suddenly trembled. Is there an earthquake? Lin Ping'an jolted awake. Dandan quickly exclaimed, Lin Ping'an, there's a massive creature beneath you. Lin Ping'an, still somewhat groggy, unsheathed his Lingyun sword. No worries, I'll just chop it down. Lin Ping'an gazed at the dark figure below, sword in hand, leaping down with ferocity. Clang! A crisp sound of collision rang out as his sword struck, merely igniting a shower of sparks. What on earth is this? Realizing something was amiss, Lin Ping'an quickly glanced down. A third-tier beast, a giant rock turtle. Of all things to encounter, it had to be a massive rock turtle. Its shell as hard as stone, boasting formidable defense among third-tier beasts. Encountering it meant a swift kill was virtually impossible. What dreadful luck do I have? It must be said, Lin Ping'an's journey had been anything but smooth. It had been fraught with challenges and misfortune. Chapter 52. One misstep, and I'm at the top. Although Lin Ping'an's strike was insignificant to the turtle, it certainly provoked its ire. The massive rock turtle did not retaliate immediately, but opened its mouth wide, preparing to unleash a howl. Oh no, it's going to call for help. Upon hearing this, Lin Ping'an panicked. Please don't call. While he anxiously pleaded, he swung his sword, delivering a flurry of strikes. Unfortunately, his efforts bore little fruit. To it, there was no difference from merely scratching an itch. What should we do now? In the deep of the night, should it let out a cry, all would be lost. Lin Ping'an appeared quite anxious. Kill the tortoise, sever its head, Dandan advised. Where to strike? The tortoise's head. Lin Ping'an's thoughts took a turn, and a chill ran down his spine. Is this truly the right course of action, if you wish to avoid being pursued and slain? Then act swiftly. All right. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ping'an unleashed his sword before the colossal rock tortoise could roar. Whoosh! The sword's energy whistled as a silver blade of light swept through the air. Crash! Blood gushed forth as the massive tortoise's head tumbled to the ground. Finished. To avoid attracting other beasts, Lin Ping'an leapt onto a tree and maneuvered through the forest. After searching for a while, he arrived before a secluded cave. This cave seemed quite hidden. Resting here would be quite pleasant. With a flash, Lin Ping'an landed at the cave's entrance. Before he could step inside, a pair of blood-red eyes emerged from the darkness. There's one in here too? Indeed. Dandan, you knew, and didn't he tell me? Dandan chuckled. If I had told you, it would have lost its charm. Besides, the meat of this fellow is quite delectable. As the words fell, the blood-red eyes slowly approached, revealing the true form of the mountain beast. It was a ferocious giant bear, immensely large, standing tall like a mountain. Its body was covered in black fur resembling a forest of steel needles. Its gaping maw looking exceedingly menacing. A third-tier beast, the black mountain giant bear. Goodness, not again. Just kill it. Dandan smiled faintly. Whoosh! Without uttering a word, Lin Ping'an flashed forward, directly confronting the black mountain giant bear. The bear bared its fangs and claws, suddenly opening its cavernous mouth, its sharp tusks instilling fear. Don't scream. Lin Ping'an stepped forth like a bolt of lightning, his fingers darting out like a sword, striking at the bear's throat. As his fingers landed, a powerful thunder erupted, rolling thunder serpents swirling around the black mountain giant bear. Regardless of its formidable defenses, the black fur erupted like fireworks, leaving the bear frozen in place, unable to move. Strike. With Lin Ping'an's command, the Leng Qing sword sliced through the air, charging towards the black mountain giant bear. Whoosh! The sword cleaved through the air, aiming directly for its head. Crash! The blade's light flew past, the silver gleam stained with blood, the scorching liquid gushing forth like a fountain. Gulp! The black mountain giant bear's head rolled across the ground, leaving a long trail of blood. Thud! The bear collapsed with a resounding crash, its blood surging forth, forming a pool of crimson. Lin Ping'an brought his fingers together, sheathing the Leng Qing sword. Off to sleep, he went. Lin Ping'an stepped into the cave. His stomach began to rumble. Gurgle, gurgle. He clasped his belly, chuckling wryly. He was hungry. Lin Ping'an turned to glance at the bear's corpse. Perfect for tasting this fellow's meat. With one hand raised, a barrier sprang up, enveloping the surrounding area. This way, he could cook in peace. Lin Ping'an ignited a fire, skewering the bear's meat and roasting it over the flames. After a while, a rich aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing his senses. Lin Ping'an sprinkled some soul juice on it and began to devour it with gusto. You must say, this meat tastes incredible. What a pity, Dandan, you can't partake. Lin Ping'an chuckled, jesting. Don't get too pleased with yourself. Once I break free, I shall feast to my heart's content, eating as much as I desire. Let us discuss that later. For now, just watch me drool. Lin Ping'an continued to eat heartily, a look of satisfaction on his face. How delightful this is. Just as he finished speaking, the sky above roiled with clouds, a blinding light flaring up suddenly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The leaderboard then reappeared, names materializing one after another. In this painted world, everyone paused their activities, gazing up at the sky in unison. Look at the sky. No one knew how the rankings of the first day would unfold. The rankings appeared. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Second place, Meng Jiang. What? Isn't Meng Jiang the strongest among our cohort? How is he only second? Then who is the first? The identity of the first was yet to be revealed, and all eyes fixated on the top position. No one knew who would ultimately claim the title in this grand competition. Everyone was focused, yet Lin Ping'an remained indifferent, lost in his meal, oblivious to the leaderboard. Amidst the crowd's anticipation, the top position revealed three prominent characters. Lin Ping'an? What? This guy actually topped the list. Something feels off. Wei chased Lin Ping'an for so long. When did he have the time to slay beasts? Have you forgotten? Lin Ping'an has been killing while fleeing. Countless beasts have met their demise at his hands along the way. At that moment, Meng Jiang raised his arm, thrusting his spear forward, slaying the beasts before him. His arm trembled, the spear shaking slightly in his grasp. Despite my efforts, having slain numerous beasts along the way, I still fall short of this guy. Meng Jiang's expression twisted with rage as he thrust his spear down, emitting a resonant cry. Lin Ping'an. His roar echoed through the heavens, reverberating across the land. Achoo! Lin Ping'an sneezed heavily, scratching his nose. Which scoundrel is cursing me? In this painted world, Lin Ping'an's ascendance to the top was known to all, yet he himself remained unaware. Just look up at the sky, and you'll know, Dandan reminded. Let me have a good look at what has happened. Lin Ping'an looked up, and upon seeing it, he was taken aback. The top rank? Me. Lin Ping'an was utterly astonished. What? Are you not satisfied? Lin Ping'an clutched his head, sighing deeply. Alas, being at the top was not my intention. I merely killed a few beasts at random. How did it come to this, that I find myself in first place? Dandan gazed at Lin Ping'an with disdain. You little rascal, still pretending? Of course. After being chased by that group of little tortoises for so long, shouldn't I put on a good show? That makes sense. Chapter 53. Everyone pursues. Run. In the painted world, a day passes, while merely an hour elapses outside. At this moment, as the leaderboard descended, news of the top rank reached those outside, stirring up a considerable uproar. Lei Haoyan sat in the main seat, scrutinizing the leaderboard with narrowed eyes, stroking his beard. Lin Ping'an. This lad truly possesses some skill, with so many pursuing him alone. Not only was he not captured, but he also became the top rank. How intriguing, genuinely intriguing. Suddenly, a laugh sounded from beside him. Of course. Just look at who his master is. Upon hearing this, Lei Haoyan turned sharply, realizing that Yin Xiaojunren had taken a seat beside him unnoticed. Sect Master Brother, what brings you here? Yin Xiaojunren chuckled. This grand competition was indeed my arrangement. How could I not come? True, Lei Haoyan mused. Back when Lin Ping'an was deemed a waste for 5 years, we tried countless times to persuade the junior sister to abandon him and take on a new disciple, and yet, she was adamant, refusing to give up on that lad. Now it seems we misjudged him. Indeed, we old fellows have been blind. Yin Xiaojunren chuckled self-deprecatingly. Lei Haoyan regarded Yin Xiaojunren, jesting. By the way, brother, with your design targeting Ping'an, if junior sister finds out, she hold you accountable. Are you afraid? After all, last time Lei Haoyan faced a severe reckoning from Yu Mingyu, not only receiving a scolding, but even losing his treasured technique, serving as a cautionary tale. Yin Xiaojunren cleared his throat lightly. I fear, yes, but my intention is to cultivate Lin Ping'an well. I believe junior sister will understand. Let us hope so. Now that Ping'an is temporarily at the top, we should move to the next step. At this moment, Lin Ping'an remained unaware that he had fallen into the machinations of that old fellow. The leaderboard trembled, and Lei Haoyan's voice resonated from it. Disciple Lin Ping'an performed exceptionally well on the first day. Earning a token. As the words fell, a stream of light shot forth, landing before Lin Ping'an. Oh dear. What is this? They're sending me gifts now. It makes me feel embarrassed. Though he said this, his heart felt otherwise. As soon as Lin Ping'an finished speaking, he accepted the token. Then I must thank Master Lei. The moment the token entered his hand, it fused with his palm, becoming one with him. Where did the token go? What is happening? Just as Lin Ping'an was perplexed, golden light began to appear around him. What on earth is this? The next moment, a beam of light shot up into the sky, illuminating the night. There was no escaping this for Lin Ping'an. Not only the disciples participating in the grand competition, but also the beasts of the world noticed it. Look over there, a beam of light. What is that beam? Could it be some fortuitous opportunity? As confusion spread among the crowd, Lei Haoyan's voice echoed through the sky. Wherever the light descends, there lies the place of the top rank. I hope everyone seizes this opportunity. As soon as those words were spoken, the entire world within the painting erupted into chaos. Let us go find Lin Ping'an. Isn't this fellow quite adept at running? Let us see how he escapes this time. Indeed, as long as this beam of light is on him, he cannot flee. Originally infuriated, Meng Jiang's lips curled into a slight smile as he drew his spear and let out a cold snort. Lin Ping'an, I shall spare the demonic beasts, but you alone shall perish. At that moment, countless individuals surged forth, racing towards that direction. Lin Ping'an slowly raised his head, gazing at the beam of light above him. A look of helplessness etched on his face. Having obtained this token, I seem to have gained nothing of benefit. What is the difference between this and being marked for location? And it's one-sided at that. However, Lin Ping'an did not need to know where others were, for when he turned to look back, he found himself surrounded by pursuers. With a bitter smile, he glanced at the palm that had consumed the token. Goodness, you're setting me up for failure. A voice echoed from within his palm, that of Lei Haoyan. Dear disciple Ping'an, we are doing this for your own good. Lin Ping'an had lost count of how many times he had heard such words. Good for you, you big-headed ghost. I feel anything but good right now. Just relish this trial. Relish? What is the difference from torture? Lin Ping'an erupted in frustration, hurling complaints at them. Lei Haoyan cleared his throat softly and continued. Think of the promises made to you by the sect master. Upon hearing this, Lin Ping'an's anger was somewhat doused. Fine, for the sake of the treasure technique, I shall endure. Just as he finished speaking, a commotion erupted behind him. Everyone, hurry! Lin Ping'an is just ahead. This group of individuals had arrived far too swiftly. It seemed he had to run once more. Lin Ping'an understood that escaping was a prolonged battle. Holding onto his skewers, he swiftly flew towards the distance. Another chase ensued, but this time it was different. Previously, Lin Ping'an had relied on the astonishing speed of the Thunder Shadow step to teleport in an instant, easily widening the gap and shaking them off. Now, with this beam of light in play, he could not shake them off and could only move forward without pausing. They clung tightly to Lin Ping'an, unleashing a torrent of magical attacks upon him at that moment. He soared ahead while chaos erupted behind him, leaving destruction in his wake. Hundreds, if not thousands, of disciples pursued him. The arrival of this beam of light had shattered the tranquility of the night. Unable to resist his curiosity, Lin Ping'an glanced back. What he saw was a dark mass of pursuers, all with bloodlust in their eyes, intent on capturing him. Lin Ping'an knew that if he fell into their hands, his fate would be nothing short of tragic. After all, with 1,000 of them charging forward, a single punch from each could render him a fool, a kick could send him flying for miles, and a single spit could drown him. In short, he absolutely could not be captured, or the consequences would be dire. To escape, Lin Ping'an employed every trick he had learned throughout his life. Water escape. Just as he submerged into the water, they drained the entire lake. Earth escape. He hid underground, only to be bombarded by various techniques, leaving the ground in tatters, riddled with cracks. Would escape. These individuals set fire to the mountains. Regardless of how Lin Ping'an ran, they had countless methods to counter him. At this moment, the situation was rapidly devolving into a deadlock for Lin Ping'an. Chapter 54. Young Master, no more running. After fleeing for so long, Lin Ping'an was also fatigued. His breathing had become somewhat erratic, and his gasps grew heavier. When he turned to look back, he found that the number of pursuers had not diminished, but rather increased. It was as if they had all been injected with adrenaline. His legs had lost all sensation, and all he knew was to run. How long do you plan to run? Dandan asked with a smile. I don't know, just keep running for now. Let me remind you, even if you evade tonight, tomorrow awaits with a full day ahead. Upon hearing this, Lin Ping'an seemed to grasp something. Dandan, do you mean we should stop running? Precisely. If you keep running, you'll exhaust yourself while they remain unscathed. Rather than fleeing, why not face them head on? If you can reduce their numbers, that would be ideal. If not, then you can escape later. Dandan's words completely awakened Lin Ping'an. Right? How could I forget about my previous guerrilla tactics? Without further ado, Lin Ping'an set to action. He took a step forward and forcefully stomped down. With that step, the air was torn asunder, and an explosion reverberated throughout the sky. He stood his ground. The winds howled around him, and his robes billowed. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was momentarily bewildered. After all, Lin Ping'an had been fleeing, and now he had suddenly stopped, leaving them in a state of confusion. Why has he suddenly stopped running? You ask me. Who should I ask? Despite being a direct disciple, Lin Ping'an might be hiding some trick up his sleeve. Lin Ping'an stood there, head lowered and silent. Yet this very action silenced the crowd behind him. They gazed at Lin Ping'an, not daring to take a step closer, only watching from a distance. Lin Ping'an remained silent, and they did not dare to move. After a prolonged stalemate, Lin Ping'an slowly raised his head and uttered, I, Taoist master, shall no longer run. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. He is not running anymore, so what are we waiting for? Charge. Brothers, there's only one Lin Ping'an. It's first come, first served. Hearing their words and witnessing their frenzied expressions, Lin Ping'an couldn't help but chuckle. First come, first served? You fellows truly underestimate me, your direct disciple. Observing their demeanor, it was clear they regarded Lin Ping'an with disdain. Since that was the case, he would no longer pretend. It was time to reveal his hand. With that, Lin Ping'an swiftly formed hand seals and chanted incantations. Upon completing the incantation, he drew his long sword and pointed it skyward, bellowing, "Thunder God, assist me." The sound reverberated through the heavens, accompanied by the thunderous roars above. Outside the painted world, Yun Xiaozhenren turned to Lei Haoyan, curiosity etched on his face. "Junior brother, do you know to what level this lad has cultivated the heavenly thunder technique?" Though Yun Xiaozhenren was the sect leader, he did not possess mastery over all 7 peak techniques of the sect. Lei Haoyan shook his head, responding solemnly, "I'm not certain, but according to my family Asphonian, disciple Ping'an has already reached the 2nd stance." Yun Xiaozhenren nodded. "How long has this lad been cultivating? To have made it this far already at this moment." Others began to sense something amiss, and someone shouted in alarm. "This fellow is preparing a grand move. We must not let him unleash it." These individuals were truly naive. At such a moment, instead of fleeing, they were still intent on advancing. With a crack, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the air, striking down upon the Lingyun sword. Instantly, thunder surged, and ferocious lightning serpents coiled around the blade, intertwining with the brilliant sword light, exuding an unfathomable might. The onlookers were not foolish. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, they halted their steps. Is this the peak technique of Wanyan Peak? The rumors are true. What are you waiting for? Run. If you don't run now, you won't be able to escape. Those who had charged in with such ferocity were now scrambling in a panic. Lin Ping'an, wielding his longsword, let out a cold laugh. "You all have chased me for so long, and now you wish to leave. Not a chance. Heavenly thunder, descend." With Lin Ping'an's command, his longsword cleaved through the air. In the next moment, a sharp blade of light surged forth, soaring into the sky. As the sword was drawn, thousands of thundering bolts surged forth like a torrent, and no matter how swiftly these pursuers ran, they could not match the speed of the heavenly thunder. Cries of despair rang out as the lightning struck down, causing many to vanish without a trace. The rampant thunder and countless sword lights wreaked havoc, plunging the scene into utter chaos. When the dust settled, a massive crater lay before them, charred and ravaged. Witnessing this, the remaining disciples were filled with trepidation, their confidence shaken. Who could have imagined that after 5 years of being deemed a waste, he would suddenly become so powerful? In an instant, over half of the pursuers had retreated, and no one dared to step forward. Of course, while this strike was powerful, it had also drained a significant amount of Lin Ping'an's spiritual energy. His aura remained formidable, yet his complexion had turned pale. If you all wish to avoid being eliminated early, it's best to leave swiftly. At this moment, some withdrew, while others emerged like mushrooms after rain. A towering figure stepped forth from the crowd, standing 8 feet tall with arms crossed, snorting coldly. "I have long heard of Lin Ping'an as a rare talent. Today, I must have a good exchange with you." Inner disciple of Jianshan, Xiong Yin. Following this, a cold laugh erupted as a youth clad in black martial attire appeared, his movements exceedingly strange, materializing before everyone. Inner disciple of Lingyun Peak, Shi Yuan. He held a long fan, smiling lightly. "Today's luck is truly extraordinary. To meet Brother Ping'an is indeed a stroke of fortune. Spare me the fortune and misfortune. Disciple, speak your mind and express your thoughts freely." After pursuing him for so long, Lin Ping'an naturally held no goodwill towards them. Since they had crossed paths, it was only fitting to engage in a proper exchange. Shi Yuan, shedding any pretense, made his stance clear. As his words fell, another figure emerged. This individual, dressed in scholarly attire, held a book in his left hand and a brush in his right, exuding an air of refined elegance and extraordinary temperament. What a lively gathering this has become today. Since both of you are here, I shall join in the festivities. I am Shengwan Jingming, an inner disciple of Daoxian Peak. The intentions of the three were unanimous. They had come to trouble Lin Ping'an. It must be said that Lin Ping'an's luck was rather unfortunate, for this new generation of disciples harbored numerous prodigies, and these three were among them. To alleviate Lin Ping'an's troubles, Li Fengyun had even specially notified several talented disciples to steer clear of him. Yet, some remained unconvinced and insisted on seeking him out. Lin Ping'an's gaze swept across them, discerning their cultivations at a glance. Each of the three possessed formidable strength, all being ninth-level spiritual pool cultivators. And coupled with their unique abilities, they would prove quite challenging to contend with. It seemed yet another fierce battle was on the horizon. As he contemplated this, Lin Ping'an's voice grew notably somber. "Are you afraid?" he asked. A slight smile curled at the corners of Lin Ping'an's lips. "Afraid of them? Not in the slightest. After all, I am a direct disciple. I cannot bring shame upon my beloved Mengyu." Lin Ping'an shook his fists, exuding an aura brimming with murderous intent. Chapter 55. You desire face, I shall grant it. Xiong Yin stepped forward first, clasping his fist in salute. "Brother Ping'an, allow me to offer my guidance." With that, Xiong Yin stomped down, causing the earth to tremble as he unleashed his full force, charging towards Lin Ping'an like a war chariot. Whoosh! Lin Ping'an's figure flickered, easily evading the attack. "Brother Ping'an, don't run away. It's rare for us to meet. How can you just leave?" As his words fell, Xiong Yin leapt into the air, his fist raised high, aiming a powerful strike at Lin Ping'an. The punch swept through the air like a meteor streaking across the sky. Boom! The fist crashed down, striking the ground with tremendous force, shattering the earth upon impact, and sending debris flying in all directions. The wind howled fiercely as Lin Ping'an was propelled backward, leaving two long fissures etched into the ground beneath his feet. Xiong Yin raised his fist, grinning with satisfaction. "Brother Ping'an, despite being a direct disciple, is it truly entertaining to keep running? Or are you, perhaps, afraid of you? Junior brother, what jest is this? I was merely toying with a foolish monkey." Upon hearing this, Xiong Yan's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. "Brother, if you possess any skill, then stop fleeing." Lin Ping'an nodded with a smile, beckoning Xiong Yan with a finger and responding lightly. "Come, I shan't flee." "That's what you said." As those words left his lips, Xiong Yan surged forward with incredible speed, his fingers clenched into a fist that "Let's see if you can withstand this punch." Lin Ping'an stood his ground, slowly raising his hand to meet the incoming fist. Bang! The moment their fists collided, a dull thud echoed, and Lin Ping'an's body jolted as a powerful shockwave radiated outward violently. "Brother, you must catch this." Lin Ping'an remained composed, smiling faintly. Of course. In an instant, Lin Ping'an's fingers tightened like a vice. Firmly grasping Xiong Yan's fist at that moment, Xiong Yan realized something was amiss. It felt as if his punch had struck cotton. The overwhelming force dissipated swiftly. "What is happening?" Xiong Yan looked up, finding Lin Ping'an wearing a cold smirk. "What have you done? Release my hand." "Junior brother, since you are here, why leave?" Lin Ping'an replied with a smile, his grip strengthening once more. Crack! A crisp sound of bones fracturing echoed, as Xiong Yan's fist twisted grotesquely, resembling a lump of flesh being kneaded in Lin Ping'an's grasp. Though Xiong Yan was a body cultivator with immense strength, he could not withstand the agony that pierced through his heart. His face contorted in pain, cold sweat beading on his brow. For the sake of pride, he gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. Lin Ping'an chuckled. "Junior brother, feel free to scream. Why would I scream if it doesn't hurt? If it doesn't hurt, then let's see how you handle this." As he spoke, Lin Ping'an raised his other hand and struck fiercely at Xiong Yan's chest. In the next moment, an overwhelming force erupted, sending Xiong Yan's body flying like a cannonball. Boom! 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 Xiong Yan crashed into several trees, causing them to collapse and splinter, with chips flying in all directions. After a while, Xiong Yan emerged from the ruins, one hand clutching his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His body was covered in wounds, a sight that was painful to behold. "Brother Xiong Yan, does it still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt." Even at that moment, Xiong Yan stubbornly insisted. It pride that brings suffering." "Very well. Today, as your elder brother, I shall grant you the dignity you seek." Holy Sun Palm. As those words rang out, flam, a finger pierced through the air, and a resounding thunderclap erupted. In the next instant, a violent bolt of lightning surged forth, hurtling directly towards Shi Yuan. The entire sequence unfolded in a heartbeat. Before Shi Yuan could even react, it was too late. Whoosh! A strike descended, landing squarely on his brow. A tremendous force of thunder erupted, akin to a torrential flood, rapidly coursing through his limbs and bones. The electricity surged, mercilessly battering his flesh. In mere moments, Shi Yuan's skin was charred black, lacerated and riddled with scars inflicted by the lightning strikes. Thud! He expelled a cloud of black mist, his eyes vacant, legs giving way, collapsing on the spot. This moment, among the three prodigies, only Shangguan Jingming remained. standing frozen in place, a flicker of panic crossing his mind. Shangguan, it's your turn now. Senior brother, what just transpired was a grave misunderstanding. It has nothing to do with me. I shall take my leave first. Shangguan Jingming's words were nothing short of cowardice. Unable to confront the situation, he resolved to flee. Shangguan, you truly are a scholar. Your words are quite eloquent. Since you've come, don't leave just yet. Before Lin Ping'an could extricate himself, Shangguan Jingming made his move once more, summoning several runes. Senior brother, I apologize for any offense. Having witnessed Lin Ping'an's terrifying prowess, he could not possibly harm him further. He merely sought to trap him, buying himself a moment to escape. The runes glowed brightly, and the vines at his feet rapidly spread, encasing Lin Ping'an entirely. Boom! The ground trembled violently as massive rocks erupted from the earth, forming a cage that ensnared Lin Ping'an. Yet, Lin Ping'an regarded Shangguan Jingming with no hint of anxiety, merely smiling. Junior brother, you ought to run a bit faster. If you delay, you might find it impossible to escape. Having completed his actions, Shangguan Jingming dared not hesitate. Hastily fleeing as he ran, he muttered under his breath, had I known Lin Ping'an was this formidable, I would never have come. No sooner had he spoken than a deafening explosion resounded, and a powerful shockwave surged forth. Hearing the commotion, Shangguan Jingming halted, slowly turning to look. The very spot where Lin Ping'an had stood moments ago was now engulfed in flames, the towering rocks shattered, and the vines reduced to ashes. Where was Lin Ping'an? Shangguan Jingming scanned his surroundings, searching for Lin Ping'an, but to no avail. Where is that guy? Just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out from behind him. Junior brother, who were you looking for? Upon hearing that familiar voice, a tremor of fear coursed through Shangguan Jingming as he turned to see Lin Ping'an standing behind him. Junior brother, I offered you a chance. Yet you were unimpressive and ran far too slowly. At this juncture, Shangguan Jingming cast aside his pride and quickly exclaimed, Ping'an, I was coerced by the two of them to come here. I am innocent. Innocent, you say? Did you not consider this when you were pursuing me? With a swift motion, Lin Ping'an dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, reaching Shangguan Jingming in an instant that he threw a punch. And Shangguan Jingming raised his hands to block. However, his feeble defense was no match for Lin Ping'an's might, and he was sent flying. Shangguan Jingming's body trembled, akin to a kite severed from its string. Spiraling uncontrollably backward, with a surge of the thunder shadow step, Lin Ping'an appeared before him once more. Damn it! Shangguan Jingming gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain, and raised his brush in defense. Junior brother, do you think that pitiful brush can withstand this? As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Ping'an wielded his Leng Qing sword, unleashing a silvery flash. Crack! In an instant, Shangguan Jingming's brush split in two, and the sword struck him squarely. The blade descended from above, leaving a long gash across his face that a sharp, agonizing pain surged through him, and Shangguan Jingming opened his mouth wide, howling in agony. Da-da! It hurts. This is unbearable. Junior brother, don't scream. I shall grant you a swift end. With that, Lin Ping'an struck again, piercing through Shangguan Jingming's body. Get lost! Lin Ping'an exerted force, withdrawing the Leng Qing sword. In the next moment, Shangguan Jingming's body trembled and dissipated into a wisp of azure smoke. Now, the three prodigies sent to eliminate Lin Ping'an had all been vanquished. After such a brutal battle, Lin Ping'an felt considerably drained. Standing still as he exhaled a long, heavy breath, he brushed off the dust from his clothes, a faint smile playing on his lips. My apologies, gentlemen, that you were merely the threshold to my brilliance. Chapter 57. The mantis stalks the cicada? Do you wish to be the yellow bird? After dispatching the three, Lin Ping'an slowly turned to face the remaining disciples. They had previously pursued him relentlessly, but now they transformed into bystanders, unwilling to provoke him further. Brothers, don't just stand there. Let us join in the fun. In truth, if they all charged at once, Lin Ping'an would stand no chance. Yet, he firmly believed they lacked the courage to act. After all, the three prodigies had already fallen to him, not to mention them. Senior brother, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Ping'an, my name is not Zhang San, but Li Si. Ping'an, my girlfriend seems to have been abducted. I must investigate. There's a lovely dog ahead. I fancy. In an instant, they all turned cowardly, fleeing without a second thought. They ran with remarkable speed, scattering like leaves in the wind, vanishing from sight. At last, he had driven away these bothersome individuals. After being pursued for so long, He felt utterly exhausted. Having fled for so long and engaged in such a fierce battle, Lin Ping'an was wearied. He sat upon a stone, stretching lazily. His eyes narrowed slightly as he smiled. Dear turtle-like junior brother, you needn't hide any longer. After watching for so long, it's time to show yourself. As his words fell, a gust of cold wind swept through, causing Lin Ping'an's robes to flutter gently. Not far away, a figure emerged, brandishing a long spear, exuding an imposing aura that it was none other than Meng Jiang, the one who had previously threatened Lin Ping'an. Meng Jiang, we meet again. Meng Jiang wore a disdainful expression, chuckling lightly. Ping'an, I truly underestimated you before. I had no idea you concealed your strength so well. Even 3 of them together were no match for you. Lin Ping'an smiled modestly. It was merely a stroke of luck. Meng Jiang chuckled. Senior brother is being overly modest. This is your true strength. How can you call it mere luck? Junior brother, why did you not show up earlier, only to appear now? Lin Ping'an knew precisely why he was here. It was nothing more than a feigned inquiry. The mantis stalks the cicada. Before he could finish, Lin Ping'an interrupted. Are you implying you wish to be the yellow bird? Indeed. At this moment, Meng Jiang dropped the pretense and openly revealed his intentions. Junior brother, don't you have a mirror at home? Meng Jiang furrowed his brow, perplexed. What do you mean by that? Don't you ever look in the mirror to see what you truly are? Perhaps you should relieve yourself and recognize your own limitations. Do you think you, of all people, can aspire to be the yellow bird? With a smile on his face, Lin Ping'an's words were razor-sharp. After hearing this, Meng Jiang could no longer contain his rage. Lin Ping'an, you seek death. In that instant, Meng Jiang's aura surged violently, the winds howling around him. First level of the Spirit Sea realm? Meng Jiang was no weakling. After all, he was the foremost among the newly initiated inner disciples. What, senior brother, are you frightened? A mountain need not fear an ant. Then you shall die. Meng Jiang gritted his teeth. Unleashing a furious shout that he raised his fist and hurled it towards Lin Ping'an. As he swung, a formidable fist wind materialized, transforming into a massive purple-gold fist that shot towards Lin Ping'an. Lin Ping'an stood his ground. Exuding an aura of calm that he slowly raised his Lingyun sword, parting his lips to utter a single word, slash. With his command, the sword trembled, and a sharp blade of light sliced through the air. Swish, the sword cleaved through the purple-gold fist, splitting it in two. Boom. A deep explosion echoed as the powerful fist wind surged wildly in all directions. Meng Jiang snorted coldly. I'm curious to see how much strength you have left. Release the spear. In the next moment, Meng Jiang brandished his spear, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, enveloped in a fierce wind as it charged toward Lin Ping'an. The spear moved with incredible speed, aiming to pierce through Lin Ping'an's body. Clang! The spear plunged into the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath its might. Ha ha! Meng Jiang wore a smug grin, his face radiating arrogance. Junior brother, do you suffer from poor eyesight? Why are you stabbing at thin air? Upon hearing this, Meng Jiang looked up in alarm, realizing that his strike had missed entirely. Lin Ping'an had just activated the Thunder Shadow step, moving with the speed of thunder, and had instantaneously shifted his position. The spot where Meng Jiang had struck was merely an afterimage left by Lin Ping'an. Lin Ping'an, how dare you toy with me? Not at all. I'm simply pointing out your foolishness. Meng Jiang's face twisted in fury, his temper reaching a boiling point. Shut your mouth, you worthless fool. You lack the standing to criticize me. Having spoken, Meng Jiang raised one hand, gripping the long spear firmly. His fingers tightened around the hilt as he exerted tremendous force, swinging it forward with ferocity. The autumn wind swept through the fallen leaves. The long spear danced through the air, tracing a silvery arc. Its sharp light surged forth, a formidable assault that cleaved through the sky, aimed directly at Lin Ping'an. The suddenness of the attack left Lin Ping'an with no option for retreat. He could only switch from defense to offense and meet it head-on. Kill! In an instant, Lin Ping'an unleashed the Lingyun sword, its fierce blade tearing through the void as it collided violently with the spear's radiance. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions, creating a dazzling spectacle akin to a myriad of stars. The resounding clash of metal erupted, the sound of spear and sword intertwining, echoing throughout the realm. This moment, rage consumed Meng Jiang's mind. His thoughts were solely fixated on how to eliminate Lin Ping'an. Die! The clash of spear and sword reached a critical point, both forces collapsing rapidly. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated, flames shooting into the sky. As both weapons were obliterated, this adversary was indeed formidable. It was not that Lin Ping'an was weak, but rather the current circumstances were dire. Meng Jiang held a distinct advantage in realm, and Lin Ping'an, having expended considerable energy, was beginning to tire, significantly diminishing his combat prowess. Lin Ping'an, our battle is far from over. In the next moment, Meng Jiang lunged forward with the spear, closing the distance to Lin Ping'an. With a sweeping strike, the spear lunged like a dragon, its sharp tip aimed directly at Lin Ping'an's brow. A flash of silver light pierced Lin Ping'an's skin, sending sharp pangs coursing through him. He quickly raised his sword to parry, the two weapons locked in a stalemate. Chapter 58. In the midst of the clash. Have you broken through? Of course, the two were not merely holding their ground. Meng Jiang's mouth was equally active. Lin Ping'an, do you really think you deserve to be a direct disciple? A piece of trash like you should remain in the garbage bin. With that, Meng Jiang exerted his strength, taking the upper hand. In an instant, the Lingyun sword slipped from Lin Ping'an's grasp, soaring high into the air. Now, Meng Jiang seized the opportunity, charging forth with his spear. Sweeping it across, Lin Ping'an dared not hesitate, swiftly moving to evade, creating distance from the impending strike. He landed with a thud, fissures forming beneath him, dust rising around him. Clang! The Lingyun sword plunged into the ground, its blade quivering, the sound of its resonance echoing in the air. Observing this, Meng Jiang hoisted his spear, laughing heartily. Lin Ping'an, you truly are too weak. Kneel and beg for mercy now, and perhaps I shall grant you a dignified end. Meng Jiang wore a smug expression. Surrender? Sorry, that word does not exist in my vocabulary. Is that so? I am eager to see just how much strength you possess. Meng Jiang stood firm, his aura erupting. His spear raised high. Whoosh! The fierce wind from the spear surged forth, manifesting as tangible blades, accompanied by a howling wind. Swirling like a raging tide around the spear, the torrent of spiritual energy converged from all directions. Resembling ethereal fish swimming along Meng Jiang's arm, continuously flowing into the spear, buzzing. At that moment, the spear emitted a resonant sound, akin to a dragon's roar. In an instant, a blinding silver light flashed from the spear's tip, as if tearing a rift in the very fabric of existence. Spear dragon technique. Meng Jiang raised his hand sharply, pointing forward. The space before him shattered like fragile paper, creating rifts that spread chaotically. Accompanied by a haunting sound, the surging wind from the spear roared within the collapsing void, rapidly taking shape. In the blink of an eye, a majestic silver dragon materialized before all. The dragon radiated an icy aura, its scales shimmering coldly, each one sharp as a blade. It bared its fangs and claws, its blood-red eyes exuding a murderous intent as it lunged violently towards Lin Ping'an. Meng Jiang's sinister grin widened. Lin Ping'an, I am eager to see how you will counter this strike. How to counter? With brute force. Lin Ping'an's gaze sharpened, a torrent of fiery energy rising within him. He took a step forward, and the ground beneath him cracked under the pressure, splintering like a shattered web. In an instant, molten lava erupted, flames roaring behind him. Simultaneously, fire spread to his sides, raging forth like a wildfire, engulfing the earth in mere moments. Lin Ping'an stood at the center of this inferno, surrounded by flames, waves of heat crashing upon him, as if he were ensnared in an endless purgatory. Meng Jiang sneered. Now, this is the spirit of a direct disciple. The former you was no different from refuse in a trash bin. Lin Ping'an remained unfazed, his voice steadied. I apologize, but a waste like you lacks the qualification to point fingers at me. With those words, Lin Ping'an's internal energy surged rapidly. 3 suns rising. He slowly raised one hand, and with each movement, it seemed as if he wielded immense power. Thunderous roars echoed as the void behind him trembled. 3 radiant suns bursting forth. Each sun emitted brilliant light, illuminating the world as if it were daylight, the intensity blinding. Lin Ping'an gazed at Meng Jiang, contemplating, with my remaining spiritual energy dwindling, if I am to win, it must be with a single decisive strike. He raised his hand again, gathering the power of the 3 suns into a formidable torrent of blazing flames. Kill. With a triumphant laugh, the torrent surged forth, imbued with endless heat and overwhelming force, akin to a ferocious dragon breaking free of its chains. Roaring as it charged ahead, the fiery dragon ignited the air in its wake, leaving a long trail of flames. As the fiery dragon collided with the silver dragon in midair, the scene erupted into chaos. The 2 dragons clashed violently, tearing through the sky, the very space fracturing around them. Explosions lit the sky, illuminating the battlefield, the thunderous blasts echoing relentlessly at this moment. The battle had reached a stalemate. It appeared neither could gain the upper hand, yet the scales of victory were tipping towards Meng Jiang. Lin Ping'an felt his spiritual energy rapidly dissipating. He was on the verge of exhaustion, but he stood firm, clenching his fists, desperately holding on. Sweat cascaded down, drenching his hair. Observing this, Meng Jiang slowly raised his head. Mocking, Lin Ping'an, how much longer can you endure? A time for an incense stick. Is that enough? Lin Ping'an remained silent, his situation having deteriorated to its utmost extent. Hey kid, how much longer do you plan to hold out? A voice chimed in. I will persist until I can no longer withstand it. Lin Ping'an's resolve was unwavering, showing no signs of retreat. You stubborn brat, like a mule, continuing this way, you are surely doomed. Don't you wish to win? Of course, but, before he could finish, the voice interrupted, Do not worry. Wanting to win is enough that I have your back. Lin Ping'an suddenly realized something. Sister, you can't be. The voice coughed lightly. All right, let's focus on the fight. Don't digress. Summon your spiritual cores, and leave the rest to me. Understood. Without hesitation, Lin Ping'an raised his hand, calling forth all the spiritual cores he had gathered in this painted world. Witnessing this, Meng Jiang chuckled. What is this, my esteemed senior brother Lin Ping'an? While battling, you summon your spiritual cores. Are you begging for mercy? Lin Ping'an did not indulge Meng Jiang's taunts, retorting sharply. Beg for mercy? I'd rather beg your second uncle. With Lin Ping'an's scathing words, Meng Jiang's demeanor darkened, his expression sour. How dare you? I shall eradicate you now. Meng Jiang bellowed, channeling his full power. Lin Ping'an continued to endure, waiting that at this moment, the spiritual cores suspended in midair were enveloped in swirling purple light. All drawn into Lin Ping'an's brow, as the light entered his body. Lin Ping'an's cultivation surged, revitalizing his exhausted dantian with potent spiritual energy that in an instant. Meng Jiang sensed the change, abruptly raising his head to look at Lin Ping'an. At that moment, he witnessed Lin Ping'an's breakthrough. 5th level of the Spirit Pool Realm. Chapter 59. What about your mother? Not only Meng Jiang, but even the two old spectators outside noticed. Yu Xiaozhenren and Lei Haotian exchanged complex expressions as they observed the unfolding scene. Both raised their heads simultaneously, exchanging glances. How did this kid break through while fighting? Lei Haotian questioned, bewildered. Yu Xiaozhenren stroked his chin, murmuring, in the face of despair, turning the tide. A breakthrough in the midst of battle. Truly worthy of being my junior sister's disciple. Just like her, a true anomaly. Yu Xiaozhenren couldn't help but express his admiration. Suddenly, Lei Haotian exclaimed, Wait, that is this kid still increasing in strength. What? Just as they observed, Lin Ping'an's cultivation continued to rise, and the speed of his ascent grew ever faster. As the saying goes, the authorities are confused while the onlookers see clearly. At this moment, Meng Jiang remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, a faint smile dancing at the corners of his mouth as he let out a cold chuckle. What of being at the 5th level of the Spirit Pool Realm? Do you truly believe that this will save you? Lin Ping'an slowly lifted his gaze to meet Meng Jiang's, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Is that so? If 5 levels are insufficient, then allow me to ascend further. With those words, Lin Ping'an's cultivation surged to the 6th level of the Spirit Pool Realm. Upon witnessing this transformation, the smile on Meng Jiang's face instantly froze. His expression growing increasingly grim at how is this possible? In the span of a mere moment, Lin Ping'an had broken through 2 levels. Not only Meng Jiang, but even ancient beings who had lived for centuries would be left astonished. At this juncture, the initial disadvantage that Lin Ping'an had faced vanished in an instant, and the two returned to a state of equilibrium. Moreover, Lin Ping'an's combat prowess was on the rise, rendering the situation increasingly dire for Meng Jiang. I refuse to believe it. This is absolutely impossible. Meng Jiang muttered to himself, desperately trying to convince himself otherwise. Apologies, but I thrive on challenging the impossible. In the next moment, Lin Ping'an's realm surged once more. Reaching the 7th level of the Spirit Pool Realm, the egg communicated, Lin Ping'an, I have completely refined the spirit core. This is the limit. No worries. This will suffice. At this moment, the 2 elder figures outside were utterly bewildered. To break through 3 levels in the midst of battle, what manner of monster was this young man? Lei Haotian exclaimed in astonishment, his expression one of utter shock. I understand now, murmured the real person Yu Xiao. His eyes narrowing. Lin Ping'an's ability to break through multiple levels stems from the refined spirit core. But how could he accomplish such a feat alone in this situation? the real person Yun Xiao had yet to realize that Lin Ping'an was not alone. He was accompanied by an egg. The tide of battle had now shifted overwhelmingly. Meng Jiang could no longer withstand the pressure and prepared to engage Lin Ping'an in a decisive confrontation. In the next instant, twin dragons erupted simultaneously, a powerful wave of energy sweeping over both combatants. Meng Jiang was sent reeling, akin to a kite severed from its string, utterly unable to control his body. He retreated several hundred meters, finally managing to steady himself with a forceful stomp. Meanwhile, Lin Ping'an remained immovable amidst the tempest. Meng Jiang stood unsteadily, clutching his chest, his face a mask of terror. Just moments ago, when Lin Ping'an was at the 4th level of the Spirit Pool realm, he had posed a significant challenge. Now, with Lin Ping'an at the 7th level, was there even a need to continue fighting? Meng Jiang, this farce must come to an end. Lin Ping'an's expression turned steely as he slowly raised one hand above his head, his palm facing the sky, exuding an aura of formidable energy. A deep, resonant hum filled the air as a lightning sigil gradually manifested in his palm, its intricate patterns reminiscent of ancient runes, radiating a profound electric glow. With eyes wide open, Lin Ping'an roared. All thunder descend. At the sound of his furious shout, the skies darkened, the previously clear atmosphere engulfed by tumultuous clouds. The clouds swirled, as if countless ferocious beasts were roaring and darting within. A multitude of thunderbolts were summoned forth, cascading from the heavens with a cataclysmic force, resembling silver dragons tearing through the sky. In the next instant, the lightning rained down upon the earth like a torrential downpour, thick pillars of electricity striking relentlessly. Meng Jiang gazed up at the sky, terror etched across his face. Is this boy truly so powerful? In that moment, a bolt of heavenly thunder struck before him. Although Meng Jiang understood that the outcome was already decided, he remained unwilling to concede. Raising his hands to summon a barrier in a desperate attempt to resist, the earth trembled beneath the onslaught of thunder, cracks spiderwebbing across the ground. Each strike sent sparks flying and clouds of dust billowing around him. Alas, no matter how hard Meng Jiang fought or how desperately he defended, it was all in vain. The barrier he conjured lasted but 3 seconds. Boom! Mere moments after it was summoned, it shattered without a trace, disintegrating into countless fragments. The tides had turned. Meng Jiang would soon receive a taste of his own medicine. Meng Jiang, like your barrier, your time is also limited to 3 seconds. Lin Ping'an. Meng Jiang's mouth gaped in fury. I apologize, but you lack the standing to utter my name. In the next instant, the thunder descended, crashing violently against Meng Jiang's form. The electric light enveloped him entirely, the sheer force of the thunder creating numerous charred craters in the ground. As the lightning subsided, the dust began to clear, revealing Meng Jiang's battered figure. His clothes lay in tatters, shredded by the force of the thunder, barely clinging to him as they fluttered weakly in the wind. His hair stood on end, disheveled from the electrical chaos, the scorched ends emitting wisps of smoke and a pungent odor. His face was blackened, resembling a refugee in distress. Meng Jiang knelt upon the ground, trembling like a candle flickering in the wind, his body marred by gruesome wounds, blood pooling beneath him in a crimson puddle. He slowly opened his mouth, expelling a cloud of black mist. Lin Ping'an approached, a slight smile playing on his lips as he regarded Meng Jiang. Meng Jiang, do you have anything left to say? Speak now, or the opportunity may soon escape you. Meng Jiang's gaze was filled with resentment as he looked at Lin Ping'an. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Before Meng Jiang could finish, Lin Ping'an raised a hand and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Smack! The crisp sound echoed as Meng Jiang was sent flying. I told you to speak, and you actually did. What more do you have to say? What of your mother? Chapter 60, Self-Deception. The leader, Meng Jiang, crashed heavily to the ground, blood spewing forth. Utterly humiliated, he glared at Lin Ping'an, attempting to continue. "Do no, fortunately, I am still alive." Just after saying this, Meng Jiang muttered under his breath, "Do not deceive." Lei Haoyan, with his hands on his hips, wore an expression of helplessness. "You should really stop deceiving yourself here." With that, Lei Haoyan turned his gaze aside and instructed, "Someone come, lift this fellow away." "Yes, I'm utterly exhausted." After dealing with Meng Jiang, Lin Ping'an collapsed onto the ground, arms outstretched, a look of utter contentment on his face. "Are you really just going to lie there?" Lin Ping'an nodded and replied, "What else should I do? After toiling for so long, I deserve a good rest. Aren't you afraid someone might ambush you?" "What is there to fear? Meng Jiang is already gone. Who could harm me?" Lin Ping'an grinned with pride. "Well, it's better to be cautious." Lin Ping'an sat up, raised one hand, and casually erected a sign that read, "I am deceased." For matters, please burn paper offerings. Anyone who disturbs me shall be executed. After writing this, Lin Ping'an lay back down and fell into a deep slumber. Dandan watched Lin Ping'an's demeanor, somewhat speechless. This guy is truly relaxed. That sign is for others to see. What about the beasts? Foolish. Though Dandan spoke thus, she felt a pang of sympathy for Lin Ping'an. As her words fell, a barrier rose from the ground, enveloping Lin Ping'an within. He lay there, sleeping soundly, while the beasts, sensing the rich blood aura emanating from him, chose to steer clear instead of seeking trouble. After all, most of the blood aura surrounding him originated from their own kind. Who would willingly seek out discomfort? Of course, this was true for the less intelligent beasts, let alone humans, who ran far away, as if encountering a living embodiment of the King of Hell. As dusk fell and the last rays of sunlight bathed Lin Ping'an, he continued to snore thunderously. This moment, Dandan shouted, "Wake up! Snore, snore, snore." Lin Ping'an remained oblivious, showing no signs of waking. You really are sleeping soundly. Suddenly, a mischievous idea struck Dandan's mind, and she continued, "Lin Ping'an, your master has arrived." Upon hearing this, Lin Ping'an began to mumble in his sleep, "Master, why are you riding on me from above? Master, be gentle. Your disciple is in pain." Dandan looked at Lin Ping'an, wearing an expression of exasperation. This brat, is he having a spring dream? What nonsense is filling his head? Just as she finished speaking, Lin Ping'an abruptly sat up, exclaiming, "Master, you're awake." Lin Ping'an scanned his surroundings, returning to reality from his dreams. He nodded lightly, appearing somewhat reluctant to leave his dream state. Dandan, curious, asked, "What were you dreaming about? Tell me that I won't tell." Lin Ping'an turned his head away, a look of defiance on his face. "If you want to tell." "I already know. Was it not a dream of your own, master? What is there to be embarrassed about?" Dandan chuckled mischievously. "Dandan, you're annoying." Lin Ping'an's face flushed with embarrassment. "Why am I annoying? It was clearly you who accidentally spoke in your sleep. Can you blame me? I mean, I rarely dream of my master, and you woke me up. Oh, so now you're blaming me?" Dandan teased. "If the competition hadn't ended, I wouldn't have disturbed you. It's all your fault." All your fault. Chapter 61. Protection Fee. Here I come, Master Uncle. As the banter between the two continued, a deep, resonant bell tolled, echoing throughout the realm. "What is that sound?" The next moment, Lei Haoyan's voice echoed from above. "The competition is over." As his voice rang out, a glow emanated from Lin Ping'an's body. What on earth is this? He had barely finished speaking when he was directly transported away. Whoosh, 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 a streak of light soared into the heavens, disappearing without a trace. This moment, outside the plaza, Yanshao Jinren had already departed. The scroll unfurled, and the disciples who participated in the competition gradually emerged. While the rankings were finalized, Lin Ping'an, with a score that set him apart, claimed the top position. Lei Haoyan cleared his throat gently and announced, "The competition is concluded. I will now announce the top 10 participants. Those whose names I call, please step forward." He then proceeded to announce the names in ascending order. Second place, Meng Jiang. First place, Lin Ping'an. If not for Lin Ping'an, there would only be 5 individuals standing among the top 10. The other 4 were likely still in bed, recuperating. After calling for a while, and still not seeing Lin Ping'an, Lei Haoyan looked around, puzzled, and asked, "Where is Lin Ping'an? Where has that rascal gone?" Just as he finished speaking, a figure darted forward, landing on the stage. He covered his face, humbly smiling. "Fellow disciples, I am grateful. As a personal disciple, I did not intend to step onto the stage, but Master Lei insisted, leaving me with no choice. In truth, I wish to remain low-key. Alas, my strength does not permit it." Dandan, witnessing this, could not help but chime in. "You really are shameless. Why not just float up into the sky for the entire sect to see? Actually, that is not a bad idea." Lin Ping'an smirked. Dandan was at a loss for words. "How did I not notice before that you're such a show-off?" Lin Ping'an sighed heavily, his tone laden with gravity. "After being a waste for so many years, shouldn't I take a moment to revel in my achievements? True enough, everything you have now is earned through your own efforts. Even if you boast, no one can reprimand you. What do we call this? Forgetting one's roots. But then again, being a waste for 5 years. Constantly being scolded. It's not just Lin Ping'an. Anyone else would have cracked under the pressure, let alone endure it for 5 years." Lei Haoyan cast a sidelong glance at Lin Ping'an, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Wait, is that rascal still pretending?" He stepped forward, smiling, and, with a flourish of his sleeve, handed Lin Ping'an a Qingquan bag. "Lin Ping'an, take this." Lin Ping'an accepted the Qingquan bag and bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Master Uncle. No need to thank me. This is all you deserve. Just a moment, Master Uncle. Just as Lin Ping'an was about to turn around, he was called back by Lei Haotian. Is there anything else you require? Master Uncle. Lei Haotian stepped closer and hurriedly shoved another Chinquan bag into Lin Ping'an's hands. Lin Ping'an, take this as well. Lin Ping'an, somewhat bewildered, inquired, Master Uncle, what does this mean? Why are you giving me 2 Chinquan bags for just one competition? Lei Haotian chuckled, explaining, that Chinquan bag is just a small token of my appreciation. Lin Ping'an was no fool. There was no such thing as a free lunch. The sudden gift of a Chinquan bag from Lei Haotian surely had ulterior motives. If you have something to say, Master Uncle, just say it. Ah, Lin Ping'an, you are clever. Lei Haotian rubbed his hands together and continued. Well, could you perhaps say a few good words for me in front of your master? Lin Ping'an glanced at the other Chinquan bag, inwardly sighing with a wry smile. This is no mere pocket money. It's clearly a protection fee. All right, Master Uncle, I'll take care of this small matter. Li Fengyan stepped forward, clearing his throat and reminding, Master, your bribes are rather too conspicuous, aren't they? Lei Haotian turned to look, the crowd below all gazing at him. He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and said, Everyone, please forget what you just heard. Do not speak of it. Upon hearing this, the crowd feigned ignorance. What just happened? Suddenly, we can neither see nor hear anything. Yes, yes, yes. What did you just say? The crowd pretended to be oblivious. Hastily departing the scene, Li Fengyan approached Lin Ping'an, slinging an arm around his shoulder, and chuckled. Lin Ping'an, you're quite something. I was initially worried about you, but it seems I was overthinking. Not only did you effortlessly secure the top spot, but you also broke through to the 3rd realm and even mastered the 3rd form of the Thunder Law. You must share your insights with this senior brother one day. Absolutely. Lin Ping'an nodded with a smile. By the way, senior brother, I have an urgent matter to attend to. What matter? Lin Ping'an turned and pointed towards the main Peak's Grand Hall. I need to go there to settle some accounts with the sect master. Li Fengyan burst into laughter, teasing, You're bold enough to confront the sect master over accounts. I'll take my leave first. Go ahead. Li Fengyan chuckled and nodded. Lin Ping'an hummed a tune as he swaggered towards the Grand Hall. Sect master, I have arrived. After Lin Ping'an left, Lei Haotian and Li Fengyan stood side by side. Sigh. Suddenly, Li Fengyan sighed, breaking the silence between them. Lei Haotian turned to look, asking, What is the matter with you? Why the sigh? I was just thinking, Lin Ping'an's already mastered the 3rd form. While I can barely manage the 1st form with his help, Lei Haotian stepped forward, patting Li Fengyan's shoulder in consolation. Enough of that. Don't overthink it. I am your master. I do not hold it against you, and no one else has the right to judge you. Moreover, there are always greater beings beyond the realm of mortals. Lin Ping'an, that young prodigy, was indeed a marvel in his own right during his youth. Now, 5 years later, his accomplishments are no less remarkable. After all, his master was once as extraordinary as he is. It is only natural for a great monster to raise a lesser one. Li Fengyan nodded thoughtfully, gazing at Lin Ping'an's departing silhouette, murmuring to himself, If it weren't for those 5 years, who knows what heights he might have reached by now. Chapter 62. The Supreme Peak's Treasure Technique. The Art of Cloud Transformation. As Lin Ping'an approached the Grand Hall of the Supreme Peak, he looked up to find Ling Daoyi already waiting at the entrance. Lin Ping'an bowed respectfully, addressing his senior. Junior has arrived, senior brother Ling. Ah, you're here? Ling Daoyi responded without any pretense, stepping forward to greet him. What brings you here today? I wish to discuss matters with Master Uncle. Master is still asleep. That's all right. I can wake him myself. That might not be advisable. Ling Daoyi forced a smile, momentarily at a loss for words. Throughout the entire Yuntian sect, only 2 individuals dared to address the revered Yun Shaozhenren in such a manner, Lin Ping'an and his wife and master. Lin Ping'an chuckled, reassuring him, Don't worry, senior brother. I know what I'm doing. Very well. Lin Ping'an entered the Grand Hall and called out with gusto, Master Uncle, I have arrived. You needn't sleep any longer. Rise quickly. His voice boomed through the hall, echoing as if to ensure that Yun Shaozhenren would hear him. Ling Daoyi stared in disbelief at Lin Ping'an, taken aback. Ping'an, is this what you meant by knowing your limits? Indeed. Lin Ping'an nodded affirmatively. Isn't that a bit too direct? Lin Ping'an laughed, explaining, Senior brother, you just mentioned that Master is asleep. If I were to call softly, he surely wouldn't hear me. Could you not approach a little closer? Ling Daoyi asked, smiling ruefully. Why would I do that? Am I to sweetly coax him like a little rabbit to open the door? Just then, a voice emerged from within. All right, I hear you. I will be out shortly. After a brief interval, Yun Xiaozhenren appeared, clad in a somewhat endearing blue nightgown, stretching and yawning. Ping'an, my dear nephew, you have come. Greetings, master uncle. Rise, there's no need for such formalities among family. Yun Xiaozhenren waved his hand with a smile. What brings you here today, Ping'an? He feigned ignorance. Master uncle, I have fulfilled your expectations and claimed the top position in the inter-sect competition. Despite the sweat and blood I shed, I did not shed tears. It was arduous, yet I kept your teachings in mind. Perseverance leads to victory. Yun Xiaozhenren appeared slightly bewildered, pondering to himself, what exactly did I teach him? I am unaware myself. Lin Ping'an animatedly recounted his tale, gesturing vividly, painting a picture for all to see. Dandan, watching, chuckled. What are you up to? Why the theatrics? Dandan, you wouldn't understand. The more tragic I appear, the smoother my request for the treasure technique will go. Observing Lin Ping'an's antics, Yun Xiaozhenren chuckled silently. This mischievous lad is quite adept at acting. Were it not for witnessing his arduous journey firsthand, I might have believed him, seeing Lin Ping'an in full performance mode. Yun Xiaozhenren decided to play along. He stepped closer, patting Lin Ping'an on the shoulder, and smiled gently that you've worked hard. Ping'an, if there is nothing pressing, you should return and rest. Lin Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. Rest? He had come seeking the peak's treasure technique, not to return for a nap. Indeed, Ping'an, didn't you just say how exhausting and challenging the competition was? Your immediate priority should be to recuperate. Only then did Lin Ping'an realize he had been outmaneuvered by Yun Xiaozhenren. Truly, my master is a cunning old fox. Lin Ping'an felt a newfound respect, unable to continue the charade for the sake of the technique. He scratched his head and chuckled. Master uncle, truthfully, I'm neither exhausted nor troubled. Yun Xiaozhenren smiled and said, speak plainly, my boy. There is no need for subterfuge between us. All right. Without hesitation, Lin Ping'an extended his hand toward Yun Xiaozhenren. Master uncle, you wouldn't go back on your word regarding the peak's treasure technique, would you? Rest assured, in Yun Zhao's world, my word is my bond. Come with me. Yes. Lin Ping'an nodded obediently, following closely behind Yun Xiaozhenren. After an indeterminate amount of time, the trio arrived at a solitary, deserted peak. The summit was barren and devoid of anything, shrouded in swirling clouds and mist, presenting an endless expanse of white. Lin Ping'an turned to Ling Daoyi. His curiosity piqued. Senior brother Ling, what is this place? This is where my master cultivates. Surely, a master's cultivation ground must be rich in spiritual energy. Lin Ping'an inhaled deeply, attempting to absorb the surrounding aura. The next moment, his eyes widened in shock, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. This spiritual energy is quite peculiar. As Lin Ping'an noted, the spiritual energy in this place was indeed strange. He had assumed that a master's cultivation ground would be densely infused with energy, yet the reality starkly contrasted his expectations. Here, the spiritual energy was alarmingly thin. Standing in this spot felt no different from being in the mortal realm. As the three stood upon the peak, Yun Xiaozhenren observed Lin Ping'an's astonished visage and smiled gently. Little Ping'an, feel free to ask any questions that arise. Master uncle, don't you require spiritual energy for cultivation? Of course, I do. Lin Ping'an surveyed the area, perplexed. Then why is the spiritual energy so scarce here? Yun Xiaozhenren chuckled, explaining, this is related to the treasure technique you are about to learn. How so? Lin Ping'an inquired, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Yun Xiaozhenren did not answer directly, but instead pointed towards the distant clouds. What shape do those clouds take? Lin Ping'an gazed at the oddly shaped clouds, pondering for a long while but unable to articulate a coherent response. They resembled many things, yet nothing definitive. Yun Xiaozhenren smiled slightly. Your answer is correct. This is the essence of clouds. Clouds are formless, suspended in the sky, ever-changing with the winds. In simpler terms, as long as you desire it, clouds can take on any form you wish, serving your purposes. This embodies the principle of the Yun Tian sect's cultivation. The way of clouds. The way of clouds. Lin Ping'an stood in place, deep in contemplation. As an experienced cultivator, he had not been ignorant of the various paths of cultivation. He had heard of the sword path, the blade path, the 5 elements, and numerous others, yet this way of clouds was entirely new to him. Observing Lin Ping'an's astonishment, Yun Xiaozhenren smiled and clarified, Little Ping'an, there is no need for such shock. The way of clouds is the path of innate beings. It had been lost for a time, but our sect's ancestors stumbled upon it through fortunate circumstances. Though it appeared simple, the way of clouds was, in fact, intricate and challenging to master over the millennia. Only about 20 practitioners of this path had emerged from our sect. Hearing Yun Shaozhenren's words, Lin Ping'an felt an immense pressure before even beginning to practice. Little Ping'an stepped forward, without hesitation. Lin Ping'an approached, and Yun Shaozhenren placed his fingers upon Lin Ping'an's brow. Today, I shall impart to you this treasure technique, known as the art of cloud transformation. Chapter 63. Did you just make such a huge mess? With that, Yun Shaozhenren's fingers shimmered with multiple streams of white light, resembling lively serpents coiling around Go. At his command, the flowing lights swiftly darted forth, merging with Lin Ping'an's being. Lin Ping'an felt a heaviness in his head as images began to materialize in his mind, images depicting the techniques and mantras of this art. His gaze swept rapidly over the written words, capturing the key and significant terms, all of which were absorbed into his consciousness. After reviewing the material, he turned to Dandan and asked, "Have you finished reading?" "I have. What's up? What do you think of the art of cloud transformation?" Lin Ping'an inquired, his curiosity piqued. Given Dandan's vast experience, he figured it wouldn't hurt to ask. "Not bad. It's quite advanced. The stronger the practitioner, the higher the technique's potential. I must delve into it thoroughly." Lin Ping'an understood the principle that having a diverse skill set is advantageous, while mastering one path might lead to its utmost peak. Possessing multiple techniques offers more avenues and diminishes the likelihood of being targeted by adversaries. In summary, learning is always better than remaining ignorant. After skimming through the materials several times, Lin Ping'an slowly opened his eyes. "So, what do you think? Do you have any clarity?" "A bit." Before Lin Ping'an could finish his sentence, Yun Shaozhenren interjected, "I knew you wouldn't fully comprehend. Not to worry, both your senior brother Leng and I have been through this, and we will assist you. Actually, I was going to say I have a bit of an idea." Lin Ping'an chuckled wryly to himself, momentarily at a loss for words. They still underestimate Lin Ping'an. After all, he is the prodigious young genius who once astonished the entire Yuntian sect. However, Master Yunshao paid him no heed, turning instead to Ling Daoyi. "Daoyi, come and demonstrate for your junior brother Ping'an." "Understood, Master." Ling Daoyi raised one hand, and a swirling mass of clouds began to churn in his palm. In the next moment, the clouds seemed to come alive, rapidly morphing. A brilliant white light erupted, and a sharp long sword materialized in Ling Daoyi's grasp. Lin Ping'an stared at the sword, murmuring, "This sword is formed from cloud energy, yet it is indistinguishable from an ordinary sword." Not only that, what he conjured was not limited to swords. There were daggers, spears, bows, hammers. There was nothing beyond its capacity to transform. Upon hearing this, Lin Ping'an's eyes narrowed slightly, and he mused, if this is the case, mastering this technique would allow one to become a master of weapons, wielding whatever one desires. Master Yunshao cleared his throat softly. "Daoyi, let us see something even more impressive to enlighten your junior brother." "Yes." Master Yunshao turned his gaze back to Lin Ping'an, offering a careful reminder. "Little Ping'an, pay close attention and learn well. Do not let your mind wander." "I understand, Uncle Master." Lin Ping'an replied with a bittersweet smile. Ling Daoyi stepped forward, his sleeves billowing. Suddenly, a tempest roared, and the surrounding clouds surged. Swirling around him, the clouds behind Ling Daoyi rolled tumultuously, resembling fearsome, crashing waves. Ling Daoyi abruptly opened his eyes wide, forming a hand seal with one hand, and shouted with fervor, "Congeal!" As the words echoed, the clouds swiftly gathered, transforming into shape. "Kill!" With Lin Ping'an's command, piercing sounds filled the air as countless sword shadows erupted forth. Lin Ping'an remained stationary, observing intently. The sword shadows, formed from cloud energy, bore greater might than their original forms, more forceful and fierce. As the swords fell, the ground was left ravaged, marred by countless sword marks. The cloud energy was not merely for destruction, it could also restore it as the last words fell. Master Yunshao lifted a foot and gently pressed it against the ground. Upon contact, the cloud energy surged forth like a gushing spring, instantly spreading and covering the earth. As the clouds dissipated, the cracks on the ground vanished in an instant, as if nothing had ever transpired. Witnessing this scene, Lin Ping'an was left dumbfounded, murmuring, "I never expected the Yuntian metamorphosis technique to possess such miraculous effects." Master Yunshao wore a proud expression, smiling as he inquired, "Nephew Ping'an, did you see it clearly? If not, I can have Ling Daoyi demonstrate once more." "I saw it clearly. No need for further demonstration from Brother Leng." Lin Ping'an interjected, nodding. "Very well. Then you shall try it yourself and experience it fully. Yes, Lin Ping'an stepped forward slowly, hearing the soft voice of encouragement in his ear. How do you feel? Are you confident you can succeed on your first attempt? Of course, if I lack confidence, what distinguishes me from a salted fish? Confidence is key. Just go for it. Lin Ping'an took a deep breath, adjusting his mindset, and raised one hand to activate the Yuntian metamorphosis technique. The first step is to gather energy. This technique requires an abundance of cloud energy. Without it, how could one shape anything? Lin Ping'an stood still, one hand raised, summoning for half a day, yet not a trace of cloud energy appeared. Master Yunxiao and his disciple exchanged glances. It seems junior brother Ping'an has failed at the first step. Master Yunxiao chuckled lightly. This is quite normal. After all, it is his first encounter with the way of clouds. Junior brother Ping'an, perhaps you should step back while I demonstrate again. If you watch a few more times, you might succeed. Ling Daoyi suggested, his tone neutral, devoid of mockery. Lin Ping'an shook his head, responding, no need. Brother, I sense something significant is about to happen. Oh, I am curious to see what he will conjure. Master Yunxiao remarked, looking at Lin Ping'an with anticipation. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind howled, reminiscent of a roaring tiger and a singing dragon. This commotion was unusual. In the next moment, the sea of clouds roiled as an enormous mass of cloud energy burst forth. The clouds formed a circular shape, suspended in the air, obscuring the sun. The gathering of cloud energy was immense, resembling a floating island in the sky, vast beyond measure. Upon witnessing this, Master Yunxiao's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, what? This kid has summoned such a colossal mass. No, I have summoned such a colossal mass. Chapter 64. You truly are a genius. Observing this spectacle, both master and disciple wore expressions of astonishment. The cloud energy summoned by junior brother Ping'an was indeed overwhelming. Ling Daoyi's lips twitched slightly. That is quite a lot. To summon so much on the first attempt shows that this kid possesses some talent. Master Yunxiao couldn't help but praise. The more cloud energy there is, the more complex it becomes. The question remains whether he can withstand this challenge. As Master Yunxiao had predicted, the second step is to shape it. With such an abundance of cloud energy, it is uncertain how grand of a formation junior brother Ping'an can create. Ling Daoyi clenched his fists tightly, unable to suppress his anxiety for Lin Ping'an. Master Yunxiao stroked his beard, smiling as he said, biting off more than one can chew, challenging high difficulty on the first try. It is indeed tough. With so much cloud energy, what do you intend to create? The curious Dandan inquired. Of course, I will shape it. With this much cloud energy, how grand do you plan to make it? Let us take it step by step. I'll test the waters first. Lin Ping'an shifted his hand seals, reciting incantations. In the next moment, a mass of cloud energy was stripped away. Master Yunxiao pointed with his fingers, infusing his spiritual power into it, and shouted, congeal. The sound rang out, and the cloud energy transformed, condensing into a short sword. Lin Ping'an reached out to grasp it, looking down at the short sword in his hand, unable to suppress a smile. Though the sword was somewhat short, its power should still be considerable, right? Just as the thought crossed his mind, the short sword exploded, turning into a cloud of mist suspended in the air. How could this happen? Lin Ping'an exclaimed in confusion. Dandan reminded him, the second step is primarily for shaping. It's just like firing ceramics. If the form is unstable, it can only last a moment, failing to achieve true solidity. Firing ceramics, to shape ceramics, one must control the heat. In that case, I shall add some fire. With that, Lin Ping'an raised one hand, conjuring a flame. The fierce fire blazed brightly, radiating a golden hue. As a pure yang sacred body, the flame Lin Ping'an summoned was an embodiment of utmost purity and yang energy. He stepped forward, his figure flashing, directly appearing above the mass of clouds. Raising one hand, he forcefully pressed down on the cloud mist, infusing it with rolling fiery energy, merging it into one. Come, ignite. With Lin Ping'an's command, the roaring flames surged forth, enveloping the entire cloud mist. Observing this scene, Ling Daoyi felt puzzled. What is junior brother Ping'an doing? Why is he using fire? Do not fret. He must have his reasons. Let us simply watch. Master Yunxiao smiled faintly. The great fire blazed fiercely, and the white clouds within the vast sea of flames began to transform rapidly. Buzzing sounds of swords echoed as Lin Ping'an waved his hand, and the flames surrounding him quickly dissipated. A streak of pure white sword light emerged, and the previously colossal cloud mist condensed into the shape of an enormous longsword. The giant sword hovered in the air, resembling a mountain soaring through the sky, appearing utterly awe-inspiring. Seeing this, Ling Daoyi couldn't help but exclaim, "What a massive sword!" Junior brother Ping'an is practicing for the first time and has already condensed such a formidable object. It is truly enviable. Master Yunxiao, with one hand behind his back, smiled faintly. This sword is indeed immense, but I wonder if Lin Ping'an's prowess is merely superficial or truly formidable. The third step is to unleash its might. It is time to see the power of this sword. Lin Ping'an brought his fingers together, and the giant sword slowly ascended, hovering high in the sky. Kill! With his command, the giant sword swiftly descended, crashing down toward the earth. The impact of the giant sword caused the ground to tremble violently, as jagged cracks rapidly spread, resembling a colossal spiderweb enveloping the area. Roaring, a powerful sword chi stirred a fierce wind. The sound echoing like a tiger's roar and a dragon's chant, deafening. In an instant, dust swirled, enveloping the entire mountain peak. The sword's might was terrifying, instantly affecting the surroundings. Whoosh, whoosh. Seeing this, the master and disciple hurriedly moved away, landing not far from the solitary peak. Where is junior brother Ping'an? Is he still inside? Ling Daoyi's brow furrowed with worry. Rest assured, this sword was summoned by him. It cannot harm himself. With that, Master Yunxiao raised a hand, dispersing the clouds on the mountain. The true form of the mountain shocked both master and disciple. The sword strike had cleaved the entire mountain peak in two, with cracks running through it, appearing as if it could collapse at any moment. As for the giant sword summoned by Lin Ping'an, it was firmly embedded within. With just a bit more force, it might have split the mountain apart. Witnessing this, Master Yunxiao couldn't help but exclaim, "I must say, this kid is indeed a genius." Lin Ping'an stood atop the colossal sword hilt, one hand resting casually behind his back as a gentle breeze stirred his garments. "Master, how formidable is this sword strike of mine?" he inquired. The esteemed Yunxiao Zhenren cleared his throat softly and remarked, "Indeed, you possess a semblance of my former grace. Remember, upon your return, to diligently cultivate your skills. Do not let complacency set in." "Yes, master, I shall heed your advice." Lin Ping'an stretched languidly and added, "Master, I feel somewhat weary. I shall take my leave now. Go on, go on." Yunxiao Zhenren nodded in acknowledgement. With that, Lin Ping'an stepped forward and soared into the distance. Once he departed, Yunxiao Zhenren exhaled a long, heavy sigh. "Master, why the sigh? Could it be that witnessing Ping'an has suddenly burdened you?" Yunxiao Zhenren chuckled. "Look at you, my young friend. I am already old and have long ceased to compete with your youthful vigor. If anyone should feel pressure, it ought to be you." Ling Dao scratched his head, chuckling. "Master, you know I have never been one to vie for supremacy. To me, the distinction of strength holds little significance. You ought to refrain from such talk. Our generation's sacred son of Yuntian sect has yet to be chosen, and I trust you won't falter along the way." Ling Dao swiftly shifted the subject. "By the way, master, how long did it take you to comprehend the Yuntian transformation technique?" Yunxiao Zhenren shot him a disapproving glance, replying curtly, "Mind your own business. Don't stir up old tales." "Master, even if you don't say, I can surmise." Ling Dao grinned. "Silence. Do not speak of this to anyone else." Just then, an elder approached hastily. "Sect leader, what is it?" "A disturbance has arisen in the North Sea." Chapter 65. "You have returned, my dearest. Come closer." Having mastered the Yuntian transformation technique, Lin Ping'an felt an immense joy, humming a tune as he made his way towards the Ripple Peak. Upon arriving at the palace, he found the door ajar. He scratched his head in confusion, murmuring, "This isn't right. I distinctly remember closing the door when I left. Could it be that a thief has entered?" With that thought, Lin Ping'an grew cautious, summoning his Lingyun sword as he stealthily entered. Stepping into the courtyard, a gentle breeze wafted in, carrying a delicate floral fragrance. There, on the swaying swing, sat a figure whose silhouette was undeniably familiar, leaving Lin Ping'an momentarily stunned. "Mingyu?" He rubbed his eyes, incredulity etched on his face. "Am I imagining things due to my overwhelming longing?" Yun Mingyu slowly turned to face him, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Little Ping'an, you've returned?" Still in disbelief, Lin Ping'an pinched his ear. "Could it be that I am also hearing things? This is too surreal." Observing Lin Ping'an's foolish expression, Yun Mingyu couldn't help but chuckle as she approached and gently pinched his cheek. Leaning closer, her watery eyes gazed into his. They were so near that they could hear each other's breaths. "Does it hurt?" "Not at all, but I certainly feel something." "Then that settles it." This is neither an illusion nor a hallucination. It is I. I have returned. Yun Mingyu beamed. What is this? Do you not miss me? If not, I might just leave, she teased. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ping'an stepped forward, arms wide open, and enveloped her in a firm embrace. He held her tightly, feeling the softness and warmth of her figure against him. Little Ping'an, what is this? Yun Mingyu was momentarily taken aback by the suddenness of it all. That my love. Come closer. Lin Ping'an resembled a child, clinging to Yun Mingyu as if he would never let go. She said nothing, nor did she resist. Instead, she reached out a hand and gently patted Lin Ping'an's back, as if to soothe him. They remained in each other's embrace until they had both broken a sweat, at which point Lin Ping'an finally released her. The swing, originally meant for one, now accommodated the two of them. They nestled closely. With Yun Mingyu resting her head on Lin Ping'an's shoulder, their fingers entwined, swaying gently as the sun began to set. Lin Ping'an turned his head slightly to gaze at Yun Mingyu, lost in silence. After years of companionship, how could she not understand his thoughts? Yun Mingyu smiled gently. Little Ping'an, if you have questions, feel free to ask. Mingyu, why did you leave without a word? Where have you been? I experienced a sudden epiphany in my cultivation and sought a secluded place to focus on my practice. If it were truly as simple as Yun Mingyu claimed, she would not have been away for so long. During her absence, she had not been idle. After several dual cultivations with Lin Ping'an, her internal cold energy had diminished considerably. She had hoped to eradicate it entirely while the iron was hot. However, after several days of effort, she had only managed to delay the internal cold poison's eruption, and much work remained. Yet, the progress she had made gave Yun Mingyu hope. With enough dual cultivation sessions with Lin Ping'an, the expulsion of the cold poison would soon be within reach. I see. Lin Ping'an nodded thoughtfully. To divert his attention from the matter, Yun Mingyu swiftly changed the subject. By the way, little Ping'an, during my absence, have you been diligent in your training? Lin Ping'an recounted the events that transpired after her departure. And upon hearing them, Yun Mingyu nodded repeatedly, clearly pleased. That's so? My little Ping'an is so impressive. Lin Ping'an placed his hands on his hips, grinning with pride. Of course. Who do you think is my master? You are not only my disciple but also my man. At her words, Lin Ping'an felt a blush creeping onto his face. By the way, after your recent competition, come with me. Let me thoroughly examine your injuries. Lin Ping'an instinctively replied, I'm fine. No need for an examination. Then allow me to check yours. The two exchanged knowing glances, and Lin Ping'an replied, Mingyu, since you insist, I shall not hold back. He chuckled. Yun Mingyu extended a hand, playfully lifting Lin Ping'an's chin with her finger, smiling sweetly. Is that so? I am quite curious to see how my little Ping'an intends to be unreserved. Lin Ping'an stood up and swept Yun Mingyu into his arms. When you were younger, I carried you. Now, the roles have reversed. Yun Mingyu lay in Lin Ping'an's embrace, teasingly remarking, how delightful. Indeed, Lin Ping'an carried her into the room, and the door shut with a resounding thud. Hey, it's getting inappropriate again. After a night of deep conversation, they paused only when dawn broke. Lying in bed, they remained silent, tightly holding each other. Suddenly, a voice called from outside. Little junior sister, are you there? If so, please respond. Someone's here. Let us take a look. They donned their garments and stepped outside. Before the palace stood a robust, middle-aged man, towering like a small mountain. His bare torso revealed a muscular physique adorned with intricate runes, exuding an aura of dominance. This man was none other than the peak master of Juan Peak, Ruan Yin. Renowned as the foremost body cultivator of the Yuntian sect, Ruan Yin had carved out a path for himself despite the sect's general disregard for physical cultivation. Even three formidable experts of the Void Realm had once struggled to subdue him, a testament to his immense strength. Brother Ruan, what brings you here? The sect leader summoned us, citing an urgent matter. I sensed a potent energy while passing by and knew you had returned, hence I thought to accompany you. I see. Then let us be on our way. Upon hearing this, Lin Ping'an instinctively took a step back. Noticing Lin Ping'an's hesitation, Yun Mingyu paused and turned to him. Little Ping'an, why aren't you coming? Lin Ping'an scratched his head, explaining, Master, the sect leader summoned you. Besides, with my current strength, I am not yet qualified. Yun Mingyu retorted coldly. Who said you lack qualification? If I say you do, then you certainly do. Moreover, if you refuse to go, then I shall not go either. Witnessing this exchange left Ruan Yin somewhat bewildered. He scratched his head and chuckled. Little junior sister, Ping'an, there's no need for either of you to argue. Why not all three of us go together? The sect leader had always enjoyed lively company, so Wang Yin would not press further. Let us depart. The trio promptly set off towards the main peak. Chapter 66. The ancient lands of the North Sea emerge. Discord arises. As they walked, Yun Mingyu turned slowly to Wang Yin. Brother Wan, I have just returned. Do you know why the sect leader has summoned us today? Wang Yin shook his head, responding, it seems there is some significant event occurring outside. What it entails, I do not know. We shall find out upon our arrival. Very well. The three landed atop the main peak, where the once bustling square had been cleared, leaving only a few disciples on guard. They strode into the grand hall. Where the other peak masters had already gathered, the atmosphere within the hall felt heavy, and the expressions on their faces were far from pleasant. Both Yun Mingyu and Wang Yin took their seats, while Lin Ping'an obediently followed Yun Mingyu's lead. As soon as they settled, Yun Mingyu glanced at the empty seat of the sect leader. Where is the sect leader? He summoned us yet remains absent. As the words fell, the mist began to rise from the principal seat, where the esteemed Yunxiao Jinren's Saturday junior sister. Such a significant matter. I certainly will not be absent. If that is the case, please speak plainly about what concerns you. Yunxiao Jinren nodded and spoke directly. Just yesterday, an anomaly occurred in the North Sea, causing quite a stir. Lei Haotian furrowed his brow, perplexed, and inquired. The North Sea is the most northern region of the North Domain. A desolate area. What could possibly happen there? Is it an invasion by the aquatic demon race? Yunxiao Jinren shook his head and replied, if it were truly the aquatic demons, I would not have summoned everyone here. It is all due to the emergence of a colossal entity at the bottom of the North Sea. A colossal entity? What is that? Lin Ping'an's brow knitted in confusion. That colossal entity is an ancient site. Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall, except for Yun Mingyu, was taken aback, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Ancient sites are known to contain countless treasures, relics left behind by the predecessors. Acquiring even one would immensely enhance one's combat prowess. This particular ancient site in the North Sea, hidden beneath the waves, is likely to be substantial in scale, and its sudden appearance raises many questions. Now, the entire North Domain's major factions have set their sights on this coveted prize. And our Yuntian sect is no exception. Listening to these words, Lin Ping'an felt a surge of curiosity. Do you know anything about the ancient site, Dandan? Having lived for so many years, of course. I am aware. To put it plainly, the emergence of this ancient site signifies the decline of one era and the rise of another. It is merely the passage of time. The pursuit of ancient sites is driven by the desire for treasure. Everyone wishes to reclaim the legacies of those who came before. After all, the predecessors planted the trees, and the descendants enjoy the shade. With so many ancient sites, there must surely be valuable items within. After hearing this, Lin Ping'an nodded thoughtfully, beginning to understand why everyone placed such importance on the ancient site. What's the matter? Do you not wish to explore? Perhaps you might stumble upon some treasure. Lin Ping'an sighed with a bitter smile. I would like to, but I am acutely aware of my own limitations at my current level. Even if I were to enter, it would be tantamount to courting death. It was not that he lacked ambition. Rather, he possessed a sense of proportion and discernment. In this world, where strength reigns supreme, he felt like an ant easily crushed before the might of those formidable powers. Even if he were to go, he would merely be a number, perhaps even meeting his demise in vain. If Lin Ping'an felt this way, one could only imagine how the seasoned veterans seated in the hall felt. Wang Yin clenched his fist and chuckled. Having lived for so many years, I have finally awaited this tremendous opportunity. I must enter and thoroughly scour it. The leader of Lingkong Peak, Yin Xian, smiled lightly and said, Wan Shixiang, do not be hasty. If we could enter, the sect master would not have gone to such lengths to summon us. Yin Xiaojinren nodded in agreement, stating, what Shidiyin says is quite right. After investigations by various major factions, it has been determined that there is only one entrance to this ancient site, and it is exceedingly unstable. Only cultivators below the level of Wending may enter. Upon hearing this, Lei Haotian seemed to grasp something. So, it follows that only our Yutian sect's younger generation can enter, precisely. Therefore, I intend to send our younger disciples out to gain experience. Upon hearing this, Bai Shuyu, the leader of Daoxian Peak, who was dressed in scholarly attire, frowned slightly and said solemnly, Sect Master, our 3 Peaks chief disciples are still out training. They might not be able to return in time. This, with 3 of the 7 peaks down, Yunxiao Jinren's expression darkened considerably. Could it be that our Yuntian sect would only have 2 chief disciples for this expedition into the ancient site? Ling Dao suggested. Master, I have only recently entered the first level of wending. My foundation is not yet stable. It would be no problem to suppress my cultivation to below wending for a short time. Yun Xiao Jinren sighed. You are capable of such thoughts, but so too are the other wending powerhouses. This expedition to the ancient site is of utmost importance, and other factions will undoubtedly send numerous strong individuals to intervene. The 3 chief disciples may find themselves isolated at that moment. The atmosphere in the hall became exceedingly heavy, with everyone shaking their heads and sighing, unable to conceive of a better solution. Just then, Yun Mingyu broke the silence, slowly speaking up. Actually, there is still another candidate. Hearing this, all the peak leaders turned their gazes towards Yun Mingyu. Junior sister, what do you mean? Who is this other person? Ruan Yin inquired, utterly perplexed that Dio not forget. Our Liani Peak has yet to select a chief disciple. Once I choose someone, that would make 4 participants. This statement rendered the peak leaders silent, since Yun Mingyu took charge of Liani Peak. There had not been a single chief disciple. She had countless reasons for not appointing one, and her elder brothers had repeatedly tried to persuade her, only to be met with her evasive rebuttals. Consequently, everyone had nearly forgotten about the Liani chief disciple position. Now, with Yun Mingyu suddenly proposing to establish one, it felt utterly unexpected. They were not psychologically prepared for such a turn of events. Being their elder brother, Yun Xiao Jinren immediately discerned the awkwardness of the situation. He cleared his throat gently and said, Very well, that is the matter at hand. You may all leave. Sect master, farewell. After bidding farewell, everyone hurriedly departed, each leaving more swiftly than the last. Yun Mingyu, on the other hand, strolled leisurely down from her seat, appearing remarkably casual. Junior sister, wait. Just as she took a step forward, Yun Xiao Jinren called out to her. Brother, is there anything else? Do you have a candidate for the position of chief disciple of Liani Peak? Yun Mingyu nodded and answered, Of course, otherwise I would not have brought it up. May I ask who it is? Yun Mingyu pointed to Lin Ping'an beside her and stated with utmost seriousness, Who else but my dear Ping'an? Chapter 67. Who agrees? Who disagrees? A fine display of democracy. Me. Lin Ping'an exclaimed, astonished, pointing at himself. Although he was a direct disciple, there were numerous prodigies within Liani Peak who were far superior to him. Indeed, Master, are you mistaken? Happiness arrived too swiftly for Lin Ping'an to fully comprehend. Yun Mingyu pouted slightly and smiled. Little Ping'an, if not you, who else could it be? In all honesty, Yun Mingyu held no bias. From the very beginning, her heart had been set on Lin Ping'an, something that no one could take away. Junior sister, as the leader of Liani Peak, I cannot interfere too much. The decision regarding the chief disciple is yours to make. It was not that Yun Xiao Jinren wished to evade responsibility, but rather that he could not impose his will. After all, he had known Yun Mingyu for many years and was well aware of her temperament. Once she had made up her mind, not even he, her elder brother, could change it on the way back. Lin Ping'an looked at Yun Mingyu, bewildered, and asked, Mingyu, do you truly want me to be the chief disciple? If not, then what? Do you think I would jest about such matters? With my current strength, it would be difficult to command respect. Perhaps it would be better to wait some time. Lin Ping'an's words held some merit, for the other 6 peak chiefs were all powerful beings of the Lingyuan realm, while Ling Dao, the elder brother, had already entered the wending realm. In contrast, he himself was merely at the 7th level of Lingqi. Although he could contend with mid-stage Linghai cultivators, he still had a considerable distance to cover compared to Lingyuan experts. Strength is not the issue. I am the peak master. The identity of the chief disciple is mine to determine. Furthermore, if my man, Yun Mingyu's man, is not qualified to hold this position, then no one else deserves it. Yun Mingyu's insistence was not mere whimsy. She had never wavered in her decision throughout the years. Lin Ping'an appeared somewhat troubled, scratching his head that I just fear there might be dissent. Yun Mingyu smiled gently. You need not worry about that. I, Yun Mingyu, have always valued democracy. They will surely support you. Really? Yun Mingyu affectionately ruffled Lin Ping'an's hair, soothingly assuring him, Of course. How could I possibly deceive you? If you doubt me, I shall summon them tomorrow and ascertain their opinions. Perhaps such words might be casually uttered by others, but not Yun Mingyu. She was sincere. The next day, early in the morning, all the elders and disciples of Liani Peak rose and made their way to the square. They appeared groggy, resembling university students trudging to an early morning lecture, utterly exhausted. What are we waking up so early for? I heard our peak master has returned and summoned us for a meeting. A meeting? I've been at Lin Peak for nearly 20 years and have never seen the peak master hold a meeting. What does it matter? We will find out once we go. The crowd hastily gathered in the square. In the blink of an eye, Lin Peak was bustling with people. Aside from those in closed-door meditation, basically everyone was present. Yun Mingyu sat at the main seat, crossing her legs and surveying the assembly. Is everyone here? A core elder of Lin Peak shook his head and replied, reporting to the peak master. A few elders have yet to arrive and no need to wait. Those who have not come need not return. Yun Mingyu gazed at the gathered disciples before her and spoke. Esteemed colleagues, I shall be brief. The purpose of our gathering today is to discuss the selection of the saint's son for Lin Peak. Upon hearing this, the previously somber crowd erupted in a flurry of excitement. What? The peak master has finally come to a decision. After all these years, is Lin Peak finally to see the emergence of a chief disciple? Over the years, while we have witnessed numerous formidable talents, it remains uncertain who will ultimately claim this prestigious title. At that moment, Lin Ping'an stood beside Yun Mingyu, his expression gravely serious. She turned to him with a smile and inquired, "How do you feel? Are you nervous?" "It's not manageable," he replied. "Manageable? Are you certain?" Yun Mingyu slowly lowered her gaze, noticing Lin Ping'an's legs trembling uncontrollably. In truth, he was far from prepared for this unexpected turn of events. Even his position as her direct disciple had faced considerable scrutiny. Being thrust into the role of chief disciple was utterly daunting. "Rest assured, I have faith in you," declared Yun Mingyu. With that, she turned her attention to the core elder and instructed, "Please read aloud the list of candidates for this selection." The elder took the list, momentarily frozen in place, as if turned to wood, his expression one of utter disbelief. He gradually lifted his gaze to Yun Mingyu and managed a wry smile, saying, "Peak Master, is there a chance that this list has been mixed up?" "There is no mistake. Just read it as it is," she replied. "Very well." With no other choice, the elder complied, clearing his throat with a serious demeanor. "The first name I shall announce is Lin Ping'an." As soon as the name was uttered, the crowd fell into an eerie silence, devoid of surprise. Indeed, Brother Ping'an is on this list, naturally, for he is the only direct disciple of our peak master. Who else would she favor? The second name is Lin Ping'an. The repetition of the name caused the crowd to exchange bewildered glances, as if searching for clarification. Is there another person named Lin Ping'an? I was completely unaware of that. Surely, there cannot be another with the same name at Lin Peak. But that cannot be right. I registered the names before, and Brother Ping'an is the sole individual with that name. As the crowd grappled with confusion, the core elder spoke once more. "The third name is also Lin Ping'an." At this, the crowd was left dumbfounded. Did I hear that correctly? Is there yet another Lin Ping'an? Wait, could it be that this list contains no other names, but solely that of Brother Ping'an? It dawned upon them that today's gathering was not genuinely about electing a chief disciple, but merely a formality. With Lin Ping'an being the predetermined choice, even Lin Ping'an himself was momentarily taken aback. So, all these names are indeed mine. Dandan chuckled. "What can you do? After all, the peak master is not only your mentor, but also your wife. Who else would she favor if not you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Ping'an felt a tinge of embarrassment. He turned to Yun Mingyu and asked, "Mingyu, is this what you meant by democracy? It feels rather peculiar to me." Yun Mingyu smiled gently and explained, "It is not strange at all. They are the disciples, the populace, and I am the peak master, the authority. They are the people, and I am the leader. Thus, they must heed my words." "Ah, so this is the legendary democracy." In that moment, Lin Ping'an experienced a profound epiphany. After hearing this, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Momentarily at a loss for words, he understood that his wife was accustomed to being assertive. But he had not anticipated such a level of assertiveness. It seemed that Lin Ping'an's understanding of Yun Mingyu's true nature was still but a fraction of reality. Chapter 68. Salutations to the Chief. Breaking the heavenly ripples, the core elder turned to Yun Mingyu, his expression one of bewilderment. "Peak Master, this list contains only the name of Lin Ping'an. Is there any need to continue reading?" At this juncture, everyone was aware of Yun Mingyu's intentions, and she, being quite straightforward, decided to lay all cards on the table. If that is the case, Lin Ping'an shall be the chief of Lin Peak. Who is in favor? And who is against? Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. After a moment, only a handful raised their hands in agreement. while the majority remained indecisive. Suddenly, an elder stepped forward, clasping his fists in salute. "Peak Master, I have a matter to discuss, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate." Yun Mingyu waved her hand dismissively, her expression one of disdain. "Out with it. I have no interest in hearing your objections." It was evident that the elder's appearance could only signify trouble, as he was likely there to oppose Lin Ping'an. Undeterred, the elder continued, "Although the Peak Master may wish to disregard this, I must voice my concerns. While Lin Ping'an is indeed a direct disciple, his abilities are lacking and may not suffice for such a significant role. There are many within Liani Peak who surpass him in strength. Selecting him as the chief may not garner widespread support that I implore you to reconsider, Peak Master." Many nodded in agreement, and even some elders stepped forward to express their backing that I second this motion. I too. Lin Ping'an turned to Yun Mingyu and conveyed, "Mingyu, perhaps we should let this matter go? They do have a point. Given my current qualifications and abilities, I am not yet fit to assume the role of chief." "No, that cannot be. What I, Yun Mingyu, have decided, no one can alter. You are my man, and I will protect you." With that, Yun Mingyu rose abruptly, her foot crashing down. Boom! The ground shook as a terrifying pressure descended upon the assembly, indiscriminately bearing down upon them. In an instant, many felt as though they were carrying a mountain, unable to move, and those with weaker strength collapsed to the ground. Yun Mingyu surveyed the crowd, giving a cold snort. "I only requested your votes. I did not ask for your opinions that I shall repeat myself. Who is in favor, and who is against?" With her words reaching such a decisive conclusion, the gathered individuals could do nothing but obediently raise their hands in agreement. Just a moment ago, they had voiced their doubts, yet now, every hand was raised in support. Yun Mingyu raised her fingers, dissipating the overwhelming pressure. With a hand resting behind her back, she proclaimed loudly, "I hereby declare Lin Ping'an as the new chief of Liani Peak." "Why are you not paying your respects?" Despite their inner turmoil, the crowd dared not defy her. Bowing deeply to Lin Ping'an in unison, "We pay our respects to the chief." Their voices resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the square. Following this, Yun Mingyu waved her hand, expressing her disdain that if there is nothing further, you are all dismissed. Return to your respective homes. At her command, the crowd wasted no time in departing, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Once the crowd had dispersed, Lin Ping'an remained in a daze. Yun Mingyu approached him, her previous anger replaced by a warm smile. "Silly boy, what are you pondering?" "I was just contemplating whether it is entirely appropriate for me to receive this position of chief." Lin Ping'an mumbled, "What is inappropriate about it? If I say you are capable, then you are. Moreover, the path is yours to tread. How you walk it is entirely your own affair, and others cannot dictate it. If you feel uneasy, then strive diligently to prove yourself that I understand, Master." Lin Ping'an nodded emphatically. Clenching his fists, strike a decisive blow to avoid being overwhelmed. "By the way, take this." Yun Mingyu raised her hand, producing a scroll. "What is this?" "It is the treasured technique of Liani Peak, the breaking heavenly ripples." "This?" Yun Mingyu smiled gently and said, "Silly boy, you are now the chief of Liani Peak, and this belongs to you by right. Besides, you have already learned the treasured techniques of Wanlei Peak and the main peak. How could I allow you to remain untrained in our own?" Lin Ping'an accepted the scroll with a smile, remarking, "Whether or not you are a competent master, I cannot say, but as a wife, Mingyu, you are undoubtedly exceptional." That a hint of blush crept across Yun Mingyu's face as she laughed. "Hitty, oh, you dare mock me." "Not at all." Lin Ping'an quickly shook his head. "Tonight, I shall see if you dare." Yun Mingyu chuckled playfully. "Tonight we shall have a truce. But in 3 days, we must head to the North Sea. I must prepare myself for battle. Fear not. I shall assist you in your recovery and also teach you how to cultivate the breaking heavenly ripples technique." Lin Ping'an waved his hand at Yun Mingyu, offering a wry smile. "Mingyu, let us leave it at that. That cannot be. Today, we shall fight to the end. No retreat." Yun Mingyu intertwined her fingers, unleashing a radiant light that ensnared Lin Ping'an's form, forcibly dragging him back to her residence. Indeed, during this time, Lin Ping'an devoted himself to rigorous training. By day, he practiced his breathing techniques, and by night, he engaged in dual cultivation with Yun Mingyu, exploring internal methods. The integration of their efforts propelled Lin Ping'an's cultivation to unprecedented heights. Within just 3 days, his prowess surged, reaching the 8th layer of the spirit pool realm. Yet, despite the rapid advancement, the toll was equally swift. He found himself leaning against walls for support just to rise from bed. Every time he claims, "After this occasion, I will exercise restraint," Yet inevitably, he returns again. As the saying goes, time is like a sponge. It is only what we squeeze out. Lin Ping'an is no exception. If this continues, I fear that his pure yang sacred body will be completely drained, and when he cries out that he has nothing left, it will be quite amusing. As for the ripple peak treasure technique, the breaking sky ripple, Lin Ping'an often studies it. He discovers that what is recorded within is not a set of techniques or moves, but rather a form of combat skill. The specifics, however, remain under his examination. On the last night, unable to sleep, Lin Ping'an lay on the rooftop, gazing at the stars. Yun Mingyu, dressed in a refreshing outfit, sat beside him. Smiling as she inquired, "Tomorrow we set off for the North Sea. Aren't you going back to sleep?" "I can't sleep. I'm lost in thought." "What are you contemplating? Why not share it with me?" "I am thinking about how to handle things when we arrive at the North Sea." Lin Ping'an sighed. To be honest, he felt a tinge of fear regarding his own abilities, worried that he might cause trouble for everyone. Yun Mingyu nestled closer, intertwining her fingers with his. "It's all right. I believe in you. Whatever you wish to do, pursue it without hesitation." Chapter 69. The Four Great Masters. Expedition to the North Sea. Lin Ping'an spent the night on the rooftop, and when he awoke, Yun Mingyu was already gone. The morning light spilled onto his face, rousing him from his beautiful dreams. He sat up and turned to look beside him. Where has Mingyu gone? No sooner had he spoken than Yun Mingyu emerged, carrying 2 pieces of luggage. "You're awake? It's about time. We should head to the main peak." "All right." Lin Ping'an descended from the rooftop. He glanced at the luggage in Yun Mingyu's hands, somewhat puzzled. "Mingyu, I'm going alone. Why do you have 2 pieces of luggage?" Yun Mingyu approached, pinching Lin Ping'an's cheek with a playful smile. "Can't you guess? I am going too. I didn't tell you earlier, but I will be the protector accompanying you on this expedition to the North Sea." "What?" Lin Ping'an's mouth fell agape in shock. "That you're going too?" It was not that he was unaware of others, but rather, he was well acquainted with his own wife and master. Yun Mingyu was notoriously known in Yuntian's sect as an extreme homebody. It was said that she once set a record by not stepping out of Ripple Peak for 100 years and not leaving Yuntian's sect for 200. Now, she was willing to venture out, especially to such a distant place as the North Sea. Yun Mingyu teased him. "What kind of expression is that? Do you not want me to go?" No, I absolutely did not mean that." Lin Ping'an hurriedly waved his hands. Yun Mingyu chuckled and continued, "You are my man, Lin Ping'an. It's better for me to protect you myself rather than entrust you to someone else. Mingyu, you're absolutely right. It is best for you to accompany me." Lin Ping'an grinned foolishly. He had been worried about leaving Yuntian's sect and facing the North Sea without support. Now, with Yun Mingyu by his side, he felt as if he had a portable pillar of strength, granting him confidence in his words. The 2 packed their luggage without further ado and headed straight for the main peak. Upon their arrival, the main peak was already teeming with people coming to see them off. This moment, the 6 peak masters had gathered, and the 3 chief disciples gradually arrived. Apart from Lin Ping'an, he recognized the other 2, but the chief disciple from the giant rock peak was a stranger to him. As they touched down, a chubby little boy hurriedly approached. "Hello, senior brother Ping'an." It was Lin Ping'an's first encounter with him, leaving him somewhat bewildered. "Who are you?" "I'm Wang Pangpang." Wang Pangpang. Lin Ping'an found the name quite unfamiliar. Noticing Lin Ping'an's delayed reaction, Wang Pangpang rubbed his hands together and continued, You might not know me, but I'm the chief disciple of Giant Rock Peak." Upon hearing this, Lin Ping'an was left dumbfounded, pondering deeply. He is the chief disciple of Giant Rock Peak. It was not that Lin Ping'an looked down on Wang Pangpang, but his appearance was rather peculiar. One must understand that Giant Rock Peak specializes in physical prowess, and its disciples were all robust and muscular. In stark contrast, Wang Pangpang appeared quite rotund, sporting a bulging belly that made him resemble a pregnant woman. If one were to exaggerate, one could even describe him as a walking ball. If one were to praise him, the most one could say was that he was fat, but not greasy. Seeing Lin Ping'an's expression, Dandan couldn't help but chime in. "Don't be deceived by this little chubby boy. He is quite profound, though." "What do you mean by that?" "His cultivation is on par with Li Fengyun, both being cultivators at the 9th level of the spiritual abyss. Although he appears plump, his physical resilience is extraordinarily high. There are likely very few peers who can match him." After hearing Dandan's explanation, Lin Ping'an was even more astonished. He had not anticipated that Wang Pangpang, this little chubby boy, concealed such depth. He snapped back to reality and quickly clasped his hands in greeting. "Greetings, senior brother Pangpang." Wang Pangpang waved his hand, grinning. What's there to greet about? We're all brothers here. Also, don't call me senior brother Pang Pang from now on. Hearing this, Lin Ping'an found it rather strange and asked, You were older than me and entered earlier. Why shouldn't I call you senior brother? What should I call you then? Pang brother. That's not right. Call me junior brother. What? Lin Ping'an exclaimed, utterly confused. That doesn't seem right. Wang Pang Pang chuckled, explaining, calling me senior brother feels too stiff. Junior brother is much more affectionate. Lin Ping'an gazed at Wang Pang Pang, increasingly convinced that he was quite the oddity. All right then. I am not at much of a loss either. Our time of entry is similar. You call me Pang Pang, and I'll call you Ping'an. We'll both be even. That works. Lin Ping'an nodded, seeing everyone gathered. Master Yunxiao stood up and gently cleared his throat that I invite all disciples setting out for the North Sea to step forward. With this command, figures swiftly flew out, standing atop the high platform. Including the 4 chief disciples, there were a total of 50 individuals, each one an elite disciple of Yutian's sect with formidable strength. Notably, aside from Lin Ping'an, the lowest cultivation among them was at the spiritual sea realm. In contrast, he stood out distinctly among them. As the sect leader, Master Yunxiao naturally had a lot to say. On this sunny day, we gathered together. Whoa! Lin Ping'an, after listening for a while, began to doze off. He made no effort to conceal it, yawning openly in front of everyone, his demeanor languid. Observing this, Wang Pang Pang leaned in, chuckling, Ping'an, you're really bold. The sect leader is still speaking, and you dare to yawn? Lin Ping'an pointed to Yunmingyu beside him, offering a wry smile. What's the big deal? My master has already fallen asleep. Li Feng'an held his head, sighing deeply. The sect leader really can talk a lot. How long must he continue? Not only them, even Ling Daoi, his personal disciple, couldn't take it anymore. He shook his head helplessly, saying, I don't know either. Anyway, my master prepared quite a few speeches. Here, a myriad of words were omitted. Time seemed to stretch on his master. Yunxiao continued his lengthy discourse, while Yunmingyu had already awakened. Still he persisted. He's still not done. I've already taken a nap. Yunmingyu grew impatient, standing up to shout at Master Yunxiao, Master, stop reading. If you keep going. Master Yunxiao nodded, smiling. All right, I'll wrap it up succinctly. This time, as we head to the North Sea, the amount of fortuitous opportunities we find is not important. Everyone's safety is our top priority. As you venture out, please be cautious. I will miss you all. Based on past experience, Master Yunxiao was about to begin another lengthy discourse. Yunmingyu, uninterested in hearing more, decisively summoned the Yutian sect flag and raised it high. Disciples of Yutian sect, heed my command. Depart. Chapter 70. Departure. Assault on the spiritual sea. With Yunmingyu's command, everyone swiftly flew out toward the Yutian sect's exterior. Master Yunxiao, watching the crowd, shouted at the top of his lungs, as you venture forth, be sure to prioritize your safety. At the sect's border, a colossal warship lay anchored. The North Sea, located at the extreme northern regions, was a distant journey requiring this vessel for transportation. Should they rely solely on spiritual power to fly, they would likely be exhausted before reaching their destination. The group landed on the deck, and with a wave of her jade hand, Yunmingyu summoned a series of rune inscriptions. She stepped forward, raising one hand and striking the inscriptions forcefully as her other hand descended. A resonating hum filled the air, and spiritual power surged into the ship, illuminating the intricate spiritual patterns upon it. Set sail, embark. At Yunmingyu's command, the warship slowly ascended, changing direction as it soared into the distance, setting off to the North Sea. From Yutian sect, there remained a full 10 days of travel. The group did not linger on the deck idly. Each returned to their quarters to enter seclusion and prepare for the North Sea expedition. Naturally, Lin Ping'an and Yunmingyu, as a couple, were no exception, temporarily halting their skirmishes to focus on their cultivation. Lin Ping'an sat cross-legged in his room, practicing the art of internal breathing, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surrounding him. After approximately half a day, he slowly opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. What's wrong, silly boy? Dan asked with a smile. Why the sigh? With your pace of cultivation, who knows when you'll reach the 9th level of the spirit pool? Lin Ping'an furrowed his brows, a look of worry etched on his face. What? With your cultivation speed, you have no idea how many people envy you, and yet you still complain? Lin Ping'an forced a smile, saying, This time, I am heading to the North Sea with the elites of various major powers. Shouldn't I prepared diligently? That's true that I might have a method, but I wonder if you would be willing. Dan chuckled that it wouldn't be that method again, would it? Aside from that method, Is there any other better option? If I eat my fill, your cultivation will naturally rise. Lin Ping'an sighed in resignation. Fine, for the sake of swiftly enhancing my strength. I'll go all out. With a grand gesture, Lin Ping'an relinquished all his resources. Everything I have is contained within. He gazed at the precious materials on the ground, his heart aching immensely. How could he not feel pain? He had no idea how long it had taken him to accumulate these items, or how many people he had extorted to gather them, and now, in the blink of an eye, they had all vanished. All right, I will enjoy them to the fullest. In the next moment, a stream of black light burst forth from Lin Ping'an's forehead, landing on each of the spatial bags. With a whoosh, a gust of wind howled, sweeping away the treasures on the ground, transforming into a torrent of spiritual energy that surged into Lin Ping'an's body. Dan opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. Delicious. Are you full now? With just this little bit, you're satisfied? You underestimate my appetite. Aside from my clothes, I have given you all my magic treasures. Are you still not content? Dan giggled. Though this is barely enough to whet my appetite. The benefits will certainly not elude you. As the words fell, streams of black light surged forth, spiraling around Lin Ping'an's body. Whoosh! At that moment, the surrounding winds howled, and the abundant spiritual energy rapidly rose, enveloping him in a harmonious unity. Lin Ping'an felt all the blood in his body boiling, every limb and bone filled with pure spiritual power. Buzz! A resonant hum echoed as the barriers of his realm were shattered, and the spirit pool rapidly expanded. Though it could not compare to the vast ocean, it was certainly not a mere small pond or lake. The water of the spirit pool boiled vigorously, and Lin Ping'an's cultivation continued to ascend, approaching the realm of the spirit sea. Dan transmitted a message. Silly boy, grit your teeth. You are almost at the spirit sea realm. Understood. Lin Ping'an closed his eyes, holding his breath and focusing, channeling his internal technique to forcefully break through the final bottleneck. After roughly the duration of an incense stick, having exerted all his effort, Lin Ping'an still showed no signs of a breakthrough. His veins bulged, sweat pouring down, gasping for breath, his complexion pale as paper. The longer it took, the more Lin Ping'an felt something was amiss. Dan, what is going on? It's been so long. Why haven't I broken through? Are you secretly holding back? I wouldn't go that far. Dan chuckled. Well, I must tell you, but you mustn't scold me. Speak. I want to scold you. The things you gave me were too delicious. I couldn't resist and ended up eating a bit more. And the remaining spiritual energy is now limited. Are you saying the remaining spiritual energy is insufficient for me to break through to the spirit sea realm? That is correct, Dan said, looking quite guilty. You rascal. Just as Lin Ping'an was about to curse, Dan quickly interjected. You just said you wouldn't scold me, and you mustn't go back on your word. All right, I want to scold you. But can you think of a solution? I can't remain stuck here forever. Lin Ping'an said anxiously. Don't worry, I'll induce a purge. Induce a purge? Why would we need that? Aren't we almost there? I can throw up some for you to use. Although Dan's suggestion was rather disgusting, it was the only option at that moment. After a moment, another surge of spiritual energy flowed into Lin Ping'an's body. Seizing the opportunity, he exerted all his effort to break through the spirit sea's constraints. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and abruptly opened his eyes. Did it work? Not even close. The thunder tribulation has come yet. Boom! Just as those words left his mouth, a rumble of thunder echoed from outside the room. Hearing the thunder, Lin Ping'an obediently sat back down, patiently awaiting the impending tribulation. Meanwhile, Yunmingyu stood on the deck, lost in thought, when in the blink of an eye, dark clouds gathered ominously, and the ship soared through the sky as if surrounded by an army. Yunmingyu glanced around and murmured, "It was just clear skies a moment ago. How did it change so quickly?" Whoosh! Amidst the oppressive clouds, menacing bolts of lightning intertwined, radiating an incredibly fearsome power. The thunder tribulation. Yunmingyu instinctively turned her gaze towards the ship. Could it be that one of these little ones is breaking through? She swiftly flicked her fingers, a glimmer of spiritual light flashing in her eyes. Suddenly, her eyes widened in alarm, a hint of worry crossing her face. It's Xiao Ping'an. He is attempting to break through to the spirit sea realm? Chapter 71. The thunder tribulation was crushed by his wife? As this thought crossed her mind, Yunmingyu's brow furrowed slightly, her expression turning serious. Xiao Ping'an didn't even inform me of his breakthrough. I could have been by his side to protect him. He is being far too reckless. Just as the thought settled, a torrent of thunder converged into a blinding silver lightning bolt, descending heavily upon Lin Ping'an. Well then, if that is the case, I shall take care of this thunder tribulation. With that, Yunmingyu raised a hand, and the lightning twisted violently in the air, revealing a massive hand. The thunder rumbled down, striking the hand as if it were a punch landing on cotton, creating not the slightest ripple. Yun Mingyu clenched her fingers tightly, and that large hand swiftly closed in, regardless of how the lightning erupted or the thunder surged. It could not break free from the grip. Break. With a command from Yun Mingyu, the hand exerted force, tightly clenching into a fist. The thunder tribulation transformed rapidly within that hand, the lightning exploding like a fountain, illuminating the surroundings. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded as the thunder tribulation was crushed barehanded. The once terrifying lightning quickly fled in all directions, all done. At this moment, Lin Ping'an was still seated in his room, quietly waiting for the thunder tribulation to arrive, oblivious to the fact that his tribulation had already been resolved by Yun Mingyu. He slowly opened his eyes, murmuring, "Something feels off. Why is the thunder so loud outside?" Yet the tribulation has yet to arrive. After waiting for quite some time, Lin Ping'an could no longer remain still and got up to head outside. As soon as he stepped onto the deck, Yun Mingyu's voice rang out. "Xiao Ping'an, what brings you here?" "I had nothing to do, just came out to take a look." Lin Ping'an slowly raised his head, searching among the vast dark clouds. My thunder tribulation. My thunder tribulation, where are you? While others feared the thunder tribulation during their breakthroughs, Lin Ping'an was instead eagerly seeking it. After searching for a while without finding any trace of the tribulation, he noticed that the once dense clouds were quickly dispersing, and gentle sunlight pierced through the cloud cover, shining upon Lin Ping'an's face. Oh no, how did even the thunderclouds dissipate? Seeing this, Lin Ping'an felt utterly disheartened. Observing Lin Ping'an's anxious demeanor, Yun Mingyu smiled and asked, "Xiao Ping'an, what are you looking for so desperately?" "The thunder tribulation." Yun Mingyu replied softly. "Oh, so that's what it is." Hearing this, Lin Ping'an quickly inquired, "Mingyu, have you seen my thunder tribulation?" Yun Mingyu nodded. "I have seen it. Where is it?" "I'm still waiting for it to strike me," Lin Ping'an said anxiously. Upon hearing this, Yun Mingyu couldn't help but chuckle. "Xiao Ping'an, you have such a peculiar preference for being struck by lightning. Mingyu, please tell me where it is. This opportunity is fleeting." Yun Mingyu smiled slightly. "I crushed the thunder tribulation." The phrase "crushed the thunder tribulation" might seem mundane when divided, but when combined, it was nothing short of extraordinary. To crush the thunder tribulation was an utterly rare occurrence. Upon hearing this, Lin Ping'an's expression froze momentarily, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Without the thunder tribulation, how am I to break through? Lin Ping'an sighed deeply, his face filled with gloom. Yun Mingyu smiled gently and began to explain. The thunder tribulation during a breakthrough is not a punishment from heaven and earth, but rather a test for you. If you can overcome it, it signifies heaven's recognition, granting you the power of the source, allowing you to ascend to a higher level. If you fail to overcome it, you are not accepted by heaven and earth. The consequences could range from severe injuries to a drop in realm, or even death. Listening to Yun Mingyu's explanation, Lin Ping'an remained somewhat dazed. "Mingyu, are you saying that?" "Do not worry. I have helped you overcome the thunder tribulation, and I have also secured the power of the source for you." As the words fell, Yun Mingyu raised her 2 fingers, and a radiant white orb of light materialized in her hand, encapsulating the primordial energy of heaven and earth. "Take it and absorb it. I shall safeguard you here. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to call upon me." Yun Mingyu spoke softly. Lin Ping'an nodded earnestly as he received the luminous orb. He carefully cradled the orb and returned to his chamber. Just as he entered, the voice of Dandan echoed in his ears. "I must say, your wife is truly exceptional in her care for you." "What do you mean by that?" Lin Ping'an inquired. Dandan elaborated. "This tribulation of thunder is an inevitable fate for every cultivator. Regardless of one's level, when breaking through to a new realm, one must endure such a strike. Yet here you are, your wife, fearing that the thunder might harm you, has intervened to mitigate its effects. This is quite rare indeed." Even Dandan was moved, highlighting the reverence this act commanded. "Of course, just look at whose wife she is." Lin Ping'an chuckled. "Dandan, you must learn to keep your eyes peeled for a partner, just as I have." "Who said I was looking for a partner?" Dandan retorted. Before he could finish, Lin Ping'an continued, "Dandan, you truly lack ambition. You haven't even hatched yet, and you're already planning to remain single for life?" Dandan was left speechless. His situation was entirely different. "Shut up. I'm tired." For the next few days, Lin Ping'an did not venture anywhere, even foregoing food and drink, diving into closed-door cultivation. After all, having just broken through to the spirit sea realm, his foundation was still unstable, and he invested considerable effort in solidifying it. On the 10th day, the deck was deserted. Suddenly, the warship began to tremble for reasons unknown. prompting everyone to exit their quarters and head towards the deck. Upon stepping onto the deck, they found themselves enveloped in mist. The visibility was extremely low, rendering the surroundings indistinct. Lin Ping'an instinctively glanced towards Yun Mingyu as he emerged. "Master, what is happening? Did we collide with something?" "Let me see," Yun Mingyu replied, raising her sleeve that a fierce wind howled as she dispersed the mist, revealing a long rift in the vast sea of clouds. However, the scene that unfolded was not one of clarity, but rather one of sheer shock. Above them, thunder rumbled ominously, as if a multitude of colossal beasts were concealed within. Beneath them lay an expansive ocean, devoid of a stable footing. The water was not the familiar blue but an ominous black, leading one to wonder if someone had spilled ink, staining the ocean in such a manner. This water was peculiar. Even probing with spiritual energy yielded no insight into what lay beneath. The waves roared, and a tempest swept through the area, akin to the wrath of the heavens. Observing the scene, Yun Mingyu spoke slowly. "Everyone, we have arrived at the North Sea." Chapter 72. A narrow path for enemies. The ship pressed onward, its speed considerably reduced by the storm. The North Sea was a harsh environment, and everything appeared uniform. The crew stood on the deck, their gazes lost in the distance. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged towards them, threatening the ship. Before it could impact, Yun Mingyu raised her hand, effortlessly dissipating the wind. Curiously, Lin Ping'an inquired, "Master, what is this wind? I wonder which young rascal has conjured this," she replied. Soon after, a long rift tore through the clouds, and a massive sword soared through the air. Upon this sword stood several figures clad in white training attire, each bearing a long sword on their backs, exuding an imposing aura. People from the Heavenly Sword sect. Wang Pangpang recognized them at a glance. Hearing this, Lin Ping'an raised his gaze and spotted two familiar figures among the crowd, Lin Ping'an and Murong Jin. What a coincidence to encounter them here, he mused. Yun Mingyu stepped forward, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "What do you think? Should we call them over for a few words?" "Why not?" she added, not one to merely speak without action. With a swift motion, she leaped into the air, extending her hand towards the group from the myriad sword sect. An unseen force manifested, pulling the massive sword towards her. In an instant, the sword trembled, and those standing upon it swayed precariously, nearly losing their balance. A piercing sound sliced through the air as an elderly man in a blue robe descended from the sky. His name was Shangwanda, a peak master of the myriad sword sect and a protector for this expedition to the North Sea. He clapped his hand down to steady the sword, then placed one hand behind his back, coldly huffing. "Who dares to act recklessly before my myriad sword sect?" Yun Mingyu, unfazed by his demeanor, retorted sharply, "Shangwanda, have you lost your sight in your old age? Can you not even look up?" Upon hearing her voice, Shangwanda's heart lurched, his expression shifting to one of trepidation. That voice was strikingly familiar. It couldn't possibly be her. He looked up to find Yun Mingyu, and his demeanor soured. "Why is it this crazy woman?" he lamented. Had he known she was leading the team, he would have refrained from coming. It was common knowledge that Yun Mingyu of the Cloud Heaven sect was formidable. Yet it was not the lower ranks that truly feared her. Rather, it was the higher-ups of the various sects, as most had suffered at her hands, leaving them with considerable psychological scars. "Shangwanda, speak up. Have you turned mute?" Yun Mingyu pressed, her voice laced with disdain. Shangwanda forced a smile. It is my dear friend Mingyu. The earlier incident was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Do you think it can be dismissed as such simply because you say so? Who do you think you are?" Yun Mingyu's demeanor was unwavering. "If you possess any sense, remain silent from now on. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson before we reach the ruins." Shangwanda was at a loss for words and opted for silence. This moment, silence was indeed the wisest response. Yun Mingyu turned to Lin Ping'an, transmitting, "Little Ping'an, feel free to vent your frustrations. I will back you up. Strike at anyone who displeases you." "Understood." Before Lin Ping'an could respond, Lin Ping'an interjected, "Seeking trouble? Lin Ping'an, it has been quite some time. Indeed, it has been a while. I have missed you." Lin Ping'an replied with a slight smile. "You miss me? How laughable. However, being missed by you is hardly a compliment. It is utterly shameful. Our engagement has been annulled. Even if you miss me, it is of no consequence." Hearing her words, Lin Ping'an couldn't help but chuckle. "Lin Ping'an, your thoughts are far more beautiful than your appearance. If you have nothing better to do, why not remove your pants, squat down, and take a look at what you truly are? I do not miss you. Rather, my fists are rather eager to meet you again. After all, it has been a long time since I had the pleasure of beating you up. The mention of this, Lin Ping'an recalled the day Lin Ping'an had thoroughly thrashed her at the Lin family gates. The mere thought ignited her fury. and her fists clenched tightly, brimming with rage. Lin Ping'an, you. Before Nalan Ruyan could finish, Wang Pangpang stepped forward, pointing at her and berating. What are you talking about? This vile woman has already been dealt with by our Ping'an. Yet, here she is barking like a dog. Are you shameless, or just asking for a beating? Despite Wang Pangpang's kind appearance, his sharp tongue was a stark contrast, delivering verbal blows with lethal precision. You all. Nalan Ruyan stammered, retreating to Murong Jin's side, clinging to his arm with a faux innocence. Since when did a good-for-nothing like you gain the right to be here? Lin Ping'an chuckled. Aren't you also a good-for-nothing? Is there truly no one left in your myriad sword sect that they had to send you here? Murong Jin had initially thought that upon his arrival, Lin Ping'an would temper his words, but instead, he was met with even harsher insults. Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that? Of course, I know who you are. You are simply the renowned. Before Lin Ping'an could finish, Murong Jin erupted into laughter, hands on his hips, his face bursting with pride. Since you know, how dare you speak to me like that? Lin Ping'an continued. The renowned little mistress. Who doesn't know of that? What did you just say? I am a little mistress. Pfft. At that remark, Wang Pangpang couldn't contain his laughter any longer. Oh dear, I thought someone notable had arrived. Turns out it is just the little mistress. Murong Jin, it truly is a shame for your father that you are this way. Wang Pangpang chimed in, joining Lin Ping'an in the verbal onslaught. At this moment, the members of the Myriad Sword sect exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond, yet they were acutely aware of the situation. After all, Murong Jin was the young master of the Myriad Sword sect. It was only natural for him to be concerned about his reputation. Clenching his fists, he shouted, Lin Ping'an, how dare you slander me? I have not slandered you. Lin Ping'an smiled mildly, unfazed. When I was still engaged to Nalan Ruyan, you were already entangled with her. I am his fiancée. What are you if not a mere mistress? Subsequently, I divorced Nalan Ruyan, and you officially became involved with her. Alas, Lin Ping'an sighed and shook his head. Seeing this, Murong Jin pointed at Lin Ping'an and shouted furiously, Lin Ping'an, what are you sighing about? What I lament is that our esteemed Murong young master possesses such peculiar tastes. To think you relish consuming remnants left by others. I have expelled it, yet you still dare to pick it up and take a bite. How utterly absurd. Chapter 73. A convergence of hundreds of clans, a gathering of talents. Upon hearing this, Murong Jin was infuriated. Drawing a disciple's sword nearby and pointing it at Lin Ping'an, shouting, You, a worthless fool, dare to utter such words to me. Do you think you are worthy? At this declaration, Lin Ping'an laughed instead of expressing anger, spreading his arms and sneering. What of your status as young master? If you possess any true ability, refrain from consuming what I have expelled. Unable to contain himself any longer, Murong Jin strode forward. Just as he was about to leap into the air, Yunmingyu merely cast him a glance, and an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, as if a mountain were forcefully pressing down on his body. Bang! Murong Jin crashed heavily to the ground, his sword shattering into countless fragments. Yunmingyu crossed her arms, glancing at Shangwanda with a cold snort. Old man, manage your young master properly, when the time comes. I would not mind helping your Wanjian sect tidy him up. Observing this, Shangwanda hurriedly stepped forward to restrain Murong Jin, saying, Young master, calm down. The matter concerning Beihai is of utmost importance to our Wanjian sect. We must prioritize the greater picture. Alas, Murong Jin, feeling powerless, could only suppress his rage and retreat alongside Shangwanda. After pacifying his young master, Shangwanda stood before Yunmingyu, awkwardly clasping his hands in a bow. Forcing a smile, Taoist friend Mingyu, my young master has unexpectedly felt unwell and must take his leave. Any discerning individual could see that the Wanjian sect was merely seeking an excuse to withdraw. Yunmingyu waved her hand disdainfully. Begone, begone, just the sight of your Wanjian sect people gives me a headache. Upon hearing this, Shangwanda dared not hesitate, quickly redirecting his giant sword and leading his companions away with haste. Having flown a considerable distance, Lin Ping'an could not help but taunt him further. Murong young master, if you are ill, it is best to seek treatment. Do not drag it out. Murong Jin, with his head bowed and a grim expression, clenched his fist in utter fury. Lin Ping'an, once we enter the Beihai ruins and your master is gone, I will see who will protect you. After the Wanjian sect had departed, Lin Ping'an turned to Wang Pangpang. Pang'an, thank you for speaking up for me just now. Wang Pang'an patted his belly and grinned. What are you saying? We are brothers. When Murong Jin scolds you, he is scolding me as well. Seeing this, Li Fengyan quickly approached, scratching his head. Ping'an, I am not good with words. I failed to assist you earlier. Lin Ping'an chuckled. Senior brother, you need not concern yourself. Dealing with the rubbish that is Murong Jin does not require your input. That would be a waste of talent. Indeed, indeed. Ping'an speaks true. The two of us combined could easily berate those two wretched individuals. Wang Pengpeng nodded in agreement. Shall I assist you in settling the score with them once we enter the ruins? Fengyan, senior brother. You said it. Of course. Li Fengyan patted his chest, speaking with conviction. Would I fear you? At this moment, the usually silent Ling Daoi stepped forward, gazing intently at Lin Ping'an. Senior brother Ling, do you have something to say? Ling Daoi nodded and continued. Ping'an, it is prudent to inform you in advance. Although Murong Jin is not the holy son of the Wanjian sect, his strength is not to be underestimated, from what I sensed. He has likely reached the 8th layer of the Spirit Sea realm, a formidable opponent. Understood. Lin Ping'an nodded solemnly. By the way, senior brother Ling, if he is not the holy son of the Wanjian sect, then who is? Lin Ping'an inquired with curiosity. A madman. He has yet to show himself, but I have sensed his presence. Your relationship with the Wanjian sect is complex, so exercise caution. The Wanjian sect maintained a distance. Yet their flight direction remained aligned, merely obscured from one another's view. Continuing onward, they flew for about half a day's time before the two sects stopped above a body of water. This place marked the entrance to the ruins. Lin Ping'an leaned over the railing of the deck, gazing at the surface of the sea below. The water here was as smooth as a mirror, distinctly different from other locations. Dandan, he chuckled. Of course. There are plenty of treasures hidden beneath. I see nothing. What about you, Dandan? I see everything. You ought to consider who I am. Dandan said proudly. Is that so? Pray tell. Not telling. I must create an air of mystery. Otherwise, descending will lose its thrill. Lin Ping'an forced a smile. Very well. Thereafter, Lin Ping'an surveyed his surroundings. Numerous warships filled the sky, varying in size, with personnel of differing strengths aboard. This time, not only the 5 great sects had come, but also several sects from the northern region. Though their overall strength was lacking, the Beihai ruins were a coveted treasure. Everyone sought to partake in the bounty, despite their weak influence. Many prodigies among them had invested significant effort for this journey to the Beihai. The throngs of cultivators appeared truly magnificent. Here, one could indeed say it was a convergence of hundreds of clans, a gathering of talents. After observing for a while, Lin Ping'an noticed something lacking. Master, why is it that only the Wanjian sect has arrived among the 5 great sects? What of the other 3? Yunming Yu looked towards a certain direction and smiled lightly. Do not fret. They have all arrived. As her words fell, a chorus of beastly roars echoed, and everyone turned in unison. Emerging from the vast sea of clouds were figures soaring through the air. A legion of beasts approached, with numerous cultivators riding upon them, a dark mass that was truly awe-inspiring. This was one of the 5 great sects. The Beast Master sect. True to its name, the disciples and elders of this sect relied on taming beasts for their livelihood. Leading them was a robust man, arms crossed and face stern, radiating formidable presence. Though this fellow was named Tian Tiniu, his strength should not be underestimated. He was one of the 5 leaders of the Beast Master sect, a formidable figure in the Void Realm. Beneath him trod a massive black bull, its crimson eyes glaring and horns towering skyward. Despite its unassuming appearance, its combat prowess rivaled that of a Void Realm expert. Tian Tiniu's ascent to this position was deeply intertwined with this beast. Lin Ping'an observed the Beast Master sect's members, deep in thought. What are you staring at? Dandan inquired curiously. I am looking for their holy son. After all, knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Let me see. Found it. Chapter 74. Is she beautiful? Not even half as much as you. Dandan maneuvered Lin Ping'an's head to turn slowly toward a young man behind Tian Tiniu. Contrary to Lin Ping'an's expectations, this young man donned a white robe, his features refined and scholarly, holding a jade flute and playing it with closed eyes, exuding an air of cultured elegance. His appearance and demeanor formed a stark contrast with those around him. This individual was none other than the holy son of the Beast Master sect, Dongfang Xianying. Truly, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. Lin Ping'an glanced down at the spirit beast beneath him, a crane that appeared rather ordinary. He stroked his chin, murmuring, this Dongfang Xianying is indeed the holy son of the Beast Master sect, yet the beast he tames is merely a crane. Could it be that this crane possesses some extraordinary bloodline? Wang Pengpeng, overhearing Lin Ping'an's speculation, stepped forward and chuckled. How could that be? Despite Dongfang Xianying's seemingly harmless appearance, he is a ruthless individual. That crane is merely his mount. The real gem, giant stone cannon, possesses exceptional talent. Initially, the Beast Master sect kept his existence under wraps until he became the Holy Sun, revealing his true identity to the world. Thus, for many years, few outside have known what his true spirit beast is. Lin Ping'an nodded thoughtfully. I see. Just then, a refreshing breeze swept through, a stark contrast amidst the raging winds of the Bay High. Accompanying the wind were scattered flower petals. Lin Ping'an extended a hand to catch a petal. And upon contact, he felt an extraordinary energy within it.at this moment. Everyone gazed upwards towards the source of the petals. As they drifted down, they transformed into a vast sea of flowers in midair. A truly magnificent sight. From within this floral expanse emerged graceful figures. They were from one of the 5 great sects, the 100 Flowers sect. Leading them was a beautiful woman adorned with a light veil. Her resolute aura barely concealed. Clutching a flower basket, her expression remained solemn and serious. She was none other than Leng Qing, one of the 5 peak leaders of the 100 Flowers sect. Before Lin Ping'an could utter another word, Wang Pangpang hurriedly stepped forward, grinning. Ping'an, I realize you have spent so much time in our Yintian sect. You might not be well versed in the affairs of the outside world. Allow me to introduce them to you properly. Although Lin Ping'an is a recluse, he is certainly not a fool. He possesses some knowledge about the Baiwa sect. However, he cannot resist the persistent introduction by Wang Pangpang. The Baiwa sect exclusively admits female disciples, all of whom are stunning beauties. Selecting even one would yield a top-tier beauty. Thus, the Baiwa sect has become a paradise for countless male cultivators in the northern region. To die in their embrace would be a flirtatious affair. Even in death, Lin Ping'an looked up and immediately spotted an extraordinary sight. Are all of them beautiful? Are you sure? Wang Pangpang nodded vigorously, speaking with utmost seriousness. Of course, I am absolutely certain. I, Wang Pangpang, have encountered countless women. So, this is he indicated one among the group of Baiwa disciples. Forcing a wry smile, Wang Pangpang stared blankly at the person Lin Ping'an pointed to. Not only was she unattractive, but her figure was also exceedingly bulky, resembling a great bear. Her appearance clashed starkly with the other Baiwa sect disciples, as if she belonged to an entirely different realm. Forget it, my dear brother Ping'an. I cannot provoke this woman. Why not? Wang Pangpang forced a bitter smile and continued. Ping'an, you are unaware. This woman is named Shen Chong. Despite her lackluster appearance, her strength is truly formidable. While the other disciples of the Baiwa sect cultivate flowers such as lilies and roses, Shen Chong practices the art of the man-eating flower. I dare not provoke her. I see. Lin Ping'an nodded. As they spoke, Wang Pangpang suddenly noticed something, his eyes gleaming with excitement. How beautiful! Lin Ping'an glanced at Wang Pangpang, following his gaze towards Shen Chong. Beautiful? What beauty? Didn't you just mention the overbearing flower? Now you're extolling beauty. Pangpang, when did your taste become so heavy? Lin Ping'an's face was filled with bitterness. Wang Pangpang shook his head and hurriedly explained. Ping'an, you misunderstand. I am not looking at her. I am looking at the person beside her, Lin Ping'an softly exclaimed, turning his head slightly to look. Due to Shen Chong's imposing presence, it was difficult to see the person standing beside her. That was a youthful maiden, with exquisite features and a graceful figure, standing in midair as if a fairy had descended to earth. At first glance, she was utterly captivating and made one's heart flutter. Although she was beautiful, she lacked a certain charm compared to Yunmingyu. Who is she? Lin Ping'an was merely curious, harboring no ulterior motives. What? You're asking? Have you forgotten your master's wife is right beside you? Dandan chuckled. I was just inquiring casually, without any other intentions. All right. I believe you. Upon hearing about the girl, Wang Pangpang instantly became animated. A grin plastered on his face as he boasted. Her name is Shen Miao. The younger sister of Shen Chong. Lin Ping'an was taken aback. What did you say? They are sisters. Lin Ping'an took a special glance at the two, comparing them. Aside from sharing the same gender, he could find no other similarities. Wang Pangpang nodded, forcing a bitter smile. Honestly, I couldn't believe it at first either. They are not just sisters, but twins. In that moment, Lin Ping'an couldn't help but admire the Shen sisters' father. He must be quite a remarkable individual to have given birth to such 2 exceptional daughters. Don't be fooled by her sweet appearance. She is actually the saintess of this generation in the Baiwa sect, Wang Pangpang said, resting his chin on one hand, gazing at Shen Miao with a foolish smile. Just as the two were enjoying the view, Yunmingyu's voice rang in their ears. How does she look? Beautiful, very beautiful, Wang Pangpang blurted out instinctively. And you? Yunmingyu turned to Lin Ping'an, her tone noticeably heavier. Hearing this, he hurriedly turned back, beginning to explain. Master, it's not as you think. My interest in her is purely academic. I merely wish to study her strength to prepare for future battles. Is that so? Lin Ping'an nodded earnestly, continuing. Indeed, while Shun Miao Miao is undeniably beautiful, she pales in comparison to you. Master, Chapter 75. Harsh words spoken, consequences to bear. Wang Pangpang sensed the situation was amiss and hurriedly chimed in. Yes, Master Mingyu. Ping'an is right. Although Shun Miao Miao is lovely, he surely knows his limits. Yun Mingyu regarded Lin Ping'an, softly exclaiming. Is that so? Then tell me, what do you mean by limits? Lin Ping'an shot a glance at Wang Pangpang. Internally lamenting. Well said, but next time, don't say it. Lin Ping'an leaned closer to Yun Mingyu, offering comfort. Mingyu, while Shun Miao Miao is indeed lovely, she is still rather inexperienced. Yun Mingyu smiled slightly, teasing. What? She is younger than me. And you don't like her? Sensing the shift, Lin Ping'an quickly corrected himself. As the saying goes, women are like wine. The older they get, the more flavorful they become. I simply adore the essence of you. He spoke softly, his tone as gentle as water. Even a frosty beauty like Yun Mingyu could not resist being enchanted. Hearing Lin Ping'an's sweet words, a blush crept across Yun Mingyu's face. All right, enough of that. It's getting a bit mushy, and I feel embarrassed. Wang Pangpang observed the two with confusion, muttering. What are these two discussing? Why are they staring at each other like fools? I don't understand. I'll just continue to admire my Miao Miao. Achu. Shun Miao Miao covered her mouth and sneezed lightly. Seeing this, Shen Chong hurriedly approached, asking, Miao Miao, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Shen Miao Miao shook her head. It's nothing, perhaps just a slight chill. After saying this, she instinctively turned to look in Lin Ping'an's direction. For some reason, upon seeing him for the first time, she felt a strange familiarity. He hailed from the Yuntian sect. Yet she did not know his name. Wang Pangpang noticed Shun Miao Miao, a grin spreading across his face. Oh my, Miao Miao is looking at me. How delightful. Wang Pangpang had become the jester, while Shun Miao Miao captivated the attention of those around her. Suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed from the sky. The Blood Demon sect's members have finally arrived. Dongfang Xian ceased playing his jade flute and slowly raised his head to look. Moments ago, a dense blood mist had surged. And as the crimson fog dissipated, a group of individuals emerged. Each of these figures bore distinct appearances, none of whom seemed to be up to any good. This is not mere prejudice, after all. The Blood Demon sect has a notorious reputation in the northern region. Among the 5 major sects, theirs is the only one that embodies corruption, while the other 4 at least maintain a facade of righteousness. The Blood Demon sect indulges in heinous deeds, thriving on violence and deceit. From the swirling blood clouds emerged an elderly man, his hair white as snow, clad in a conical hat that concealed his features. He appeared emaciated, as if a gust of wind could topple him. However, he was far from fragile. The world may not know his true name, but he referred to himself as the Bloodthirsty Elder. One of the 5 notorious figures of the Blood Demon sect, possessing immense strength. Thank you for your patience. Behind the Bloodthirsty Elder stood a man, the second in command of this expedition. He had red hair, snow-white skin, and one hand tucked behind his back, while the other held a stark white skull. This was the Blood Demon sect's Saint's son, Zhou Xuelian. Despite his handsome appearance, he was a ruthless killer. Having taken many lives even at a young age. At this moment, the Saint sons and Saint daughters of the 3 sects had all made their appearances. Lin Ping'an turned his gaze towards the direction of the Wanjian sect. He wondered who the Saint son of the Wanjian sect could be. That individual was too low-key. Despite observing for a long while, Lin Ping'an could not discern any clues. Ironically, the most anticipated aspect of this Northern Sea expedition was the 5 major Saint sons. Now, it seemed the Northern Sea journey was bound to be intriguing. The Baiwa sect featured a pair of twin blossoms. The Beastmaster sect presented a jade flute scholar. The Blood Demon sect showcased a bloodthirsty young devil. And the Saint son of the Wanjian sect remained elusive. The Yuntian sect had yet to reveal a Saint son, but they indeed possessed numerous prodigies among their ranks. With such a lineup entering the Northern Sea, it would undoubtedly lead to a tempest of bloodshed. As for the leaders of the 5 major sects, each wore a smile, but inwardly they had already cursed one another 1,000 times. The Bloodthirsty Elder spoke first, sneering. Well, everyone, it has truly been a long time. If it weren't for this Northern Sea expedition, I fear we might never meet again. Leng Qing shot him a glance, snorting. Spare me the pleasantries. You old demon. Upon seeing you, I would rather not have met, lest I dirty my hands. Shangwanda chuckled. Leng Qing, your words are rather inappropriate. We are not here to engage in slaughter. We are merely protectors of the Tao, so why must we be so confrontational? Tian Tinyu erupted into hearty laughter, adding, "Finally, the old Shangwan has spoken a word of reason. Let us be honest. We are merely here to watch a cricket fight. It seems Shangwan still harbors grudges from earlier, slowly turning his gaze towards Yun Mingyu. What do you want from me? Am I asking for a beating?" Yun Mingyu was equally unyielding, her words sharp and intimidating. With an awkward smile, Shangwan replied, "Of course not. Fellow Taoist Yun Mingyu, before our expedition to the North Sea officially commences, do you have any words to share?" In truth, the other four were well aware that among the 5 protectors, the most peculiar was none other than Yun Mingyu. Upon hearing this, their gazes converged, eager to hear her reasoning. Yun Mingyu brushed off the dust from her attire and continued. "Since you've asked, and everyone is curious, allow me to speak briefly. I tend to be rather ruthless. So let me be clear from the outset, I end this journey. I serve as a protector for the Yun Tian sect. How you treat others is of no concern to me. But should anyone dare to lay a hand on a member of my Yun Tian sect, the consequences will be yours to bear. Should I discover anyone taking advantage of the weak or outnumbering the few, I, Yun Mingyu, will assuredly pay you a visit to seek counsel, and when it comes to matters of life and death. Do not blame me for my lack of mercy." Her words were not merely directed at the 4 protectors present. Her voice resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the area. At that moment, all who heard her words changed color. If it were someone else, the crowd might dismiss it as mere bluster. But this was Yun Mingyu. Everyone recalled how, single-handedly, she had slain 3 formidable Void Realm experts. This was a memory etched vividly in their minds. Silence enveloped the group, no one daring to refute her. Yet it did not end there. Yun Mingyu turned her gaze towards Shangwanda and coldly remarked, "Shangwanda, you are an ugly fellow, and I shall speak plainly. If my disciple, Lin Ping'an, suffers any bullying or harm while inside, I shall unleash my wrath upon you all. At that time, do not blame me for being merciless and leaving no survivors." Gulp. Shangwanda remained silent. Merely swallowing hard. It was not just him. The members of the Wanjian sect trembled, a powerful pressure enveloping them, causing their hearts to quake incessantly. It must be said, this fierce declaration was exceptionally ruthless. This was no longer a mere imbalance of power. It was a blatant one-sided oppression. The momentum and strength of both sides were simply not on the same level. Chapter 76. The Opening of the Ruined Land. Yun Mingyu's words plunged the area into a profound silence, with everyone rendered mute. Even their breathing became cautious. After what felt like an eternity, Leng Qing stepped forward and softly spoke, "Fellow Taoist Mingyu, having said your piece, it seems time is of the essence. Shall we proceed to open this ruined land? Do as you please. I have no objections." Leng Qing turned to the other 3 and declared, "Esteemed friends, it is time to get to work." In an instant, a fierce wind howled, a solemnity descending upon the heavens and the earth. Whoosh! The 5 protectors sprang into action, standing poised in the air. Arranged in a star formation, they swiftly formed hand seals, channeling their internal powers to the fullest. A faint glow enveloped them, rippling outward like waves across a serene lake. Go. In a heartbeat, 5 beams of different colored light surged from their palms, soaring skyward like 5 agile dragons, intertwining and racing towards the heavens. Within these beams lay terrifying power, and wherever they passed, the space shimmered with ripples. Boom! In a matter of moments, the once tranquil sea of clouds was stirred by an unseen hand. Tumultuously churning. A deep rumble echoed from the distant horizon, as if the very heavens were roaring in fury. The heavy clouds, unable to bear the weight, were forcibly torn apart, revealing a long, gaping fissure, akin to a shocking wound. With a roar, light cascaded like a flood, surging into the chasm. In an instant, the sky was bathed in resplendent gold, with golden rays cascading down to the earth. A deafening sound erupted as a colossal beam of light descended rapidly from the fissure, piercing directly into the North Sea. The moment the light struck the surface of the sea, it ignited towering waves, causing the entire sea to bubble violently, as if it were boiling. Under the onslaught of this immense force, the seawater quickly converged, forming an enormous vortex. The vortex spun furiously, emitting howls reminiscent of a primordial beast's gaping maw. "Look below!" Li Fengyun suddenly shouted. At the bottom of the vortex, a menacing crack appeared. Seemingly insignificant in the vast North Sea, measuring less than 10 meters in width. It was important to note that this fissure had only been torn open through the combined efforts of 5 Void Realm experts. Leng Qing clenched his teeth and turned to speak urgently. The fissure can only hold for a short instant's time. You must hurry inside. Upon hearing this, none dared to hesitate, and they swiftly sprang into action. Whoosh! One by one, figures shot forth, racing towards the fissure. The scene was nothing short of magnificent as a throng of individuals surged forward. In no time, the fissure was filled to the brim with eager figures, all vying to enter, fearing they might miss this rare opportunity. Everyone, come quickly. Such an opportunity comes but once in a millennium. We cannot let it slip away. We of the Blood Demon sector here. Any who obstruct us shall perish. Get lost, all of you, clear the way. They were not merely exchanging words. Some were even engaged in fierce battles. Compared to these ruffians, the Lin Ping'an sect remained relatively low-key, sticking together and avoiding unnecessary trouble, simply advancing quietly. As chaos erupted around them, they inadvertently blended into the fray. Upon entering the fissure, Lin Ping'an felt a sudden weightlessness. When he finally regained his bearings, he realized he was no longer in that place. He found himself suspended in midair, looking around to discover that there was no sea water in sight, nor any other individuals. Where is this place? Where is everyone? Lin Ping'an hastily inquired. Before figuring that out, you should focus on how to land safely. Dandan reminded him. Land safely? Lin Ping'an slowly looked down, and to his shock, he found himself thousands of meters in the air, plummeting at an accelerating speed. What the heck? Wasn't I just at the bottom of the sea? How did I suddenly end up in the sky? Lin Ping'an stepped out, attempting to stabilize himself. But it was futile. The descent only grew faster. What is going on? Is flying impossible here? Dandan chuckled. You guessed correctly. This is indeed an ancient ruin, and the predecessors set up restrictions here. Even a Void Realm expert would find it impossible to fly. I can't believe it can be like this. Lin Ping'an looked down slowly, determination flashing in his eyes. There was no other option left. Seeing his resolve, Dandan felt uneasy and quickly asked, "What are you planning?" "I advise against doing anything reckless. Since I can't land safely, I'll take a forceful approach." Without hesitation, Lin Ping'an summoned his internal energy, unleashing a tempest of thunder beneath his feet. Thunder Shadow Step. He unleashed his full power, enveloped in countless bolts of lightning, and plunged downwards with great force. Witnessing this, Dandan couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for him. You really are insane. I've waited so long for a pure young body like yours. Please don't go and kill yourself. Dandan was in a state of panic. Fear not. I've got this. Boom. Lin Ping'an crashed heavily onto the ground, sending dust and debris flying. The impact from such a height, combined with the speed of the Thunder Shadow Step, unleashed a tremendous force. Upon landing, he created a massive crater, cracks sprawling outward like a web. Cough, cough. Lin Ping'an slowly emerged from the dust, coughing incessantly. What on earth is all this? He exclaimed, bewildered that as he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself in a desolate expanse littered with remnants of ruins. Slowly raising his head, he was met with a clear blue sky. Dandan, what in the world is this place? Lin Ping'an asked, utterly perplexed. This is the ancient ruin you've longed for, although it lies beneath the sea. It has been crafted into a separate little world using special means. Crafted into a little world. Lin Ping'an, having seen and experienced so little, was still unfamiliar with the full extent of the northern domain, let alone other places. Calling him a frog at the bottom of a well would not be an exaggeration. You are still too weak to comprehend such heights. You will understand in due time. Lin Ping'an nodded, deep in thought. Suddenly, his attention was caught by something bright. Hey, there's a signpost here. Let me take a look. Lin Ping'an approached and swiftly scanned the inscription. Tomb of Sita Wangyu. This isn't signpost. It's a gravestone. Lin Ping'an looked around, murmuring, why is there only a gravestone and no grave to be found? Dandan chuckled. What if it's possible that you just sat down on someone's grave and inadvertently obliterated their grave? Chapter 77. Senior, please calm your anger, the soul of a sage. Upon hearing this, Lin Ping'an promptly turned around to inspect the spot where he had landed, only to find a broken wooden coffin in the crater. Upon closer inspection, only a few bones remained inside. Oh dear, where are the remains of this ancient senior? Is this all that's left? Who told you to be so reckless when you landed? Dandan teased. Hearing this, Lin Ping'an bowed in apology before the gravestone. Ancient senior, I am truly sorry. I did not intend to. Please forgive my transgressions. After offering his apology, Lin Ping'an wasted no time and turned to leave. Just as he took a few steps, a chilling voice echoed from behind him. Young man, you have desecrated my grave. Do you truly intend to leave in such a manner? The voice drifted over, sending a chill down one's spine. Upon hearing this, Lin Ping'an stood frozen in place, as though transformed into a wooden figure. Dandan, could you check for me? Is there a ghost behind me? A ghost? What a big-headed ghost you are. Surely you are not afraid of such things. Do you not know that if one has a clear conscience, there is no need to fear ghosts knocking at the door? I have sat upon someone else's grave. How can I not be afraid? Dandan chuckled softly. Fear not. There are no ghosts behind you. Upon hearing this, Lin Ping'an finally breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly turned his head, only to behold a stark white skull. Good heavens! Upon seeing the skull, Lin Ping'an instinctively took a step backward. It was merely a skull, floating in midair. Dandan, did you not say there were no ghosts? Indeed, there are no ghosts, but I never claimed there were no skulls. And what of the person who just spoke? It is also him. Lin Ping'an gazed at the skull, rubbing his hands together, and managed a wry smile. Senior, I truly did not mean to offend. Please do not take it to heart. Upon hearing this, the skull continued to speak. Not take it to heart. You have blown my body to bits. How can I not take it to heart? What are you still doing here? Hurry up and find my bones. Very well, Senior, please wait a moment. I shall go at once. As Lin Ping'an bent down to gather the scattered bones, he inquired, Dandan, do you know the strength of this old predecessor? Pray tell. This old predecessor has already passed away, yet can still manipulate his head to speak. His strength must be extraordinary. You have a keen eye. This old fellow is indeed remarkable. He must have possessed the strength of a sage in life. What? A sage? Lin Ping'an quickened his pace, for within the 5 great sects of the northern region, there is not even a single quasi-sage. Moreover, the difference between a sage and a quasi-sage is but a single word. Yet their strengths are worlds apart. How unfortunate I am. I have unwittingly sat upon the grave of a sage. Heaven forbid he becomes enraged and crushes me. It is only natural to feel fear when faced with a sage's might. After all, with such strength, he could end one's life with merely a breath. Lin Ping'an busied himself, collecting all the scattered bones. Once he finished, Dandan finally spoke. In truth, you need not worry so, even if he wishes to kill you. I can protect you. Why did you not say so earlier? Lin Ping'an's expression darkened. Senior, I have gathered your bones. The skull nodded in satisfaction and said, you still possess some sincerity. Once the words left his mouth, the bones swiftly flew back, reassembling themselves. Young man, how long have I been asleep here? Lin Ping'an scratched his head and replied, Senior, if you are asking me, to whom should I pose the question? Indeed, the entrance to this ancient relic is quite mysterious. Ordinary people cannot find their way here. Young man, would you be willing to make a deal with me? He continued, you have desecrated the remains of a sage. Logically, I should put you to death. However, considering our fateful encounter, I shall not. What deal? Lin Ping'an quickly inquired. My name is Sidu Wangyu. Like you, I am a treasure seeker venturing into the ancient relics, but unfortunately, I met my demise here. My soul persists. Yet I am left as a lonely ghost, which is truly unfortunate. He sighed, appearing quite sorrowful. Lin Ping'an conjectured, Senior, you do not wish for me to help you revive, do you? Upon hearing this, Situ Wangyu leaned in closer. I have suddenly realized you are quite astute. You are correct. I do wish for your assistance in reviving me. Dandan, was it not said that once a person dies, they cannot be brought back to life? How could I possibly revive Situ Wangyu? Lin Ping'an was utterly perplexed. While it is true that ordinary individuals cannot be revived once deceased, this fellow is a sage. Once one reaches the sage realm, they become a part of the very heavens. As long as the spirit remains intact, even if the body perishes, revival is possible. I see. Lin Ping'an nodded. Sidu Wangyu stood by, clearing his throat. Young man, the opportunity is but a single one. You must make your decision wisely. If you refuse, do not blame me for seizing your body. In that case, it is you who will perish. Upon hearing this, Lin Ping'an felt a tremor in his heart. Though he was already dead, the lingering might of a sage was still terrifying. Dandan, should I agree to his request? Whether or not you agree is your own affair, even if he attempts to seize your body. I have my ways to counter him. Very well, I understand. Lin Ping'an turned to Sidu Wangyu, about to speak, when suddenly the latter rushed forward, startling Lin Ping'an, who quickly stepped back. Senior Situ, what are you doing? In the next moment, Situ Wangyu threw himself to the ground, tightly clutching Lin Ping'an's leg and weeping uncontrollably. Young friend, we are fated to meet. You must help me. I do not wish to die. I have children aged 100 above and an elderly mother aged 1,000 below. I am the pillar of my family. Upon hearing this, Lin Ping'an was utterly bewildered, exclaiming, What? Senior Sidu, what are you talking about? Seeing Lin Ping'an hesitate, Situ Wangyu launched his next wave of persuasion. Young friend, if you are willing to revive me, you shall henceforth be my brother, and anyone who dares to harm you is opposing me. Moreover, I see that you possess extraordinary potential. You are merely lacking a protector. In the future, when you venture out, I will shield you. Listening to Situ Wangyu's flattery, Lin Ping'an found himself at a loss for words, standing there with a bitter smile. Chapter 78. This is intimidation. Protector, Situ Wangyu muttered, yet his gaze gradually rose. Fixating intently on Lin Ping'an's form, the aura emanating from this young man felt incredibly familiar. It seemed necessary to delve deeper. With that, Situ Wangyu slowly opened his mouth, and an invisible stream of light shot forth, entering Lin Ping'an's brow. This was a fragment of Situ Wangyu's soul, which directly entered Lin Ping'an's spiritual sea through his brow. As the light settled, a wisp of Situ Wangyu's essence emerged. He surveyed his surroundings, murmuring to himself that I did not expect this young man, despite his tender age, to possess such an expansive spiritual it seems I was not mistaken. He truly has remarkable potential. Yet, I wonder if he harbors even greater opportunities. Since he had come this far, Situ Wangyu naturally wished to further explore Lin Ping'an's capabilities. He walked through the spiritual sea, searching for something of value. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through, chilling Situ Wangyu's back, prompting him to mumble softly, "What is going on? My back feels cold. It seems as if someone is watching me." As he spoke, Situ Wangyu slowly turned his head. To his shock, he beheld two radiant crimson orbs behind him, resembling two blood moons suspended in the air. What is this? How can there be two moons within the spiritual sea? Situ Wangyu squinted his eyes, peering ahead. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that these were two pairs of blood-red eyes concealed in the darkness. What are these things? Situ Wangyu's eyes widened in terror before he could comprehend the situation. A voice boomed from above. "Old fool, this is not a place for you to tread." Situ Wangyu crossed his arms defiantly, retorting, "As a sage, why should I not come here? This world is one where the strong prey upon the weak. I shall come and go as I please." Kneel. The moment the command was issued, Situ Wangyu was momentarily taken aback. Then a terrifying force surged forth, crashing down upon him like a mountain. His body shuddered violently, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. This is bad. Situ Wangyu had initially intended to leverage his sage powers to resist, yet the overwhelming force descended upon him, rendering him powerless. Thud. Before such overwhelming strength, Lin Ping'an was utterly helpless, collapsing to his knees. Situ Wangyu knelt on the ground, utterly stunned, murmuring, "What on earth resides within this young man's body?" Before he could ponder further, the crimson eyes vanished, leaving only darkness, where he could hardly see his own hand. Where did that behemoth go? Just as his thoughts concluded, a wave of heat surged forth, washing over him. The blinding light enveloped him, making it difficult to open his eyes. He gazed at the brilliance, slowly raising his head. His astonishment, he beheld three ancient suns, each radiating an aura of terrifying power, their scorching heat crashing toward him like a tidal wave. This is pure yang sacred body. Upon uttering these words, he widened his eyes in disbelief. For a sage like Situ Wangyu, who had seen much of the world, recognizing the pure yang sacred body was not unusual. Simultaneously, he was acutely aware of the rarity of such a sacred body. Throughout the annals of history, regardless of the nature of any sacred body, each has indelibly etched its profound mark upon this realm. Indeed, even at the pinnacle of existence, numerous sacred entities stand tall, embodying the extraordinary capabilities that have captivated entire eras. In the midst of Situ Wangyu's moment of contemplation, that voice resounded once more. "Enough! You have witnessed what you needed to see. Now you may depart." With those words, a soul was forcefully expelled from Lin Ping'an's spiritual sea. Outside, Situ Wangyu abruptly regained his senses, his body shuddering violently as he instinctively recoiled a few steps, nearly losing his footing. "Dandan, what have you done? Why has he been so thoroughly frightened?" Lin Ping'an inquired with curiosity. "I merely startled him a bit," Dandan explained. Without hesitation, Lin Ping'an began to flatter. "Dandan, you are truly remarkable. I humbly revere you." Dandan retorted somewhat irately, "All right, enough of that. Put away your theatrics. The one who truly frightened him is not me." "But you, me?" "Dandan, are you not jesting? This Situ Wangyu is a sage. Although he has perished, it is inconceivable that I could frighten him." Dandan chuckled, continuing, "Have a bit more confidence, will you? Though your realm may be somewhat lower, you are a pure yang sacred body. which holds boundless potential for the future. I see. Si Wang Yu murmured, his head bowed, softly muttering, truly, heaven has aided me. After all these years, I have never encountered a sacred body. Yet now, one has appeared before me in death. Ha ha ha. The more Si Wang Yu contemplated, the more elated he became, disregarding decorum as he stared at the skeletal figure, laughing uproariously, presenting a rather bizarre spectacle. Dandan, do you think this fellow has been scared senseless? I can't shake the feeling that his mind is rather muddled at the moment. Lin Ping'an remarked with a wry smile. Young friend, I have arrived. Upon entering Lin Ping'an's spiritual sea and witnessing the colossal entity within, any thoughts of seizing control were swiftly abandoned. For Si Wang Yu, there was but one path forward, to act as an investor and place a significant bet on Lin Ping'an. After all, investing in a sacred body heir, in Si Wang Yu's eyes, was a surefire profit. He forced a smile, rubbing his hands together, and inquired, Young friend, what is your name? I am Lin Ping'an. Ah, Ping'an, my young friend, I perceive a darkness upon your brow. Surely, great calamities await you in the future. Lin Ping'an responded with bemusement. Are you cursing me? What about my earlier proposal? Would you consider it? I could serve as your protector, assisting you through your tribulations, and in return, you could help me return to life. Wouldn't that be a mutually beneficial arrangement? Gazing at Si Wang Yu's eager expression, Lin Ping'an found himself at a loss for words. Were it another, he might not have been overly concerned, but this was Si Wang Yu, a sage. Such treatment seemed rather excessive. Si Wang Yu am a remarkable protector, unparalleled and unmatched, a figure you would be hard-pressed to find even with a lantern. If you find a protector like me, you should marry him. No, rather, you should agree to it. Si Wang Yu boasted, gesturing animatedly, truly embodying the essence of self-promotion, utterly lacking in humility. Dandan, what is your take on this? Lin Ping'an, still inexperienced in the ways of the world, felt uncertain about what to decide and could only turn to Dandan. Agree to him. This old fellow is my responsibility. Understood. Chapter 79, The Emperor's Tomb, the Nine Dragons Universe Shield. Lin Ping'an slowly turned his gaze towards Si Wang Yu. What is it? Ping'an, my young friend. Have you made your decision? Si Wang Yu observed him with eager anticipation. Lin Ping'an nodded, gradually articulating, This transaction shall proceed according to your wishes, Senior Si. Tuesday. Upon hearing this, Si Wang Yu was filled with immense excitement. Stepping closer and grasping Lin Ping'an's hand tightly. At last, I have waited for you. I am relieved I did not give up. To be touched by those bony hands made Lin Ping'an feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Senior C2, could you perhaps change your appearance? Your form is rather frightening in its current state. Si Wang Yu responded with an apologetic tone. My apologies for scaring you. I shall change my appearance immediately. He joined his fingers and tapped his brow, and a stream of light burst forth. From that light, a figure gradually emerged. A middle-aged man clad in a crimson gold robe, with striking features and a commanding presence. Lin Ping'an gazed at the figure, momentarily bewildered. You are Senior C2. C2 Wang Yu turned, waving his hand towards Lin Ping'an. Indeed, it is I, Senior C2. Why have you reverted to this form? That was my soul controlling the body. Now that my soul has exited, this is my original appearance. I see. Thud. In the next moment, the skeletal remains collapsed heavily to the ground, scattering once more. No worries. No worries. After all, that body is already deceased. It holds no significance. Furthermore, do not refer to me as Senior C2 in the future. I am still quite youthful. If you do not mind, you may call me Brother C2 henceforth. Very well, Brother C2. By the way, as a sage of immense strength, how did you meet your demise in this ancient relic? Lin Ping'an bypassed further pleasantries, addressing the matter directly. Si Wang Yu sighed, self-deprecatingly smiling. What does it matter to be a sage here? Upon entering this place, all beings are equal. In the past, the other sages who entered alongside me have all perished, and they fell before me. I consider myself fortunate. My soul did not perish, and I managed to bury my body before it completely decayed. A final act of self-care. Hearing this, Lin Ping'an's brow furrowed slightly as he pressed on. In this place, even sages are vulnerable. What truly transpired in this ancient relic? Since I have become your protector, I shall not conceal anything. I hail from the imperial province and fortuitously acquired a treasure map, which led me and several others to explore this ancient relic in the northern region. Upon entering, we soon discovered that this place was far from simple. It is, in fact, the tomb of a great emperor. At these words, Lin Ping'an's heart trembled violently. The tomb of a great emperor? His expression turned grave, his mind swirling. He had initially thought that the appearance of a sage was remarkable enough. Yet now the revelation of an emperor's tomb overwhelmed him. The weight of this information was staggering, leaving Lin Ping'an in a state of confusion. Perhaps we should leave sooner rather than later? Dandan interjected, somewhat irked. Having come this far, are you truly considering retreating now? Lin Ping'an replied through thought, Dandan, if even someone like Brother C2 has fallen, wouldn't I merely become cannon fodder? Kid, just because others have failed does not mean you will. Dandan, spare me your grandiose dreams. I still have a wife waiting outside. Lin Ping'an expressed with exasperation. It wasn't that he was cowardly. Rather, the path ahead seemed fraught with peril, and for him, venturing forth would be tantamount to courting death. Lin Ping'an was not afraid to gamble. He simply could not afford to lose. Do not rush. Let us hear him out. Si2 Wang Yu continued. Upon reaching the depths of this relic and entering the emperor's tomb, our cultivation was immediately suppressed. Inside, even sages were rendered as mere mortals. Our only reliance became our intrinsic foundation, and before we even approached the emperor's tomb, we had already suffered heavy casualties. Subsequently, as the tomb unveiled its lethal aura, I risked my life to escape. I sustained significant injuries within the tomb, and shortly after emerging, my life force extinguished, and I passed away. Reflecting on the events of that time, C2 Wang Yu's brow knitted tightly, his expression darkening, and his face bore the unmistakable signs of anguish. Suddenly, Lin Ping'an felt a prickling sensation at his brow, and Dandan shot forth. Si2 Wang Yu jumped back in surprise, pointing at Dandan and exclaiming, Oh my, what a large egg! Silence. C2 Wang Yu scrutinized Dandan from head to toe, perplexed. Brother Ping'an, how do you come to possess such a peculiar hobby? Carrying around a giant egg that can speak. Dandan, filled with indignation, retorted, You old coot, you just knelt before me in the spiritual sea. Have you truly forgotten so quickly? Gulp. C2 Wang Yu recalled the pair of blood-red eyes he had witnessed in the spiritual sea. It is you. Indeed, it is I. What of it? Dandan declared defiantly. In no issue. Dandan pressed, You have been inside. Do you know who the great emperor within the tomb is? C2 Wang Yu shook his head. I do not know. If you do not know, then what prompted you to risk your life to enter? Otherwise, would it not have been in vain? There were indeed some gains. With that, C2 Wang Yu joined his fingers once more, and a glowing orb emerged from the depths of the ground. The earth began to tremble violently, and a pillar of light shot skyward, reaching for the heavens, amidst the radiant beams of light. A crimson golden iron sphere lay, intricately adorned with ancient patterns, reminiscent of celestial bodies encircling it. An ominous aura emanated from it, causing the surrounding void to twist and tremble. Lin Ping'an approached, scrutinizing the crimson golden sphere with a perplexed expression. Brother Situ, what is this iron sphere? Situ Wang Yu coughed lightly, a smug grin gracing his face as he replied, This object is known as the Nine Dragons Universe Shield. It is a top-tier sacred weapon. Chapter 80 insists on recognizing me. Consider it a gift. The Nine Dragons Universe Shield. What purpose does such an object serve? Is it merely a ball to kick or throw? Lin Ping'an observed the crimson golden sphere, utterly bewildered. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. To be honest, I am unsure how to utilize this item. I only learned its name after bringing it out. Fear not. Once I am revived, I shall ascertain its purpose. Situ Wang Yu said with a tinge of optimism, a sly smile on his lips. But how long will that take? Brother Situ, might I borrow this object for a closer inspection? Of course, just be cautious not to harm yourself. Understood. As his words fell, the Nine Dragons Universe Shield swiftly flew towards Lin Ping'an. He extended a hand, and the shield gently descended, resting smoothly within his palm. Lin Ping'an examined the object closely, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Before he could utter a word, an intense sting surged through him. Startled, he jerked his arm, inadvertently hurling the Nine Dragons Universe Shield away. Clang! The object struck the ground with a crisp sound, sending sparks flying. Observing this, Situ Wang Yu was filled with anguish and hurried forward to retrieve it. Oh dear, Brother Ping'an, be gentle. What if you break it? I still had plans for it. Enough with your complaints. Dandan interjected. This is a sacred weapon. If it were so easily broken, it would be better off destroyed. With that, Dandan turned to Lin Ping'an. Kid, are you all right? Lin Ping'an cradled his palm and shook his head, responding, I'm fine, just a minor scratch. That's good to hear. As soon as the words left his lips, Situ Wang Yu exclaimed in shock while holding the Nine Dragons Universe Shield. There's blood on it too. And the next moment, the Nine Dragons Universe Shield soared into the air, causing the surrounding void to warp chaotically. Initially, only a couple of drops of blood adorned the shield, but inexplicably, the blood not only remained fresh but also surged forth like serpents, rapidly staining the entire shield crimson. Witnessing this, Situ Wangyu was momentarily dazed, murmuring, is it recognizing its master? Without a moment's hesitation, Situ Wangyu rushed forward. No. This treasure that I risked my life to obtain, has he even recognized me yet? It wasn't selfishness. He had staked his life for the Nine Dragons universe shield, and any sane person would try to prevent its loss. However, as Situ Wangyu moved, a dragon's roar echoed, and in an instant, a terrifying force erupted, blasting him away. Bang! Situ Wangyu crashed heavily to the ground. Quickly looking up at that moment, the blood on the shield writhed, merging with the surface patterns. Subsequently, a dazzling blaze erupted, causing the shield to disintegrate into 9 streams of light that scattered in all directions. Swish, swish, swish. The piercing sound of air being sliced open resonated as the streams of light surged forth, resembling 9 fearsome dragons ascending, coiling around Lin Ping'an. But that was not the end. The power of the dragons coalesced, forming a crimson-golden barrier that enveloped Lin Ping'an. Lin Ping'an looked around in confusion and asked, Dandan, what is happening? Dandan chuckled. The Nine Dragons universe shield has recognized you as its master. Recognized me? So soon? Dandan continued to explain. A swift recognition indicates its high regard for you. I see. At that moment, it was a tale of contrasting fortunes. While Lin Ping'an had just gained a master, Situ Wangyu collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Oh heavens, my Nine Dragons universe shield, just like that, is gone. Woe is me. He rolled on the ground, clearly in distress. Seeing Situ Wangyu in such a state, Lin Ping'an stammered, Brother Situ, perhaps I should return this to you? I shall not let it recognize me as its master. Lin Ping'an's sincerity left Dandan momentarily speechless. You're overthinking this. It's a sacred weapon. Once it recognizes a master, it binds for eternity. Unless what? Lin Ping'an pressed. Unless you die. Would you like that? Well, I think I'll pass. Situ Wangyu sat on the ground, tears streaming down his face, utterly devoid of any saintly demeanor. Dandan hopped over to him, feigning disdain as he said, All right, stop your blubbering, you big man. It's embarrassing that I went through so much to acquire that Nine Dragons universe shield. Can you blame me for crying? Situ Wangyu retorted defiantly, Aren't you this kid's protector? A small token of greeting wouldn't be out of line, would it? Besides, if he doesn't revive you, that thing would just be your burial item. At this, the sorrow on Situ Wangyu's face lessened significantly, and he nodded slowly. You make a compelling point. Lin Ping'an joined his fingers together, causing the barrier to dissipate, while the 9 dragons gracefully flew forth, converging in his palm. As the flames subsided, the shield reverted to its original form as a crimson golden iron sphere. Brother Situ, do you still want this? Situ Wangyu quickly wiped away his tears, turning away and placing one hand behind his back, striking a pose of noble sacrifice. Since this treasure is fated to you, I bestow it upon you. Thank you, Brother Situ. We're brothers. Though Situ Wangyu said this, his heart ached. Arg, well, it seems everything is settled. I'm tired now. I'm going to sleep. With that, Dandan transformed into a streak of black lightning and flew into Lin Ping'an's brow. Wait for me. I want to sleep too. Situ Wangyu immediately followed Dandan into Lin Ping'an's body. Once inside, the spirit sea became a cacophony of chaos. From now on, this will be your territory. Let us keep to ourselves. Dandan, you're being unreasonable. Is this all the space I get? I can't even sleep properly. Do as you please. This is your domain. If you dare cross the line, I'll make you regret it. Dandan, with one being fiercely domineering and the other utterly comical, who would have imagined such extraordinary beings could also be so peculiar? Just as the two engaged in endless bickering, an unexpected event unfolded. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the ground beneath trembled violently, and stones danced from the earth. What is happening? Lin Ping'an gradually raised his gaze to behold an enormous creature charging towards him at great speed. It appeared that things were about to get hectic once again. Chapter 81. Ancient Colossal Beast, It's Best to Retreat. As the creature approached swiftly, it stirred up a cloud of dust, and Lin Ping'an gradually discerned its form. Towering and immense, it resembled a small mountain, exuding an aura that instilled dread. Its scales appeared to be composed of colossal rock fragments, adorned with intricate patterns that enveloped its entire body. Its head was gargantuan, with 2 blood-red eyes resembling twin blood moons. Fixated on Lin Ping'an, its limbs were as sturdy as massive columns, shaking the ground with every step. Lin Ping'an stood frozen, astonished. What on earth is that? Though not particularly worldly, Lin Ping'an had encountered numerous beasts. Yet this creature was entirely unlike anything he had known. Sidu Wangyu explained, this is known as an ancient colossal beast, a creature of the ancient ruins, nourished by the spiritual energy of this land. Possessing terrifying strength far beyond that of beasts from the outside world. Is it really that large? Is it large? This is the smallest colossal beast I've ever seen. Lin Ping'an let out a wry smile. Utterly bemused, thought he couldn't decide whether to consider himself fortunate or unfortunate. Roar. The beast let out a thunderous roar, its voice echoing ominously. It opened its massive maw, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs, dripping with repulsive saliva. Spotting Lin Ping'an, it surged forward with renewed speed. The surrounding flora was uprooted by the immense force, creating a tempest that swept up clouds of dust and debris. Observing this, Lin Ping'an's expression hardened. His gaze resolute, showing no sign of retreat if escape was not an option. Then he would meet it head-on. Raising a hand, the Lingyun sword gleamed like a streak of light as it fell into his grasp. The sword quivered lightly, emitting a low, resonant hum. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, Lin Ping'an stepped forward, and the air beneath him collapsed into an invisible void, propelling him like a flash of lightning into the fray. His figure stood tall amidst the tempest, his garments billowing, and his long hair dancing wildly. With the sword raised high, a glimmer of cold light flashed upon its blade. Slash, as the ancient behemoth loomed closer. Lin Ping'an let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens. Subsequently, he unleashed a ferocious strike with his longsword, enveloped in an inexhaustible surge of sword energy, cutting through the air with a piercing shriek as it hurtled towards the monstrous creature. The sword's brilliance flashed like lightning, its sharpness imbued with terrifying power as it descended with the force of a thunderclap upon the ancient beast. The blade clashed violently against the creature's scales, sending sparks flying and filling the air with an acrid scent of charred flesh. In an instant, shards of scales were shattered, and a long, deep gash appeared on the beast's body, resembling a ghastly chasm. With a gurgling sound, a torrent of scalding blood erupted from the beast, splattering onto the ground and swiftly corroding the earth, which began to emit wisps of green smoke, transforming the once verdant grass into a charred wasteland. Agony surged through the creature like a tidal wave, prompting it to raise its massive head skyward and unleash a deafening roar that shook the very foundations of the world. At that moment, the beast's fury was ignited, its colossal head lifted high, its blood-red eyes ablaze with wrath, and it raised its mountainous claw to strike at Lin Ping'an with overwhelming force, as if intent on reducing him to mere dust. Lin Ping'an's heart raced, acutely aware of the devastating power behind that strike. He dared not hesitate for a moment and swiftly raised his sword, the Lingyun blade, to defend himself. The clash resounded like a colossal bell, echoing around him. The tremendous force surged through the blade, and Lin Ping'an felt as if he were being engulfed by a torrent of overwhelming power. At that moment, all he could do was resist with all his might. Yet, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. His body trembled violently, and he was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. As he steadied himself, he turned his head slowly, feeling his arm utterly numb, devoid of sensation. The longsword in his grip trembled violently, emitting mournful cries akin to desperate wails. The impact had left his insides feeling as though they had shifted, and a metallic taste filled his mouth. With a cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Dan immediately inquired, "Are you all right, buddy?" Situ Wangyu chimed in, "Yes, Ping'an, you must be fine. If not, we should flee. If you perish, I shall have no hope of resurrection." Lin Ping'an's face was pale, and he forced a smile. Dan, brother C2, do not worry. I am fine. At that moment, the ancient behemoth began to lick its wounds with its tongue. Astonishingly, the injuries it had sustained were healing rapidly. Flesh and blood reformed, scales restored, as if nothing had ever transpired. Good heavens, its regenerative abilities are staggeringly abnormal. Lin Ping'an had exerted immense effort merely to breach its scales. Yet now the wound was closing as if it had never existed. Was he a fool for trying, or merely putting forth effort? C2 Wangyu chuckled and remarked, "This beast is, after all, a creature born of this ancient land, so its extraordinary abilities are to be expected. However, it is not invincible. It possesses weaknesses, which you must discover for yourself." Lin Ping'an scrutinized the ancient beast, reflecting inwardly. This creature has already reached the initial stage of the Ling Yuan realm, while I have just entered the Ling Hai realm. If we were to clash head-on, I would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. The best strategy in such a scenario is to retreat. The disparity in strength is far too great. Lin Ping'an was no fool to charge recklessly forward. After all, as long as the green hills remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. As Lin Ping'an prepared to make his escape, the ancient behemoth suddenly turned its head, as though it had sensed something. Having endured that earlier strike, its animosity towards Lin Ping'an was at its peak, with a mighty roar that echoed like the tolling of a great bell. The sound rippled through the air, creating visible waves that sent birds and beasts fleeing in terror. What does this creature intend to do? A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Ping'an. The beast's massive legs, akin to colossal pillars, lifted high, muscles coiled like battering rams poised to strike. With a deafening bellow, it brought its feet crashing down towards the ground. The earth trembled violently, sending waves of chaos through the terrain. In an instant, a fierce wind howled, assaulting Lin Ping'an and hindering his movements. At this moment, gaping fissures radiated outward from the beast, each gash deep and unfathomable. Soon after, torrents of fiery heat erupted from these crevices, cascading forth like a beast escaping its prison. The searing heat incinerated everything in its path, turning foliage to ash and distorting the very air itself. This inferno surged forth, blocking Lin Ping'an's path. It seemed this creature was determined not to let him escape. As Lin Ping'an prepared to force his way through, a towering wall of solid rock erupted before him. The rough surface, adorned with streaks of molten lava, appeared as though it had sprouted directly from the depths of the earth. In the blink of an eye, the wall encircled him, trapping him within. With no avenue for retreat, he was compelled to face the ancient beast head-on. Lin Ping'an gazed at the creature with a faint smile. What is this? Do you wish for me to play with you? Though the ancient beast could not speak, its heightened intelligence allowed it to comprehend Lin Ping'an's words. It remained silent, its blood-red eyes locked onto him with unwavering intensity. Standing before it, Lin Ping'an could feel the palpable battle intent emanating from the creature. Thus, he resolved to engage in a fierce confrontation. Halting in his tracks, an aura of ferocity surged around him, matching that of the massive beast before him. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his inner energy, heat radiating from his form as he adopted a steely demeanor. His eyes ablaze with resolve, Lin Ping'an turned to the creature with a cold smirk. Using flames to obstruct my path. You truly know me well. Allow me to express my gratitude, for I was pondering how to eliminate you with a single blow. In the next moment, he brought his fingers together, summoning the surrounding molten rock with an invisible force, causing it to bubble and surge. The once tranquil lava transformed into serpentine forms, surging skyward. They twisted and intertwined in the air, rapidly accumulating into a swirling sea of molten clouds. The once dreary clouds overhead were now painted a vivid crimson by the erupting magma. The oppressive heat enveloped the surroundings, warping the air and causing the ground to crack under its influence. The ancient beast sensed the deadly intent above but remained steadfast, prepared for battle. Saint Sun Palm. Lin Ping'an raised one hand, slowly parting his lips to issue a low command. As the words left his mouth, a colossal hand of divine flame manifested above him, its size significantly larger than before, imbued with the essence of lava and radiating a brilliant red hue, composed entirely of pure flame energy. The fingers of this hand resembled massive pillars, capable of effortlessly shattering mountains. Witnessing this spectacle, the ancient behemoth quivered slightly, its claws digging into the earth. Crush it, Lin Ping'an bellowed, his voice booming across the heavens. As the command resonated, the great hand descended like a mountain, aiming to strike the ancient beast with tremendous force. In that moment, it seemed as though only the shadow of this hand remained in the world, its brilliance blinding to behold. I too Wang Yu, observing from within, could not help but exclaim, "Good heavens, is this the power of the pure sun saint body? It's terrifying, faced with such a formidable attack." The ancient beast remained composed, bracing itself for the impending blow. The scales upon its body began to shift, converging into a formidable natural armor, just as the great hand was about to make contact. An unexpected phenomenon occurred. A low hum reverberated as the scales trembled violently, shimmering with a radiant glow. This luminescence coalesced, forming a colossal barrier. With a resounding explosion, the Saint Sun Palm crashed down upon the barrier, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The might of a single hand was utterly terrifying, as the force swiftly radiated outward until it dissipated entirely. Lin Ping'an felt as though this strike was akin to a fist colliding with cotton. No matter how hard he exerted himself, he could not break through. In the next moment, the ancient behemoth opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent that pierced through the sacred sun's great hand. Bang! The resplendent golden hand erupted, releasing a blinding flash of light as fragments splintered off and rapidly dispersed, the fiery energy within fleeing in all directions. The overwhelming impact struck Lin Ping'an's body, hurling him away. The power was so ferocious that he had no time to react. He was propelled like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the rocky wall. Boom! Lin Ping'an's body shot forth, leaving a human-shaped imprint upon the towering stone. The sensation of being thrown was disorienting, and he shook himself free. Standing in midair, covered in dust and grime, he appeared far more disheveled than before. How could this creature's shell be so impenetrable? Is it truly unbreakable? Dongfang Xian hesitantly spoke. There is something I'm unsure whether to say or not. We truly cannot defeat it. Should we flee? As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear the lack of firewood. Without delay, Dandan earnestly began to analyze the situation. This matter is not as simple as you might think. The barrier locks onto a pressure point, rapidly dispersing all force, making your attack nearly impossible to penetrate. Upon hearing this, Lin Ping'an narrowed his eyes, muttering to himself, dispersing power? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, and the corners of his mouth curled upward. Yes, our idea king has arrived. Chapter 83. Ripple. Die. You brat, are you thinking? The two seemed to converge upon the same notion. Dandan expressed concern. But this ripple technique, you've only seen it performed. You've never practiced it. Can you truly succeed in forcibly executing it? Lin Ping'an smiled slightly. How will I know if I do not try? Besides, I am the chief of Ripple Peak, naturally possessing unparalleled advantages. Very well. Just be mindful. And do not act recklessly. Though Dandan said this, deep down, he was filled with trepidation. Lin Ping'an closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and began to circulate his internal energy. With each breath, his inhalation and exhalation became notably tranquil. At this moment, ripples began to emanate from Lin Ping'an's body, spreading rapidly outward. It appeared as though the ancient behemoth sensed something, and its limbs exerted tremendous force, soaring high as it charged at Lin Ping'an. This is bad. We're doomed. Sidu Wangyu paced anxiously within the spiritual sea, appearing exceedingly distressed. Dandan, usually composed, grew increasingly enraged at seeing Sidu Wangyu in such a state. Shut your mouth, if you continue to prattle on. I will annihilate your very soul, ensuring you can never be resurrected. Dandan, unwilling to coddle him, barked a sharp retort. Hearing this, Situ Wangyu obediently closed his mouth. If this lad truly cannot comprehend, then we will have to resort to that technique. At this moment, both Dandan and Situ Wangyu were filled with anxiety within the spiritual sea. In the blink of an eye, the ancient behemoth was upon Lin Ping'an, a claw raised high, stirring up a tempest. Suddenly, a droplet-shaped mark manifested at Lin Ping'an's brow. An invisible ripple swiftly radiated outward. The fierce wind lashed against Lin Ping'an's skin, causing it to sting. In the next moment, Lin Ping'an abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze filled with murderous intent. Get out of my way. With a roar, a colossal ripple surged forth, crashing into the ancient behemoth's body. The impact felt as though a meteor had struck. The behemoth's body shuddered violently, akin to a kite severed from its string, and it was sent hurtling backward. Boom! It crashed heavily to the ground, creating a massive crater. Seeing Lin Ping'an unharmed, the duo in the spiritual sea finally breathed a sigh of relief. Situ Wangyu collapsed to the ground, gasping. Thank goodness we made it in time. Dandan chuckled. I knew you could do it. Thus, I was hardly worried. Pfft. At this, Situ Wangyu couldn't help but laugh. Dandan, you're quite the liar. Just moments ago, you looked ready to jump out of your skin. Shut your mouth. Dandan leapt up, toppling Situ Wangyu to the ground. The massive egg-shaped body pinned him down, rendering him immobile. No, Dandan, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Lin Ping'an had no time to mediate, as the ancient behemoth still posed a threat. At this moment, Lin Ping'an stood in midair, stepping forward, ripples rising beneath his feet, touching the void and reverberating with a thunderous roar that struck at the heart. He slowly lowered his head, gazing at the crater surrounded by dust, and shouted, Come out and face your demise. With his furious declaration, the dust scattered. The ancient behemoth lay atop the crater, gasping heavily, appearing utterly exhausted. Isn't your shell supposed to be tough? Come on. Let us continue. The ancient behemoth slowly rose, facing Lin Ping'an. Ripple finger. Lin Ping'an moved with exquisite grace, gently pointing forward. Buzz. Suddenly, a deep humming resonated, akin to a mysterious horn from antiquity echoing through the heavens and earth. Kill. With Lin Ping'an's command, a brilliant white light shot forth from his fingertip, resembling a meteoric streak that pierced the firmament. In the blink of an eye, the light reached the ancient behemoth. Observing this, its scales rapidly converged, and the barrier reformed. The strike fell, yet there was no reaction, not even a sound. At first glance, it appeared weightless, like a feather drifting down, devoid of any sense of lethality. Crack. Yet just moments later, a crisp collision reverberated. In the next instant, a conspicuous crack appeared on the barrier, spreading like lightning and quickly enveloping the entire structure. Ding! With that sound, the barrier instantaneously shattered, fragments cascading down, littering the ground. The white light swiftly descended, and upon contact with the ancient behemoth's body, layers of ripples manifested, reminiscent of a tranquil lake disturbed by a stone, rippling outward. These ripples, seemingly gentle, concealed a turbulent force within. Break for me. Lin Ping'an gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and roared. As the ripples traversed, the ancient behemoth's scales erupted, as though torn apart by an invisible might. Crash! Scalding blood mixed with scale fragments flew in all directions, creating a mist of crimson in the sweltering air. The immense body of the ancient behemoth trembled violently, its sturdy limbs wavering, and it opened its gaping maw to emit a heart-rending wail. Intense pain surged from within, as its skin was mercilessly torn open, the once mighty form now drenched in blood, appearing grotesque. Thud! After a few breaths, the ancient behemoth could no longer withstand the onslaught. Its legs buckled, and it collapsed to the ground. At this moment, the creature had lost all fighting capability, and Lin Ping'an had no intention of granting it any reprieve. He raised one hand, the Lingyun sword falling into his grasp. Now it's my turn. As he spoke, he stepped forward forcefully, ripples emanating from beneath his feet. Whoosh! A torrent of sword energy surged, spiraling around the sword, emitting a faint yet resonant sound. What of the spirit abyss? Give me. Death. Chapter 84. Did I step in dog poop on my way out? Seizing the opportunity, with the Lingyun sword in hand, he swung it fiercely before him. A silver-white sword light shot forth, cleaving through the air and severing the ancient behemoth's colossal head. Whoosh! In an instant, blood spurted forth, drenching the ground and stirring a tempest of gore. Thud! With its head severed, the ancient behemoth's body shuddered violently before crashing heavily to the ground. Falling silent, after slaying the beast, Lin Ping'an felt utterly drained. He exhaled a long sigh, his legs buckling as he collapsed to the ground, his complexion paling. I'm utterly exhausted. To defeat this creature, Lin Ping'an had expended considerable effort. And now that the beast lay dead, his internal energy was nearly depleted. He did not rush to move but instead retrieved a vial of elixir from his pocket. Thankfully, before departing, his master had provided him with some pills. Lin Ping'an consumed the elixir and sat down on the ground. This ancient site is fraught with peril. In such a state, venturing out would surely spell disaster. Lin Ping'an could only patiently await recovery of his energy. Suddenly, voices of discussion arose nearby. Do you smell that? There's a strong scent of blood in the air. Indeed, it's quite pronounced. Could something have perished here? Figures appeared not far away, each wielding long swords and clad in pristine training attire. From a distance, they spotted the scene. Look over there. At the call, everyone turned in unison to gaze upon the corpse of the ancient behemoth. What a formidable beast! Everyone, come quickly to take a look. Perhaps there are treasures to be found. The group hastened their steps toward this location. At this moment, Lin Ping'an was still focused on his recovery, completely unaware that danger was approaching. Observing this, Dandan could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Kid, snap out of it. Someone is coming. Upon hearing this, Lin Ping'an slowly opened his eyes and instinctively looked up. Recognizing the attire of the approaching figures, he immediately identified them as members of the Wanjin sect. Dandan chuckled teasingly. You really have some luck. You just landed and first encountered this ancient beast, and now you run into your enemies. Did you step in dog poop on your way out? With only a third of his spiritual energy restored and facing a multitude of opponents, confronting them head-on would yield no advantage. Without the slightest hesitation, he raised one hand, summoning a mask to conceal his visage. After all, his face was well known within the Wanjin sect. If they recognized him, they would likely attack without a second thought. Lin Ping'an conveyed to Dandan, I have yet to retrieve the spiritual core from this ancient beast. Being one with Lin Ping'an, Dandan was well aware of his thoughts. Don't worry. Leave this small matter to me. As Lin Ping'an noticed them, they too had spotted him. Look over there. There's someone. The crowd quickly approached, surrounding Lin Ping'an. With a synchronized motion, they all drew their swords, pointing them directly at him. In response, Lin Ping'an quickly raised his hands, feigning ignorance, and shouted, Fellow cultivators, please show mercy. I was merely passing through. Do not kill me. At that moment, a young man stepped forward from the crowd. Adorned with a jade crown, he was rather handsome. Lin Ping'an glanced at him and noted that this individual had reached the first level of the Lingyuan realm, indicating he was no insignificant character. The young man raised his hand and commanded, What are you all doing? Quickly put away your swords. We must not harm this fellow cultivator. Yes, the young man approached Lin Ping'an, clasped his fists in salute, and smiled. I am Zhou Yu of the Wanjin sect. He scrutinized Lin Ping'an and inquired with a grin, May I ask which sect you hail from, fellow cultivator? Lin Ping'an naturally would not divulge the truth. He chuckled. Ah, so you are brother Zhou Yu of the Wanjin sect. I am Lin Yu, merely a wandering cultivator. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances and murmured among themselves. Lin Yu, what a ridiculous name. Do not judge by names. Lin Ping'an's name is hardly impressive either, being so peaceable. Yet, look at him now. After 5 years of being deemed a failure, he has risen once more. becoming a significant threat to our Wanjian sect. Hearing their words, Lin Ping'an was both amused and perplexed, unsure if they were praising or condemning him. Zhou, not yet at ease, pointed to Lin Ping'an's mask and asked with a smile, "Why does Ania not reveal his true face but chooses to conceal it with a mask?" Lin Ping'an lowered his voice and replied with a bitter smile, "I am too ugly. I fear that if I remove the mask, I might frighten you." Zhou chuckled. "Oh, Ania, how could we be such people? Remove your mask so we may get to know one another and let us become friends. Unbeknownst to you, in my youth, I was foolish and took a misguided path in my cultivation, which resulted in my disfigurement. At the mention of a misguided path, the crowd's first impression was demonic practices. Zhou coughed lightly, visibly embarrassed. In that case, I shall not press further. He gestured toward the corpse of the giant beast and asked with a smile, "Did you slay this creature, Ania?" "I found it already gravely wounded. Killing it was merely a stroke of luck," Lin Ping'an said humbly. Ania, you truly are remarkable. However, as a wandering cultivator, possessing the ability to kill it does not guarantee your ability to keep it. "What do you mean by that?" Lin Ping'an inquired. Zhou, cutting to the chase, stated plainly, as the saying goes, possessing a treasure brings trouble. If you hand over the spiritual core of this beast to me, I will ensure your safety. It would be mutually beneficial, would it not? This fellow spoke sweetly, but his intentions were far from kind. "Are you implying that you intend to take advantage of me?" Zhou dropped the pretense, placing one hand behind his back and sneering, "Ania, you are quite astute. So, will you surrender the spiritual core and accompany us, or shall I kill you and take it myself? The choice is yours." With that declaration, the disciples of the Wanjian sect unsheathed their swords in unison, pointing them at Lin Ping'an. It seemed an inevitable fierce battle was upon them. City Wangi raised his hand from the Linghai and shouted, "What is there to fear, Brother Ping'an? Let us face death with indifference. If we do not submit, let us fight." Lin Ping'an nodded with a smile, saying, "Elder Brother City speaks wisely. As cultivators, why should we fear a battle?" Chapter 85. I am awaiting a breakthrough. What are you waiting for? Zhou gazed at Lin Ping'an and continued, "Ania, have you made up your mind? Will you give it or not?" "Yes." Lin Ping'an feigned reluctance, stating, "I am merely a wandering cultivator. How could I dare oppose such a powerful sect as the Wanjian sect?" "Indeed, Ania, you are truly a wise man." Zhou laughed heartily, his face brimming with pride. "In that case, hand over the spiritual core." With that, Zhou extended his hand. "Certainly." Lin Ping'an waved his sleeve, revealing a silver-white orb in his hand. "Brother, here you go." Lin Ping'an tossed the orb into the air. This object was not the spiritual core. It harbored a violent surge of thunderous power, hurtling toward Zhou. Seeing this, Zhou's smile froze instantly as he raised a hand to defend himself. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded as the terrifying might of the thunder erupted, crashing into Zhou's body. In the next moment, Zhou was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground in utter disarray. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the Wanjian sect could no longer remain still and charged toward Lin Ping'an. "Stay put." As the command rang out, cascading lightning snakes spread swiftly, wreaking havoc upon the group. Just as they attempted to move, a powerful wave of paralysis overcame them, rendering them immobile. "Dandan, it's your turn." "I've been ready." The body of the ancient beast trembled violently, and its chest exploded open, releasing a colossal black spiritual core that soared into the air. Bang! The corpse burst apart, blood spraying everywhere, and the core shot out like a meteor. Is that core really so large? Lin Ping'an exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't it normal? Just look at the size of this ancient beast. Of course, the core would be sizable. Right now, the priority is to escape quickly. If they catch up, we're done for. Dandan chuckled. "Those Wanjian sect pups, I shall take my leave first." Lin Ping'an stepped forward, transforming into a streak of light as he sped away. His speed was astonishing, like a bolt of lightning. Lin Ping'an may not be able to defeat them, but can he not outrun them? He activated his Thunder Shadow step to its utmost limit, darting away without a second thought. As Lin Ping'an fled ahead, the spiritual core followed closely behind. Once he had distanced himself, Zhou slowly rose from the ground. Spitting out dirt, Zhou was left covered in grime, looking utterly disheveled. Where did that kid go? Zhou scanned his surroundings but found no trace of Lin Ping'an. One of the disciples hesitantly spoke up. "He ran away." Zhou turned to the corpse of the ancient beast, which now had a large bloodied hole, devoid of spiritual energy and full of deathly aura. The spiritual core was gone. Zhou's face contorted with rage, his expression a storm of fury. "That brat dared to play me for a fool. Lin Aniu, I will make you suffer." After him, with Zhou's command, the group surged forward, racing after the direction Lin Ping'an had fled. After running a fair distance, Lin Ping'an glanced back, seeing no sign of his pursuers. "I should have shaken them off, right?" Those fellows are not weak. In your current state, they will catch up soon enough, Dandan warned. Continuing like this is not a solution. We should think of a way. Lin Ping'an began, turning his gaze to the black spiritual core. This thing is too conspicuous. Perhaps we should. Before he could finish, Dandan interjected, why not eat it? Eat. It must be consumed. If it were any other time. Lin Ping'an might have hesitated, but given the dire situation, he had no choice. If he could refine the spiritual core of this ancient beast, his realm and cultivation would undoubtedly soar, and he could turn the tables on his pursuers. Lin Ping'an looked down, surveying his surroundings, and found a concealed cave that he entered it and sat down, closing his eyes as his internal spiritual energy surged forth. Buzz, around the obsidian spirit core, the void twisted in a frenzy. And a mass of black mist emerged, resembling a colossal abyssal maw that suddenly gaped open, devouring the core in one swift motion. Crack! A sharp, crystalline sound of shattering echoed as the surface of the spirit core fissured. Long cracks appearing instantaneously, covering its entire form. Spiritual energy surged forth from the fractures, enveloping Lin Ping'an on either side. The energy flowed like a mighty river, continuously pouring into Lin Ping'an's being. At this moment, all Lin Ping'an needed to do was to quietly absorb the influx. After approximately the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Zhou arrived at the location with a group of others. Brother Zhou, we have searched for so long yet have not seen any trace of that brat. Should we not return? What if the young master is displeased with us? What is there to fear? Did you not see how enormous that beast is? If we capture the spirit core, how could the young master possibly hold us accountable? He would surely commend us instead. Zhou scoffed dismissively. With that, Zhou brought his fingers together and traced a path before his eyes. A glimmer of spiritual light ignited within his gaze, sweeping around in search of their quarry. Found it. Zhou led the group to the entrance of the cave. Peering inside. At that moment, Lin Ping'an was seated quietly within. Lin Ainyo, you rascal, at last, I've caught you. Zhou clenched his fists in furious indignation. Brother, what of the spirit core on that beast? I see no sign of it. Could it be that he has refined it? Forget about that for now. We must kill him first and vent our frustrations. With that, the group unleashed a barrage of attacks upon the cave. No matter how solid the cave structure, it could not withstand such relentless assault. Crash! The cave collapsed, earth cascading down like a torrent, burying Lin Ping'an beneath its weight. Yet Zhou, still unsatisfied, raised a hand and unleashed a devastating blow upon the ruins. Boom! A terrifying force erupted, leveling the cave to the ground, leaving only a chaotic expanse of debris. Zhou crossed his arms, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. This brat cannot possibly escape this time. No sooner had he spoken than the ruins erupted, debris flying in all directions, and Lin Ping'an emerged slowly from the chaos. He shook off the dust that clung to him. I have been waiting to break through.